Well, good. Thank you for taking care of our Sharks crowd. But there was good, like, you don't watch Cooper Flag? Duke played last night.
Oh, see, I would tune in and watch Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
I just never really go out of my way to figure out Duke's schedule, to be honest.
Bill Raftery, just to finish the story, is a classic college basketball broadcaster who's been doing it since the 80s, bro. I'll say that again. Since the 80s. It's 2025. And man to man, he's like famous for his comedy.
Onions.
He knows him. Yeah, when he hits a big shot, he's the guy. When you hit a big shot, he'd say, onions!
Onions.
Yeah, if you hit a big shot.
I've heard butter, but I've never heard onions.
Oh, no, from Raftery, too. Jersey guy all the way. You know who's tight with Raftery is the likes of a Chris Mullen. Because these are like New York, New Jersey basketball guys.
That makes sense.
The comedy. Anyway, the whole point of the story is he was broadcasting the game last night. I was like, Bill Raftery is at Galen Center on the campus at USC on a Monday night in January. He's 81. 81, and he was out there riffing. I was just wanted to shout out Raftery at age 81, still getting it done.
Good for him.
Making your new Raider head coach look young.
Yeah, looking nice and spry out there.
I'm telling you, buddy, so I'm telling you, these guys are laying the groundwork. We've had two presidents who are going to be 80, right? They used to say Ronald Reagan, so I can tell you guys, when Ronald Reagan got elected to his second term, people were freaking out. They're like, we can't have somebody that old in there. I think he was like 71, 72, and we were wigging out. We're like, bro, this guy's ancient. Now you got two guys who are going to be 80, the last guy and the current guy. You got Raftery at age 81 calling games. You got Carroll at age 73. I'm just telling you, Marcus, what are you, 30, 32, something like that? You got a good 70-year run ahead of you, buddy.
I know, I'm feeling pretty damn young now. I didn't know 70 was the new 45, Murph.
So anyway, that was fun last night, and we got the dub, which was huge. So, and also last thing would be before we go to break is Pete Carroll, man.
Yeah.
Looked good, sounded good. You know, Pete Carroll energy, unchanged, and congrats, bro.
1-0 at the press conference.
Congrats on the Pete Carroll.
Thank you. Thank you. I will say that.
Like,
Pete
congrats
Carroll,
on the Hard Rock.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we took over the Hard Rock. Pete Carroll took over.
Max
Allegiant
Crosby
Stadium.
in the building. Carroll had him up there. He's calling him out. Marshawn was screaming in the background.
Raiders!
He said he wants to win right now.
Yes, he does.
And the only thing is you don't have a quarterback.
No, that's the issue.
So.
But they did talk about the possibility of going out, and if there's a Tom Brady on the market, which there's not, he's in the owner's building now. If there's a Baker Mayfield on the market, if there's that type of quarterback, they might go out and get him. And there's a couple vets out there. A Russell Wilson, who obviously has ties to Pete Carroll. Aaron Rodgers could be a free agent. Some of these savvy vets, if the Raiders decide to build around the quarterback and maybe give Pete a year or two before really developing that quarterback.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold will be out there. That's a guy with USC ties. I know Pete didn't coach him at USC,
still,
correct? But yeah, those are the ties right there.
All right.
Also, here's a tease for you. I got a couple questions about whether or not Pete Carroll's going to be looking to poach some coaches, maybe from the 49ers staff.
Okay.
Stay tuned for that.
Intrigue there. And I was just thinking for you Raiders, expat Raiders fans, as you watch your team down in Vegas, the two guys running the show right now are both hardcore Bay Area boys. Because you got Sarah Padre, Tommy Brady, Candlestick Kid, and Pete Carroll, Redwood High, our bitter rival. But still, I like to brag about him because he's a Marin County guy. Grew up right here, right across the bridge. So you got the Raiders being run by a couple of Bay boys.
Yeah, and it was cool to hear Pete Carroll talk about going to Kezar Stadium as a kid and fall in love with the 49ers, but then the Raiders came to town and he said the Raiders took a hold of me early also. So there's a special place for the Raiders in his heart.
He might be fudging a little bit.
Yeah, probably a little bit, but hey, that's what you got to do to win a press conference.
Like if I got the Raider head coaching job and I was honest, I'd be like, hey guys, it's great to be here. I'm glad to be there. You know, growing up, I hated the Raiders.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just lay it out. I'd be like, I
No,
hated
you can't
guys.
do that, Murph. You got to go the full Waterboy experience. And as soon as I get on the 49er flagship, I'm like, yeah, my aunt was a cheerleader for the 3 49er Super Bowl teams. I have Super Bowl rings in my family.
And I will say that while I did used to hate the Raiders, it was when I was very young because they were really, really good and the Niners were really, really bad. And so I was openly jealous of their success. I will say that has faded through the years. I don't hate the Raiders at all. I'm being honest now. I do not hate the Raiders anymore. I have to say, and I don't mean to piss you off, buddy. I'm sort of amused by all the drama that always surrounds the Raiders, dude.
You're not
There's
wrong.
always something going on.
But I do want to ask you one question because I've heard this take come up a lot recently. It's something we talked about with the Chicago Bears and some of the big marquee names, the Washington Commanders and that franchise. Is the NFL better when the Raiders are good?
Yes.
Thank you.
The answer is yes. There's no question. Yeah. I told you I just went back and read that John Gruden story I did in 01, 02. I covered the damn team in 99. I got a kick out of it. I'm going to have the lamest take of all time, but I want to say it because I got to get it off my chest. You know what one of my problems with the Raiders is? This is going to sound so crazy.
What is it?
The font you guys use in your media guides and nameplates and like press conferences.
In the media
Yes.
guide,
Like
not even not the end zone font.
We used to get the media
Okay,
guides.
yeah.
We used to get the, and I used to like, come on, this is like not a good font. It's like a blocky font.
Yeah.
And then yesterday they were showing Pete Carroll's nameplate in his office, and I was like, you got to change the font. You got to change the
It's
font.
all about the font.
I know it's a
Yeah.
stupidest take in the history of the world, but it's been nagging at me for 25 years.
You didn't like going through that media guide and reading about the team of the decades, Murph, and that
Not
font?
in that font. Mm-hmm. I gotta say, you guys, I know we're late. We're gone over surprisingly on a dry Tuesday. But have you guys seen the Ryan Gosling skit on SNL when he gets upset about the font used in the movie Avatar?
I don't think I have.
Bro, I gotta say that is low key one of the funnier skits I've seen in the last 20 years. He plays this it's one of those digital shorts. It's not a live skit. It's like a movie. He plays this guy who, for some reason, is hugely bothered by the font in the movie Avatar because it's called I'm missing it right now. But anyway, he's like, all they did was just click on this bar, and he becomes like this lunatic who wants to stalk the guy who used the font on
This is
Avatar.
wild.
No, it's really funny too. Gosling is. I gotta tell you, Gosling's got chops. Pretty funny dude. So anyway, I'm like Gosling with the Raiders.
It's like that damn Raider font.
Terrible take.
It's
I know,
hilarious.
terrible take.
I've never heard anybody complain
But
about
I saw
font
it
in my
again
life.
yesterday, and they were like, "Here's Pete Carroll's nameplate." I'm like, "You got to get a new font. That font is terrible." All right, guys. Hot takes, guys. Hot takes.
Yeah.
We'll say good morning to Young Tone. Get the guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have 2 new contests this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium on June 22nd. We will be giving those tickets away in the 7 a.m. hour. Also, we are giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. Those tickets, we will be giving them away in the 9 a.m. hour. So, how do you win? You got to just keep listening. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The Raiders captured me a long time ago. I'm just filled with gratitude to be part of this. There's so many elements that made this come together that are so special and so unique. But when Mark figured out how valuable it would be to put Tom Brady in this mix and bring that kind of football background and history, Mark made a great move. It's our job to celebrate that for Mark and to make sure that this comes to life the way it can.
There it is, man. Pete Carroll talking about Mark Davis. He's probably like, man, I got to talk about Mark Davis, man. But there it is. It is fun. And one of the more sort of notable things that happened yesterday is the Warriors get ready for tonight's game. There was nothing going on the Warrior front last night. The 49ers hired a special teams coordinator. We talked about that during our show yesterday. Brant Boyer, we can get back into that, get into should he keep Jake Moody or not. The Giants didn't make any moves yesterday. Oh, wait. Yes, they did. They signed former Arizona Diamondback Jake Lamb, which we'll have to talk about in just a second. So really the story yesterday was just Super Bowl 59 fallout. That's right, 59, everybody. Get used to it. I have lost track of the numbers, so I have to keep reminding myself. LIX. Now, that's the Roman numeral for this thing.
If you would have asked
Super
me
Bowl licks.
what are the Roman numerals for number 59, there's no chance I would have given you the right
You're not
answer.
a Roman numeral guy?
I'm not, Murph. I'm not down with the Roman numerals.
Especially when you got to do the one where you put the lower number in front of the bigger number to subtract?
I want no part of the Roman numerals and no part of the Roman salute, Murph.
You know
Two
what,
things I don't want to deal with right now.
Very good, very good. You know what I think where I learned my Roman numerals is like watching like old Three Stooges. When they would roll the credits, they would do it in like Roman numerals. You'd
Would
be
they
like-
really?
I'd be trying to figure that out. I'd be like 1930, 41, 42.
I'm like V.
Yeah, V's and X's
What
and
letter
L's.
is V?
And,
These are letters, not numbers.
I know, it's nuts, man. So where I am, we said this yesterday. We're anti-Roman numerals on the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are.
But it is Super Bowl licks. Not to be confused with the cereal Kix.
Ooh.
K-I-X. Remember that one?
I was down with kicks.
Yeah. It's a good time to bring in Young Tony. He probably doesn't remember Kix.
No, probably not.
Cereal. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
How was your Monday night?
It was good. I played some golf.
Dude, look at
This
you.
kid's always
Are you still
playing
playing
golf.
well like you did over the weekend?
Did not put up a 41 on the first 9. Shot a 95 through 18
I'll
yesterday.
take a 95 and like go have several beers.
Dude.
The game continues to elude me.
I was going to ask, like, what's the goal? Like, I know everybody always talks about breaking 100. Is that like the common goal for most golfers or like more of a skill level?
Entirely depends on who you are. One man's breaking 100 is another man's breaking 80 is another man's breaking 90. is another man's breaking 70.
I see.
Is another man's breaking 110. Last night.
Then there's a guy at the bar breaking balls.
Yeah, we'll do that too. Did you watch the TGL, Tiger and Rory, last night?
I did not. I saw the highlights on SportsCenter this morning.
Highlights?
Yeah.
Wait. Doing highlights on SportsCenter.
They had it on a Monday night. I thought it was a Tuesday night
It's
thing.
either Monday or Tuesday and or both.
Ooh, okay.
But there was
Not bad.
nothing going on, so it made sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
I don't know, man. I think 3 weeks in, is it already dead?
The first overtime last night.
Yeah.
Overtime?
Yeah.
TG, they had to go OT.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't see it scheduled for tonight. I think it was just a Monday night or last night.
Jupiter won in the overtime. Just so you know.
Jupiter?
Yeah.
I'm still jonesing for the Bay to make their return to the scene, man. We're 1-0. I need more.
Where's the squad at?
Anyway, speaking of the Bay, the team that used to be in the Bay, the Raiders, in our conversation because of that Pete Carroll sound you heard right there, man. So, pretty cool. I thought he did well. He looks good. He riffed on being 73. He said, I'm wearing a number 73 on my back. Mm-hmm. He said, but he had some good stuff for us, for the old heads out there. He was like, people ask, how do you do it? He goes, and I'll talk to anybody out there who's old. He goes, you get up every day and you freaking compete. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. He goes, you freaking compete every day and get better. I'm looking at Pete giving life wisdom on how to age.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why everybody's able to connect to Pete Carroll. Whether you're in your 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, or 30s, he's a player coach. And he was up there riffing about wearing number 73 on his back. John Spytek, the new GM, made a joke about how his high school coach is 75 and still coaching. And Pete's like, why the hell are you staring me down? I'm not 75 yet.
Why are you looking at me?
Yeah, exactly. So, Pete's out there riffing, getting a nice little laughter, good applause from the crowd and stuff. And he just buys in. And I feel like that's what's made him such a good coach because players are willing to buy into his system.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's had the misfortune in my life of always coaching my rivals. So when he was at SC, if you're coaching against him and he's walking up and down the sidelines chomping gum, wearing those white sneakers and clapping his hands, you hate him, right?
Well, you hated him even before, right? Because of the high school he went to.
Well, but we never...
Well, just rivals.
But I was like, oh, he's a Redwood guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. But then he became an SC guy. Although I covered him at the 49ers. In 1995, he was the Niners D coordinator, and he was an enjoyable guy to cover. And it was true, even back then, he would stay after practice. And if you had to interview him about somebody, you had to wait, because after practice, he would stay and just chuck the football around. He's like a kid. He just would want to chuck. He'd be like, go deep. And dude, he'd do it for 10, 15, 20 minutes. You're waiting. You're like, I got to interview this guy. I got to, come on, Pete. And he's like, woo, go deep, baby. Yeah. And he's like, go no, cut him, post mode. And he's like a playground kid. This was 30 years ago, so he was 43 at the time.
Yeah, he talked about that yesterday, his love of just playing catch.
Yeah.
How he wants to draw back and run the scout team offense if he really wants to get out there. Hell, who knows? Maybe he'll be playing quarterback for the Raiders because they don't have one right now. Obviously, that's a riff, man. But it seems like Pete is bringing good vibes. And now the question is just, who is he going to bring in to complete his staff?
Who is he?
And I teased it in the last segment. Now, there are some obvious names out there. Gus Bradley, who we talked about maybe as a potential for the 49ers DC. He's got ties going back to Pete up in Seattle. But there are two names on the 49ers staff that I'm wondering if Pete would be interested. First one, KJ Wright, former linebacker for the Seattle Seahawks. He is currently the defensive quality control coach for the San Francisco 49ers. So that to me seems like an easy tie-in. But Murph, I had to do a little digging for this one. Not too deep, but I'm going beyond Pete Carroll right here. And I'm going to mention your boy Tom Brady. I'll also mention John Spytek. 2 Michigan Wolverines, and also a Michigan Wolverine that's currently on this 49er staff, Brian Griese.
Get your hands off him.
I know, but I'm just asking because Brian Griese was offered a head coaching interview with the New York Jets. He denied that interview. So I guess maybe the biggest question is, what does Brian Griese want to do? Does he want to just sit back and take credit for developing Brock Purdy? Or would he be interested in maybe picking up an OC job or potentially a future head coaching job? But I'm just trying to connect the dots with Tom Brady and Spytek, that Michigan connection. I wonder if Brian Griese would be a possibility.
I mean, it's good sleuthing on your part, and it is. What does he want? Now, I understand Griese's whole deal is I believe he has a family in Colorado, I want to say. So even coaching in Santa Clara has been a strain on him personally. And there was a chance he was going to go back to the fam and not coach again. They were going to lose him a year or two ago, but he decided to stay. You're right. He turned down the Jets job. I don't know if that's because also the family in Colorado and Vegas are pretty close together.
Yeah, it's a little closer. And again, this is just speculation by me. I don't have any sources or I haven't heard any reports. I'm just connecting the dots.
The first thing I read, the name I read in the report was Daryl Bevel.
Yes.
To be your O coordinator.
His OC up in Seattle, right?
Former Seattle guy, who's around. So, yeah, it will be very interesting to watch him poach and hire and do all that. And by the way, shout out my guy John Plattsy, the Stanford broadcaster, who does such a great job. He pointed this one out. He always sends me great information. Every head coach in the AFC West, excuse me, Andy Reid, who's going to the Super Bowl, in case you didn't know. Sean Payton, who got the Broncos to the playoffs. A guy in L.A. called Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, we heard of him.
And Pete Carroll, new Raider coach, has either been to a Super Bowl and each has either won a Lombardi or a college football national championship. He said, has there ever been a more decorated head coaching division?
I mean, it's a good question.
Yeah.
3 of the coaches are Super Bowl winning coaches. Harbaugh just won a national championship. He's been to the bowl.
Twice.
But man.
Or no, once, pardon me.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at that as maybe the most stacked coaching in one
I
division.
mean, you'd have to go do some digging to find around like the Tom Landrys, when it was Landry and George Allen in the East, so I'm thinking of that. But it's up there. It's up there as one of the best coach divisions in the history of the NFL.
I mean, it is a stacked division when it comes to coaches and also quarterbacks. Raiders need to find both of them. Seems like they got their coach, need to go find a quarterback.
All right, Young Tone on a Tuesday, January 28, 2025, 1/28/25. I saw a funny skit from these Instagram comedy people. There's a middle-aged couple that does stuff for people, domestic people like me, that do these songs, and their song yesterday was, "When is January ever going to end?" And it was this funny song about just being mired in domestic hell. But it is true. It's going for a while. It's going through Friday, by the way. We're still in January.
I will say, though, like the first 20 days of January flew by.
For you?
Like, I actually think January is like one of the fastest months of the year.
Okay.
But you're right. The last couple of days, we're just kind of sitting around like, when is this going to end?
And it's going to go all through Friday. We're not getting to February till Saturday. So, and then February means pitchers and catchers and us going to Scottsdale and all that.
But we did have that sound of that one news reporter ripping the month of February.
Which
how
we'll
much
have
he
to-
hated the month of
We
February.
will have to dust that off.
We will.
Yes.
We'll dive
Young
into the
Tone,
archives.
What do we got, buddy?
People who think the month of January is long are the people who are doing dry January.
Yes.
Like John Joe Curley,
Is
a
he
couple
still?
friends of
But
mine.
I meant to check
just
in on him.
confirmed he's still doing dry
Wow,
January.
Still going strong.
Yeah.
What a loser.
God bless these people, man.
What a loser.
Yeah. Does he know we got a lunch
What a
today where
waste-
we're going to be drinking beer?
It's correct.
He's going to order some water.
Loser.
By the way, I meant to tell you guys, you are encouraged because, it's on my tab.
Run the tab up, right?
Yeah, you're encouraged. Have a couple.
Oh,
You'll get a
exactly,
pop, won't
dude. Dude, I'll be like ordering drinks like George Kittle's asking the 49ers to run the ball.
Run it again! Run at the tab! Run it again! Run at the tab! you're, as long as we don't break anything, you're good.
Hey, no promises.
What do you got?
All right,
Tony?
coming up at 7:30, we will talk to Mike Krukow. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:30. Mike Silver at 8:50. He had the news, like some preliminary news on Salah. Maybe he has some connections with him, his relationship with Robert Saleh. And then Marcus Thompson, 9:30. Talk a little Warriors trade possibilities, if that's even a thing at this point.
See that picture of Silver just like leaning into Mahomes, like cuddling up. Mikey loves being the guy on the spot. He loves being that guy on the spot. He probably said, I'm gonna go to Mahomes' locker and like lean in. Can you take a picture? Make it look like I'm just talking to him.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, because it's like a quote unquote candid of him just like leaning in, talking to Mahomes one-on-one. It's like, did you get it?
Was
dude?
Mahomes looking at him, or was he just like
Mahomes is doing
near
the
him?
thing where he's looking straight ahead and smiling, listening as somebody's whispering in his ear. You know what I mean? So go look at his on his.
Mike Silver might be the QB whisperer.
Well, he's also.
I mean, his relationship with quarterbacks across the league is insane.
Yeah, and there's a famous one of him with Aaron Rodgers right after the game in Seattle, the Monday night Fail Mary game in Seattle, where he's right next to Aaron Rodgers with his arms outstretched. Mikey's gonna Mikey. He's gonna Mikey. All right, hey guys, the Warriors are playing tonight. Let's discuss what lies ahead next on the Sports Leader.
Whoa, this is crazy.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
On the year, you guys are 1-20 when trailing after 3 quarters.
What?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
What
I did
makes
not know
it
that.
so difficult for this team to come back in games?
Repeat, we're 1-20 when what? I mean, some of the games have been because we couldn't score. Tonight, obviously, a situation where AD and Bron pretty much control possessions, trying to get AD on the block or in the mid post, and he's knocking down the shots. So Bron was getting to the lane. I'm sure 1-20 is probably for a lot of reasons, but one of those kind of anomalies we got to figure out.
Ooh, that was Saturday night at Chase Center when you were all getting ready for your Super Bowl or your AFC, NFC championship parties on Sunday, getting your chips and dip out. Steph Curry was being told by former KNBR.com scribe Danny Emmerman, you guys are 1-20 when you trail after 3 quarters, and Steph Curry's reaction was, what?
What?
You gotta keep that. We might want to add that to the victory montage.
Can you isolate the sheesh also?
We're not playing a lot of the victory montage. Yeah.
Not a lot lately.
So we kind of put the Warriors in the bum babies on Monday just to slide them in there, but obviously it was all football yesterday. We can kind of circle back because the Warriors do play tonight. If you're looking for entertainment, if you want to call it that, 2 sub-500 teams are tangling down at Warriors Way tonight. It is the 22-23 Warriors. That's right. 22-23, bro, that looks so bad in paper. Against the 10-34 Utah Jazz. So much for Lauri Markkanen. He's averaging 12 points a game over his last 10 games. I don't know if he would have made the difference either. So the Warriors are 11th in the West right now, and it's just... Well,
you know what makes it so much worse, too? When you look at that record of them being 22-23, and then you remind yourself that they started the season 12-3 in the first 15 games.
They are 10-20 in their last 30.
Oh, goodness.
And it's like, that ain't a mistake, bro. That's what you call not a small sample size.
Sheesh.
That's what you call a sheesh, indeed.
Whoa, man.
Saturday night, if you guys missed it yesterday, we were talking about football. Saturday night was for me. I stayed home Saturday night. I watched it. I told you I turned down the rare social invites, and I was like, I'm seeing some. I told you it was my Geno Smith scrambles into the end zone moment when I realized the Niners were toast. I was like, I kept hope alive for the Niners. Hey man, if they beat Seattle at home, you start reasoning and rationing and all that, And I laid it out for you. I said, 5-2 in this little stretch at home, blah blah blah. Nah, just like Geno Smith running into the end zone, killed off the Niners for me. Saturday night. Killed off the Warriors for me. And I say that with 37 games left. So, am I saying it's impossible for them to get to the play-in? No, of course not. They're only a game out from the play-in. I'd say their ceiling is the play-in. Their ceiling is the play-in.
Yeah. And that's kind of how I felt about the team throughout the entire year. Just really, they are going to be a borderline play-in team, which leads to questions about whether or not they need to make a move. And maybe that's what I'm more surprised by. Not you saying night-night to the Warriors season, but the fact that you didn't wait until the trade deadline, because we're only about a week or so away. Yeah. So there could be that magic move.
Yeah.
But is there a move out there that can save this team?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's the big question that we're going to be talking about for the next week.
You're right. I reserve the right if they make some blockbuster, if they trade for...
Kevin Durant's back in the bed or something crazy happens.
Then we reserve the right to alter our things.
Absolutely.
And because right now they're talking about Vucevic.
A lot of talk about Vucevic.
Which I was interested in, a stretch 5 and all that. To be honest, Quentin Post actually... It's a pretty good stretch 5. He's not bad. Like he played well again on Saturday night.
And I would say he maybe outplayed Vucevic. Now, 1 game sample size.
Right.
We're talking about literally one-on-one matchup. But I don't know about Vucevic, Mert, because I do think he makes the team better.
Yeah.
But it sounds like the Chicago Bulls are asking for a first-round pick, which I'm not giving up if I am a borderline playing team anyways. And I don't know if he puts them up to that next tier of teams. Like, I think he does improve the team overall, but I'm not saying he makes him a championship contender.
I mean, he is averaging 20 a game and 10 rebounds. I mean, he's averaging 20 and 10. It's pretty darn good. He's 34 years old, shooting 55% from the field, 40% from 3. I mean, those are really, really good numbers. So he is. I don't want to poo-poo him.
No.
But again, what does it lift you? Does it makes you from 11th in the West to 8th in the West? I mean, they're just... They're. I mean, he's big. You would play him and Post, I guess, or are you gonna have to trade Post to get him? I don't know. But like you said, and Marcus Thompson has said this to us too, the Bulls have been unwilling trade partners.
Yeah.
These guys have been on the blocks, rumored to be on the blocks, him and Zach LaVine, for a long, long time, and they're just not pulling the trigger. And like you said, they're asking for a first-rounder. Man, I'm just discouraged in general. Also, even more bad news, Jonathan Kuminga's injury still out there. They just delayed him another 2 weeks.
2 more weeks.
They just said 2 more weeks. And at that point in time now, you're getting to the point where it could start to really slip away in 2 weeks. I mean, I got news for you. After Utah tonight, you know who's coming in? Oklahoma City tomorrow night. The very next night.
Here come the Thunder.
And then here come the Suns on Friday. Now they're iffy, but, that's probably a 50-50 game. Then they play the Orlando Magic on Monday. Bro, then you got to go on the road. You're going to Utah. Okay, they're not good. You're going to the Lakers, who are just a terrible matchup. Lakers own them. Then you're going to Milwaukee. That's a tough one. You're going to Dallas. You think Clay wants to stick a fork in you? And then you're going to the new darlings of the NBA, the Houston Rockets, who beat the Celtics last night.
Warriors.
Amen Thompson out of the East Bay hit the game-winning shot, said he felt like Kobe.
Hell yeah.
And then you go to the All-Star break. So, and the deadline is a week from Thursday. So, guys, I'm just saying, I wish I had a positive message for you. I think I'm giving you 2 negative messages.
You almost went full John Lynch. I wish I knew.
Yeah.
I wish I knew.
So, I mean,
I wish I knew what could fix the Warriors.
Kuminga and Dre are a huge, huge part of it. Draymond and Kuminga being gone, if Draymond and Kuminga were playing at full strength, do I believe the Warriors could sneak into the 6th seed? I'd probably have more belief. But these injuries have devastated the Warriors and has exposed them for who they are.
Let me ask you a question. Since we're just throwing S at a wall on a Tuesday morning, is it possible that Jonathan Kuminga's trade value has actually rose because of how bad the Warriors have played without him?
Yeah.
Like, do you think it's increased?
And how he was playing right before he got hurt.
I would agree. But then, like...
Yeah, and look at the Warriors
will
without him.
the Warriors be willing to move him?
They're kind of lost without him.
Yeah, I mean, they're a bad team without him. We're sitting here, like, just kind of hoping he can be that second option during the Steph Curry window. But we know how much Joe Lacob likes Jonathan Kuminga. We know how much Joe Lacob likes Brandon Podziemski. I don't think he's going to move the guys at this trade deadline this year. And I don't know how much talent or salary they want to add to the roster, because the big goal from this year was just to be below that luxury tax. So honestly, I hate to say it, but this is pretty much just a reset year for the Warriors. They're going to chill. I don't expect them to make a huge blockbuster trade. And then maybe next offseason to go out and try to bring in a free agent. And Joe Lacob won't mind paying the luxury tax because the salary won't be multiplied by 7 because of all the previous years of them being over that luxury tax.
I think you might be very, very right there. I do think that the only thing at odds with that whole thing is they say Lacob just dies to win. Like, Lacob's dying to win. He's dying to win. So how's he going to die to win and still stay under the apron and deal with this roster and deal with the trade market that's out there? Like, he may have to accept that he ain't going to win this year. And it's been depressing. I mean, I had hopes that, I thought the whole reason I didn't want to keep Clay was not because I don't love Clay. I love Clay. But I saw the team just kind of spinning its wheels in play-in land. And I was like, they got to change something. You can't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. Definition of insanity, so-called. At least they say that on the posters, right? So I thought, you got to shake it up. So when they made the ballsy move to trade Clay, or let Clay go, I should say. And we should probably also note that Clay was like harboring way more resentment than we realized. He was going to go anyway.
Absolutely.
Like, there were 3 years of beef that we had not really been privy to.
Yeah, which I don't like that relationship got to that point in the first place. But hey, those are stories that are going on behind closed door. I'm sure when the 30 for 30 or the Last Dance comes out on the Warriors, we'll figure out what really set Klay Thompson off and what kind of broke up that relationship.
Right. So I thought it was a good move to like load up and obviously DeAnthony Melton, who we're talking about.
Who would have thought DeAnthony Melton would have been the glue guy?
The guy who changed everything, right? And then, I'm a Kyle Anderson guy. I guess, maybe I'm a little too high on him. I don't know. He's been hurt of late. Podziemski was arrow up going into the season. Did not play arrow up. Although I will say, in the last 2 games he's come back since the injury, he's looked better. Have you noticed he's shooting better?
I would agree.
Yeah, he's looked better. But, I thought Kuminga arrow up, and I thought a new fresh coat of paint on these guys could get him into a top 6 spot. I was even saying that on this show as recently as a week or 2 ago. Yeah. I'm like, top 6 is a goal. But, man, what happened in Sacramento in the second half when the Kings decided to unleash their athleticism on them, and what happened Saturday night at Chase, you're like, they're not as good as these guys.
Absolutely.
They're just not. Mm-hmm. And again, is that Kuminga and Draymond being out? Well, every team has injuries, right? Every team has injuries. So
it's a part of it.
So anyway, enjoy the Jazz tonight, everybody.
Yeah. And all that jazz.
Just so everybody knows, they're 21-3 when leading after three quarters.
You know what? Now, that's the kind of positive.
Now
that's the kind of positive
that's some good
message we're looking
perspective,
for there,
Tony.
buddy.
That's some good perspective.
The Niners holding leads, but they can't come back.
Oh man, you got Brock Purdy out here
Blowing
throwing,
leads,
not getting field goals for the Warriors. Hey, the other good news is we're still giving away 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi's Stadium on June 22nd. Talk about rocking out down at Levi's. We're giving those out down in the 7 a.m. hour. Young Tone, we like to drop little sounds in our, whether I'm reading Invisalign or River Islands or anything like that, or Michi's. Yeah. I do. I think I'm going to request that little Suicidal Tendencies. All I wanted was a Pepsi.
I gotcha.
Can we slide that in there?
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. You're a good man. So Levi Stadium, June 22nd, Metallica, Pantera, Suicidal Tendencies. That's at 7 a.m. And also 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen. That was popular yesterday with Miranda Lambert, my gal, and Ann Wilson, not from Heart. A different Ann Wilson.
Young Tony's Ann Wilson.
That's at Levi's on August 1st. So be down there on a warm summer eve. Those tickets are given away in the 9 a.m. hour. All right, speaking of teams going nowhere, we need to talk about the Giants next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's the Bob Melvin, Bryce Eldridge relationship?
Well, you met him for the first time the other day at Papago. He's a big guy, and there's a presence to him. Now, you look at the numbers he puts up, you look at the swing, and you know that there's a chance that this guy can be a star. And I think if you look at our off season too, there's a reason that we didn't go all in at first base because, we'll see how far away this guy is. We like the combination we have right now, but this guy's going to be a force for us for years to come.
Well, that's the good news. Bob Melvin on our show last week talking about Bryce Eldridge. No pressure, kid, because the top 100 prospects just came out. The Athletic put out their new list. Keith Law. The Giants have one top 100 prospect.
Uno.
No pressure, kid. Don't turn your ankle. Don't get don't get a sore tooth. Don't get, you can't do it. You got to go deliver and be an all-star 40-homer guy at the one bag. My God. Depressing. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys about Farhan Zaidi after 6 years. He was supposed to, quote unquote, rebuild the farm system. And I don't know, is Wade Meckler, is Hayden Birdsong, there's some decent players and these rankings can be arbitrary, and you can't put too much in them, but still, you'd like to have more than one guy.
Yeah, and that's fair, but also to be fair to Farhan and the Giants front office over the past couple seasons, these rankings don't include the Gold Glove catcher Patrick Bailey. They don't include Kyle Harrison. They don't include Ryan Walker and some of these guys that we have seen have success at the big league level. Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, the guys we were hanging out with at FanFest this past weekend, they're no longer on the prospect list.
Okay.
Now, again, you would like to have more depth than that beyond it, but to only have one guy in the top 100, again, this is just based off somebody's rankings, but it's not the most encouraging sign in the world.
For example, Keith Law, I've had beef with him for, almost 15 years now. Because he crushed Brandon Crawford when he came. I hated Brandon Crawford. Now we're at the point we won't even let Verlander touch his jersey, right? You know what I mean? That's so sometimes these rankings, it's like a sports talk radio guy with his hot take. I heard you say that 8 years ago. You were so wrong. You're like, yeah, I was just doing a show.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I got 4 hours to fill.
Just like Keith Law. Yeah, I was just doing a list, So obviously it's noise. What happens on the field matters. But, in your gut, you'd like to see a cabinet more stocked than with just one guy, Bryce Eldridge. So let's talk about these Giants because they're getting into our news here because you were at FanFest Saturday. And I was at FanFest
And I will
Saturday.
say, we asked Pat the Bat about Bryce Eldridge, and the reaction from the crowd, like Giants fans, they know ball, and they're already getting excited about Bryce Eldridge at a FanFest event. We're talking about a 19-year-old.
I wonder if there should be a strategy to almost not put pressure on this kid or stop talking about him.
It's too late, I feel like.
Yeah, well, what did Burrow
bag.
caution everybody, or was he gushing?
He did. Of course, it's the same breakdown that we've been hearing a lot about Bryce Eldridge. The power plays. This kid can swing it. He's 6'7". It doesn't matter if he's at first or DH, and he's going to be able to hit the ball. But that's the question. Can he play first base at the major league level? Because I feel like I do need to repeat this for some people who forgot that he was drafted as a pitcher and as a hitter. Didn't really have a defined position. Even when he was a teenager playing for Team USA, he was either pitching or just swinging it. So they tried putting him in the outfield in San Jose. That was not the greatest test. Now they're moving him to first base. Everybody thinks it's so easy just to play first base. Yeah. Spoiler alert, it's not that easy. So that's what he needs to focus on defensively, I think, before he makes his MLB debut.
Yeah. I would anticipate. I mean, my guess is that he will, if he does show in the show this year, it would be late in the season for just a cup of coffee. Like, I'm not anticipating him contributing to the 2025 Giants. Are you?
I think there's an opportunity if he continues to rake that he could be a August, September call-up. Now, who knows if the Giants are competing for a wild card spot or if they're just looking for the future and if that is Bryce Eldridge or not. Again, I think it's key not to rush him to a point where he's struggling defensively at the major league level, and then he starts to think about the errors he's making at first while he's going up to bat. You want this kid as confident as possible, because that was my biggest issue with the Farhan era, was the constant elevator with the top prospects and calling guys up and sending them down and calling them up and sending them down. Just give him a long leash and make sure he's comfortable before you call him
up. To the point where, did you see Marco Luciano only has one option left? Like that, they've painted him. They're painted into a corner there a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
And look, they ran into this issue with Joey Bart, where they ran out of options. And I know we've had this discussion with Susan Slusser and some people with the Giants, like, oh yeah, it's no big deal if they send these guys up and call them down and send them up. Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Well, it mattered with Joey Bart. And I can tell you right now, when you're looking for power in this lineup, I wouldn't mind Joey Bart as a backup catcher, maybe even your starting DH, because this farm system does not have power. Joey Bart was one of those guys, but I digress, Murph. Who knows? Maybe Marco Luciano, as he continues to get more and more jacked every offseason, maybe he's a potential option at DH.
Joey Bart last year, quietly, 250 at-bats, 13 bombs. His WAR, if you like those things, was 2.2. Like it's decent. And his OPS, a plus, if you like those things, where the average is 100, was 120. And then his OPS was 799. He hit 265, which would have put him in the Giants batting race title. So, I mean, that's just a whiff, man. Yeah. And he, sometimes, quote unquote, change the scenery. He wasn't going to do it in San Francisco. But it hurts. It definitely hurts. They could use him. That's a bat for a team that needs bats.
And they didn't get anything in return for him.
They got nothing.
That's the problem.
Completely
wasted a first-round draft pick on him.
Speaking of Farhan, as I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I mean, this is a cheap shot. This is what we do. But the Giants yesterday, John Heyman reported that thank you very much. John Heyman reported that the Giants signed minor leaguer and former big leaguer Jake Lamb to a minor league contract. I was like, bro, is this the Buster Zaidi era? I mean, I'm riffing, joking. Buster, we love you. We're excited you're here. It's all good. But that is such a Farhan Zaidi move. I almost think they shouldn't even have publicized the damn move. It would have been better if Heyman didn't send the tweet out and he just showed up at camp and we were like, hey, who's that guy? They're like, Jake Lamb. They gave him a contract, but don't worry about it. That's honestly how. Instead, it was like burning as a tweet on my timeline. I'm like, this is not just depressing me. The guy was out of he was out of the show last year. He was in the minors. His last several years in the bigs have been nothing. He's nothing. In 2021, for two teams, the White Sox and the Jays, he hit 194. In 2022, for the Dodgers and the Mariners, he hit 216. In 2023, for the Angels, he hit 216. He's a career. Now, he was an all-star, but, bro, that was 2017. Where were you in 2017? Young Tony in 2017 was in freaking high school, I do believe. Tony, were you in high school in 2017?
That would have been my graduation year, yeah. Going into college.
Did you wear a Jake Lamb jersey when you accepted your diploma?
I did not.
Okay, all right. So.
Maybe I need to get one for Portola next year.
Now you already have your Brandon Fott, right?
Damn.
I think I'm going to go with the Jalen Milroe jersey, just because that's my take. Get ready. NFL draft coming up.
Mm-hmm. Digression. I heard
silver and black Jalen
I heard a
Milroe
national
jersey.
guy talking about you guys going to get him.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind in the second round. I don't know if I'm spending that number 6 pick on it, but we digress.
Maybe you trade back or something like that.
So 2017, man.
Yeah. So
last time Jake Lamb was an all-star.
So I don't want to hear it. I
was a DoorDash delivery driver.
Dude.
It's been a while.
With some stories,
too. I told you guys some stories.
Yeah. By the way, he hit 30 He hit 30 bombs that year, which would make him the greatest Giant of the last 20 years.
Sign him up, Murph. Put him at the one bag this season.
So anyway, I'm not expecting anything from Jake Lamb at all.
Jake Lamb is being signed to a $1 million contract only if he makes a major league roster. Murph, to me, this is a spring training body.
And because it's like a Nick Ahmed. Like Nick Ahmed was a spring training body.
Nick Ahmed actually ended up in the lineup.
Dude.
So who knows?
Nick Ahmed has a World Series ring from the Dodgers. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Yeah. By the way, I mean, since it's a Tuesday and we're just riffing because the Super Bowl's not for 12 days and Warriors are playing the Utah Jazz tonight, 808 KNBR, where you come down on Lamb, I find it to be a controversial meat. I have in my own family. My sister loves it. Shout out Aunt Katie. Has it every special occasion for her birthday. My bride, check with Candace, loathes it.
Whoa.
So we got a war on the Lamb there. Also, check with Candace. 808 KNBR, is it the only time mint jelly is ever used? Mint jelly, I've never seen it anywhere than with Lamb.
Well, here's the thing. I've never had mint jelly before, ever. I've had Lamb before, but I've never had it with the mint jelly.
Lunch, you might get a Lamb and mint jelly. We're going to a staff lunch today. Or not a staff, we're going to a show lunch.
Yeah.
Big difference.
How about that?
Big difference.
You know, mint jelly doesn't seem the most appetizing.
Well,
when I think about it.
Well, my mom
and
was
jelly,
a big
you put them
believer.
together?
Yeah. Young Tone, do you know about the mint jelly and the lamb? You know about this?
I've had lamb, not with mint and jelly.
John Joe? What?
Ooh.
Oh, John Joe, I would have thought it would have been a Sunday Irish thing with the cabbage and all that. No? Oh, yeah. Lamb. Because, my mom used to just drop the slab of lamb on our plate, not necessarily the highest grade, and slap a little mint jelly on it and say, go after it. I'm like, what's going on here? Why is this green?
Mint
and I
jelly.
can't think of any other use for mint jelly. Any other use than lamb. Overnight Dave chimed in and said he's a mint jelly lamb guy.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway,
bad.
where do you come down on lamb, Tone? Will you have it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my preference, but I've had it before. It's fine.
You got a few extra bucks in your pocket and you want a special occasion, free plug. Right around the corner, Kakari, one of the best restaurants in town. They'll cook you up some nice lamb.
Ooh.
Yeah.
See, Murph.
Yeah, they'll hit you with a bill now.
Of course.
They hit you with a bill.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
They ain't giving those things away for free. But I'm down with the lamb chop. I'll throw a rack of lamb on my smoker, smoke up some
You
lamb.
will?
Oh, yeah. I've done lamb before, definitely.
Okay, so if it's
I've done it a few times.
smoked lamb is appealing. Now, that sounds appealing to me.
Oh, yeah. It turns out delicious.
Okay.
But I also have a take that I don't want lamb with any of my other meat. Pause. Now, I say this when I go to Mongolian barbecue. You ever been to a Mongolian
Yes,
barbecue?
I have, yes.
And like you get the noodles and you stack up your
Pack
meat.
it all in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's always been something weird about mixing in the lamb with my beef and my chicken. I'll do beef, chicken, and pork in my bowl, but I don't want the lamb touching my other meat. Once again, pause.
So your lamb only.
Lamb's got to be
I
a
gotcha.
solo mission, if you get what I'm saying.
See, here we go. I knew this would strike a nerve. Here comes the text line on lamb. Okay, here's somebody 650. This is from the UK. Lamb and mint jelly is the bomb, but yes, never anywhere else. Somebody says they've thrown their mom threw mint jelly on some short ribs. 707, you stand alone.
I like short ribs.
Here's a guy, 707. I celebrini lamb at least once a week. I love lamb. 925 says mint jelly with lamb is definitely old school. Nobody uses it anymore. Well, my mom was born in 1931. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, work with us.
So she grew up in the Depression. They were throwing mint jelly on lamb. 707 says a lamb shank with mashed potatoes and gravy is outstanding. And another 707 says, my great-grandma always made leg of lamb with mint jelly. I hated it as a kid. I love it now. So, I don't know where we're going to lunch today. We'll see if they have some lamb and mint jelly.
We'll see what's on the menu.
Anyway, back to Jake Lamb.
Yeah.
I'm not anticipating anything. So now we're at the point now where I'm starting to say this about the Giants and Buster Posey. I don't have this on source. I haven't done the legwork. I haven't done the reporting. I should, but I'm just telling you what I know from having lived a little. Shout out Gary Radnish. It's clear to me that ownership has told him, that's your budget. That's it, buddy. That's all you got. Because they're at a 181, I think I'm seeing on. I mean, it gets very complex when you figure in this payrolls. But right now I'm seeing 181 is where they're at. And Andy Bagley reported in December, the Giants have told Buster, hey, man, you can't break the bank this year. We got to keep it under a certain number. It's depressing to hear this. I understand. The Dodgers have Joe Lacob the numbers into oblivion. They've just destroyed what you think a payroll should be. They are, and they're doing it, and Andrew Friedman's bragging about it. He's saying this is what we do for our fans because we love you so much. They own the country of Japan. They own the country of Japan, and all of Japan's money, all the sponsorship money is just pouring into LA. They're just sending Venmos from Japan every day. Can we put my ad? Can I advertise my Japanese company on your wall, please? And the Dodgers are like, yes, here's my Venmo. Mm-hmm. So they are just killing it. They're in a totally different world than the Giants. And the Giants down around 180, which is a good number. I mean, talk to an A's fan. What would they do for 180, right?
Oh.
Well, 180 is going to put you like in the 8 to 12 range, you know? And maybe that's what the Giants are trying to be, that 8 to 12 team, because if 6 teams from each league make it, that's 12 playoff spots. You're trying to be a top 12 team in baseball. But I just feel like they've hit their ceiling. Now, Buster could be listening right now and say, you don't know what the blank you're talking about. I have a check. We might sign Pete Alonso. We might sign, I don't know who. Alonso's really the only guy out there.
Yeah, and I think that's why people are upset with the Jake Lamb signing. But real quick, I do want to address your first statement about rolling back the payroll a little bit. They're doing that in the same offseason that they handed out the biggest contract in franchise history. So we also have to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
And if you do want to look at the last
umbrella, though, of reaching 181.
Correct.
Yes.
They're still not spending Dodger money or New York Mets money.
Or even what they spent last year.
But I will say, yeah, you throw in last year, and I know now
Blake
we're mixing
Snell,
regimes.
et cetera.
The Giants have spent the third most money in baseball over the 2 last off seasons. Only the Dodgers and Mets have spent more money.
Look at you. You're paying who? Am I talking to Larry Bear?
I know, dude. Let's get those beers down to $6, $7, Larry. What are we talking about? So I'm just playing devil's
you're
advocate.
Defending the Giants.
Yeah, exactly. I'm playing devil's advocate. Because people are like, oh, Buster doesn't want to spend any money. Well, he just gave out the biggest contract in franchise history to Willie Adames. And I know everybody's freaking out about the lack of signings. I'm one of the guys that includes the Matt Chapman extension as part of the Buster Posey regime. So I give him credit for that also. But again, I think the biggest issue when you see guys like Jake Lamb signed to this one-year deal is Pete Alonso still out there on the market.
Well, again, now, do you sign Alonso and block Eldridge?
Well, here's the thing, Murph, because Scott Boras is asking for the moon for Pete Alonso.
Did you see the Steve Cohen thing over the weekend?
Surprise. Yeah, Steve Cohen's talking about how stressed out he is.
Steve Cohen at the, what they called it, Amazing Day or something, what their fan fest is, and he spoke openly. According to Ken Rosenthal, he might have violated the collective bargaining agreement. I guess there's language in the that owners can't criticize a player's contract. Oh, you got the sound of Steve Cohen? I didn't know we had this. Look at us live producing. Mm-hmm. Steve Cohen, and apparently this brushes up against the ethics here. You can't try to damage a player's price. That violates the CBA. They're saying Steve Cohen might have done this here.
As we continue to bring in players, the reality is, it becomes harder to fit Pete into what is a very expensive, group of players that we already have. And that's where we are. And I'm being brutally honest. I don't like the negotiations. I don't like what's been presented to us. Listen, maybe that changes, and certainly, I'll always stay flexible. If it stays this way, I think we're going to have to get used to the fact that, we may have to go forward and with the existing players that we have.
And he got applause.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that? The New York media turning on Pete Alonso.
I had that fun trip to New York this past summer with the kids. We went to Cooperstown and then New York City and Boston. And we drove in, and I said to the kids, you guys got to hear a real sports talk radio station, WFAN. Well, I say that, of course, KNBR. We're very proud. I'm joking. What I mean is they have crazy callers.
Yes.
That's what I meant. And we're happy to have crazy callers. We love them, like the guy who called Papa from the prison and all that, and any of our fun callers, whether it's Jose from Oakland, blank you pay me, all that stuff. But it didn't disappoint. We got into the New York region. I put on WFAN, and they were talking about Pete Alonso for an hour straight. And they were just referring to him strictly as Pete, by the way. Here's the thing, here's my problem with Pete. I can't go forward with it. He's going to ask for too much money. Oh, no, I can't live without Pete. I need Pete. Another guy, let Pete go. We're going to sign Soto, which they did, by the way.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
So anyway, the point is Mets fans have a love-hate thing with him. Don't forget his home run against the Brewers was one of the greatest moments in recent Mets history.
Absolutely, right? Murph. And I like to throw this stat out there. The only man who has hit more home runs at the major league level since Pete Alonso made his debut is Aaron Judge.
Wow.
That's the kind of power that Pete Alonso has. So I've never been in the camp that Bryce Eldridge and Pete Alonso couldn't coexist together with the San Francisco Giants, especially with the DH in the National League. But I think it all comes down to Scott Boras and him wanting to get those big contracts and the length. But what did we see last year? Scott Boras have to settle. And that's why I just want to throw this thought out there. I know Buster Posey and this regime have kind of gotten away from the opt-out contracts. But I wouldn't mind throwing the bag at Pete Alonso saying, hey, come to town for a year or two. We'll give you the opt-outs, and that gives you that gap to get the Bryce Eldridge.
So you're saying they should be in and kicking around on Alonso. Listen, everybody would love it. If the problem is that you're trying to find a place for Pete Alonso and Bryce Eldridge, that's a good problem to have.
That's a great problem.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Giants ownership is telling them, hey, guys. Now, here's my big problem is, man, I thought when they built Mission Rock down there, they told us it was going to create revenue streams that was going to be able to compete with the best of the best, and that hasn't happened yet. Doesn't happen. You've been down there, though. You've been to Ike's.
Yeah.
They're opening. Larry tells me they're opening a bunch of stuff down there. Che Fico, which is that great restaurant, is opening it down there. They're opening some fancy bakery that has people lined up around the block.
Oh, we're a couple of days away from the Splash Bar opening right outside of Chase Center.
Did they give a date on that?
Oh, I think it's beginning of February.
Raymond, when do they open Splash Bar?
I want to be there. I want to cut the ribbon, Raymond.
All right, man. Anyway, just wanted to talk about the Giants there because FanFest, is it this Saturday in Sac? Is that what
That is correct.
Okay, we're not going, though.
At the Sacramento A's home ballpark.
Dude, I meant to mention that when I heard that.
Sacramento A's home ballpark.
First ever Fan Fest in another team's park. Ladies and gentlemen, Dodger Fan Fest. Come out to Angel Stadium on Saturday to see your Dodgers. I mean, seriously, it's like, Padres. You can visit them at the Arizona Diamondbacks Chase Field. I mean, it's like, what are we doing? What an insult to the A's, right?
Are the A's even going to have a fan fest up there?
They used to do it at Jack London Square. It was kind of fun.
Do the A's still have fans? And that's not a shot at the Oakland A's fans, but I know a lot of Oakland A's fans don't want to follow them to Sacramento.
They sold out. Sac sold out their season tickets.
Light the beam, baby. Light the beam. Logan Webb and all these Sacramento A's fans.
Light the beam.
Kings won on the road last night.
Oh, there it is.
There they go, man.
There's the beam back in our lives.
All right, man. Well, listen, we can return to that later on today. Mike Krukow at 7:30. That'll be fun. But the 49ers, have they already started their season off on the right foot? And are you feeling good? Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Ooh, you hear that? Those are the local boys. They'll be rocking Levi's Stadium this summer, and guess what? We got tickets for you right freaking now. You want to see Metallica? You want to see Pantera? You want to see Suicidal Tendencies asking for Pepsis? Call right now. Single-day tickets to see, 2 single-day tickets to see Metallica, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. That's the Sunday show, June 22 at Levi's. Should be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be in the round, 360 view, and that'll be awesome. So call John Joe right now. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's Stadium, June 22nd. Prize furnished by Live Nation, and they're on sale right now at livenation.com. Metallica. Oh, look it. Listen.
What's the matter? She goes, what's the matter with you? I go, there's nothing wrong, Mom. She goes, don't tell me that. You're on drugs. I go, no, Mom, I'm not on drugs. I'm okay. I'm just thinking, Why don't you give me a Pepsi?
There it
She goes,
is.
no, you're on drugs. I go, Mom, I'm okay. I'm just thinking. She goes, no, you're not thinking. You're on drugs. Normal people don't act that way. I go, Mom, just give me a Pepsi, please. All I want is a Pepsi. And she wouldn't give it to me. All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just one Pepsi. And she wouldn't give it to me. Just a Pepsi. She went to it with my teeth.
Is that how we did it, kids? Is how we did it in the 80s.
Insane, dude.
Yeah, man. You would have been in the mosh pit, buddy.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
yeah,
more
yeah.
and more I hear that, I don't think it's a skit. I don't think it's a bit. I think his mom really didn't get him that Pepsi.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got trauma for the rest of his life.
Pepsi is a metaphor for something.
Next thing you know, he's drop
Some sort of
kicking people in the
happiness.
middle of the pit.
Oh, dude, you get in that pit. It's every man for himself. Every man and one for himself.
Get in the pit and try to love
and
someone,
you
Murph.
said you and your brother are pit veterans,
Oh,
aren't
yeah.
they?
We used to hit the do-si-do every once in a while where we like swing each other around and launch each other into the other guy. Shout out my guy, Jose, offensive lineman from our football team. He used to pancake fools in the pit.
I can see like separated shoulders. You name
Dude,
it.
it gets dangerous in there sometimes.
Who are the bands that you would be pitting to?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I would just show up to like random events and my brother like, it's time to pit. Like we'd go to like EDM events and I don't even know who half the DJs are. Next thing I know, I'm in a pit. I'm at a Tyler, the Creator show. I'm in a pit. I mean, pits are everywhere now.
Yeah, well,
ASAP Rocky will have a mosh pit at his shows. Like rappers are doing mosh pits
given
now.
that most Suicidal Tendencies fans are like my age now, guys in their late 50s in the pit, that'd be a sight to see.
I got a blown out hip, torn ACLs. It's a bad look.
So, hey, also information from the great, and I mean the great Raymond Ritter on Splash, the new bar. Yes, thank you. Splash, the new bar down at Chase Center, right out there in Thrive City. Soft opening during All-Star Weekend, full public opening right after All-Star Weekend.
Oh, perfect. Right around the corner.
I mean, dude.
I mean, literally right around the corner from my house.
Marcus, he was like a freaking gold prospector, just hit a nugget when he bought that bought when he rented that place down in Potrero Hill, the flats of Potrero Hill, not the hill.
Yeah.
He's within stumbling distance of both Chase and Oracle Park.
There's gold in that hill, Murph.
Yeah, you want to see Jake Lamb, you can do it.
Which, by the way, since we're plugging Potrero Hill, shout out to my spot, bottom of the hill, where my guy Andre Nicotina is going to be hosting a concert next month or in a few months. Andre Nicotina is coming to bottom of the hill.
Do you have your tickets?
I got to get like VIP. I got to reserve front row. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, it's around the corner, bottom of the hill, cheap.
I bet Suicidal Tendencies played bottom of the hill.
They probably did.
Back in the day. Yeah.
She goes, no, you're not thinking, you're just.
Young Tone, do you like this?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, if I was in a mosh pit, this would be cool. So you got to pick your spots in the mosh pit, too. You cannot just get in there all the time.
1983, I want to say. Institutionalized, right? Name of the song? Right?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's not labeled. It just says Suicidal Tendencies song. I'm not sure.
Pepsi.
Somebody help us out on the text line.
I remember I was just absolutely, fame of the song was sampled by Cypress Hill. Okay, and Limp Bizkit and others.
Damn.
Popularly covered by, it also appears in Guitar Hero 2.
Ooh.
And there's some more, too. Iron Man, the movie Iron Man, Repo Man, Miami Vice, Beavis and Butthead. All sorts of stuff going on there. So there you go. Institutionalized by Suicidal Tendencies.
I was not familiar with their game.
The 49ers were teased. The 49ers will be delivered because since we last talked to you, this happened during our show in the 9 a.m. hour. Niners got their special teams guy. Now, if I was going to, I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew how good of a special teams coach Brant Boyer was going to be. But the most important thing, I think David Lombardi said it, is it's not what Brant Boyer's going to do. It's what Kyle Shanahan's going to do. He needs to, we talked about him reinventing himself, you know. Our defenses, you brought this up a lot during the season. Our defense is sniffing out the Kyle system, right? Have they caught up to him? Greg Olsen brought it up on Fox. Well, and then Steve Young came on KNBR and goes, yeah, well, part of the whole deal is reinventing yourself along the way. And I would say part of the reinvention has to be a dramatic shift in special teams emphasis. Bro, you got to go try to help that win a game instead of just saying, yeah, what's it called? Do no harm, the do no harm style or whatever. So David Lombardi spoke about this yesterday with us from the SF Standard, the 49er beat writer, on the Niners priorities here.
Brian Schneider was considered a really good coordinator before he came to the 49ers. Mm-hmm. He had a 10-year run in Seattle that was highly successful. I mean, the 49ers played those Seahawks and seemed to always get victimized on special teams. So to me, the coordinator can be really good, but if the top-down focus is not there on special teams, I'm not just talking about signing guys, I'm talking about in-game focus isn't there on special teams. Shanahan has to be thinking special teams needs to win us games instead of saying special teams just needs to not screw it up. They haven't called a fake punt in all of Shanahan here. You know, when's the last time that we saw the 49ers do something out of the box creative on special teams? The one fake punt they ran was an improv play from Mitch Wishnowsky. So I think that focus has to change for the 49ers because I think subconsciously special teams responds. You know, Bill Belichick teams always excelled in that phase of the game because he was obsessed with special teams. So you've got to project that energy from the top down. But you do have a good coordinator. I just think that the coach has to be as invested as the coordinator.
I mean, they have not run a single fake punt in the Kyle Shanahan era, except for an accidental one on a botched snap.
And that was like Kyle's first year, right?
That doesn't even count as a fake punt, does it?
Not really, no.
Yeah. So, I mean, guys, it's a weapon in your arsenal you got to use. And I would call on Kyle Shanahan to change his priorities.
I mean, especially when you have such a creative mind like Kyle Shanahan, when we give him so much praise for the ability to draw up plays and get guys open, you would think some of that creativity would lead to maybe a few special teams plays, right?
It really is an ego thing for him, where he believes that his offense is so good, he doesn't need it. He honestly he views it that way. I mean, I'm saying that just I'm not criticizing him in that way. I'm just describing him. He really is. I mean, one of Kyle's qualities is his quote-unquote self-confidence. Some would say cockiness, you know, and it works. I mean, to be like, yeah, look at my results. My offenses are always the best. But he's got to realize that, you know, hey, if guys are catching up, or why don't I just be the best possible team in all three facets instead of just two facets?
And we talked about the comments that were posted by our guy Hutch Diesel, some old quotes from Kyle Shanahan addressing the special teams unit, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, look, we don't want to trick people into winning games. And I started thinking about that. I was like, wait, isn't running a play action pass kind of tricking the defense? Isn't like the wide orbit motion in the backfield trying to trick the defense?
Who was it? Did McAfee throw a touchdown pass?
Yeah. McAfee had a game where he ran for a touchdown, caught a touchdown pass, and threw a touchdown pass.
Did they run one what about the play where Jennings caught the touchdown in the Super Bowl? Wasn't that Jennings threw the touchdown to McCaffrey in the Super Bowl.
I think you're right.
That was a trick play, right?
I mean, Deebo Samuel lining up in the backfield, that's getting a little tricky, right?
Yeah.
So, like, those are aspects of your game where you are trying to fool the defense. Why not fool the defense on special teams?
So, anyway, you got another Lombardi cut there, Tone? Which one is it? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the Pat McAfee. My bad. So, I guess believe it or not, Pat McAfee had a take on Brant Boyer. I guess Boyer was at Indianapolis 2012 to 2015. We all know Pat McAfee wearing the tank top and swearing on ESPN, doing his thing, is a special teams guy, former punter in the NFL. I wonder how many people know that, by the way. You know, they all know Pat McAfee, the star. I wonder if they knew he was a punter.
That's true. Young Tony, do you remember Pat McAfee as a punter?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because he talks about it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you know before the show that he was a punter?
No.
Okay. That's interesting because I remember him and my guy Marquette King, former punter for the Raiders. They were like the two swaggiest punters in the league. And my guy Marquette King was getting penalties for celebrating. And then next thing you know, here's Pat McAfee doing the Money McMahon walk on the field, and he started celebrating a little bit also.
Marquette King, former Supercut Take a Cut Challenge veteran down here at Oracle Park here, buddy.
Wow, what an honor.
Yeah, he used to be down there taking his hacks. Pearly Hammer. We have Marquette King. He's going to come out. I remember when McAfee left, he kind of left football a little early, I want to say, and said he was joining Barstool. I remember thinking it was one of the strangest stories I'd ever heard. I'm like, wait, the Colts punter is leaving to come become a personality?
He's doing like a Barstool Sirius XM show.
Who's laughing now, baby? What's that W-2 looking like for Pat McAfee? He is an American entrepreneur. He knows what he's doing. He was 29 years old when he left football.
That early?
Yeah, 29.
As a punter?
Yeah.
Usually guys punt to like 50.
He was a first-team All-Pro punter in 2014 and a Pro Bowler in 2016.
Wow.
And he walked away, and they said he's joining Barstool.
Damn.
Which Barstool in 2016 was known, but not nearly what it is.
As big.
But I remember thinking, honestly, the Colts punter? Anyway, he was hyped on Brant Boyer because Brant Boyer was there when he was there.
Holy shit.
Our guy.
This guy's a beast. He was at the Jets, and I think even the Jets fans would say there was a lot that went wrong with our team. Our special teams was great. Blocking kicks, taking kicks to the house, throwbacks, you name it. Boyer's a dog. He played in the NFL 13 years as a teamer, I believe, back whenever it was CTE era. And he's wedge buster, this guy, as a teamer. Absolute beast. Stud. Great coach. Players love him because he was a player and he has that mentality, but he's obviously very good at his gig. So you got Shanahan, Salah, and Boyer. That is a great setup for the Niners to bounce back. Christian McCaffrey just going to be okay.
We'll see.
Achilles tendonitis is just going to be all
Can
right.
they keep the roster together too? Can they keep everybody, or are they going to lose anybody big?
That's the convo with Purdy now. Is like if they pay him normally that first year, right? Because you can front load it and have so many signing bonuses. Like the first year might not be affected this upcoming year, but like it's the years after.
Look at these guys talking about our Niners. So anyway, there you go, man. Brant Boyer is here, and they got Robert Saleh. So I kept talking last year, the bummer summer. Well, not so far, not a bummer winter. I was a little stressed midweek last week when the Saleh thing was coming down to it. And Barrows and Mayoko have written, it was close. He was close to Jacksonville. He really was. And I mean, I don't want to say they lucked out because they got their guy.
Yeah.
All that matters is getting your guy.
But they were that close to Robert Saleh saying, Duval.
I thought about that, too.
Duval.
Yeah, that guy was as cringy as me trying to be cool. All right, guys, here's the deal. Mike Krukow is next. We love it. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Duval.
All right, Invisalign. Ooh, did I talk over that read there? Yeah. Nothing left to do but smile, smile, smile. Grateful Dead sang that, and now Invisalign says the same thing. Fix your smile with Invisalign clear aligners. All right? We got 2 teenagers in the Murphy household using them, making those teeth as pretty as possible. I have 2 grown relatives who use Invisalign clear aligners. So it doesn't matter what age you are. If, in fact, your teeth have always kind of bothered you on some level, like, I kind of want to fix that, it's not too late. It's never too late. And, of course, for your teenagers, it's a no-brainer. You can wear them all day. Wear them as mouth guards in basketball even. Keep wearing your Invisalign, right? And Invisalign clear aligners is the place to go because with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So says the 13-year-old. So it's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign clear aligners. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Since we last talked to Mike, Marcus went down to FanFest in San Jose, got another taste of the Giants and Giants fans. Giants signed a minor league contract with former All-Star Jake Lamb, and Mike got to watch some football, too. So good morning on the UMA guest line, Mike Krukow. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. We just keep inching closer every day. We're starting to sniff the barn. I mean, for lifers, it's right after New Year's. You start thinking about the next season, about where you're at. Players right now, man, they're cranking it up. It's just fun. It's a fun time of year. But all about football. But down beneath, underlying the headlines, there's a lot of work going on right now in every player's household getting ready for the next season.
Well, Marcus was down in San Jose. I'd love you to share a tale with Mike about what you saw or what was the best thing you saw down there.
Yeah, Mike, there was a lot of excitement, and without question, the star of the show was Willie Adames, and his personality was on full display. Giants fans had their jerseys. I met a kid named James. I asked him his favorite player, and he said, Willie Adames is already my favorite player. So that personality was definitely on display, and it seems like Giants fans are excited about this guy, Mike.
Well, they should be. He's the real deal, and he represents so many things. I think the last couple of years, the organization really had to find out what they had in their system. They had to find out about the players that they had, about what they could do. They debuted a ton of guys last year. The fact that they did that and they were 2 games under 500 was pretty remarkable. But it was, when you start to crawl out of that mode where you have to develop your young players, you need a centerpiece. You need to have somebody who's got reputation, who has high expectation. And I can't stress that enough. You have to have players that have come from a winning culture. Now, obviously, there's a winning culture in San Francisco, their expectation. But it's been a while since the Giants can realistically say, you know what, we have a team that can compete with the Dodgers. And, you have to have your players develop, and you have to bring in players who have that expectation and that winning culture. And that's what Adames represents. Plus, he's a Latin player. And if the Giants are going to get into this into the ability to be able to feel like they have a chance to win every year, they have to have a greater Latin presence. And that's just the way it is. I mean, the talent that is coming out of the Caribbean now and the Latin countries, I mean, it's significant. It's center of your rotation. It's the center of your lineup, and Adames represents that. And once one significant player of reputation comes to your organization like Adames, other players are going to want to do the same thing. So there's a huge significance with this guy. Not to mention he can play, and not to mention he's great in the clubhouse.
Yeah, Mike, and in fact, Andy Bagley wrote a story about how he drove 2.5 hours to be there when Yosuar de Jesus signed, the 17-year-old kid signed in the Dominican. So there you go. And speaking of which, I was going to ask you later, but you put it on a tee right now. Did you see last night this highlight going around from the Dominican World Series Game 7? This Rays infielder named Junior Caminero hit a solo homer in the 9th inning. And Mike set off what some are saying was the wildest home run trot in the history of baseball. They said they timed it. It was almost 59 seconds. The previous record in Major League Baseball was 37 seconds by Juan Soto. Mike, you've talked to us about playing down in there in the Caribbean, and last night was one of those nights. Did you see the highlight?
Oh, absolutely. I had about 20 people send it to me. And they wanted to hear my reaction, and I mean, those days of being upset is gone. And I mean, given the situation, I mean, it was the home run that decided the game, and the place went crazy. You have to understand the culture of baseball in the Latin countries is completely different than the culture of baseball in the States. It's just music and celebration and color. And, when you hit a home run, I mean, it's a macho thing. It's, the showing the other guy up. That started 30 years ago, maybe longer. And talk about it. And we had a conversation about the WBC last time they played. And I'll never forget, I was watching 2 games. The first game was, Venezuela against the Dominican, and it was being played in Miami. And most of the people that were there were Latin, and it was just a party. Drums, they were singing, and then the game was going on. And I mean, and every home run. I mean, the guys were pimping and walking out of the box on singles. It was the damnedest thing I ever saw. But it was a scene, and it was a party. And then the next game we saw was Canada I think it was England, Britain against the U.S. in Arizona. And it was like a funeral. I mean, it was like a Norman Rockwell painting. There was just not a lot going on with the game, right? So it's 2 different cultural expressions of how to play the game. And you really can't, get upset about what you see now because it's been going on for so long now. I mean, I think 59 seconds is excessive, but, I did watch it a couple times and I had to laugh. I mean, what are you going to do about it? You can't, knock somebody down? I mean, those days are over.
By the way, I think like 30 of the 59 are him between home and first because he's dapping up everybody on his team before he even gets to first base. And he throws the bat. I want to
see all the scouts in the stands, see what their times were from home to first.
He throws the bat so high in the air. I don't know if it ever came down. It's so high. But Mike, you've told the story so many times through the years, but I'm sorry I didn't. Where was the exact place you played your winter ball?
I played for Caguas in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, okay.
And the thing about Caguas that year is they were renovating their stadium, so we didn't play in Caguas. We played in Santurce, which was in San Juan. We lived in San Juan, and it was just fun. I mean, we had Mondays and Fridays off. I was in the starting rotation pitched once a week. We won the whole thing. And the only time we ever went to Caguas was after we clinched the championship. And Caguas is like in the center of Puerto Rico. It's kind of a farming community. But we get into the center of town. It was square. Well, it was a rectangle, and they had this big fountain in the middle of it. And they had right there at one end of the plaza there, they had the city hall, and they had this great big balcony that we all stood out there, and it was a sea of people. And then when we left the balcony and got into the crowd, they raised us up on their shoulders, and we started going in circles around the fountain, and I swear it was like we won the revolution. It was the damnest thing I ever was part of. But more fun. Oh my God, it was great.
So do you, when the Giants have a Puerto Rican player like Elliot Ramos, even Angel Pagan back in the day, is that a little extra bond? You're like, hey, man, I played, and they know where you played and everything. You have a little extra bond with those guys?
Oh, of course. And it means something to them that you were on a team and you were a campeone. I mean, if you win a championship and go into the Caribbean World Series, I mean, that's a big deal. And it does link you to the players who are playing in the league now. It was a little different then because we weren't making a lot of money at the big league level. And so a lot of big leaguers were playing. I mean, I thought that the team I played on in Cogos was better than the team that I played on that year when I broke in Chicago. Seriously.
Who'd you have?
Well, our rotation was Mike Cuellar and Ed Figueroa, myself, Dennis Martinez.
Ooh.
And then we had John Walkenfuss and Kurt Bavak who really tore it up that year. But we had Felix Millan. Eddie Murray was at first base. He was just learning how to switch hit that time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and then Jose Cruz, who was the MVP of the league, Sixto Lescano.
Sisto Lescano. Oh, my God.
It was a great team.
We're stacked. Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh, that's great. Well, anyway, that was last night. If everybody missed it, it was Junior Caminero hit a go-ahead. And by the way, I think it was only the top of the ninth.
Yeah.
I heard
they still had to play the bottom.
That's what makes it a little crazier, Mike. The guy who's closing out the night is like, man, I better close this thing out, right?
Yo, you got to. If you're the closer there, you got a deal. You're gonna get shot.
Incredible, man. All right, well, listen, that was really, really fun. I mean, listen, the Giants signed Jake Lamb to a minor league deal. I don't see that as a huge impact move. He was out of the bigs last year. I don't know if there's, Giants fans, I think maybe, Mike, are still waiting for another big move. They're a little disappointed at some small moves. Joey Lucchesi, Jake Lamb. I'm starting to get the sense that the big moves might be done. What do you think?
I don't think so. There's a lot to do, and this is going to go on all the way through spring training. By way of free trades, I think that they have moves to make. But they got to see what they have, too. I mean, the biggest question mark coming into this season is a bigger question mark than we've had for a while. And it's how have your rookies and your young players, how have they progressed? How much better have they gotten coming into spring from last year? After what they experienced last year, what did they learn? What did they do to get better coming into the season? And that's the biggest question around this club. And I think it's a bigger question than any other team in the division. And and if you compare it, that expectation of what your younger players have done, I think it's as big as anywhere in baseball. So it's a big deal. So that's going to determine some other moves that they make once they get them all in camp.
Mike, two of those young guys that you mentioned, or I guess you're alluding to, are also on the pitching staff. We had them at San Jose Fan Fest this past weekend, Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop. And they both talked about the competition among the young pitchers in the system, and they both said they want to compete for that last spot. Now, they also talked about focusing on throwing more strikes this offseason. Is that the biggest key in their development moving forward this year?
Yeah, you throw more strikes because you believe in your stuff. The big thing that young pitchers all fall into, for the most part, there are exceptions, but for the most part, guys get up there and they think they have to be better than they've been, and they don't trust their fastball. They don't challenge. They nibble with it. And there comes a point in time you have to say to yourself, well, I can pitch here. Screw that. Hit this. And it changes your whole mentality. And that's the day, you really cross that threshold from minor league pitcher to big league pitcher. And those two guys, I think they're gonna be very aggressive with their fastballs. A lot of guys are. I mean, that's the strength of this organization right now, these young arms coming up. And they've got to have that attitude, that screw you attitude on that fastball. And that is so significant in their development. And once they get that, then look out.
All right, Mike, finally, what'd you think? Chiefs, Eagles, nobody wanted it. We all wanted Commanders, Bills, but Mahomes has a chance to make history, and poor Josh Allen, great player, now has lost 4 times to Mahomes.
Yeah, I know. He's a California kid, too. I root for him hard. And I wanted the Bills to get there, and I wanted to see the Commanders, too. I mean, Daniels, oh, my God, is he going to be good or what?
California kid. Shaden Daniels down there, Southern California kid. Mm-hmm.
So California is well represented, but I don't know how you beat Mahomes and that crew. I mean, I thought they were done. I had Mahomes this year in fantasy, and he didn't have a good year. And I'm thinking, they had a lot of close games, but they won. and that's what they do. They win, and that's what great teams do. So it's going to be hard to bet against KC. But I'm rooting for Philly.
Are you? Oh, yeah, you played there, right, obviously. So we'll revisit that maybe next Thursday before the game. So just fun catching up from over the weekend, talking a little Dominican ball, and just chewing the fat. So have a great Tuesday, Mike. We'll talk to you Thursday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. You guys see that Junior Caminero toss?
Yeah, dude.
What's funny is it's the top of the ninth. Mm-hmm. Bro, he acted like it was a walk-off.
Yeah, dude.
Not
that was one hell of a celebration. And by the way, Junior is one hell of a player, one of the top prospects in the race system. That guy's going to be a dude at the big league level.
Were there any Giants? I was trying to see. Did you see a box score? Any Giants in there?
I got to say, my one gripe with all of this, why wasn't that game on MLB Network last night?
Yeah,
and like Murph,
ESPN even.
Well, like Murph, you know me. Like I got a couple streaming sites. I couldn't find the game because I sat down and I was like, all right, I got Clay dropping 7 3-pointers in the first quarter. I got my guy Macklin celebrating in the third period, but I need a little ball tonight. I couldn't find that game on TV.
And by the way, there's just no way we'll ever reach that level of enthusiasm in a game. It's just cultural. We're just, again, it 2 days in a row, I'm going to tell you, blame the Pilgrims. I'm telling you guys, they're walking up with their hats and their buckles, telling everybody no fun. They're like, they got off the boat, they're like, no fun.
Yeah, no pimping home runs in my country.
Definitely no sex. And no fun at all.
That's no fun at all, Murph.
Reason why this whole country has a hang-up for 400 years, these guys with their hats and their belts.
Oh, jeez.
All that stuff. So, but I digress. Mike is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, the big hit. We've talked about each team so far on the show. The Warriors and the frustration of banging their head against that 11th place spot. The Giants and the frustration of no move. So in your opinion, which team needs to make a bigger move? Who needs to make a splash more, the Warriors or the Giants? 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's the big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have 2 new contests this week. We are giving away single-day tickets to Metallica. We already gave those away. Shout out Hank in Sunnyvale. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson. Shout out Lexington, Kentucky. That is going to be at Levi Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million members. And guess what? The big game is almost here. So it's now or never to join us on Prize Picks. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game. And check this out. For the big game, you can hit on this promo of only needing Patrick Mahomes to pass for 1 single yard. Yes, it's as simple as that. So start thinking about your lineup now, and there are plenty of options. Whether or not you think Saquon Barkley will rush for more than 112 yards, will Jalen Hurts pass for more than 215 yards, will Travis Kelce pass for more than 62.5 yards. Should I say catch for more than 2.5 yards? 62.5. You get what I'm saying. I'm asking all these questions. Hell, who knows if we find out who the father is for Tim's baby on Dirty Work. These are all questions that you can have answered on Prize Picks by downloading the Prize Pick app and using the code word LEADER to get a $50 bonus when you play your first $5 lineup, folks. It's as simple as that. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility on allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done.
I'm starting to get the sense that the big moves might be done. What do you think?
Well, I don't think so. There's a lot to do, and this is going to go on all the way through spring training. By way of free trades, I think that they have moves to make, but they got to see what they have too. I mean, the biggest question mark coming into this season is a bigger question mark than we've had for a while. And it's how have your rookies and your young players, how have they progressed?
Well, there it is. Mike Krukow, and of course, prior to that, the Warriors' Steph Curry talking about the possibility of trades. That's our big hit today as we sit here with both teams sort of frustrating their fan bases. Who needs to make a move more immediately? The Golden State Warriors with the trade deadline a week from Thursday as they idle in the 11th spot, or the San Francisco Giants, who excited you when they signed Willie Adames, bummed you when they didn't get Corbin Burns, kind of excited you when they signed Justin Verlander, especially when he was on the press conference with his Kate Upton as his Zoom handle. But now where they're at, is there more coming? So 808 KNBR, let's chew the fat, let's have fun. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, behind the glass, young Tony Farias. You can see him doing his thing, handing out tickets like a fool. And then John Joe Curley behind him, answering your calls at 808 KNBR. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Mike Silver at 850. After he was busy hobnobbing with Patty Mahomes.
Hobnobbing.
Down in his locker.
That's a good word.
He made sure to get that picture out on his social media. Dude, that's me talking to Mahomes right there. Dude, take the picture. So, well, anyway, here we are, guys. And why don't we let Rick from Hayward start us off here? He called in at 808 KNBR. So Rick has thoughts on the Giants and the Warriors and the frustration of needing to make a move. Rick, good morning. What do you got, buddy?
What's up, Rick?
Good morning. Hey, man. How you guys doing? Yeah, I think it's just too late for the Warriors. I basically told your call screener that exactly what Steph just said. Desperate moves would ruin the franchise moving forward, and it doesn't make any sense. And, I think the run is over, honestly, for the Warriors. I think they had a great run, and now it's time to rebuild. It happens to every team. Look at San Jose Sharks. I mean, they're in year 6 of probably a 10-year rebuild to get back to the playoffs, and they're doing it the right way. The Giants, when Buster Posey came in, he talked about trades as a means to getting the team back to playoff contention. Have we seen any trades? I mean, other than trades are hard, according to Buster now, as where he said that's how they would do it. And Greg Johnson coming out and saying that, the team was all in last year at $252 million and that they'd lose money. This is what he told Tim Kawakami, that they'd lose money unless they made the World Series. And now they're $20 million under and going after guys like Jake Lamb the guy hasn't had a good season since he tore his shoulder up in 2017. This is ridiculous. We have one position player, Willie Adames, and a 42-year-old Justin Verlander. That's it. I mean, this is ridiculous. We have nobody left in the free agent starting pitching. Flaherty. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they basically just going to go into the season with Harrison and Hicks as your 4 and 5?
Yeah, Rick. Hey, good takes, man. Strong takes on everything, and I appreciate it. I would ask you though, do you feel like Elliot Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, Luis Matos, those guys don't give you any hope? Bryce Eldridge, Patrick Bailey, that they're slowly rebuilding through the farm system?
Okay. Fitzgerald, he hits 11 of his 15 home runs in 17 games. The other 243 at bats, he hit 4 home runs. That's 1 home run every 62 and a half at bats. Patrick Bailey was 170 hitter after the All-Star break. Same thing goes for Ramos. Ramos tore it up before the All-Star break, had 8 home runs, 34 RBIs after the All-Star break. Every position you look at on the team, Lee, he had 151 bats, had 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. I mean, every position you could go through, and there's a question mark.
Well, not Rick. It's not third base and shortstop, right? In fairness, right?
And defensively, right. Rick, also Patrick true. Bailey is a Gold Glove catcher. Yeah, he brings a lot of value behind the plate.
Rick, listen, I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate for fun. I mean, they won 80 games last year, right? And they weren't that good. They were kind of uninspiring. Would you say, what do they need to do to sneak into a wild card? Is it 87, 88? Is that it? So
I think 88 wins.
Because Rick, we agree they're not winning the West, right? We agree.
No,
they're not winning the West. No. So thank God for the wild card, right? So now you have a chance to get in, right? So I remember being bummed at the wild card because I thought it would give owners an excuse. Expanding the wild card to 3, give owners an excuse to not overspend because you can get in with 86, 87, 88, and look, this is how it's playing out right now. By the way, other than the Dodgers, who are just inexplicably doing everything a fan ever dreamed about and just doing everything they can to be the best team they could be, kind of like Joe Lacob in the late 2010s. But so get to 86, 87, 88. I'm wondering how much Buster feels like they can get there by just playing and developing their players better, playing the game better, taking the 90 feet, all that stuff. Like, what is the difference between 80 and 88? Like, is it Pete Alonso? Is it a player? Or is it just playing the game better, like developing your players?
Yeah, that's the key to me. Go ahead, Rick.
What I have to say about that, you got an offense that hit 177 home runs and drove in 700 runs last year. They're not going to get up to 805 when they were 107 in 2021. They just don't have the players. So right now, you have to look at the starting pitching. That's it. You can't. I don't see how they're going to go out and get anybody that's going to make a difference on the offensive side right now to get them back to the hitting power.
Undeniably, Pete Alonso would add. There's no denying that, right? Pete Alonso.
Yeah, he would add it, but how many errors would he create?
I haven't studied his work at the one back. Hey, listen, it's a really good call. Don't be a stranger, and you express some true faults of each team, man. So thanks for the call, Rick.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
I love Rick calling in because he had the data ready to go. He went take that for data on us.
How about if you take that for data?
Yeah, take that for data. How about that?
That stuff about Tyler Fitzgerald having a home run binge and then dropping off the cliff.
Look, and he's absolutely right. And I know there's some concerns about how the season ended for Tyler Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos. We also got to remind ourselves that they made their MLB debut, and the rest of the league now has an opportunity to get a book on them. It's also more games than they played in a regular season than they ever had in the minor leagues. So those take into effect of all. Not saying that those are excuses, but we just had MLB Network list Tyler Fitzgerald as the 6th best second baseman in baseball. Now, I don't know if I agree with that ranking, but it's because he does have 2020 potential. Elliot Ramos, we saw him make the leap and become an all-star last year. And I know people want to see Patrick Bailey do more with the bat, but if you have a Gold Glove catcher, that's a guy that's going to command your staff for the next decade plus. So there are pieces to build on. Everybody wants a Pete Alonso. Everybody wants a Juan Soto. Everybody wants an Aaron Judge. But to me, I don't think the situation is as urgent for the Giants compared to the Warriors right now, if we want to circle back to that conversation about who needs to make a move more, the Warriors or the Giants.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, that is kind of how we presented the whole thing, was who needs to make a move better, more, the Warriors or the Giants. And we can get frustrated about the Warriors. But since we're on the Giants right now, 650 texts in and says the final out of the 2014 World Series had 7 homegrown players on the field. That's what Buster's trying to get back to. I think that's his general thing. And obviously, I think that's what most good teams do. They build through, the Warriors. Steph, Clay, and Draymond were all homegrown players, right? Only Kevin Durant was the mercenary who came in from the outside, and they won a championship and won 73 without Kevin Durant, and should have won the 2016 title. But so that's what he's trying to get back to. The question is, how patient will you be? Like, here's a text, 530 says, I think Posey's being set up to fail by the owners and was only hired to justify the lack of action in the free agent market. The hiring of Posey buys time as no one will call for his head. So, I mean, that's, obviously that's getting into sinister thoughts of let's use Buster Posey to buy us a couple of years. I mean, I'd like to think that Buster Posey is a smart guy who looked Greg Johnson in the eye and says, I don't think Buster's like, just give me the gig because I want the gig. I think Buster's like, I want to build a winner. I want to be a champion. How are we going to go about this? Has he made that trade we wanted? No. He did, just like Farhan didn't make the trade we wanted. Not so far. I want to go back to when he signed Willie Adames, how excited we were. We were like, whoa, this guy's getting stuff done. Look at that. And then cold. Corbin Burns was then the next thing. Get Corbin Burns. Yeah. Get Corbin Burns. Get Corbin Burns. And he didn't get Corbin Burns. And now we wonder, was that because Greg Johnson said don't spend that money? Or was it because he doesn't want a 2-year opt-out deal?
Yeah, and those are the questions and concern. And to your point, we have seen Buster Posey come into this role and hand out the largest contract in franchise history to Willie Adames. But there hasn't been a lot outside of that. But also, Buster Posey's not going to sit there and look at the organization as buying players as the key to winning championships. It's all about pitching and defense and developing the talent in your own system. That's why going into the season, I wouldn't be mad if your outfield is Elliot Ramos, Jung-Ho Lee, and Luis Matos in right field. Now, Luis Matos has to earn that job in spring training. But I'm hoping with Buster Posey that he's at least going to give these guys a longer leash, where Luis Matos is being sent down 2 weeks after being named NL Player of the Week. And I think that's all part of the development. And I know people wanted Corbin Burns. Buster Posey also looks at this farm system with the amount of pitching that they have. And whether we're talking about Birdsong or Kyle Harrison or Landon Roop or Carson Whisenhunt, who I'm still high on, there are more arms in the system. So I'm not freaking out about missing out on one of these aces. Yes, it would help you compete against the Dodgers right now, but I think Buster is more focused about building blocks for 5-6 years down the road, which I know people don't want to hear, instead of going all in to try to win this offseason.
Okay, all good. I'm with you. Now, the only question is the old line, hope is not a strategy.
A lot of hope. A lot of hope.
But I'm with you, but it's interesting. 415 with an interesting text that takes us in a slightly different direction. He says, hey, if they're going to stink, will they at least lower the prices of food? And you go, ha ha, he's just joking. No, I just got a text from my man P1 Chuck out in South Carolina. He used to live in the Bay Area, moved out to Charleston. He's an Orioles fan. He just sent me this. The Baltimore Orioles are the latest team to implement new concession prices with $5 beers.
Let's go.
$4 hot dogs.
Woo-hoo.
$2.50 for peanuts, $3.50 for popcorn, $4 for a bottled water, which is still a lot. And this guy, Joe Pomplano, who's an Orioles reporter, said this is becoming a trend in pro sports. And I know for a fact Larry Bear is not happy having 50,000 watts on the West saying, hey, look, make less money on your concessions. But I'm here to say it's not, and not just throw the Warriors, not throw the Giants under the bus, even
everybody.
the Warriors. We went to the Warriors game on MLK Day, and I brought 3 7th grade basketball players, and this one kid, Finn, he wanted popcorn. I said, let's go. He goes, oh, they have a Steph Curry bucket. Let's go for it's $18.50.
For popcorn?
No. It was just because Steph's face was on the bucket.
Well, I hope there was popcorn in the bucket.
Yeah, there was. But you know, I said, do you know what the overhead is on that? I used to work in a movie theater when in high school. You guys know the legendary Mr. Money and all his politically incorrect joke. So we used to grab those bags of popcorn, those big, giant, those things, got those things for like 5 cents. And we just dump them in the vat and heat them up. You know what I mean? It's like, honestly.
It's ridiculous.
Common sense. And God bless the Orioles for doing this. The Falcons did it too. And I know the Giants are like, oh, really? Why don't you take less money? Well, why don't you just, be a family-friendly business? You're going to get more. It's almost like you got to bring A to get A. You will get more goodwill and more foot traffic if you do.
And your attendance numbers would be up.
I've gone in a different direction now. I know we were talking about the team, but I just want to react.
But you're right.
Because this guy texted in, will they lower the prices of food if we stink?
And we've heard this a lot with our texters and listeners of the shows about how it's not affordable anymore to go to a Giants game or a Warriors game or a 49er game.
You guys,
make it more family friendly, and the next thing you know, you got more people in the crowd.
I told you guys, when you check your bank account after going to a Warriors game or a Giants game, it's like a big dent. You're like, wait, where did I lose that money? Like, oh, I went to that Giants game or that Warriors game. Like, man, it's a day. You got kids, you bring in a family. It's brutal.
Dude, even as a single man, Murph.
Yeah.
I told you about my Jameson and ginger ale at Chase Center the other day, $24.
And yet we do it.
I could buy a bottle of Jameson for $24.
Yeah, no man.
What am I doing?
Anyway, I just wanted somebody sent that in, and then it brought up and the Orioles are good too, by the way. The Orioles are a fun team. Jordan in Alameda is talking about which team needs to make a bigger move, the Giants or the Warriors, but he wants to talk about the Giants. Jordan, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, Jordan?
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
What's up, man?
So I come at this from kind of a different view. What I've seen, I've been a Giants fan for 45 years, 50 years. And when you look at, say, the Dodgers, right? The Dodgers perennially always have these stock farm systems. And I'm looking at the Giants, and they keep being, the bridesmaid as far as going after these big free agents. And I'd rather see them take the money and go fleece like Tampa Bay or possibly the Dodgers or the Yankees or any of these farm systems, these drafting developments that they have, and fleece out their coaches, right? And fleece out their scouts. Because with the Giants, part of the thing that I think with the Giants is that ball players typically are used to warm weather. They're not used to San Francisco weather, especially cold nights, foggy nights. So we're already fighting the elements to try and get top talent to come to San Francisco, never mind everything else, downtown, all that kind of fun stuff. So to me, I think it's about drafting and development. The problem is that we cannot draft full-time ball players. Like we knew Buster was a home run hit when we drafted him. Like it was a given. This guy's going to make it. But how many guys have we drafted in the last 15 years, the number one picks? How many of them actually developed into something? And if any of them been an all-star, how long do we go to draft an all-star in the outfield?
Well, I'm looking just for fun. I just looked up the 2022 draft. Their first-round draft pick was Reggie Crawford. Now, that's a guy I think people were kind of high on.
I mean, there was a chance Reggie Crawford, if he didn't need to have Tommy John surgery last year, could have been a bullpen piece at the end of the year. He was killing it in the minor leagues. Their second-round
pick was Carson Whisenhunt. I'm just picking a year, 2022.
I'm a whiz head.
And Carson Whisenhunt can still be a guy. Their third-round pick was a pitcher from Gonzaga named William Kempner. I haven't heard of him. Fourth rounder was a pitcher named Spencer Miles. I haven't heard of him. Fifth rounder was a pitcher named Liam Sid. But their sixth rounder was Hayden Birdsong. And their eighth rounder was Wade Meckler. So, I mean, decent players, but you're saying not game changers.
Okay, so that's 1 year.
That's 1 year.
Let's go back. Let's talk about the first round picks.
Let's go.
Yeah, we can go with the Giants
15
taking Hunter Bishop over Corbin Carroll, something like that. That's what you're referencing, Jordan.
I'm just referencing probably most of them. I'm doing this. I'm unlike the gentleman who called earlier who definitely had the stat sheet.
2021. I went to 2021. It's almost misses all across the board. Will Bednar was their first round pick at 14. Matt Mikulski was their second round pick at 50. Mason Black was their third round pick. Their fourth round pick was a kid from high school kid named Eric Silva. Their fifth round pick was a kid from Yale named Rohan Honda. Yeah, none of these guys have contributed. So, yeah, it's been a problem. Landon Roop was a 12th
like as a longtime Giants fan, think of it this way, right? How often have you sat back and said, okay, I'm going to check out the rankings for the farm systems?
Yeah.
And you look at the Dodgers, or ESPN comes out with the top 100 prospects. Yep. And Dodgers, as an example, because this is just strictly drafting. They can't buy these free agents. They're drafting guys, and they perennially have top talent. And the Giants are lucky to get 2, 3. Pitching, we've got it. Full-time ball players, we don't do well.
Well, you know that deal they had until Elliot Ramos became their first homegrown all-star outfielder since Chili Davis. So, anyway, appreciate the call, Jordan. Thank you, buddy.
And Jordan brings up a good point, too. With the Dodgers farm system, it not only gives them homegrown players, but it gives them the ability to go out and make those trades and go get a Mookie Betts or whoever. And now I think maybe with the Giants signing Verlander, maybe it is more likely that maybe one of these young pitchers will be moved during the season, before the season. Everybody always throws out like Vladimir Guerrero's name out there. I would love to make a trade for him. I don't know how realistic that is, but I don't think just because Buster hasn't made a trade yet that it's going to prevent him from possibly making one during the season. Whether or not that includes maybe flipping a Justin Verlander for a couple of young prospects.
By the way, after the excitement of the early offseason, we've gotten into that freeze again. Alex Bregman, Pete Alonso, guys like that just freezing out. I hate that. Come on, man. Give me some action. By the way, 2019, just for fun. Hunter Bishop, first round. That's been, obviously, he was the 10th pick in the draft. Logan Wyatt is a first baseman from Louisville in the second round. And then Grant McCray out of high school in third round. I like Grant. I still have hopes for Grant McCray.
The McCray Army.
In the fourth rounder was Tyler Fitzgerald that year. So a couple of guys, but again, not the guys.
Yeah, like Ryan Walker was a good draft piece.
Austin Riley or somebody like that.
They're finding pieces. They just haven't found superstars. Who know if Bryce Eldridge is that guy?
And we thought Reggie Crawford might be.
Exactly. Right? But then, again, to that point, Bryce Eldridge is the only guy in the top 100 prospects that the Giants have.
All right, we'll continue the big hit on the other side. We started by asking who needs to make a bigger move, the Giants or the Warriors. It sounds like people are saying the Giants on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Take that for data.
All right, Tuesday morning in January, and we got Steve Moskowitz on the line. It's getting to be that time. Steve, you want to talk about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid taxes?
Of course, this is such a common situation. People don't have the money to pay their taxes, so they make a mistake and they don't file. And then the next year comes around, they say, well, how can they file year 2 if they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Then it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. You don't want some IRS agent knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. And it doesn't have to be. If you don't have the money, it's okay. We want to cut a deal for you. If you haven't filed the returns, it's okay. We'll file all the old back returns for you. What if you don't have your records? No problem. We get all the records the IRS and state has on you. If your bookkeeping's a mess or non-existent, that's okay. We have a whole bookkeeping department for you. If you say, you filed, but you feel like you'll never get out of this if you live to be 300, that's okay too. We want to make a deal for you, a sweet deal. The bottom line is, if you haven't filed your returns or you can't pay your taxes, whether you filed or not, we have a free consultation. There's a lot of good solutions. We've dedicated our professional lives to this 30 past years. The bottom line is just call us for our free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess and take over.
Awesome. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have 2 new contests this week. We were giving away tickets to see Metallica. Shout out Hank in Sunnyvale for winning those tickets. We are also giving away tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi Stadium on August 1st. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hours, so just stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. God, it's been dry, beautiful January for sure, but they say some rain might be coming in, brother. Here we are giving weather reports here on KNBR. But you got Warriors at Utah at the Warriors tonight. Utah's lost 6 in a row. Warriors better win this one, but man, oh man, my spirit was gutted Saturday night when I saw how much better the Lakers were than the Warriors. It was my Geno Smith scrambles into the end zone moment where I just like, the Niners, they're toast. The Warriors look like to be toast to me. But we asked the big hit. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was going to jump in. As you're resetting our big hit question, who needs to make the bigger move, the Warriors or the Giants? And I know we're getting a lot of calls right now about the Giants, but personally, I believe the Warriors are actually in a more desperate position to go out and make a move because of the timeline with Steph Curry.
Yeah, what's their goal? Like, I almost feel like they've just sort of settled. I told you guys a week or two ago, top 6 should be the goal, and then take your chances. And that's when they had won a couple in a row, and I was feeling good. But since the Kings game and the Laker game, I'm not feeling as good.
Yeah.
You can just see it. They are what they are. They're not. I don't think they're a top 16.
And I want to clarify because I think the Warriors need to make the bigger move, but I'm not sure they're going to make it at the trade deadline. I think this might just be a year where Steve Kerr, Steph, and Draymond and Joe Lacob have just kind of settled on the fact that maybe it is a reset year. Maybe this is just a 1-year off year where they have to reset the tax, not get below that luxury apron and all that nonsense when we're talking about salaries. So I think this is a reset, but I think this offseason, the Warriors need to go out and make a big move, and that would be my argument because of the Steph Curry timeline compared to the Giants right now, who I know we have Logan Webb as the face of the franchise, but he's not in that same tier, that same category of a Steph Curry.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they have a chance to blossom. I mean, Adamas is here for 7 years. Chapman's here for 6 years. No, those guys are 29, 30. Chapman's 31.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Not there. But anyway, point is, we put the phone out there. We put the question out there, and you guys are calling at 808-KNBR. So Dan in Mountain View has been waiting the longest. So Dan, good morning. You got thoughts, buddy. You got thoughts. What do you got?
Yeah, what's up, Dan?
Well, first of all, while I was on, I have to listen to KNBR all day today because while I was on hold, I heard the teaser that we're going to be talking about San Jose Sharks hockey later today on the station. So, and it only took Macklin Salabrini scoring a game winner against Sidney Crosby's Pittsburgh Penguins yesterday to get that to happen. So I have that to look forward to later.
That's
today.
it, Dan. Tell Sidney Crosby there's a new kid in the league.
Exactly.
I thought you were Dan. I thought you were riffing. As a guy who does, because the Sharks. But no, you're in. You're in for the Teal.
No, I am. Oh yeah, I'm going to be at the Canadiens game next week, and I'm super excited about that. We've got the 2 best rookies in the league playing against each other. So I don't want to. I don't want to get too off track. Look, sometimes the best deal is a deal you don't make, and the way that they mismanaged Joey Bart to me is a huge stain on the franchise. I remember seeing him play in San Jose. And everyone knew when you saw him at that ballpark, this was the man, and he was a step above everyone else. And we rushed him out that COVID year, unfortunately, sandwiching him in between Buster Posey years and unfair expectations, and he wasn't totally ready for that big jump. And we kind of didn't really set him up for success. And now look what happens when he's in Pittsburgh. He was batting cleanup last year. And how good would it be to have him on our team where we could have him DH? We can give Patrick Bailey some nights off. We can get more pop in our lineup and put some fear in opposing pitchers. I just think that is emblematic of some of the problems we have in San Francisco where we set the expectations so high. They come in, we don't give them a chance to develop, we trade them, and then they become stars somewhere else.
This is Marcus's baby. This has been his thing.
I mean, Murph, I was about to say, Dan is speaking my love language, and that love language is Joey Bart. Dan, I've been screaming at the top of my lungs since the Giants decided to start Roberto Perez on opening day at Yankee Stadium over Joey Bart.
Oof.
Inspire some confidence in your young players. Let them develop. Don't send them up and send them down. Dan, we're on the same page here. They absolutely biffed the Joey Bart development.
Well, and I'm still a Joey Bart fan. I'm happy to see him I want him to do well. I just wish it was with us because and if you look at the team right now, how amazing would our infield be with the additions we've made, and also having Joey Bart back there behind the plate, who you could have a legitimate DH when he's not starting.
Yeah,
I do, but yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I do think we're going to have a better year than last year. I know we say this every year, but we have our center field situation is better. Our second base situation is better. We didn't have Snell at the beginning of the first half of last year. So, having Verlander is going to be a
and the guy nobody talks about at all, Robbie Ray. Now I'm not expecting him to win the Cy Young, but I'm hoping he's going to be an effective pitcher. He's maybe been the most invisible Giant over the last year plus, and he's actually a decent arm who can give you some quality innings. So. As you said, they started last year. That starting rotation was a mess. So hopefully with the invisible Robbie Ray being visible and with these guys ready to go. But Dan, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I was going to hop in. It was actually pretty funny. This week, and I asked JP Martinez about Robbie Ray. He goes, the forgotten man. Don't sleep on Robbie Ray. Nobody's mentioned Robbie Ray.
How about, when you go to Baseball Reference and they have nicknames, you go to Babe Ruth, Sultan of SWAT, Bambino. You go to Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper. You go to Robbie Ray, the forgotten man.
The forgotten man. Robbie Ray showed some flashes. He's just got to stay healthy.
He's got to stay healthy.
He's got to stay healthy.
And he got a year older. Drew is in San Jose, where FanFest was last week. Drew, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Drew?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, I was looking at that Baseball America Top 100, and I saw the Giants only had Bryce Eldridge, but the Dodgers had 6 players. And in addition to Roki Sasaki, they had I saw that 2 of the guys they got from the Cubs, they traded like a AAA top prospect. They got these other 2. They did some tweaks, and these guys were like low-level players, and now they're top 100 players. They got some guy from, I think, the Padres. He was an infielder. They converted him to a pitcher.
Right. Is that River Ryan? Player. Is that kid River Ryan?
Yeah, River Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Dodgers, it's not just the drafting. They're also developing. They know what to do with these players, and they're fleecing all these other teams.
They are just they are revving at a high. I hate to say it, but you got to doff your cap. They're doing it better than everybody else. They're playing chess.
But there's no reason why the Giants couldn't do this.
Right,
and I really thought when Farhan came, and I was never a Brian Sabean fan, I thought he relied too much on veterans. He used to punt draft picks for like Michael Tucker and these guys. And until when Bonds left and they were doing poorly, they had these high draft picks. And more than 10 years into his tenure, he got like Posey and Lynch and all these guys. But I really thought Farhan was going to bring that Dodger development. And just the players he's picking local players and injured players. And I don't know if it's and just yo-yoing them. So I think there's something missing with Farhan. So I was really disappointed with what I saw from Farhan.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that the Giants, they look at the Dodgers more closely and they can afford to bring better developers. Like they should be able to do. There's no reason why they couldn't do the same thing.
Drew, good call. And dude, anybody who drops a Michael Tucker transaction on me, that's pretty strong. Giants went and got him when he was 33 years old, and he wound up hitting 13 bombs, 62 ribs, hit 256. That's Sabean. That's definitely when Sabean. Or remember they would get like guys like Orlando Cabrera, Ryan Garco, Shea Hildebrand, all those guys. So anyway, Drew, appreciate the call, man. Thanks for the call. By the way, Brian Sabean, Bay Area Sports Hall of Famer, and Chris in San Jose to round it out before we get to the cooler of content. Chris in San Jose checking in on which team needs to make a move. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
What's up, man?
Good.
Hey, Waterboy.
What's up?
Fremont, you know.
Ooh, we going Fremont and Sunnyvale.
You know it.
Shout out Troy Tulowitzki.
Shout out.
Tell him, Chris. What's up? What you got for us?
Hey, championship window versus championship roster versus who needs to make the move. It's the Niners that need to make the move. The Niners are chasing that championship window. They still have a championship roster, and they still got guys in place, to get them back to the bowl. They're just a couple of years removed from a bowl. I mean, look at the Warriors roster. Look at the Giants roster. Those are rebuilds. Period.
What move do the Niners need to make? I mean, D tackle, line, D end, edge rusher. Are you talking free agency, throwing
Offensive
money,
line,
drafting
maybe.
a D tackle, drafting a guard, a center? What are you talking about?
The answer is D. All of the above. I mean, they gotta, but I mean, they gotta make a splash up front. Both on the O line to protect Purdy and on the D line. To get a bit of better pass rush, but. When you look at the Niner D, there's still pieces there. You still got Bosa. You still got, you got your Greenlaw. You got, hopefully, Mofongo comes back healthy. But, you just look at the rosters and who is realistic on getting back to the postseason and getting back to a championship game and who's not. The Warriors roster, that is a rebuild. The Giants roster, that is a rebuild. The Niners need to make the move.
Yeah, it's funny. Hey, Chris, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man. It is funny. Matt Barrows in his last mailbag said, was talking about D tackles and edge rushers and O linemen and tackles and guards. And then he said, in all trenches draft, who says no? I was like, I don't say no.
Not I.
I mean, all trenches draft.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, all trenches
and
draft.
yeah, look, Chris is absolutely right. The Niners are the closest team in the Bay Area to compete for a championship, which is why we phrased the question of Warriors versus Giants. But he went with option D, all the above, throwing the 49ers in there. Murph, I wouldn't be mad if everybody made a move. I'll take moves for everybody.
Let's go. Let's make moves, baby. Okay, that was fun. Good big hit. Enjoyable. Way to chew the fat on a Tuesday. Get you through your commute, and now to make you laugh and think and cry. The cooler of content with Mike Silver at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content always has good stuff. Every day, the interwebs give you stuff. And so, well, let's start. This happened yesterday. I heard the afternoon boys playing it. But for the morning crowd that hasn't heard it, it's Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. We didn't really get into the whole weirdness of his hiring where he was like lying to people and making up doctor's appointments for his kids and deceiving the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And
ghosting the entire organization.
Said he was going to take the job and then blowing them off and all that. Bad karma, right?
A lot.
Bad karma. And then he decides that he wants to introduce himself to Jacksonville and goes full on, as the kids would say, cringe. So he tries to say hello, Liam Cohen.
Jacksonville, the community,
Duval. Okay.
That's it. What a start.
We need to repeat this again.
Yes.
Jacksonville, the community. And Duval is the county, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Duval County. And in case
is that like is it a slogan?
Yeah. So I know
yeah.
they have kind of a rally cry, just like here in the Bay. You'll get guys like Murph chanting out Warriors.
Warriors. Very good, buddy.
So in Jacksonville, you'll have Jags fans walking around saying Duval.
Okay, here we go.
Duval. But he put his little twist on it, and I don't know what the hell that was, Murph.
So I thought he was talking about one of, if not my all-time favorite actor, Robert Duvall from The Godfather, The Grey Santini, and any other number of Lonesome Dove, on and on and on. Robert Duvall. Oh, man. And a lot of people think, even though his last name is Doval, a lot of people mispronounce Giants closer. Who's going to close tomorrow night's game? Duval.
Dude, you took the riff right out of my mouth because I heard this and I immediately thought of John Joe Curley in the post-show meeting. What are the Giants going to do with Duval? And I'm like, his name's Camillo.
He was doing it again today.
Doval.
Doval.
Come on.
Doval.
It's like cookie dough. You just say Doval.
I mean, John Joe Curley.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What are you going to say about that guy?
So, Jags,
Duval.
you got like a little kind of nervous giggle from the crowd there, didn't they?
But think about it. Think how close we were to Robert Saleh at the podium saying Duval.
Dude, I mean, like, seriously, really close. Like, we don't even want to talk about that, how close it was.
A little too close.
So yesterday was not the only press conference. Yesterday, Pete Carroll showed up with his Marin County energy, his healthy California vibe, chomping that 73 years old, looking good, smiling. Waterboy has a coach crush on his
dude.
new.
I haven't been this excited about the Raiders in a while.
You got a guy.
I know. I mean, Pete Carroll is a dude. I mean, Super Bowl coaches don't grow on trees, and the Raiders have one now.
You got one. And Marshawn Lynch, forever Raider. Oh, by the way, played for Pete Carroll in Seattle. So now his world is colliding because his old coach is the head coach of his team, the Raiders. So he shouts from the back of the room.
I'm so proud to be part of that and recognizing that we get to represent our following. And here in Las Vegas, to do it in this setting right here, where people can't wait to come see us. They can't wait to see what we're all about, wherever our fans come from. We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
He's got riffs.
Yeah.
Very good.
And by the way, he's absolutely right. Raider fans need to reclaim that stadium. It's one of the biggest disappointments in seeing that team go out to the desert is the amount of Broncos jerseys and Chiefs jerseys and the amount of fans that just take over that stadium anymore. Bring back the silver and black.
Man, oh man.
Bring back the nation. Bring back the black hole. Get rid of those damn DJs in the end zone.
That yell by
bottle service.
That yell by Marshawn was the equivalent of him driving a golf cart right through the room, right? Wasn't he?
From out of town. There you go. There you go.
This is
That's
great.
what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
It's a great riff by Pete saying that Mark Davis is the one chanting, but apparently Pete did not recognize the voice of Marshawn Lynch, and he did not know that he was in the crowd.
Which is why we actually have video for our YouTube crowd and our Twitch crowd on our Cooler of Content. We'd be multimedia. We have video of Marshawn Lynch surprising Pete Carroll in the hallway down in Vegas here. So take a look.
Pete, you got a surprise visitor.
Oh, no,
Look at this.
What are you doing? Were you up there the whole time? Or you just hiding?
You ain't hear me yelling at you?
No, I didn't. Was that you that yelled?
Yeah,
you the one that said
yelling
that?
at you.
You the one that yelled Raiders?
Who else gonna run that way?
I love it, man. Good vibes.
Yeah.
And shout out to Pete Carroll.
You guys are turning it around in 24 hours.
Pete Carroll's the only guy that can go a full sentence without getting Marshawn Lynch to cuss.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, man. And Marshawn's happy. Everybody in the building's happy. Charles Woodson's happy.
Look at you.
I'm happy.
Watch out, Andy Reid.
I know.
Watch
Here
out,
come
Pat
the
Mahomes.
Raiders.
Watch
Here
out.
come the Raiders.
Watch out, Sean Payton and man, the AFC West.
It's
not
a gauntlet,
for the faint of
dude.
heart.
It's a gauntlet.
Well, 3 teams made the playoffs last year. Can 4 make it next year?
They need a quarterback.
Yeah,
they need a quarterback.
Meanwhile, your new GM, John Spytek, he makes the Cooler of Content because he's talking about his football mentors, and he mentions his high school football coach, and he mentions his age. Meanwhile, Pete Carroll's sitting right next to him at age 73. Here it is.
He's still coaching to this day. He's like 75 years old. He can't give it up and win state championships all the time. So, Coach, I hope you're out there watching somewhere. I love you. Thanks for.
Why are you looking at me?
Just a guy that loves football, just like you. Couple more here, then I'll turn it over to this guy.
Sorry, my bad.
Lloyd.
He got the big laugh.
yeah.
He got the big laugh. Whereas Liam Cohen got the weird, nervous laugh. Pete Carroll got the big laugh.
Duval.
Yeah.
Okay, now Pete Carroll hit me the one where he says, "Why are you looking at me?" That's a rich, warm, organic laugh from the room right here when Young Tone. See? Yeah.
Just the guy that loves football, just like you.
If we're gonna be playing laugh tracks, do I get my Lions today? These are the Lions were enjoying Pete Carroll's press conference yesterday, right?
Take my headphones off.
No. This is the Lions. Apparently, Lions podcast had fun with Carroll too,
bro. Chill. Damn.
Unreal.
Halfway through, his buddy's going, chill.
Unreal.
Damn.
Unreal. But I love it, man. And I'm not concerned that Pete's 73. I like the story about having a high school coach that's 75 and still coaching. Shout out to my guy, Chuck Camuso. Homestead High School. Was my high school baseball coach at age 76, Mark.
Dude, look at that.
And just a lifer.
Hey, bad news for KNBR. I'll still be doing this show at age 77.
Hell yeah. Right, guys? Hopefully I'm around.
The age was the news. I told you I opened the show talking about Bill Raftery doing the UCLA-USC basketball game last night. I looked him up. He's 81. Winging it from Jersey out to L.A. to say onions and send it in, Jerome. So you do what you love, right?
Absolutely.
They always say, Pete Carroll said, by the way, he got deep in his press conference talking about age. And he's like, people talk about age. And like, I'm 73. He goes, I don't like wearing the 73 on my back. He goes, what you do is you freaking compete every day. And then he said, you got to have something to look forward to every day, too. It's kind of interesting, pretty deep.
You got to have your why, Murph.
Right.
Why do you get out of bed?
A lot of people, they say if you retire too early, sometimes the brain doesn't really get engaged and all that stuff. So, meanwhile, let's get too deep. That's way too deep. Let's get into so the third head coach yesterday was Aaron Glenn. He comported himself well in New York. I tell you what, maybe something there. There's a guy, Parcells drafted him, all that stuff. But anyway, here's his current message for current Jets players.
Players that's here now, put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges. But with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit. Listen, I want this job. I interviewed for a number of them, but I wanted this job.
Okay, I like it, but once again, dude, you're the freaking New York Jets. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. You know what I mean? Dude, you're 55 years since you've been in the Super Bowl, so I do appreciate the sentiment, but, we're the freaking New York Jets. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Well, you're built for what? 6-11.
All right. Talk your ass, Aaron Glenn.
7-10. Now, this one later on was good because the New York media, afterwards, they do the scrum where everybody rushes up and gets him one-on-one, and they start pressing him about Aaron Rodgers. He handles himself pretty well here. Check this out.
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? Like, what's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. A winner. Mental and physical toughness. When you talk about those, you're not going to get me.
Well, let me ask you this. Parcells over, I know you guys are close. He always said...
That's Parcells. Okay. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay, so you don't...
That's Parcells. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
Wow. Aaron Glenn standing his ground.
And for my Brady Bunch crowd, that was Alice. I'm Kay. Wow. All right, so there you go.
Hey, you go, Glenn Coco. You go.
No, so good. Yesterday, all over, man. So between Carroll, Glenn, and Cohen, I think we say Carroll and Glenn. Carroll, number 1, Glenn 2, Cohen 3.
Also, real quick, 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line just reminded me of the stat that I saw yesterday that Pete Carroll originally drafted Aaron Glenn in 1994.
Yes. Yeah, that's their whole... Oh, Pete Carroll or
Pete Carroll?
I thought it was Parcells. You sure about that? I think it was Parcells.
When he was at New York Jets, he was on the staff, wasn't he?
Yeah, but I think Parcells was the head coach. That's why they're so linked. They say.
So he was on the staff when they drafted him, I would say.
Maybe. Let's see that.
All
Let's
right.
look this up here. Let's get that.
I'll take 925's word, but I thought I saw it on Twitter yesterday, too.
You might be right. I'll sort it out. You might be right. 94, he was the Jets coach. Your boy, your guy, Pete Carroll, was the bread. But Parcells is very close to him. I don't know why. I'll bone up on that.
New York Jets, 1994.
In the meantime,
before it came to the 49ers.
Well, I wonder, was Parcells the GM?
Good question.
I wonder why they... Okay, I'll figure this out. That's bad knowledge on my part. Sorry, guys.
We'll ask Mike Silver about it.
Well, I should. That's kind of low-hanging fruit. We should know that. the Parcells-Aaron Glenn connection is very strong. But that's Parcells. I'm Aaron Glenn. Finally, the last one's a video one from German. So, Europeans will love their football, man. I've been doing the Irish podcast. They'll leave me alone the entire baseball season. During the NFL season, they want me every week. So Europeans love their American football, and Germans are the latest. They have like a sort of an NFL studio show, kind of like NFL Network. And here they are. These are Germans trying to explain the Tush Push with video on YouTube and Twitch. You'll want to see it. Check it out.
Push, ja. Blue 80. Blue 80. Bereit. Set. So. Versteht ihr? Tush Push ist, wenn der Offenspieler da hinten einfach wirklich am Po den Push macht. Und meistens sind es ja 2 Spieler. Damit kommt nochmal diese zweite Welle. Die erste Welle wird meistens gestoppt von der D-Line und dann kommt diese Wucht von hinten.
You got to keep that around when he says Tush Push. Tush Push.
I mean, the very beginning. Is he Tush Push?
Yes.
I mean, those Germans were getting pretty handsy there too, Murph.
Yeah, that was really good.
A lot of pushing going on in that video.
Really,
Did you hear that
good.
slap?
Der Tush Push, ja.
Hey, thank you, sir. May I have another?
Oh man, keep that around. I need that for the Tush Push going forward, man.
The Tush Push, yeah.
Pretty good cooler content today,
It's
by the
good
way.
cooler.
So it just says Glenn Parcells was his coach, his mentor, and his friend.
All right.
They are tight, and Parcells was the head coach of the Patriots in '94. Is that where he got drafted? Anyway.
No, he was drafted by New York.
Yeah.
So before, but then of course Parcells came to New York in '97.
Okay.
So maybe that's a connection.
So there you go. Fun day. Good stuff, man. All right, guys. Mike Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These sports.
Der Tush Push, ja.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Lifestyles has you covered because they have the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. And look, I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I reached my goal of losing 25 pounds, and I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, yeah, talking Niners ball and NFL playoffs, he was in Kansas City. I regret to say I did not tell you that wonderful cooler of content that featured Tush Push was sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. And Tush Push was sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, Marin Health Medical Network, world-class care, closer than you think. And don't forget,
Tush Push, yeah?
we still have those Morgan Wallen and Miranda Lambert tickets in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. All right. This gentleman was last seen on social media leaning into Pat Mahomes' locker after Pat Mahomes clinched his trip to his 5th Super Bowl in 6 years, which is insane. Mike, is that what you said to him? You said, dude, you're insane. Mike Silver of The Athletic. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Hey, how are you guys? Good to talk to you. Yeah, it was a wild game. And, I do think we have to pause sometimes to appreciate what's going on. I say this a lot, but it's been extended, so I'm going to say it again. Patrick Mahomes has been a starter in the NFL for 7 seasons. His 2 worst seasons are lost in overtime of the AFC Championship game after Dee Ford jumped off sides and he never got the ball because Tom Brady led the Patriots to a touchdown, and losing in overtime of the AFC Championship game to Joe Burrow. Those are his bad ones. The other 5, he at least made the Super Bowl. He's won 3, perhaps going on 4. It's crazy.
Man, oh man. And now, Mike, just kind of to start with a fun one right out of the gate. Came into work yesterday, and this 25-year-old kid we work with, young Tony, stapling our packets together, goes, so Mahomes has passed your guy Montana. I said, whoa. I said, whoa. It's 5:15 in the morning, kid. I haven't even had my coffee yet. But he does have more playoff wins than Joe. He doesn't have as many Super Bowls, and he's lost a Super Bowl. But are we getting to that point now, Mike?
I mean, I'm gonna say Joe over anyone ever, and I will explain why over drinks or whatever, but the rules were different. It was Joe Montana got clocked. You could take 2 steps and then hit him. His receivers could get manhandled in a way that others couldn't, and it is a different game. But yeah, I mean, there's Montana, there's obviously Brady. When you win 900 Super Bowls, you inject yourself into that conversation, and Patrick's going to be in that, very short conversation. I think it's a longer conversation because I do value Super Bowls, of course, but I do think Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, there are other people that you can put in that conversation, John Elway. But, obviously championships count for a lot. But the bottom line is I'm going to say Montana forever. Someone 15 years younger than me is going to be like Tom Brady forever. And someone 25 right now, when he's old, will definitely be going, Patrick Mahomes is better than all these young whippersnappers. Yeah. But I don't know the right answer. I just know that, yes, he is that great at this point.
If Patrick Mahomes is this generation's Joe Montana, does that mean Josh Allen is this generation's Dan Marino?
Yeah, maybe, which wouldn't be a bad thing to be, by the way. I know Dan Marino only got to the 1 Super Bowl and never got back and never won one, but he's still one of the all-time greats. But yeah, no, it is a really, however you term it, it's a really weird thing because you look at it and go, well, eventually Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, they're going to get theirs. But but they're in the same conference as Patrick Mahomes every year. Not to mention, some people think Justin Herbert could maybe ascend to that level. There's, C.J. Stroud's coming up, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems really hard in any given year. You got to be as good as the Ravens or Bills have been these last few years. You've got to be really, really, really good in the playoffs. And then even then, Lamar lost a close one to Josh. A receiver dropped a ball. Josh lost a close one to Patrick, and it seems inevitable that it's always going to be Patrick, but I feel like you just keep swinging, and people our age, Murph, understand that Peyton Manning was getting that for a long time. He lost to Brady a bunch, and he couldn't win the big one, and he hadn't won it in college. And it was like, oh, Peyton Manning's like Dan Marino. He's never going to win the big one. And then what was seemingly an off year, down 21 points at halftime of the AFC Championship game, he beat Brady and won one. And then when he was like seemingly done and didn't have any of his powers left, he won another one after like being record-setting and losing a Super Bowl a couple years earlier. So long way to go. The NFC looks like a better path, and obviously Purdy's been to one and Jalen Hurts has now been to two. But Jaden Daniels, you look at him and go, wait, are we seeing like another one of these dudes? Maybe, you don't know. But it is when you get to the Super Bowl as a quarterback or a team, you've got to try to seize that opportunity, and the margin for error is very, very thin, as the 49ers saw last year.
Yeah, just for fun, because you spurred in my brain. You know who was that guy for a long time? Was John Elway. See, John Elway was he was that guy. He couldn't win it, and that was it to the very end. Peyton couldn't get there, and John Elway couldn't win. Yeah, I remember. So like, I just want like perspective on this stuff, because you'll remember this in early 2010. The Saints were getting ready to play the Colts in Super Bowl 44, and that was in Miami. And the talk all those 2 weeks leading to that game was, is Peyton Manning the greatest quarterback of all time? Like, already. And I remember I found Joe, and I was like, yo, what do you think of people already giving it to Peyton? He's about to maybe win his second. And Joe goes, well, I feel like Tom is still in this conversation for this era. And he was right? Brady had already won 3. And then because the Saints won, then it wasn't like, oh, okay, Peyton's definitely the greatest. But it just changes really, really fast. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
But so all that's true. But yeah, like Mahomes is different. And I did get into some of how that manifests, in my story. So I think if you want to read something that's a little bit beyond the, hey man, he's great, they win, woo, Hogwarts wins again, Harry Potter, yay! Like, if you want to get a little bit beyond that, I think you guys will like McCullough and The Athletic.
I read it and I enjoyed it. I always have that little extra detail. I did not expect the Hogwarts shout out though. Are you down with Harry Potter?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I read every word to my kids, and we saw all the movies, but it's kind of an inside joke in our family. Okay. Like, at some point, it's like, hey, there's another big competition. Oh, it looks like it's going to go someone else's way. Oh, hey, it's Hogwarts. It's Harry, not Hogwarts. It's Gryffindor. Yeah. Gryffindor wins again. Harry Potter. Like, spare me. Like, oh, hey, we're only letting 3 people in this thing. Let's let a 4th one in. Harry Potter, he wins.
I'm going to run this by Greg Silver when he gets in here.
Greg Silver knows exactly what this rant is. He can do it better than I can.
Yeah, well, Mike, jumping off of the wizardly activity, what kind of wizard magic are the Kansas City Chiefs pulling off by stopping other teams from even interviewing Spags and bringing him in as a head coach?
Well, Spags' contract was up right after the Super Bowl last year, and you'll recall, reportedly, one Kyle Shanahan gave him a shout and was like, yo, I heard you're free. And then the Chiefs extended him, and he stayed, and there he is. But, Marcus, I'm going to give this to you because you're young, but if you saw Spags as a head coach the first time, you don't really want to see it a second time.
Yeah, but Mike, shouldn't some team just pry him away from the Chiefs just to hurt them?
Yeah, but I mean, like, what kind of sorcery is that? I just want the Chiefs to be hurt. I don't care if I'm hiring a guy who looked really overmatched as the St. Louis Rams head coach. And by the way, maybe Spags would be good the second time, but that's what the hesitation is. It's like if Nathaniel Hackett, was running an offense now, and it was like year in, year out, oh my God, Nathaniel Hackett's offense is amazing. You know what? Someone should hire him as a head coach. There'd be some people like going, no, don't do it. And I like Nathaniel Hackett.
Talking to Mike Silver of The Athletic, who was in Kansas City and wrote about Mahomes in theathletic.com or on the Athletic app. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, we do say in that promo, talking Niners ball, Robert Salah. And so I think you were fairly plugged into that whole situation. It seems like, I don't want to say the Niners got lucky, or I don't want to say they put all their chips on one red or black on the roulette wheel, because it seems like they almost lost the Robert Saleh bet, but does it matter? They got their guy. What's the story?
I do know there was a contingency plan or plans that wouldn't have been ruinous. Like the way it was being, kind of disseminated out to the public made it look like, we don't really know. All the other candidates are gone, and we haven't really thought about it if we don't get Robert. Like it wasn't like that. I'm sure it would have worked out fine. But I know what you're saying. Like Ulbrich went off the market fast. Kyle also wanted Ulbrich the year before. Ulbrich's a great defensive coach, for example. Staley, I do believe, is still in play for some other stuff, but that would have been theoretically an option depending on timing. But my understanding is Kyle felt pretty confident that in the end Robert was going to end up with that as his best option. And they were the key to all this is that Robert from the very beginning was like, look, I am your DC unless I get a head coaching job. I'm not going to just go weigh it against other DC offers. This is the one I want. And so that gave them some certainty. And there were, various things were kind of thrown out there, reported out that like the Jaguars are going to get him as their DC. They're going to make him an offer that's incredible. Or like now the Raiders are going to pay him. But none of that was coming from Robert. Robert's, he was Niners or bust unless he was a head coach.
Mike, what can you tell us about that Liam Cohen situation in Jacksonville, and how close do you think it actually was the possibility of Robert Saleh signing as a head coach?
It's a great question. I don't know that, when the Liam Cohen thing reemerged after Balky got fired, it was kind of like, they were down to Robert Saleh and Patrick Graham. They were the only ones getting second interviews. But my understanding at that time was that it wasn't necessarily settled that it would have been Robert Saleh and Patrick Graham. And, hey, the playoffs are still going on. I wonder about Kellen Moore, Joe Brady, Cliff Kingsbury, So it might have actually dragged on without resolution. But, that was kind of a wild development. If you're on the outside like me, you go, wow, the Jags didn't read the room. They were like, nah, we're keeping Trent Baalke. We don't care. Then they realized it cost them Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen, and then they freaked out, fired Baalke, and did a mad scramble. Their version of it is we like Liam Cohen better than Ben Johnson anyway, and that was our guy. My version of it is I don't know where Liam Cohen as the must-hire head coach came from. I've been watching him for a while. He's been, in some interesting situations. He was with Sean McVay for the second time in 2022 and, was kind of allowed to leave and go back to Kentucky. I've seen Sean McVay be really clingy to assistant coaches before, and I've seen him be very laissez-faire about it. When he is clingy, they tend to be people like Kevin O'Connell, who I understand why you would not want to let him go, or Matt LaFleur. When he is laissez-faire, they tend to be people who end up getting fired later from other places. So I don't know. I'm not saying Liam Cohen won't be a good head coach or doesn't have promise, but I thought that was a weird acceleration of his juice. And, cynically, as someone who's seen this for 35 years and watched, young white coaches be anointed with a hysteria quickly in our league where so many minority coaches pay their dues, don't get opportunities, maybe get an opportunity and it ends quickly and they don't get another good one, et cetera, and it's getting worse. I kind of get triggered by that stuff.
Hey, Mike, just back to Saleh and what it means. All we talked about last year was the bummer summer, Ayuk, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, all that stuff, no Dre Greenlaw, the bummer, and then into the bummer season. Now, does it seem like already getting, and then I'll throw in Brant Boyer. I don't know much about him, but he people say, everybody new hires are.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not
exactly
jumping up and down over a special teams hire, unless it's like Bones Fossil or something. He could be good. We're not doing that.
Just getting Saleh seems like after last year's parade of bad news, like a huge change of energy for these guys.
Yeah, theoretically, it could be that. It could just be like, hey, Kyle's got a guy who is not only a really, really good coach, but, he's been like-minded with in the past, and they've done this together. And they've evolved, because we always talk about, I've said Kyle's trying to get it back to the way it was. But remember, after 2018, they brought in Chris Kasarik and added the wide nine to that Seattle 3 front. So that Robert Saleh has shown, it's kind of detailed in my book, The Why Is Everything too, but he's shown that he, is willing and able to evolve, and it's done some really cool things for them. So I think they'll keep evolving, which is good. The players seem excited, which is good. The negative for the long term is if they're really good, Robert Saleh will be a head coaching candidate again as quickly as next year, and you might have to then, figure that out. But that would be a good problem to have. I think, if you think about last year's bad vibes, some of it's predictable, right? You lost the Super Bowl in overtime. It's brutal, and so that's always brutal. And some of it is, Dre Greenlaw tore his Achilles, running onto the field after a punt. So, that could have been the start of the bad vibes, or maybe it was, firing Wilkes and ending up with, not getting a couple guys. You could trace it to whatever, but the key to last summer's bad vibes, other than the horrible Pearsall shooting, which is just hopefully a fluke, the key to the bad vibes was the way they managed the contract stuff and potential contract stuff. And they had different approaches with different people. With Christian McCaffrey, they were like, pay him now. And with Brandon Ayuk, they were all over the map. And with Trent Williams, they seemed really slow off the ball. So obviously they have a bunch of those potentially, but the biggest one, the 500-pound gorilla, is Brock Purdy's deal, and how is that going to play out? So we will all have a much different view of vibes when we know whether Brock Purdy is extended by minicamp, or they're kind of talking, or reports are that they're really far apart. We'll have a better sense of that in the next few months.
Mike, real quick before we let you go, what were your thoughts on seeing Pete Carroll in silver and black?
I'm excited, man. I just think Pete's such a great coach, and it frustrated me that he wasn't getting more run. And he's an instant vibe changer. He's so positive. There will be so much competition at every level in that building, and it might not be instant, but I think it's going to be different quickly. And so it was frustrating to me to watch. I referenced Liam Cohen earlier, but some candidates be viewed in this wow, this guy's an amazing candidate. I'm like, Pete is out there and he wants to do it. So I'm just happy he's back in. On paper you go, God, do I want to go to the one place in the division that doesn't have a quarterback? And, it's, hey, Pete, what do you got to do to win the AFC West next year? I got to find a quarterback, and I got to overcome Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, young Bo Nix and Sean Payton, and Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh. Sounds easy, but Pete's also done some epic things. I think it's, I think it's exciting for Raider fans, and most of all, I'm just excited for Pete, who's literally one of the, greatest coaches of his era by far.
Yeah, for sure. Hall of Famer Pete Carroll, and the energy, man. That Marin County living for sure. All right, Mike, always great checking in, man. It's a fun and wide-ranging chat, right down to Hogwarts and Gryffindor and all that, man. Who's the Draco Malfoy then in all this? Who is that? Is that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys? Is that
what was our context of Gryffindor wins again?
We were talking about you were talking about Mahomes being so good, and you were like,
right, yeah. Who's the Draco Malfoy?
Is it Sirianni?
I don't know, maybe. Is it Jalen Hurts? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Josh Allen? Is it Lamar Jackson? I don't know. There's so many Slytherin people who keep losing. But
hey,
it's hard to imagine Brock Purdy being evil, though.
Next week, I know, seriously. Next week, I want to bone up. I'm fascinated how this Super Bowl is all about the Chiefs. Like the Eagles almost seem irrelevant in this whole thing. So I want to just get deeper into that.
That's gonna change, dude. They're like those.
No, this is all about the Chiefs. This is about whether or not the Chiefs achieve their history. This is it.
The Eagles are like. It's interesting to me. Like,
I mean, you're a football lifer.
Kind of a mess, but he's the coach. Like the Chiefs. We've just all done it so much.
I know, but they're going for something that's never been. It's all about the three-peat or the not three-peat. But hey, we'll carry it on next week. How's that?
if they don't three-peat, are people going to be like, man, they're chokers. They can't win
We're already
anything.
previewing next Tuesday's chat.
The 2016 Warriors blew a 3-1 lead, man.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned the 2016 Warriors because that's our tease. They just made news.
Ooh.
And we'll talk about it on the other side.
I got to know.
Stay tuned,
I'm
Mike.
very excited.
Stay tuned, Mike. You're the best, buddy. Be good. Be
Thanks,
good.
Mike.
All right, Mike Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hogwarts wins again. Harry Potter, yay!
Yeah, let's go. Let's smile, smile, smile. Nothing left to do but smile, smile, smile. Or as Charlie Chaplin once wrote, smile though your heart is breaking. Smile even though it's aching, I believe. What a beautiful song. Tony Bennett, a little too sad though for our, I'd rather have Shanice in her Invisalign clear aligner. I'd like to think Shanice used Invisalign clear aligners when she sang, I love your smile. My 2 teenage kids use Invisalign clear aligners straightening their teeth. Faster than braces, easier than braces. Rory said, tell him with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. I said, you're hired. I have adult relatives who've used Invisalign. Listen, some of you out there, you're not totally happy with your teeth. You're like, I've always wanted to fix them. Well, Invisalign is the way to do it. All right? So 18 million smiles all over the world. Can't be wrong. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand. So it's just sitting out there for you. Go get it. Go smile, baby. Check out the website at Invisalign.com.
Cause I love it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have 2 new contests this week. We gave away single-day tickets for Metallica. Shout out Hank in Sunnyvale for winning those tickets. We are also giving away 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen with Miranda Lambert and Ann Wilson at Levi's Stadium on August 1st. We have not given those tickets away. We will be giving them away in the 9 a.m. hour, so just stay tuned. 45 more minutes. Where are you going to go? When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Of everyone on Golden State, open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, you better hit it. I want Iguodala. That Iguodala's got ice water in his veins. Iguodala is that type of player. High leverage moment, fate of the universe on the line. I want open shot, not go get it. I want Iguodala taking that shot for me.
He crazy.
It's this. Max Kellerman back on ESPN. That famous moment. I want Iguodala. Well, guess what?
Fate of the universe. I want Iguodala.
Before we get into that, we have the sounds of Morgan Wallen. Morgan Wallen. Sounds a little poppy for Morgan Wallen, but hey, he'll be down at Levi's, and we're giving away tickets August 1st, 2025. Morgan Wallen, Miranda Lambert, and Ann Wilson, not from Hart. We'll be down there. Call John Joe Curley right now, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Morgan Wallen at Levi's August 1st. That prize is furnished by Live Nation, and the tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster.com. Matt Mayoko joins the Afternoon Boys at 4:50 this afternoon. Marcus Thompson joins us coming up, which leads us to our Warriors segment, and that is I want Iguodala, or that's what Joe Lacob says, I want Iguodala's number 9 retired forever. The Warriors just announced this morning they will retire Andre Iguodala's number 9 jersey on February 23rd against Klay Thompson's Dallas Mavericks.
Nice. Klay will be in the building.
Klay will be in the building, and here we go. It's a big deal, man, because he joins a list. I wonder how many Warriors fans out there can name the 6 retired jerseys, because some are very easy. Obviously, Rick Barry, 24. Your Chris Mullin, 17. Maybe you all know Nate Thurman was 42. Maybe you all know, even though he played for the Lakers and the Sixers, Wilt Chamberlain was 13, was a Warrior. And maybe, of course, we all know they're wearing them this year. The great Al Attles was number 16, and we love him. I think the one people who probably wouldn't get it is Thomas Sherry, number 14, who came out of St. Mary's, and I believe is teaching. He became a high school English teacher out in Reno. My kind of guy, teaching as an English major. And Thomas Sherry, though, was a great player back in the day. And this now starts what I anticipate, Marcus, will be an onslaught.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Did you mention Nate Thurman?
I did.
Okay,
yeah.
my apologies. I
it's all
hear
good.
That. Yeah.
I think I said 42. Hopefully you know Nate. I was going to mention his barbecue.
Ooh.
I was a big fan during the 90s. I rocked with Big Nate's barbecue. In fact, they still have a Big Nate stand at Chase Center.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah, right near our portal, as a matter of fact. Anyway, so those are the 6. Again, 16 Attles, 24 Barry, 13 Chamberlain, 42 Thurman, 17 Mullen. What's up, Mully? 14 Masheri, by the way. Last time the Warriors retired a jersey, Joe Lacob.
Oh, no.
Can you find the Rick Barry? People.
Come on, people.
This is crazy. By the way, Barry's right, because they wound up winning 4 championships right after that.
Yeah.
They were booing the Monte Ellis trade.
Uh-oh. Are you telling me Mike Dunleavy's going to get booed in a couple weeks?
Could be. We'll see if they make a trade out of that. But anyway, here's the quote from Joe Lacob. Andre will go down as one of the smartest, shrewdest, and most unique and successful players ever to wear a Warriors uniform. We thought all of that could be true when we acquired him in 2013, but the reality, 4 titles, 6 finals appearances, a finals MVP, don't forget, exceeded even our wildest imaginations. He was the perfect player in person at the perfect time for our team. And the sacrifice he made in coming off the bench in 2014 sent a message that he came here to help us do one thing, win. The proof is in the rafters, and his number belongs alongside the banners he helped us raise. Good quote from Lacob there. And, I mean, I'm a little surprised. I thought it was going to be, because he wasn't a primary factor on those championship teams.
Oh, I disagree. I definitely said he was a primary factor. I mean, his defense on LeBron James. I mean, he won a finals MVP, and this is a guy that bought into the system. And we talk so much about the homegrown talent with the Warriors, but really, he was the first free agent who came over. I know David Lee was also there, but then they drafted Draymond Green. But for Iggy to buy in and then set that example, also his ability to run the point and have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson play off ball, I think he was a huge factor, and that's why I'm not really surprised that they are retiring number 9.
Oh, believe me, I think he's a great player, for sure. And everything you said is right on point. All that stuff. It's kind of like the Brandon Crawford thing, though. It's like 35.
Okay.
There's Roger Craig 33, which I don't think is not retired. Brandon Crawford 35. I just thought the homegrown guys would have the edge. And especially in the 2022 title, he wasn't as involved. I think he was a little banged up. I'm not trying to dog Andre.
Not at all.
It's a
not
great
at all.
moment for him, and congratulations to him. I think it's great, and I think ultimately it's the right call because you're right. I mean, in my brain, I'm just so like conditioned, like only the elite. Yes, but you're right. He did all that stuff.
He was,
and most important, and I think what they're saying is his arrival meant so much that the Warriors went from being an absolute. He used to use the address, young Tony, bum blank Egypt. They used to say that.
Damn.
You know that place, bum blank Egypt?
Never been, Murph.
Yeah. So, the Warriors used to be the hinterlands. Nobody ever wanted to do that. I mean, David Lee came. I guess that was exciting for a while, you know.
I was a big David Lee fan, yeah.
Were you?
Yeah, I was. That ties back to the Knicks. My pop's been a Knicks fan.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah,
Now living his life with that tennis player, Caroline Wozniacki.
Good for you, David. Good for you.
I think they have a little baby, too. A little baby Lee, don't they?
Lee on the way, huh?
But anyway, when Iguodala came, it was Bob Myers landing a guy. It was culture changer, right? Culture changer.
Absolutely.
And he took those 3 babies, Klay, Draymond, and Steph, and said, here's how you do it.
Now, you were about to go through the list of numbers that will get retired. And the easy ones are obvious. 30, 11, 23. Now, during the break, you asked about number 35. If I had to rank them, I would actually put Iggy's legacy ahead of Kevin Durant's. And I don't know if KD is going to get number 35 retired.
Well, he has said, remember, he himself said, I'll have a statue out in front of Chase.
Yeah, but that's when he was out there with the hard hat on and the hammer and it was like breaking ground.
No, he said that when he was like kind of in that last year he was here. We'll talk to Marcus about this. Marcus Thompson will join us on the other side. Perfect timing for Marcus. It's great news. It's exciting, and it's symbolic of this era, which is incredible. I always say, man, my 80s Niners are this generation's 10s Warriors. Like I was a freshman in high school when the Niners won their first. It was like perfect for me. I absorbed every one of those Niners ones with my full radar up and attention. So I'm trying to think, if you were like 14 in 2015, so if you're born in like 01, this is like the beginning of your glory. This is it. So you're now 24 years old, and you're going to see Andre's jersey go up. You start to feel old. You 24-year-old.
Oh, Murph, I was feeling old when I knew every single candidate on this year's MLB Hall of Fame because I grew up watching them. And that's kind of the turning of the page, which is one of my favorite things about the dynamic of this show. Since we are 3 different generations on air, and you growing up with the Niners having so much success, then me growing up with the Giants having so much success, and I guess in Tony's heyday, it was the Warriors, like the shift in championships, and now the 49ers are the most desperate team in the Bay Area to win a Super Bowl because anybody age 30 or younger really doesn't remember the 49ers winning Super Bowls.
No, that's a true story. But been in 3, though, in the last 10 years, which counts.
This is true.
Counts for
it
something.
Counts.
Yeah. The Giants were lost in 89 and 02. At least they were there.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's great news for Andre Iguodala, number 9, and really interesting because he was not the big 3. You're right. It's always the big 3, the big 3, the big 3, and yet here is the guy who maybe brought the big 3 together, sort of mentally, emotionally, intellectually.
Yeah. And when the fate of the world is on the line, when we're staring at the death beam from the aliens, I want Andre Iguodala, Tony. I want Iguodala.
I want Iguodala.
he sells it, too.
Which is hilarious, by the way, too. I want to point out, me and young Tony were rolling in that sound during the break. There's also a follow-up where Andre Iguodala actually goes on First Take. Max Kellerman explains his argument, and then he just hits him with a, nah, you're crazy.
I think he played that too, huh?
Yeah.
408 says, Lakeup says no one will ever, remember Lakeup said no one will ever wear 35 again when Durant left.
Fair enough.
It's just like Finals MVP.
Yeah,
yes,
but like how often do they retire jerseys of a guy that only spent 3 seasons with the Warriors, right?
That would
like
be.
It was a short stint. That would be my only argument against it.
How many years was Wilt a Warrior? He was not. Let me look that up.
Well,
right
of
now,
course,
Sherry.
that's Philadelphia Warriors too, right?
Yeah, for sure. But he was out here too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he came out to San Francisco.
But dude, I hope there's no booze, man. Although last time they booed, they went on a title run. So why not? Let's see. Wilt officially spent. I'll get that for you guys.
Looks like about 5 to 6 years, Murph.
Yeah, so that's not too long.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too long.
Double the length of KD.
Yeah, I got it for you right here. 6 years as a Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 6 years as a Warrior, 5 years as a Laker, 4 years as a Sixer. So there you go. 4 years as a Sixer from 64 to, he's with the Warriors from Philadelphia, 59 to 62, Philly, 62 to 65, San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Marcus Thompson will tell us all about it next on The Sports Leader.
Come on, people.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, the sounds of the championship era Warriors. There it is. And Andre Iguodala joins the news as the Warriors put out a release tonight that Andre Iguodala's, or this afternoon, that this morning, I should say, that Andre Iguodala's number 9 is going to the rafters. It'll be on February 23rd, just a few weeks from now, when Klay Thompson's in town with the Dallas Mavericks. So that to talk about, plus the sadness of the Warriors getting beat up by the Lakers and the Kings since we last talked to Marcus Thompson. So Marcus Thompson of The Athletic on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Marcus?
I'm about as good as the Warriors are, which means, baby, I'm 500.
Oh,
let's go.
Below it, Marcus.
I'm hyped.
We need you to get better than 500, though, man. You can't be. If you're like the Warriors, then you have critics everywhere, and people are wondering if you should make a change in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's literally how it is. That's where it is. That's where I stand.
That's the old joke,
but I'm
man.
fighting, though.
Yeah. Well, there you go. The old joke was John McKay, the old football coach. They said, somebody said, like, is that player day to day? And he said, aren't we all? That's what he said. So
aren't we all, baby?
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all?
But let's start with the news. Iguodala. I mean, I told Marcus I was a little surprised because I always think big three, big three, big three, big three. But, you know, when we sat down and Marcus was like, dude, look what this guy did for this franchise. You're not surprised? And you knew this was coming? Talk about your reaction to Iguodala's jersey going to the rafters on February 23rd.
I mean, yeah, we always knew this was going to happen. Like I guess not the entire Hamptons 5. Yeah, probably. Yeah. The Hamptons 5 will be retired. I'm going to go with that. All of them will have their jerseys retired. There'll probably be some statue of all of them. We knew this was coming, but Andre happens to be the first one to retire because, you know, he's got other interests and other things in his career he wanted to do, so he quit first. But there's no question about it. The acquisition of Andre Iguodala in 2013 changed everything. Like, that's when they became a championship contender when they got him. So his meaning to the Warriors is probably the most significant thing in his career. So it makes sense that he'll be up there. It'd be weird that he'll be the first jersey up there, but he deserves it for sure. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
And Marcus, I actually did want to follow up on the Hampton 5 because that was the next discussion that we had, because it goes without saying that Steph, Klay, and Draymond are going to have their numbers retired. But even in such a short stint, I mean, Kevin Durant was only on the team for 3 years, 2 finals MVPs, 2 titles. You think he gets retired too?
I think he will. I think that entire era, I mean, fortunately for them, 35 is kind of a weird number, right? So it's cool to retire it. Like, you're not going to have a bunch of people like clamoring for 35. But I just think they're going to immortalize that whole era. Like, it was a dynasty. It was arguably the greatest team of all time, the 2017, the Kevin Durant Warriors. So, yeah, I do think they all get the royal treatment. And if it's KD, the jersey retirement is probably the one I'd probably wonder how they handle it. I guess if you decide a statue is more appropriate than a jersey, then yeah, I could see doing one and not the other for KD. But I just think the Warriors have decided we're going to treat this team like it's going to be like it's the greatest team ever. And everybody who is a superstar is getting anointed, and they'll be fine with that. And when we look back in 50 years, this team will be worth that. Kevin Durant will be worth it. You know, I mean, Vince Carter just had his jersey retired with the Nets. Like, come on.
I know there's some weird, you know, if you go around the league, even in other sports, there's some strange jersey retirements in different cities. You're like, really? But hey, Andre's not. 4 championships and really the fulcrum of 3 for sure. He's also, by the way, he's currently the Players Association president, right?
Yes. He's the boss man of the Players Association.
Man, so he's always,
and he's like a billionaire in the making.
Wow. I'll take that. Yeah, he's always been a little, shrewd was the word Lacob used in the press release. Smart and shrewd. He's a fox. He's a businessman.
And he's very cynical, which is probably his greatest trait.
Yeah.
He's irreverent on the low. He's super smart, almost too smart in a sense, because he thinks through things you probably should just enjoy. But like his personality, like it just fit. And you know, one of the things that Steve Kerr always talks about is how there are 2 best players for the longest time, Steph and Klay, and even KD were just quiet. They're just quiet guys. Andre was one of the people who he wasn't Draymond, but he also wasn't quiet, right? Like he'd say some things, he'd challenge some things. He was the wisdom in the room. He was the guy with a timely joke, or like he was a presence. They just weren't as good without him. It wouldn't have happened without Iguodala.
Do you think Andre's smart enough to figure out a trade to save the Warriors season?
Yeah, there's no trade. He's smart enough to know that there is no trade.
Yeah, so that leads to the next question that we're going to be talking about for the next week until that trade deadline. What are the Warriors going to do at the trade deadline, Marcus?
You could read about it in The Athletic when we find out. But I mean, we just have no idea. Like, first off, the idea of save the season, I hope you don't mean win a championship, because that's what you're talking about. There's just no player.
Yeah.
But if they make the playoffs, it'll be a good season. They will have saved the season, and that they can do that. But there's just so many moving pieces. Like, we don't even know where Jimmy Butler is going to land, and it's looking increasingly like there's going to be a 3-team deal. And now that's where you start getting in the mix of stuff, right? To me, they need to figure out a way to take advantage of some of these crumbs left on the table, or get in and be a willing suitor in a third party where you can get something out of it without maybe having to blow up your roster. That type of stuff is on the table. It's looking like Jimmy's not going to be able to go to Phoenix, so that's going to open up something else. And all of that stuff is in play. I do think in the end, if Chicago actually makes trades, which it seems like they never do, I do think Vucevic might be on the table. That's the one that you keep hearing. They want to stretch big so bad, and he's the biggest name available. But I just really think we don't know who is available. We just really don't know, because so many teams are mid, and right now they're trying to figure out what to do with the big fishes, which is probably going to shake up some things. Like, where does Cam Johnson go? That's going to matter a lot. What does Atlanta do at the deadline? Do they give up one of their wings? Are they trying to make a move to get better? Like, we're getting there. We're just not there yet to no one.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the voice you hear. We talk about Andre Iguodala's number 9 going to the Rafters. Warriors just announced it, February 23rd, when Clay comes to town. That'll be obviously a fun, emotional night. The All-Star game is coming up in San Francisco. But, man, Marcus, there's 2 games since we last talked to you, the Sacramento Kings game and the Laker game. They dented my confidence. Now, a hopeful guy, a half-full person would say that's because Kuminga and Draymond weren't playing. And that's true. But they're not deep enough to withstand this. Like, if the Dodgers had some injuries, they'd be fine, whereas the Warriors just not deep enough, because the team that's out there just doesn't look good enough to even crack the top 10. What's your take after the Kings and Lakers games specifically expose those shortcomings?
I mean, I really do think, though, if we're just looking at this objectively, you take 2 rotation players out of any team, it's going to be a problem. Like, who can't handle that, right? A 2 starters, basically. So yeah, they're not good enough to withstand that. Yeah. No, they're not good enough. They're not deep enough. If they were, we'd be talking about a 1, 2, or 3 seed, right? But I mean, we're looking at some of these other teams, and it's the same everywhere. Whoever gets hurt, they have a problem. Phoenix can't withstand it. So I do think there probably needs to be a little like grace for the Warriors during this period, just because to fight and stay 500 while missing what they're missing it actually might be admirable if we weren't approaching this from the fact that they've blown so many games while healthy, right? And in any other situation, you'd be like, all right, they just got to hold on until they get back. I still think that's in play, but we also have seen them fully healthy, and they played the same way, right? So they're just a vulnerable team. They're a 500 team that when they make threes, it'll be great. When they don't, they won't. It's really that simple. When they make threes, they'll be fine. Kuminga allows them to have a little bit more flexibility, but without him, just make 23s. That's the name of the game for them.
Without Draymond Green and Kuminga, we've seen flashes of a potential with Quentin Post and Guy Santos. Marcus, have you seen enough from either of them for those guys to stick into the rotation once those guys do come back from their injuries?
Post, yes. I think Quentin Post is intriguing, and I definitely would want to see him. I mean, that dude is out here stroking threes like Klay Thompson. He ain't shy at all, right? Like, and he's an actual 7-footer. I'm like, hey, QP.
Yeah.
But then you were like, he's 24 years old. He's played in the G League. Like, he's developed some confidence. Like, he's not afraid. Neither is Guy. I just think Guy is great for what he's doing. Like, hey, man, we need you to fill in real quick, go hard. I think it's situational for him. But you just have guys at that position. You literally do not have somebody over 6'9" on the team outside of Quentin Post. So, yeah, I think he needs to stick because he's so different from what they have. And if he is even marginally good, it's going to be almost miraculous for them. The ability to play Draymond and Kuminga and Wiggins together without clogging the offense, without packing the paint, that's literally the problem. That's what they need Vucevic for. So I'd say I'd give Quentin Post a nice look here. I might even start him. Just be like, what are we doing? Let's stop playing. Go ahead, Quentin Post. You got these next 15 games. Let's see what you can do. But what I've seen so far, he certainly ain't scared at the moment.
I kind of like this guy. I mean, I'm telling you, and he's a size. They're so small. It's like shocking to see a big guy out there for the Warriors. You know,
right?
Yeah, a couple times.
An actual big guy.
Sometimes I saw a couple times in the games where the Kings game or whatever, but guys drove the lane. Then they're like, no, there's a 7-footer there. I'm going out, and I was like, oh, look at that. The Warriors had some rim protection. How about that? So yeah, I like him. Hey, he's a draft pick. Listen, he shot 42% at Boston College. He's not a bum. I mean, he came from somebody. You're right. He's 24. It's a difference. He's played for a long time, for sure, man. All right, what's the latest with Steph, man? The banged-up thumb, the banged-up knee. He still gives his all. Every press conference, man, he gets up there. He's such a champ, man. He could blow you guys off. He gives you guys the best answers he can. What's the Steph Curry thermometer check right now, mentally and physically, I guess?
Yeah, he's struggling. He's tired. Steph is normally tired this time of season, by the way. He kind of needs the All-Star break. He used to be famous for his, second half turn-ups, right? He'd go crazy in the second half. 2013, he went nuts after the All-Star break, including his big 54-point game in Madison Square Garden. So generally around this time of year, he comes out so hard. He trains so hard all summer. He hits kind of a lull in, January, needs the break. But he's fighting, man. His hand is actually killing him. His right thumb on his shooting hand is killing him. And, he's got the tendonitis. And if you just watch what other teams are doing to him, it's exhausting. He's being defended like nobody else in the league. The other night, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, somebody defended him like that. It just destroyed the entire Oklahoma City offense. They didn't know what to do when they were just flat out doubling him at half court, getting the ball out of his hands. And he's going to be the MVP, right? Nobody gets defended like Steph because defenses have 1,000% faith the rest of the Warriors can't beat them. So, he's struggling right now. It's rough. But I do think in Steph's mind, he's got a 3-year window to win a championship, and he's essentially showing his team, how you keep fighting. That's Steph's kind of mantra. We're going to keep fighting. I don't like it. I don't think we're very good, right? We need a trade, but let's go. We're in this mix. And every game, I'm going to be out here. He played a back-to-back, and it was his third game in 4 nights, and he still played against the Lakers. He didn't have anything, but I think that's what he's instilling in some of these players who are, if they end up ever in a contender situation, he's going to need some of them. So I do think that's part of the messaging. We keep fighting. This is the championship way. That's why you love Steph, because, look at what Jimmy Butler doing and look at what Steph is doing. It's completely night and day.
Great answer. Loved it. Great. I love you. You're the Steph whisperer. You know him better than any. One thing, I know we got to let you go, but you said SGA is going to be the MVP, and I'm with you. But man, oh man, we're sleeping on the big fella yet again. Nikola Jokic is having an incredible year in Denver. He's going off this year, so I don't know. Could he?
No, it's insane. It's insane what he's doing.
It's insane.
It's almost like I can't wait for 30 years from now to hear people try to explain this. the way we say, like, oh, Wilt was just playing against 6'9" people. We're going to do that to Jokic. We're going to look back and be like, he wasn't playing nobody. Because the numbers are just so ridiculous. And it's like, what actually was happening? He's insane. Like, it's insane. It's ridiculous.
I think the only way he wouldn't get it is just like NBA MVP fatigue, like they're doing to Lamar Jackson. Like, we'll give it to Josh Allen because he's already won a couple, but give it to SGA because Nikola has a couple.
No.
But to be honest,
SGA is hooping, man. Like, he is.
What's going on?
SGA is killing. Like, he's good they got the number one defense in the league. The number one defense in the league is Oklahoma City, and he is at the point of attack. Like, and you cannot guard that guy. You literally can't guard him.
Yeah,
and
but
they're the number one seed.
But how do you guard
Jokic? That's a pretty
Jokic?
compelling case.
Yeah, Marcus, last night he threw down 5 dunks. 5 dunks. This guy never dunks. He dunked like 5 times last night.
I mean, he's averaging 30, 13, and 10. He's averaging a triple-double with a 30.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times is that? I don't know. Any triple-doubles with 30?
It hasn't happened.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think it's ever happened. Like, they're both insane. So you got to go to the other stuff. Like, it's number one seed.
Yeah,
Number one
exactly.
seed.
And to be honest, there is a certain thing of, you've got yours. It's time for a new guy. So, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Always fun, Marcus. Write well, and we'll catch you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, Marcus Thompson, that was fun. Yeah, man, dude, Jokic, my kid is on some TikTok thing where he throws me Jokic's stat lines every night. I'm like, dude, are you making these up? He's like, no, Dad. The other night he had one we didn't even talk about. Was it like 37, like 22 boards and like 18 assists?
Yeah, I think he had like a perfect first quarter. And I mentioned last night he threw down like 5+ dunks.
Can he dunk?
Like, no, usually he doesn't. Usually he's too lazy. He just does a little layup. But last night he's throwing down dunks. I'm like, damn, what is this guy doing this year?
He's only 29 years old. Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
That's one of the oldest looking 29-year-olds I've ever seen.
Yeah, they only got the one. He might want another one. Who knows? He could. There's no saying they don't win it. Win it.
That's true.
Anyway, all right, we'll finish up on the other side. Young Tony and Bigelow T on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun Tuesday. We made something out of nothing today. We had some fun. We started talking who needs to make a move, the Giants or the Warriors, and the answer is all the above. It's funny, I was just talking to the boys during the break in the bullpen there, and so we're getting a lot of texts like, things are so bad in the Bay, so bad in the Bay. And I was just saying, guys, literally less than 12 months ago, the 49ers were winning the Super Bowl in overtime, and the Chiefs had fourth down. Okay, so it's not that bad. My gosh.
Murph, you know how it is on social media. Yeah. It's a what have you done for me lately business.
Shout out 80s Friday, Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? We'll get into that. But it's a 10s Friday coming up.
Yeah, we'll save Miss Jackson.
Already got
later.
a couple of beauties lined up for 10s Friday.
Ooh, I actually got one in the back of my head, too.
Okay, good. We'll spread it out and have some fun, man. We also did a lot of Pete Carroll and head coaching fun today. There was some enjoyable stuff. And then we found out Andre Iguodala's number 9 is going to the rafters. And she'll begin sort of commemorating the championship era, whereas the main 3 are still playing ball. And it's going to be done when the Mavericks are in town, which means Clay will be here too.
I mean, to your point about people complaining about teams like the 49ers, yeah, Murph, it was about 2 or 3 years ago where we were on Market Street celebrating the 2022 Warriors title. And so, yeah, what have you done for me lately?
And you're saying, is this Murph?
Yeah, yo, what up? Is this Murph?
Fun, man. That was fun. All right, guys, that happened too. And of course, tomorrow we have Elliot Ramos joining the show tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
So that sounds pretty good. Giants baseball inches ever closer.
Ramos.
Warriors play the Jazz tonight, but it is that time to break out our Bigelow tea and grab a mug and tea proudly because young Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now!
Okay, so we were talking about it, and he was saying we made reference to Kix cereal. Kix cereal, but he didn't know. But we're not going to go with that. I was not a Kix guy. Were you a Kix guy?
I was down with Kix.
Okay.
They kind of, but then I turned into, what was the one after that? Pops, I think? I thought Pops were better than Kix.
It's a puffed grain cereal.
Yeah, like a corn puff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a Pops kind of guy.
I'd take out the K and put in the TR. I was a big Trix guy.
Ooh.
Silly Rabbit Tricks are for kids. But the other one was I opened the day, we were talking about what we did with our Monday nights, and Marcus watched some Sharks hockey, and I said I tuned in to my Big Ten basketball, UCLA USC, and of course I was sweating it because they blew a 12-point lead. It was down to 1 point. They almost lost the game. They held on thanks to a prayer 3 by Sebastian Mack. But anyway, my takeaway was when they showed the broadcasters courtside, there was Bill Raftery. And I go, look at Bill Raftery on a Monday night in January grinding out a UCLA USC game at the Galen Center. Not even Pauley Pavilion, the Galen Center. And I was like, how old is Bill Raftery? I looked at, he's 81. 80. Are you 81 and going to be grinding it on a Monday night at courtside?
Well, Murph, it was a big game last night.
That's a big game, man.
Oh, there you go. Another 81-year-old. I like it. So I said to young Tone and Marcus, I'm like, you guys know your Raftery, right? And they both said no. I said, what? The iconic Bill Raftery has been doing it for years with telling us to send it in, Jerome, with the kiss. So young Tony, you said you didn't know him, right?
I've definitely heard him on March Madness broadcast. I did not know he used a specific word as like his trademark.
Are we going onions?
Yeah, a little bit. We got a little bit of everything.
Okay, here we go.
Onions.
Right, nobody's home. Picked off by Miller. Bulls ahead. Lane's on the other wing. Bang! Yeah! Send it in, Jerome!
7 seconds to go. 3-pointer. Onions! Double order! Have to do something from the outside now. It's Page off balance. Puts it over. Impossible. How did he do that? 3 seconds at midcourt. Jenkins gives it to Jenkins for the championship. Phenomenal.
There it is. How about those onions?
How about those onions?
You guys had never heard that before.
Do you
huh?
know the onion origin story?
No.
Because I'm asking you. I genuinely don't know.
It's just a round object that maybe represents courage under pressure. Got it?
I see where you're going with that one, Murph.
I understand.
Cojones.
I understand.
He also says things with a kiss. He says, or when a game just starts and the tip goes in and he recognizes the defense, he goes, man to man. He says right out of the gate. So anyway, great to have Raftery brought to life and still doing his thing at age 81. So there's the young Tony, once again sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, thanks to Mike Silver, Marcus Thompson, Mike Krukow. That was fun today. We'll hand it over to the boys, Greg and Greg, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. See you tomorrow. Tony and John Joe. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Der Tush Push, ja?
From out of town. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
Duval.
Fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. You better hit it. I want Iguodala.
He crazy.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Will Iguodala foul Lillard? Almost stolen. Lillard stolen by Iguodala. Took it out of his hands. Curry from half court. It's up. It's over. Curry throws it. Livingston has it. Back to Iguodala. Iguodala puts it up. It's gone. Andre Iguodala drills it with 5.9 remaining. What a clutch shot from the veteran.
I live for these moments. The pressure's on Steph Curry. He did all the work. You're not going to get a better shot. If you turn that down, then you have a bad free throw shooter getting fouled going to the line. Give me this look any day of the week. Andre Iguodala stepping in rhythm with confidence knocks it down.
Could have been a lot of these guys, but there can only be one MVP. And this year's MVP is a player who didn't start in a single game until these finals. This year's Bill Russell MVP, Andre Iguodala.
Andre, the commissioner just mentioned it, 758 straight games in your career you started. In what way did your sacrifices coming off the bench embody the spirit of this entire group?
We got a team full of believers. We all go to chapel before every game. We all believe, and we all say God has a way for you, a purpose for you. This is my purpose, and I accepted it, and I got great teammates. Steph, I want to be just like Steph when I grow up.
Hey, me too. Andre Iguodala, announced about an hour ago, becomes the 7th player in Warriors franchise history to have his jersey retired. That will take place on another Mavericks and Klay Thompson return, February 23rd, out at Chase Center. Good morning, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here. Happy Tuesday. We moved past Vomit Monday, and we're here for, I don't know, whatever kind of Tuesday you want it to be, but it's going to be positive. It's going to be fun. Papa, I like the scarf you got on the stream.
And I like your Sharks beanie, and I watched Macklin against Sid the Kid from start to finish last night, so we are going to talk Team Teal. Well, we got to start with Andre Iguodala. Today's his birthday? Today's his 41st birthday, so happy birthday to Andre on January the 28th, or retired, as you said, on February the 23rd. He's the first of many that are coming. So we got to get into that discussion. How do you do it? Does Andre get a statue like the other guys? What do you do? Durant's got to go. What about Bogues? But Andre symbolized a real transformation in the franchise, and he wanted to be a Warrior. Ever since I moved here, and I moved here in August of '86 to call Warrior games, everybody wanted to leave. And my owners right away were Jim Fitzgerald, Dan Finan, very underrated. They got the ownership of the team because Franklin couldn't afford Joe Barry Carroll. Jay, just barely cares. He forced to sign, to go to Milwaukee, and Fitz came in, lending the money, and he wound up getting the franchise. They wound up trading Joe Barry Carroll. Everybody wanted to leave the Warriors. No one wanted to come here. Started with Wilt being traded, and I don't know if Wilt wanted to go, but he wasn't box office here, and they wound up trading him. But Andre was the first guy, and it was Mark Jackson's team that upset George Karl's team in the first round of the playoffs that year, his last year in Denver, Andre 11-12, that Andre just liked the way the Warriors played. And it was before Steve Kerr. Frankly, there was joy, but it wasn't like the joy that Steve Kerr brought in. The joy came later when you started moving the ball and shooting the ball and changing the game. But Andre wanted to be a Warrior, and I can't recall. There's been guys, Kevin Durant came here later, and there have been guys that have wanted to be a Warrior. But Andre wanted to be a Warrior. It was an incredibly complicated, it wasn't a straight free agent signing, but it was one of Bob Meyer's most amazing trades. It was a three-team deal that was extremely difficult to understand. All of it, how it actually happened. It was July the 10th of 2013. All they know is the Warriors traded the guy that we called Goose because he liked his Grey Goose on charters, Andres Biedrins, and our Jeff, who's now a very good, one of the best broadcasters, and Brandon Rush. They gave up 4 picks, and they got a bunch of teams involved. I don't know how Bob pulled that off. It's an NBA, CBA deal where you're trading guys you don't want just to move salaries and expiring contracts, and you get a guy that puts you over the top. And I remember George Karl got fired after that year. When he was coach of the year, and they won a franchise record at that point. I think they were third in the West. The Warriors upset them. Andre left and came to the Warriors. And I remember talking to George right away. I thought Andre Iguodala should play off the bench. He would be the perfect bench player here because he can guard 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he Scottie Pippen? Can he guard 5? I don't know. But he can guard just about anybody. And he comes in whenever you need him to come in. Foul trouble, matchup goes awry, bring Andre off the bench. And George said, no way. Andre's ego is way too big. You can never get him to come off the bench. So that year with Mark Jackson, the next year when they lost to the Clippers, he did play as a starter. But one thing Steve Kerr identified right away, and it was a year into it, that he would accept the role off the bench in 14-15. He played in 77 games, did not start a single one. And just his impact defensively, that's where this franchise won those championships. And Andre was there for 3 of them. He is a 4-time champion, but 3 with the Warriors. And just the way he guarded, I could see him now. I mean, he could play NFL corner, the way he would get his left hand up, his right hand down, the wide base, the way he guarded LeBron James in the finals of 2015. And obviously the lineup change when they decided not to play Andrew Bogut, go small. That's when the Warriors, they always wanted to get small, but let's start small. The way he guarded LeBron, he's the finals MVP, not Steph Curry. How many guys have won 4 NBA championships and been a finals MVP in the history of the sport? 11. Only 11 guys have done that to win 4 and a final MVP, of Bill Russell. And he was always the adult in the room. Large ego. I had a lot of interactions with Andre, some good, some bad. He was always the smartest guy in the room, and he'd let you know it. He always thought he'd go on and, run some Silicon Valley franchise, company. And I don't know what Andre's doing right now, but he became a good broadcaster as well when he retired. But he was always the as they said over and over again, he was the adult in the room. And they were young then. I mean, Steph wasn't quite Steph, and Dre and Clay were kids, and Bogut was Bogut, ornery. And Andre just was the guy, whether it was playing off the bench or starting and going back and forth. And what position did he exactly play? Basketball. I have no idea. He guarded everybody. He was multi-positional. He fit so perfectly. I'd love to have him tonight on the Warriors to guard Lauri Markkanen. I'm not sure who can do it. So we'll get into the discussion of, they have to retire, I guess, first to do this. But you look up in the Raptors, and Wilt's 13 is up there. Tom Sherry, the Russian poet, who Bill King loved, is 14. Mr. Warrior, the Destroyer, and it just breaks my heart every time I see a Warrior jersey and see 16 and think of Al. Obviously, Nate said his number retired by a number of franchise, the ultimate class performer in the Warriors' history and really Bay Area sports history, Nate Thurman, Big Nate. And then the 2 that I have been involved with, the retirement of their jerseys, Rick Barry, I remember very, very well when he got his jersey retired March of 88, and the headline in the San Jose Mercury News that day was, Bad Actor Barry has number retired. And so I interviewed him. My boss, they wanted to hire Rick to replace Jim Barnett to be my partner on TV. way back when. He said, spend the weekend with Rick and let me know what you think. And so I do a complete puff interview with Rick. You're having your jersey retired. It took a long time for them to do it. They should have done it years before, but they didn't. And then so the interview starts, and 30 seconds into the interview, he turns it on. Do you see this article in the San Jose Mercury News today? Bad actor Barry. I'm sure if we went home with you, Greg, you're a different guy than you are, Paul. I'm like, Rick, where are we going with this? I called my boss Monday morning and said, you hire Rick Barry, I quit. I can't deal with this guy. I mean, Andre knew more than you about everything, but Rick Barry talked about it like he knew more. So, Rick, we love you, Rick. And then the last jersey retirement, Rick was there wearing his little Daniel Boone hat, jumping up. This is, for Joe Lacob, this is going to be interesting to have this jersey retirement, because the last one, and we saw Mully at Tony La Russa's function in Walnut Creek with Liz, his wife, on Saturday night, was March the 19th of 2012, and I emceed that. And that was right after Monte Ellis was traded for Bogut. Joe had made it clear that he wanted to move the franchise to San Francisco, where they are. And the Mully jersey retirement. And I was not happy with Dub Nation that night for booing, and spoiling the night for Chris, but it was just a chorus of boos all night. And I think Joe, we'll get into it more, Joe paused too much on the echo. He was kind of thrown back. Maybe it was his first public appearance. Since, there's one lonely banner up there in the rafters we want to bring up more. But the symbolism, this will be Joe Lacob's jersey retirement. This was his run. Bob Myers made that very complicated, why would they trade Andre for those guys trade? And then Andre, in so many respects, became the finishing piece. So Andre will be the first of many to go. Obviously, number 9, Reggie Jackson's 9, whether Reggie's 9 here or 44 or whatever is one of the best 9s in Bay Area history. And then shortly after, we're going to have 30. We're going to have 35 for Kevin Durant. We're going to have 23. I think we should have dual 23s for Draymond Green and for Mitch Richmond. Hardaway's a Hall of Famer now. When do you retire number 10? So they got a lot of work to do. They'll space it out. It took them a long time to retire Rick's number. But Andre, as far as Steve Kerr's dynastic run, and what do you do with Steve Kerr? What, he just put like a clipboard, a whiteboard up there that he broke in half when he got mad one night, or a whistle? You gotta do
just
something.
Just a highlight montage of all the times he got ejected or nearly got ejected, getting technical fouls.
And have Scott Foster be there to introduce him to the crowd.
Exactly.
Now, Steve, then you get into statues, and who gets statues? Steph and Clay. I didn't even mention number 11. We have now, Andre's the 7th one. How many more are we going to have here? When you think about it, if you bring Run TMC in, and Mully's already in, but Tim and Mitch are Hall of Famers. They deserve to be in. Do you put Nelly? How do you honor Nelly? It's not a number. I don't know. But anyway, of this dynastic run, congratulations to Dr. Dre. Really one of a kind, Bay Area performer. What he brought here was exactly what this franchise needed. 4-time NBA champion and Hall of Famer in his own regard with all of his work, in Team USA. And I didn't even get into his run in Philadelphia. He was the next AI after Andre Iguodala, but a very different player. He could do it all. He didn't score like Allen. But anyway, congratulations to Andre Iguodala. It is fitting, and they're going to do it on the night when the Mavericks are here, so we're going to shed a lot more tears. No more captain hats that night. We're going to have to do something to honor the Finals MVP, Andre Iguodala.
They're going to hand out mini Finals MVP trophies or something to everybody. That'd be pretty sweet.
Russes, yeah.
Yeah, first player to ever win the award without having started a game in the regular season. Andre Iguodala, number 9, will be hanging in the rafters on February 23rd. We got a lot to get into today. Warriors back in action tonight against Utah. They continue on this homestand. They're going to have Jimmy Butler drama continuing to go, because apparently now the Warriors are back in the mix now that the asking price is a little bit lower. So here we go with the Jimmy Butler saga. We're going to have some football talk. Actually, a really good Monday of sports as made by my beanie. And I will say this, Papa. Did I think it was an impulse purchase? No, it wasn't an impulse purchase.
Did you have to buy that, or did the Sharks give you that?
No, I bought it, but it wasn't an impulse purchase because you know very well the room I'm in right now is not warm, and that's my justification.
Perfect. How much did that set you back?
About $35.
$39.99, maybe? If the Sharks were smart, they'd sell everything for $71 for Macklin Celebrini. First time I really watched him, obviously. Tremendously skilled in the open ice. What hands. Patty Marleau had incredible hands. And they also announced the Sharks all-century team last night, so he would maybe be on the next 25 years of Shark hockey. And we are going to get Macklin on. His dad, Rick, was there to watch him score the game-winning goal right after Sid the Kid, who's no longer a kid. He's an own man. What a matchup to have Sidney Crosby in the opening face-off against each other with Macklin, and then Macklin actually held him later in the game and took a 2-minute penalty. But just the skill, and Sidney's on another level. Celebrini's really good. He'll grow into it. But I'm glad you enjoyed your night.
I had a 10 out of a 10 experience. It was incredible. Big thank you to the Solanos. See Joe Solano in the chat today. And then we have another Joe Nadali saying, holla for Iguodala. So it's all bleeding together on Bay Area Sports today.
That's a good one. Although he's already here.
Yeah, he's already here.
Maybe we could have Bob Salah there when they retire his number on February 23rd. Have Salah and Iguodala.
And then for Steve Kerr, we have Chris Paul and Scott Foster co-present him with the award. We'll get more into this coming up. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action again tonight against the 10-win Utah Jazz. Can they right the ship? Can they get back on track? They're going to have to, because they got OKC and the Phoenix Suns coming into Chase Center later this week. Let us know your thoughts on the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly. KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Davis, nice fake. And one again. Anthony Davis now with 13 points. And the Lakers back up by 4.
This guy is so gifted, it's ridiculous on both ends of the floor.
You know, for as long as Anthony Davis has been a Los Angeles Laker, the Warriors have a really hard time defending him, and it doesn't help when you don't have Draymond Green, and Anthony Davis absolutely had his way on Saturday night. 36 points, 13 rebounds in 36 minutes. Papa, the only thing that made me feel better was that against the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, he had a double-double in the first quarter and ended with 42 and 23. I know it's the Hornets, but hey, I was just like, okay, they're not the only ones.
It made you feel better?
Made me feel a little better.
They're a problem, the LA Lakers. And we got into the game, obviously, with Championship Sunday. Yesterday's show, we didn't talk much about the Warrior performance on Saturday night. And it was to the great Doris Burke there with Mike Breen. And it was on national TV, and it was Warriors-Lakers again. And the Christmas Day game was, you know, the Lakers controlled that game throughout most of it. And the Warriors' Steph got going, the Steph flurry at the end. And Austin Reeves, you know, just beat Andrew Wiggins off the dribble, and the help from Kuminga was late, and they wound up winning the game. So here they do. They come back into Oracle or Chase Center now on Saturday night, and they just pick you apart. They're a team that is really interesting on who they are, you know, what they're going to do at the deadline, how you compare yourself with them. You know, last year at the deadline, Ramona Shelburne had the blockbuster that Joe actually called Jeannie Buss and said, would you trade LeBron? And he's like, what? Talk to his agent. We're not, you know, how are they going to trade LeBron? But, I mean, they're a better team right now. And you're not having Draymond, not having Kuminga. Draymond's going to miss all week, and Kuminga's going to be out a while, probably all the way through the deadline. It's just the Lakers, the way they picked the Warriors apart in the game on Saturday night was disturbing. I know offense has been the major problem, really, most of the year, except for the 12-3 start. The defense is starting to deteriorate. They got picked apart, and it was the same action in the half court over and over again. The 4-5 pick and roll, whatever LeBron plays, got to assume he's a 4, although he really is a 1. And then Anthony Davis would rather play 4, but he's a 5 most of the time. In any event, just that action between those two great players, how do you deal with it? And Anthony Davis wound up, and they went at post a little bit, and there were others, and it's not all him. But Anthony Davis just shot that mid-range, that pocket shot over and over and over again. He didn't make a 3, but he scored 36 points in the game. LeBron had 12 assists. They just dominated. And the Lakers made 10 threes in all. And a number of them, Greg, were in the short corner. You cannot give up an open corner 3. Now, I know it's hard when they're running that two-man game at the elbow, just above the break there, and then he pops or rolls, and LeBron just picks you apart. And if you give LeBron any kind of, even in the half court, any kind of an opening, he's going to freight train you right to the rim. But you can't leave the corner threes open. And I do wonder about, you're playing a lot of zone in the NBA. The Warriors don't play as much of it. But after you lose great players like Andre Iguodala, the Warriors have played more zone in the last few years. And during their 22 NBA championship, minus Andre, they mixed in a lot of zone. I wonder, just play like a 2-3 zone. and you put a defender in each corner, and you put a defender above the break on each side, and then you guard the middle, whether it's the rim. If you go to a 2-3 zone, they're gonna get the ball to the middle, so you put somebody there. I mean, everybody in the NBA wants threes and frees. They want nothing but three-point shots or get to the rim and get fouled and score laying. So if you take away the shot chart, it's like a spray chart in baseball. Where do you hit the ball? Where do you shoot the ball? And the Warriors have got to cover up that corner. They can't come up off the short corner, but you cannot leave open a wide-open corner three. It's not 23-9. It's 22 feet. And in that game, they got picked apart over and over and over again with a 4-5 pick and roll with James and Davis. Davis made jumper after jumper, 13-23. But they broke down a lot in the short corner. I do wonder about playing a 2-3 and just widening that zone out where you're in each corner, just sitting there, taking it away, and then above the break, above the three line, and kind of funnel them and force them. If you don't want to take twos, we're going to give you twos. Now, we're going to get up and guard them. We're not going to just back away. But the way that zone works in the NBA may be a way to take away the corners and also take away the spots above the break, because they got picked apart on Saturday night by that action repeatedly.
Yeah, they did. It felt like once the Lakers kind of got out to a little bit of a 10 to 12-point lead, they were sort of just hovering around that number for the majority of the game. Warriors cut it to single digits a little bit. Lakers would get it back up to like 16 or so, and they just didn't really have much. And, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is they are not a big enough team. They're also not a lengthy enough team. So the Warriors need a big man discussion is something that has permeated really since the 2022 championship. But it's not just needing a big man. They also, in their prime, in addition to age, they had wings who were very lengthy and could defend, and that's why we're opening the show talking about an Andre Iguodala. Wasn't a great three-point shooter, but he could make them, and he could make the big ones. Otto Porter, another example of someone who was healthy with the Warriors relative to the rest of his career. He had length. He could shoot. Klay Thompson was one of the best two-way players in the entire league, if not the best two-way player before the injuries, of what he could do on defense. And he was 6'7" and a guard and could shoot it as well as anybody in the league not named Steph Curry. So they now are not as lengthy, they're not as big, and they're struggling to shoot the three ball. Buddy Hield has been incredibly up and down. Steph had the worst shooting half of his career. I don't think he'd ever taken 8 or more in a half and missed them all. So that was a tough one for Steph, and they can't afford that, frankly. Andrew Wiggins did fill up the stat sheet nicely, and if I'll take away one positive from this game, it's that having Brandon Podziemski back is nice. And I get that he has not had the best of sophomore years. It doesn't help that he was deemed untouchable in trade talks over the summer, and they're like, we think he's going to be a future all-star coming off first-team All-NBA rookie. But the bottom line is, he is a pesky defender. They do need somebody that can handle the ball. He can't handle the ball, and the scoring and shot has been there in the small sample size of games has come back. So that is a nice addition for the Warriors. Is it going to solve all their problems? No, of course not. They got plenty of steps to go. They had no answers for Anthony Davis, and Papa just laid out exactly why that was the Lakers are just not a good matchup for them. But, yeah, I'm glad they have Podziemski back in the very least. And bottom line is they got to be able to shoot the ball very well. It can't just be Steph, and they can't afford to have any bad Steph games. It's just the reality of being the 11th seed with what they're at right now.
Yeah, because Steph missed all 8 in the second half, they did ask him about the thumb. And you see it constantly, whether he's reaching in and he catches a jersey or he drives the lane and gets whacked. It's hard when it's your right thumb and you're right-handed. Now, he dribbles as well left-handed. And he made one left-handed pass. I think it was left-handed exclusively, which was amazing, where he threw it from backcourt right to front court left. It was like, whoa, how does he make a pass like that? So Steph does use his left hand as well as anybody, but the ball does come off that hand. You know, the left hand's the guide hand, and the thumb is critically important. I reached out to Brandon Payne to just find out, how much it's affecting his shot, and he's just wrote me back. Honestly, he hasn't even mentioned the thumb much to me. I wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't taped up during the game, so I'm not sure what impact it's having. I feel the same way. I don't notice him. There have been times where he's had it wrapped in earlier years, and he lost his handle a little bit. I don't see him losing the ball. The in-and-out dribble is there. The dexterity's there, both right-handed and left-handed. He catches the ball. He's playing through pain, which does not make it easy. He was asked a question, and sometimes, the reporters ask a question, and he's got to give you an answer. It's like, asking Kyle Shanahan, are you open to changing your defense? Sure I am. But I want to hire Robert Saleh back, and we're going to run the same scheme. So, is the shot affected in the night that he misses every shot in the second half? It looks like it that way, but I have not noticed any individual play where it looks like, man, that one was funky and it came off the thumb differently. He may just be playing with a little more pain. The one thing I think we'll get into, especially, with Walker Kessler in Utah, I don't know if he's going to play tonight. We'll talk to Craig Bolerjack, their longtime TV voice, later. He didn't play last night at home against Milwaukee, and they got a tough back-to-back. But if they do have Walker Kessler, and he's more of a shot blocker, they have 2 7-footers. Lauri Markkanen, wow. Is that guy skilled? He's different than Dirk. He's just so smooth. And the way he catches the ball with the high release, I don't even know, honestly, how you match up with him, minus Draymond. I mean, even Andre may have a hard time with him. Can Andrew Wiggins guard him? So my thought, I don't want to play too big. I don't know. I am thinking about getting Quentin Post into the starting lineup a little bit. And, just have him run with Steph to make them make a choice on that action. When they run a pick and roll with Steph and Post, what are you going to do? Everybody double Steph. Well, let's have the big guy from the high post make a three. You get to switch that? All right, then Steph's got the big. Walker Kessler, are you like Rudy Gobert? We're going to dribble around you and go in and score. So it opens it up a little bit. I'm not sure. Would you ever start Trace Jackson-Davis and Quentin Post? I don't want to overreact to their 2 7-footers. Then what do you do with Buddy? Buddy could play off the bench. They want Buddy out there with Steph because of the shooting. But we'll see where it goes tonight. And Utah did play last night, so it's a tough back-to-back coming from the base of the Wasatch Mountains to here. And we'll see about Kessler. But obviously, with the trade deadline coming up in 1 week and 2 days, and we'll talk to Mark Spears later, they couldn't get Lauri Markkanen in the offseason. The way he signed his deal so late in the offseason, they can't get him now. It would have to be in the summer. I mean, I don't think they'll ever make him available. I mean, tonight I'm more and more about guarding him because he's just different. What a skilled. He does not guard well. He rebounds well because he's big, but his handle, a true 3-level scorer. And when he catches the ball, he's like, I mean, Dirk is always the comparison, but like Clay, and he holds it differently, but he just catches it high and right up into the shot. He does not bring the ball down at all where you can get it. He is a really tough cover.
Yeah, he is. And one thing I thought about heading into this matchup is that last year, for as up and down as Klay Thompson was shooting the ball, he was a Utah Jazz killer, and they don't have him tonight. Klay Thompson went off last night in the first quarter, scored 21 of his 23.
7 threes in the first quarter.
Yeah, and that was all they needed over the Washington Wizards, but that was a vintage Klay moment, and I was happy to see it for one. But a couple of orders of business before we keep this moving. So Craig Bolerjack, you mentioned it, the play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz. He's going to join us at 11:30. And Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, we do it every other Tuesday, will be stopping by the program at 1:30. Also, my own mother texting me right now, nice hat. I think Papa style has rubbed off on you. So she's very complimentary of all of it.
Thank you, Mama Silver. I haven't met her.
We'll make it happen.
All the years hanging with your dad, I wonder if I have. But anyway, I do have a Sharks t-shirt. I do not have a Sharks hat, even though there are many times when I go get a cup of coffee in Santa Clara, there's Sharks hats staring me in the face, and I thought, should I buy one? We don't talk Sharks. We're going to talk a little Sharks today because you were there last night, and I watched the entire game. Randy Hahn, Drew Remenda back on Sharks broadcast, as good as it gets. When he's down on the ice level, it's such so high quality. We'll get Randy or Rusadowski. We're to try to get Macklin himself on Friday, and maybe his dad and Jumbo Joe. He's living in Joe Thornton's house. That was just, I know they do that in the NHL. Sidney Crosby years ago lived in the great Mario Lemieux's house. If I'm Macklin Sullivan, how old is he? It's not like he's a kid. He's a kid. But, what if you want to bring a girl back to the house? Like, Jumbo, put the TV up at 10. Is that weird to do that?
Hearing yesterday that he was born in 2006, and I know I'm not at the age where it's 2025 now, so it's like
19.
18.
Wow.
But I'm just like, oh, wait, we have people born in 2006 that are making a profound impact in sports, because it is a really weird point in your life when you're younger than all these college athletes or young pro athletes who are rising stars, and you're like, yeah, these are superhumans, they're adults, and then you start getting to the age. I think One of my best friends from college, he was exactly a year older than Zion Williamson that year that he was at Duke and everything. And he's like, this is where I'm starting to feel sad about my life. And so now I'm sitting here, 6 years older than Macklin Celebrini. And I'm like, oh, yeah, people born in 2006 are starting to make big impacts.
If I just scored the game-winning goal against Sid the Kid and the Pittsburgh Penguins, can I have my own place? What if I want to go out and get a couple of beers and then bring a girl back? I got to ask Jumbo Joe to trim his beard? I mean, the whole thing's weird. How long does he have to do that? Is that like rookie hazing? They don't do that in other sports. Brock Purdy did not live at Kyle Shanahan's house, or he didn't live at Alex Smith or Steve Young's house. Why do they do that in hockey?
It's a great question. I know baseball spring training. When I was listening to Chris Rose's podcast, they talk about
they room together.
Exactly. It's a different deal.
There the whole year though. I ain't doing that. I'm sorry.
I'll save all those questions for you when we do have Macklin Celebrini on the show. But
let's get Jumbo on together. I want to find out, how it works there. Who makes breakfast? How do they deal with this?
I'm down for a 4-way interview and then have Walter kind of instigate and just chime in, make it a 5-person operation. This is a great time. Look, I love this beanie, and like I said, not an impulse purchase because I can't touch the thermostat in here. And I'm a rule follower,
at hockey
baby.
Games. You need a wool beanie at a hockey game.
Gotta have it.
Did you have
at a
good
hockey
seats
game.
last night? Where were you? I was looking for you next to Remenda.
No, I was second level, section 212. But the thing about hockey is I don't see it as the way you would see nosebleeds at a football game or a soccer game or basketball. It's like you get a fantastic view from high up. So I had zero complaints whatsoever. It was great.
And you want to actually be behind a goal so you see them come out. It's a lot. I don't mind watching NFL games from behind in the end zone. As you see the blocking seat in the offensive line, the other end is kind of a rumor, but never a bad seat at Shark Tank.
Never a bad seat, and I'll have to make another trip here in 2025. I'm 1-1 all time, 1-0 in the new year. We're going to keep it that way. More coming up on the other side. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Moment, fate of everyone on Golden State. Open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. You better hit it. I want Iguodala. Iguodala's got ice water in his veins. Iguodala is that type of player. High leverage moment, fate of the universe on the line. I want open shot, not go get it. I want Iguodala taking that shot for me.
He crazy.
One of the all-time most famous takes on First Take. Shout out to Max Kellerman during the 2019 finals. That was after Game 2 and Andre Iguodala and his clutch shot to put the Warriors basically ice the game over the Raptors. What an emotional series that was and everything. And so, yeah, I mean, here's the thing with Andre and the number retirement, and we'll when Papa comes back, we'll keep this discussion going. But I also do want to open up the phone lines and the text line at 808 KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. And Papa, we came in with the Max Kellerman take, fate of the universe on the line. I want Iguodala. There you go. And Steph Curry ended up silencing a lot of haters in 2022. Thank goodness here in the Bay Area. But the reason I bring this all up is because it brings the discussion of, well, who should get their jersey retired? Marcus Boucher asked me today, he's like, are you surprised by this? I said, I'm not surprised that they retired Andre Iguodala. I'm surprised that they did it already and now, and I thought they were going to wait. But then we have a whole polarizing discussion on Kevin Durant going in the text line. I will always fight for some way to honor Kevon Looney, whether it be something hanging in the rafters or some kind of statue, because that guy, especially if we're talking championship number 4. And by the way, the last playoff series the Warriors won against the Kings, he was the second best player in that one. So it's all to say, the Warriors, the reason that Andre Iguodala is getting this jersey retirement is not the numbers he put up, but it was the level of winning they did as a team. And the finals MVP, sure, is a nice accolade and a symbol, but also it was very symbolic of who the Warriors were and the type of team they could be. Yes, they had Andrew Bogut, but they were able to play a small ball style with Draymond defending at a 5 because you had people like an Andre Iguodala and a Klay Thompson able to defend on the wing and shoot. It set basketball back for like 5 years. Only the Houston Rockets tried to copy the model, and they never ended up catching the Warriors.
So what is the point here? That people are pushing back on Andre's jersey retirement night? It's pretty obvious Joe was going to do it, and they are definitely retiring Kevin Durant's number. That they've already talked about it. We're going to have 11, 23, 30, 35 are coming. I'd like to have, Tim Hardaway's 10. Timmy wore 5 when he first started, so if you want to have Tim and Kevon, I'm not, I love Kevon, and I think he's the most underrated athlete in the Bay Area's history, but I would not retire his number. They may even trade him in the next 9 days, whatever it is, so we'll see, but I appreciate Kevon, but it's not quite there. But Clay and Steph and Dre are locks, and then obviously Kevin, are you kidding me? He won the finals MVP twice. The only reason he didn't win it the third time is he tore his Achilles tendon trying to win you a third championship, and they wheeled him out. They are definitely going to retire his number. It's not open for your public debate. The Warriors do what they want here. And then the question then is statues. So I think there are a lot of statues outside Crypto.com, whatever that building in L.A. is called. And everywhere we go, there are constant statues in sports. The Giants have they're statue players. They have retired numbers, a lot of numbers in baseball history, but they've got the statues are reserved for the Willies and Juan Marichal and Gaylord. And at some point, they got to honor Barry Lamar Bonds, more than having a jersey retired. But in any way, the question now is, who gets statues? Steph Curry undeniably gets a statue. Klay Thompson gets a statue. Draymond Green gets a statue. If Durant wasn't here long enough to get a statue, although I know what pose I want, that left above the break 3 in Cleveland, which one, whatever year you want to pick, he made it from the same spot on the floor right over LeBron.
Yeah, was he wearing blue or white? It's basically the same shot.
Yeah, was it 2 different colors on the road? It was in a blue in both of them?
Yeah. So the 17 one was blue, I believe, and then 18 was white. I don't know why they don't keep it consistent because it was from the same spot on the same court in the same building, but it was two different jerseys.
The Cavaliers pick which home jersey they want to wear for the finals. They probably went dark that night, obviously, whatever it is. And I remember that picture hanging in the Clorox building, the Warriors' old building in Oakland. So, without question, these guys are all getting statues, Steph, Clay, and Dre. And then you get into, what I think Andre's jersey retirement would probably be enough. He's undeniably worthy of having his jersey retired. I mean, Wilt, Mully, Rick, and Nate are in a different category. But Tom Meschery had a really good career, played locally at St. Mary's, was a tough guy in the front line. Bill King loved him, the Russian poet. We've had Tom on. And then Al is a different category with Al because Al was, played for the Warriors his whole career and then, was with the Warriors for 50-plus years. But if you want to compare, just playing ability, Andre Iguodala was probably had a more impactful on-court career than either Tom Meschery or Al Attles. And on top of that, he was instrumental in you winning 3 NBA championships. I mean, Andre may not have started every game, but he did, from Game 4 of the finals on, the first championship in 2015, the way he guarded LeBron James, that's why they won. LeBron missed more shots in those finals than Steph made. That's the kind of volume scorer he was, and he was hard to cover. He always is, but he didn't shoot the ball well then. He's gotten better, but he would just try to take you down low and try to score over you. So for Andre to meet that resistance was amazing. Andre is one of the best defensive players to ever play in any sport in the Bay Area's history. So I hope there's not pushback for Dr. Dre. He clearly should have his jersey retired. He's a Hall of Fame player when you look at his career in Philly and with Team USA. There were nights, there were long stretches where Andre was afraid to shoot the ball. I mean, sometimes it was painful. But Draymond went through those moments. It was amazing that Andre was he had such swag when he walked around. He was smarter than everybody, more well-read, lock you up defensively. But when the ball got swung to him for an open 3, there were times where you're not going to take that shot? I don't care if you airball it, shoot the ball. And he would turn it down. You could just see he was not comfortable shooting the ball. And then there's some nights when he would will himself. With him, it was the arc of the shot. I could tell right out of his hand if the ball had a chance to go in, depending on how high he lofted it. But really, when you think about it, that 73-9 year, probably the best regular season game the Warriors have played, maybe ever, certainly since Steph and Steve, was that Oklahoma City overtime game. And that was a wild night. Draymond's yelling at Steve, you'd make a shot. But Andre, if you recall, and Durant fouled out of that game, and Andre fouled him out at the end before it went to overtime. Andre had to make 2 free throws with 0.1 to go in the game to force the overtime. I remember being at the Stadium Pub in Walnut Creek watching, and I'm like, he may get 1. What are the odds he makes both? And Andre stood up there and railed both shots, and everybody in the bar picked me up like I made the shot. I'm like, I didn't do nothing, and now we got to go guard. But, Durant didn't wind up playing the overtime. But anyway, offensively, he could score occasionally, and he was not a shooter, but he connected everybody. He could play anywhere on the floor. Really, when you look at positionless basketball, and Miami may have started it, but the Warriors took it to another level. Honestly, what position on the basketball court did Andre Iguodala play?
He was a point forward, I guess. He's everything on defense.
What forward, 3 or 4?
3.
He played. He didn't like playing 4. That was the thing with him, was when they went small.
Yeah, because they had Spates in his
Andre
ceiling.
went to 4, but they had to kind of con him into thinking, you're not playing 4, Andre. But when they went small, and that was the HB Warriors first, and then Durant, Durant could play 5. He didn't have to play 4 or 5 when Durant was here. But with the HB Warriors, when it was Steph and Clay, Harrison and Draymond, and they did go small, he would guard all different types of people. Like tonight, who would you put him on? Colin Sexton, he could guard him. Okay, is he big enough to guard Lauri Markkanen? I don't know. Lauri Markkanen's a cover. He's 7 feet. I want Durant to guard him, but he's not here. But anyway, Andre just perfectly fit. He ran the club. The original point forward was Paul Pressey in Milwaukee, and then Nelly brought him here. He was a lot like Paul Pressey, without a doubt. And Paul was a great player, but Andre played on better teams, so that's why he's getting his jersey retired. But he played point, but he also played off the ball. He was a wing, not a 3-and-D guy because he didn't shoot the 3 well enough. He's just a basketball player. And he was a winning basketball player. Now he's getting his jersey retired. So I hope people, just close your eyes and remember Andre guarding people when he put that left hand up, the right hand down. It was just textbook. Like, where are you going to go? You can't beat him left. You can't beat him right. He's perfectly balanced. He's long. He moves his feet quick enough. And if you do beat him off the first step, he's going to recover. And then offensively, he moves the ball to the right spot all the time. A lot like Sean Livingston. I mean, they're not going to retire Sean Livingston's number, are they? I mean, Sean was
Probably
a really
not.
good Warrior, and he works there. But he
Love
wasn't
Sean
quite
Livingston, though.
on the level, but he wasn't quite on the level of Andre. Andre was that guy. He was in your. He may not have started every game except for the finals that year, but he was almost invariably, when healthy, and health was a big part of it, he was in your finishing five.
Yeah, I mean, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line got a nice little discussion going. 415 has a lot to say. This one I'm going to firmly disagree with, though. Retirement of numbers for Andre and KD is the everyone gets a trophy. What about the 3 finals MVP trophies? I'll just say about that one. Retiring
Do they
Festus
win
Ezeli.
any of those championships without Andre Iguodala and Kevin Durant?
Well, I definitely don't win 2015 and 2017 going against LeBron and the Cavs. I mean,
he's the best player on the world then. What are you talking about?
No, he was incredible.
Why? Because they weren't here long enough?
This is what I'll say to defend KD every time, which is they can retire his jersey, and I agree he was not a priority over the big 3 or Andre Iguodala. If you retired KD's jersey and you didn't retire one of those other 4, I do have an issue with it. KD, whether you see the 3-year stint as short or not, the bottom line is he knew he was probably leaving in the offseason. He sacrificed his body to try to win a championship, come back from 3-1, and it did end up costing him a year of his prime.
Yeah. What I would say, in the history of the Warrior franchise, going back to Philadelphia, outside of Wilt Chamberlain, Kevin Durant's the best player that's ever played for the franchise. Steph would agree with that. Mully would agree with that. Whoever you want to mention. He's the best. He was the best player in the world for a long stretch, and certainly when he was a Warrior, he was the best player in the world. When he was here and wanted to guard, he guarded. He locked you up. The one thing is he got hurt. He should have went 3 for 3 as far as championships. The Finals MVP is what it is. But are you kidding me? Kevin Durant is not worthy to have his number retired. He's one of the best players to ever play the game, and I think he's the second best. And even getting into Wilt, because Wilt's numbers were ridiculous. It was a different time. But we'll give it to Wilt. He averaged 50 a game the year he scored 100, never fouled out of a game. The rebounding numbers were insane. But outside of Wilt, in my opinion, the most skilled, talented, best player to ever play for the franchise is Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, I agree that when he was here with the Golden State Warriors was the best player in the world. I'd put him right there with what he was doing with LeBron, and obviously Steph is Steph, and he was great before, during, after KD. Still is. Can they get him some help, by the way? So that kind of wraps things up there on a little jersey retirement for the moment. But hey, 808 KNBR, the number, if you want to chime in at all. What I do want to get to coming up next, Papa, is a little bit more on the NFL head coaching cycle, because we talked a little bit about Aaron Glenn yesterday. Robert Saleh's back. Brant Boyer is back here in San Francisco. Liam Cohen with the very cringe press conference to open things up in Jacksonville. Talk about NFL offseason as we do get ready for a lovely, lovely Super Bowl 59. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
With our guys, I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. Hey, there you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Mark, settle down a little bit.
All right, Pete Carroll with a little bit of humor there, blaming the Marshawn Lynch shout on Mark Davis there. That was his introductory press conference with the Raiders. We've had the coaching cycle continue, and I learned this from the morning show this morning, actually, that Pete didn't know Marshawn was even there until afterwards when Marshawn surprised him, and then he's like, that was you screaming Raiders? So, anyway, it's on brand. It's on brand.
He'll be hanging around. I haven't thought of that connection. The one I thought of right away was Richard Sherman. Is all of a sudden he going to start hanging around in Las Vegas? And Las Vegas is a long way from Oakland, but Marshawn always wanted to be a Raider. He was drafted by the Buffalo Bills, didn't work out well there. Raiders got Darren McFadden, so Al was not going to bring Marshawn here, but he was pleading to me one offseason to tell Al to bring me home. He's got Darren McFadden, brother. He's not going to go with you. So he went to Seattle and obviously may make the Hall of Fame. I think people have a momentum there. I'm not sure I'd put him in. Certainly not initially, but Marshawn had a really big moments and big-time player, big runs, some big missteps as well. But his time with the Raiders, man, he ran that place. He just took over. The whole video crew came in, Marshawn Productions, whatever it was, and everything about his social anxiety. And I'm just here so I won't get fined. That one Super Bowl, he wasn't talking because he wasn't getting paid. But when he got paid, and you see him on Amazon Prime on Thursday night, Marshawn could hold court. So he was a Raider. Interesting. Remember that Thursday night game with Marcus Peters on Bart? It was weird. But a lot of things that are going to happen with the Raiders having Pete Carroll coach the Raiders. That is just, they're in Vegas now, so we're moving on. We don't care, but it's weird.
Yeah, it is. It's very strange. The Richard Sherman's a good call. We're going to have Tom Brady hanging out all the time, too. It's all strange. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Did you also catch the Liam Cohen very cringe Duval?
Yeah, I actually watched a lot. Yeah, I saw that. He did. Actually, I never heard him talk like Dave Canales when he got hired in Tampa. I never really heard him talk before in Carolina after being in Tampa, and I was so impressed with him. They didn't have a great year, but he got some things done. And I watched almost his entire press conference. He, coaching with the hat on and pulled down. He's a much better looking guy than you'd think. I thought he commanded the room in the press conference, but the social media department of the Jaguars had him do the one hit. So it doesn't matter what they do in the press conference. Move on. You're not going to judge a coach by that. I remember Lane Kiffin coming in initially and charming everybody, even Al. And then a year later, or actually 2 months later, you wanted to get him out of the building. So that don't matter. The one that's odd to me is Mike McCarthy. So it sounded like they were working towards a contract, and that Jerry Landman just would not offer him more than, I think it was a 2-year deal that he offered him, and Mike didn't want to take the job. I didn't want to sign up for 2 years, but is he going to get the New Orleans job? Or is Kellen Moore going to get that job? If they haven't already given it to Mike, Mickey Loomis has to make that call. If he doesn't already have the job, who are they waiting for to give the job to? And is it Kellen Moore, who's the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia? Is he going to wind up the head coach of the New Orleans Saints? And Mike McCarthy, he's not under contract anymore with the Cowboys, so he's not going to get paid this year. He could maybe go into TV. I don't know what he would do, but why didn't he just take the 2-year deal from Jerry? He must have thought he had one of these jobs locked up, whether it was Chicago, I think initially. I don't know. He went to Alisal right away, but maybe, it was never offered to him, but what I have heard him and told, and that it was a 2-year contract, and he just didn't want to do it for 2. He wanted more, and I can understand that. But if you're going to walk away from a 2-year contract that pays you NFL head coaching money, you would think you would have another head coaching job pretty certain you're going to get, and he may wind up not coaching anyone. Why is Mickey Loomis not hired Mike McCarthy yet? Is he waiting for Kellen Moore to play the Super Bowl?
Yeah, well, going into the weekend, I was wondering about Joe Brady, Cliff Kingsbury, Kellen Moore. There's a good handful of names out there, but now a couple of those guys are off the table, so maybe it is just coming down to Kellen Moore, because that's the only coordinator left still standing. I don't think Vic Fangio is going to go and get a head coaching job elsewhere, so, it's a fascinating one.
Ageism. Why wouldn't you hire Vic? Well, why don't you hire Spags? The two of the best coaches in football coach the defenses that are playing in the Super Bowl. And we had Pete Carroll's going to be the oldest coach in the history of the NFL, Romeo Crennel, briefly. But when they kick off the new year in Vegas, what is Pete going to be, 74?
He'll be 74 by that time, yeah.
And he was charming. I watched them all, either live or back, and Pete's Pete. He could command a room, there's no doubt. He's done this a long time. The one thing was his honesty about Tom Brady's role. I don't know how the NFL allows it. I bring it up all the time. It is the most blatant conflict of interest I think I've ever seen in sport. It's just so ridiculous to have him, on the broadcast and talking about the games. And it's not like he's on the D crew, or it really doesn't matter what crew he's on. If one person hears his opinion, and then he's the one conducting the interviews. And Pete basically said it was Tom Brady, along with Spytech, that he didn't know previously, that kind of wooed him. He wanted the Bears job. He was all in on the Bears. They wound up going with Ben Johnson, but everybody's been pretty honest about Tom Brady's role here.
Yeah.
How are they allowing that? If I'm an owner of another team, I'm like, whoa. He cannot either give up the $375 from Rupert Murdoch on a 10-year deal, or you go run the Raiders with your 10%. You cannot do both jobs.
Tom Brady also loves saying KB every 2 minutes on the broadcast. I don't know if that's a new thing for the Kevin Burkhardt color commentator partners, but I'm going to start being like, okay, GP, what's Walter WI? That doesn't even roll off the tongue at all. So, favorite introductory press conferences, I'd probably go Adam Gase with the crazy eyes there. And
he had bug-out eyes.
Yeah, that was a funny one.
Memorable.
But
how about Jimmy Tomsula? That was the best.
That was great.
Not just the press conference. And what was her name in payroll that he mentioned? I don't know. Does she send me my checks now? I should be nice. I don't know. But it wasn't just the introductory press conference. It was the infamous. And Jim Cozumar may wind up the voice of the Tennessee Titans. Mike Keith left and went to the Tennessee Volunteers, so I've been talking to Coz. Remember Coz's interview with Jimmy Tomsula on the show that I used to host? I don't even know what they called it, Chronicle Live, whatever the show was on NBC Sports Bay Area. Jim came in for the interview with Coz, and that was probably the worst of any introductory day at the podium, and then the one-on-one interview with Coz after. That was memorable for wrong reasons.
Yeah, so we had Jim Tomsula up there as well, and but you're right. The bottom line is it doesn't matter if you win the press conference. Aaron Glenn absolutely won the press conference yesterday, but I love we're the Jets. We're built for this, you know what? And it's like, well, dude, it's been 55 years since you ended up in a Super Bowl. Like, calm down a little bit. This regime has been a little bit dysfunctional. Saw Jeff Ulbrich was introduced yesterday. We'll have Robert Saleh and Brant Boyer, by the way. Going through the internet sometimes is just the worst waste of time as you're doing show prep. Other times it gives you great nuggets. And watching Brant Boyer participate in special teams drills and how much the players liked him.
Yeah, I saw that.
That got me fired up.
Yeah, they do that all the time in practice. So anyway, I mean, the 49ers don't typically make their guys available. We've reached out because we know Rob. I've stayed away from texting him directly. It'll go through Corey in the proper channels, and whether Kyle and John. There's a chance we'll get him on the air. I'd love to have Brant Boyer. I don't know Brant Boyer, but the Niners typically don't make their coordinators available for one-on-one introductory press conferences, even as one as celebrated as Robert Salah, with the fan base, the faithful know him, and then being a head coach with the New York Jets, you don't have to worry about how he's going to handle it. I remember the first one they did with Nick Sorensen. What was it, at the Combine or at an owners meeting? Maybe even later in the offseason. I'm not sure. But we took it live, and we had Kawakami on to analyze, and he was tight. It was his first time. The guy played in the NFL for a long time. He had sunshine, the long hair, but you stand up in front of the room, and it's different when you're talking to a bunch of reporters and maybe not a team, players. But Al always had the line, can he stand up in front of the room? And if you can't stand up in front of the media and handle it, then how are you going to stand up in front of your team? And if you're the head coach, you got to stand up in front of all of them. If you're a position coach, it's just some of them. But it is different. I think getting grilled and just maybe he's more comfortable around players, doing it in the team setting. And Nick did run the Ballfather meeting. He got better at it, I think. He was never great at it. I mean, Mike McDaniel, how much of his hiring in Miami was just based on his personality? When he ran those press conferences, I was shocked. I knew Mike, but he was always the smallest guy in the building. It's like, he's really going to be a head coach? And then, when he took over, they let him, be the OC, and he talked to the media that one year. He was charming, and his personality came out. And then, obviously, with Stephen Ross in Miami, he charmed him, and now he's got a meeting out of his hand, but his team is not playing as well. So sometimes they judge too much on what a guy says versus what a guy does. Kyle's not great in interacting with the media. He's good with me one-on-one or, certain people, but when he gets up in front of the room, he's very guarded. I mean, Belichick's the worst of all time, but it's choreographed. They want to be that way, so you really can't judge somebody in an introductory press conference, except for if he can't talk in front of this setting, how's he going to talk to my football team?
Yeah, the only way you can be judged and extrapolate that to the future is if it's a bad introductory press conference. It's really a lose-lose situation. You could charm, and it could not work out. And going back to the Mike McDaniel point, I mean, I feel like the fact that his quirks and personality were coming out, it was kind of a fun offseason dialogue. We knew a lot about him with his time in San Francisco and everything. If the Dolphins didn't have success early and make the playoffs the first couple of years, promise you that narrative would have switched, and we just saw what it looked like this year when they couldn't score. Tua was hurt. If it's another year full of struggles in Miami, it's not going to be the same, oh, haha, Mike McDaniel, he's so funny, he's so charming. I mean, it is a heavy results-oriented business, and things change so quickly in the NFL.
Who knows? You got Robert Saleh back this last week and in this offseason. Wait another offseason, and you may get Miami Mike back to 49-49. You never know.
Just bring the whole staff back together. Yeah, Nick Sorensen going to be special teams coordinator for the Cowboys, and Matt Eberflus will be the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Honestly, Papa, I don't know what you think about that one. I really don't. Like, when the name Matt Eberflus was getting floated around it, no, it was not a top choice over somebody like a Robert Saleh or even a Jeff Ulbrich. But I don't think Matt Eberflus is a bad defensive coordinator. I think when you look at head coaches who had bad stints, including a Brandon Staley I'll throw in this mix, there's a lot of head coach-like responsibilities. Like, do you go for it on fourth down? How do you manage the clock? Is this a worthy challenge? What play am I going to call a 4th and goal with the game on the line? Things that come down to the head coach that aren't coordinator responsibilities. I don't think Eberflus is even a bad hire in Dallas.
Well, he's a very good defensive coordinator. We saw his defense with the Colts before he became a head coach in Chicago, and he's strong. Some guys are just made to stay at OC and DC or STC and not be an HC. It's just, but his he had a couple of mismanagements this year that were fireable. The way they handled the Hail Mary against Washington was terrible. The way they just were not lined up right. You had one corner yelling at fans. He's the one that wound up getting back and tipping the ball, but you weren't ready for the play. And then Thanksgiving Day, how do you explain that? He was paralyzed. Somebody stopped the damn game. What are you doing here? And it was tough because they didn't expect the sack on 2nd down, and now it's 3rd down, and how do we get in the field goal range? But to do nothing in that situation and allow your quarterback to hit the side of his helmet and flip receivers from one side to the other, we got to go here. Whatever your call is for snap the damn ball, turbo, whatever it is, let's go. You got to snap the ball. They did wind up getting one play off on the deep shot that almost was caught, But the way they mismanaged that at the end, I mean, and they have it happen on Thanksgiving Day when you came back and there's an off day the next day and you don't play for 10 days. I mean, after that, it'll be hard to hire him as a head coach, even if he goes to Dallas and, he does what Dan Quinn did. And, a lot of people, Dan Quinn was not an attractive hire a year ago. I was frankly somewhat surprised that Adam Peters hired him and Bob Myers. I thought they may go, they wanted Ben Johnson. But whatever happened with Ben saying he wanted to keep Sam Howell, the quarterback, whatever it was, or Sam, Ben getting out of it. I mean, and in retrospect, what Jerry Jones should have done was let Mike McCarthy go last year after the Green Bay loss. That playoff loss is what doomed Mike McCarthy. And he should have elevated Dan Quinn to be his head coach right there from the D.C. spot. So, in any event, there's one job out there, and we'll see what the New Orleans Saints do if McCarthy gets a job. And then, I know we're not going to get Mike McDaniel back, but I do wonder, what's going on with Bobby Slowick? What job is he going to have this year after being fired by Houston? That's a good offensive mind, and the Niners know well. They're going to bring Bobby Slowick back?
Yeah, we'll see if Bobby Slowick can get an OC job somewhere. I mean, there's not a ton of openings out there right now, so could he end up back in the building? I wouldn't complain about it whatsoever. Is Clay Kubiak officially the OC now, or are they still going through the formalities of that?
Not officially. Which means if you bring Bobby back, you could make them co-offensive coordinators and do that. Do you want to reunite them? I mean, Firster runs the run game, Bobby, but you could divvy up. I think as many minds in the building as you want. I'm not sure what Bobby's contract is. He could probably, his brother does work for the 49ers. He's the guy that found Brock Purdy. I think is he still there or did he move on, Steve? Anyway, when that name came across, like, whoa, or Salah we knew. The moment they fired him in Florham Park after the 2-3 start, try to get him back in some role and be DC. It all turned out well. I did not expect them to fire Bobby Slowick after the success he had last year. So he's available. He's a good football coach. He's going to coach football somewhere next year. Wouldn't be a bad idea to bring him back to 49-49.
I know we've talked a lot about what the 49ers can do as their next move, what they need to target the most in the draft. Might not be done on the staff end if you got a Bobby Slowick floating around. That's all I'll say. Coming up next, we'll keep this little bit on football for a little bit longer, and then we'll get to Craig Bolerjack, preview a little Warriors Jazz at 11:30. That's all next. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to discuss the Giants' offseason plans, or I guess plans going into spring training, and he suggests that they are not done making additions, whether it be trade or via free agency. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver hanging out here on a Tuesday as we close down January at the end of this week. We've made it through the first month of the year almost. Good job, everybody. At the end of the holidays, hit you hard. Well, guess what? We are going to continue. Spring training is coming up. We got can I officially tease this one, Walter? Is that tomorrow? Tyler Fitzgerald? Tyler Fitzgerald is going to join the show at 1:30.
Fitzmagic.
Tomorrow. Fitzmagic, yeah. Him and Ryan Fitzpatrick can do a co-interview, and then we'll do the Joe Thornton, Macklin Celebrini co-interview back-to-back. So just going to be every guest that day is going to be a pairing, and we're going to try to put together the best pairs we can. So
looking forward to it. I think I interviewed him quite a few times on Giants Postgame Live, but he had a stretch. We had Pat the Bat Burl on last week. He was Willie Mays, the only two guys in the history of the franchise to homer. What was it, 11 home runs the first 17 games? Or Tyler Fitzgerald, and then he got a little bit pitchable later in the year, and he wore down a little bit. We didn't know if he was going to be a shortstop or a center fielder. Honestly, when I went to spring training last year, I thought Tyler Fitzgerald would be the Giants' starting shortstop, and then they just wanted to go out and get more of a veteran guy, Nick Ahmed, and Tyler wound up coming up later in the year, a lot like Elliot Ramos and Matos, and had a splash, but his lasted. Ramos was an all-star. His lasted longer than Matos. But now he's got a major change to make. He's got to move off shortstop. He's going to go to second base. He's so athletic. You'd like his range at short. He was not a great defender, better than Marco Luciano, but not great. So, a lot to get to with Tyler Fitzgerald. Looking forward to talking to him again.
Yeah, it's going to be great. If you missed Giants Fan Fest stops 1 and 2 at Napa and San Jose, respectively, they're going to keep it going with stop number 3 in Sacramento coming up a little bit later. So we'll talk to that with Tyler Fitzgerald. And did want to throw to a piece of sound before we get to Craig Bolerjack of the Utah Jazz joining us at 11:30. This is Stephen Jones in his press conference yesterday with Jerry Jones and Brian Schottenheimer talking about using a team like the Philadelphia Eagles as a blueprint for kind of getting back on the right track. And he referenced San Francisco in this clip as well. But this is what we talked about with Larry Krueger. And I get that it's easy to say, like, oh, just do it like the Eagles. Just be, I don't know, superior at just about every roster position you can in the NFL. But the Eagles did nail their offseason in terms of new acquisitions, both on staff and with personnel. Free agency, Saquon Barkley, Zach Bond. Then you go with the draft, 2 Defensive Rookie of the Year candidates. Here is what Stephen Jones had to say about using the Philadelphia Eagles as a little bit of a blueprint, rather, that is, for the Cowboys, which the 49ers might have to do a similar look.
I think you certainly look at that. I think you look at your competitors in your conference, what it's going to take to have success, whether that's a 49er team or whether that's an Eagle team. Obviously, the 49ers, had the injury bug situation, and in this salary cap era, if that injury bug hits you hard enough, it's it can be difficult to overcome. Certainly, you look at the blueprints. Everybody does it different. Kansas City's doing a great job bringing young guys along, and those type of things. And like a team like Philadelphia, you certainly look at the way they're doing it, where they went out and did some things with some veteran players. You have to take a look at that, and then you got to find exactly what fits your core, your DNA with our players and what we have, and what gives us the best chance.
So the reason I like this clip and wanted to get some of your thoughts on it, Papa, is I've kind of looked at it in the last few years as there's an AFC way of doing this and there's an NFC way of doing this. The AFC way has been have one of the best quarterbacks and one of the great talents, because you are lucky enough to have one of the very few of a Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, who didn't make the playoffs this year, and see if you can knock down the defending champions in the Chiefs. Nobody did it the last 3 AFC rounds. NFC has been a lot more build the best possible team you can around a quarterback who's good, but not one of those upper echelon future Hall of Fame all-time greats. And I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels can't get there. I'm not saying that Jared Goff doesn't have any competitiveness left in him. But Jalen Hurts, the representative quarterback of the NFC, is, I think, as many would agree, probably not a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But his roster has done a lot to get him that far. And Jalen Hurts did play a really, really good NFC Championship game. That fourth down throw down the sideline to A.J. Brown was right on point. That was a big momentum shifter. I'm not taking anything away from Jalen Hurts. But when I think about NFC teams like a Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys or a Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers, a lot of this is going to be build a really strong team around you, win the lines of scrimmage, and your quarterback can be really good, but you don't have a superhuman carry, cover up every kind of mistakes quarterback like maybe a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but Buffalo hasn't been able to win, ultimately. He's never been to a Super Bowl, and he's lost twice in the championship game. We love Josh, but they haven't been good enough. And their team around them, they've changed, obviously, in the offseason. Their whole secondary, they gutted out. Tre'Davious White got terribly hurt, and they got rid of Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, and their safety play is just not good enough. Anyway, for years in the NFL, you looked at your own division, and you build within to beat the teams in your division. I don't think that's the way the Niners do it, although I like the way the Rams have rebuilt their team through the draft. The last couple of drafts, they have rebuilt their entire fearsome foursome. They got a whole new defensive line. And, Verse is just a freak, and Byron Young and Fisk and the conductor, Kobe Turner, that's the strength of their team is their D-line. So it's similar to the Niners. I don't think the Niners, we're looking at what Philadelphia's done, and the quarterback there is limited in what he can do. He cannot read a defense. But Kellen Moore, that's why if I'm talking about, hiring a head coach, I want to talk to Kellen Moore. He was in Dallas before with Dak, and it was more of a read progression type attack. He's tailored it to this quarterback where it's the RRPO, at that mesh point, ride and decide point. That's what they do. And Lamar does the same thing in Baltimore. A.J. Brown's a difference maker. You don't have to be perfect. Just put the ball in the vicinity of number 11. He's going to come down with the ball more times than not. So Philadelphia is just different. The way they rebuilt their defense, I thought they were going to be too young. You just got too many guys in the secondary that can bust. And Vic Fangio keeps it simple. They don't do a lot. They run a lot of four, and it's just that's who they are, and they rally up and they tackle, and they've got split. And the defensive line is dominant. All those Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, Nolan Smith Jr., jeez. How fast is that guy off the edge? And then Jalen Carter inside, and Jordan Davis and Williams and all of them, they just come at you. So they're good. They bottomed out last year. We saw what they were, and the Niners exposed their quarterback's inability to read a defense and just mush to keep the rush. Keep them in there. Don't let them out. Stay in there. Go ahead and read your defense. Let's see what you do. And he threw the ball away. They're good. We'll see if they're able to win the Super Bowl. But I think you got, for the Niners, I don't think it's like the old days where you look at the NFC West, you look at the NFC, you look at everybody, but really you're looking at trends to how the league is playing, obviously, but you're looking at yourself. I wonder, is John Lynch at the Reese's Senior Bowl practices this week? I would think so. I think you're going to start seeing people, and I'm already, a little bit distracted today watching the drills, and we got a big pick coming up, number 11, and then all the picks this year are just huge this year. And I wonder if Saleh's there. I haven't seen him on screen yet, but they're going to start getting there. And when the Niners went to their first Super Bowl with this regime, remember it was Mobile to Miami, where the T-shirts, they went to Mobile. And then they went right from that and went to Miami for the Super Bowl the next year. So, right now they're at the Senior Bowl, and that game will be played on Saturday, and we'll watch it closely. But they got to rebuild all aspects of their football team. So every team does it differently. Certainly the quarterback and Jalen Hurts, they had to go young in Philadelphia because Jalen took so much money of the cap. They had to get rid of the gravedigger. They had to have some of their veteran players retire, and because the quarterback took so much. But the amazing thing they've been able to do is fix that defense in 1 year's time. They were terrible tacklers last year. They could not tackle. The middle of their defense was attackable. Getting Vaughn in there, some of the young guys playing, they've had some injuries there as well. So they're riding high right now. Fly, Eagles, fly. But last year they were 10-1, and they only won one more game the rest of the year, and Tampa Bay wound up kicking them out. So I'm sure in Dallas they look at – the question was to the Joneses about Washington and Philadelphia playing in the NFC Championship game. Two of their division rivals were playing in that game. And, of course, that's not what the Joneses want. but it's the reality of the world you live in now. But it's not just beating those teams. You got to beat everybody, and you don't know who's going to rise up above it. So the Niners, they don't specifically target a team that they have to beat. They feel like they have to beat them all, and the best way to do that is to build the best possible roster you can.
We can get more into the Niners, how they look to rebuild. Brant Boyer, Robert Saleh, a little bit later in the show. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in if you have a thought on the phone lines or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But up next, we got a little Utah Jazz talk of all things, because Craig Bolerjack, play-by-play voice of the Jazz, is going to join us on Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs on a Tuesday. Warriors have 3 games in the next 4 days, I believe, if we're going to go Utah, OKC, Phoenix, all coming up. But we're only worrying about one at a time right now. And first, they got the Utah Jazz, and we got our first guest of the day. He is the television play-by-play voice of the Jazz team, and his name is Craig Bolerjack, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Thanks for coming on the Greg Papa, Greg Silver program out here in San Francisco. Great to have you.
Hey, it's great to be on. Great to be in San Francisco. Haven't been out here for a while. I like the weather for a change, to be honest. We've been out east. A little chilly out there. We just barely beat that snow on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. So it's nice to see the sun for a change.
Yeah, I bet. I've been complaining about the cold temperatures and, having to hit the defrost here. And then I'm looking at the rest of the entirety of America. I think literally the Bay Area and then SoCal are the 2 regions that were doing the warmest there for a little bit there. So I'm like, you know what? Stop being about as soft as you could possibly be. That's all beside the point. It's great to have you out in San Francisco. And I guess we'll just start off with, what do you kind of make of this Utah Jazz team? Because we always talk about the direction of the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry's waning prime and everything. But Utah, it seems like there's been a lot of questions around as well for, yes, they're in a rebuild, and then they were maybe even going to trade Lauri Markkanen. That didn't happen. They got so much young talent. They're not necessarily winning games. Is it a bag for flag kind of situation? What's your experience been this year?
I'll be honest, guys. I think basically the bottom line with Danny Ainge kind of pulling the strings and Justin Zanuck, the Jazz general manager, I was just glad they kind of came out and basically told us, look, let the young guys play. And that's exactly what's happening. We've seen 24 different starting lineups thus far through 44 games. And on a given night, I'll be honest, an hour before tip-off, finally get the final notice of who's in, who's out, and who's going to start. And that's just been the way Danny has run it. And I think Will Hardy obviously is aboard, a really fine young third-year head coach in this league who came up through the Greg Popovich tree in San Antonio. He's much like Spoelstra, guys, who was in the film room, who now becomes a head coach. And we know the success Spoelstra's had in Miami, minus a headache of Jimmy Butler at the moment. But Will's a fun guy, and I think he connects with this young group very well. They're not done yet. They still need to find a way to get the piece. Is that Cooper Flag? Who knows? You really can't depend on the lottery always coming your way. There's some luck involved there, as you know. But, it's a young team making mistakes, and they are willing to live with that. And tonight, you're going to see a young Jazz team. Most likely Isaiah Collier gets a start against the veteran Steph Curry. And I think in the Jazz minds, guys, it's, hey, how do you learn? How do you get good? You play against the best. And that's what I think we'll see tonight.
Yeah, despite the record at 10-34, Will Hardy is really impressive, just the way he runs that thing and the energy. But I want to start at the top, because the Utah Jazz have been owned by the Miller family forever, starting with Larry. And I remember Larry sitting right next to our broadcast spot in Salt Lake City for years. And then when we lost him, his wife Gail took over. The new owner, Ryan Smith, and he's a lot like your coach, I think, a little bit. Hat backwards, just a young guy. Tell me about the change in the organization since he bought the team. And then maybe more importantly, Craig, Salt Lake City, where the Jazz ran that town, they ran, the whole area there. And now you got a hockey team that the owner also wells. How has that changed as the sports landscape in Salt Lake City, having not only the Utah Jazz there, but the Utah Hockey Club, which I love that name?
Yeah, it has exploded, honestly. I mean, the Olympics are coming back in 2034, and, the city has grown so much since I've been there. I never thought we'd see hockey, honestly. But overnight, Phoenix needed a home, and Ryan Smith stepped in, and within 6 months, we're playing hockey at Delta Center, which is unbelievable. It's doubled the capacity, the load. and the people that have to work there. The ice was always available, but never put down. Now it is, and the changeovers are, to me, just amazing. The city has kind of a new vibe to it. I think, in a way, it helps the Jazz because they're not the centerpiece of every story every day. And with this youth movement, the rebuild, however you want to label it, the Utah Hockey Club has allowed fans to have directed them into the NHL and to learn about the rules of hockey. And I've been to a couple of games, and I'm just amazed of how quickly the city has transformed itself into a hockey city. And it's fun. It's fast. It's physical, as we all know. And I tell you, Salt Lake seems to be hungry for it. And the Jazz are kind of flying low on the radar, which never has happened, as you said. With Larry, man, the way he built that team from the bottom up after purchasing it way back in 1985, the Millers made what the Jazz are today. And the foundation pieces, and the Delta Center has been remodeled several times, but the Delta Center name returned thanks to Ryan Smith. He's a go-getter. He's got a great mind of what the future of downtown should be, and the centerpiece of it, honestly, is Delta Center, the Jazz, and the Utah Hockey Club. There may be a new name next year. We'll see, but I think it's kind of catchy, and I think it's caught on big time. Utah HC, and I'm anxious to see how downtown grows from it, honestly. Larry gave so much to the city, and I will say this, Ryan and his wife Ashley continue to kind of push that agenda. He grew up a Jazz fan, and he took the ball from Gail when they made the sale and promised that they would continue to do exactly what the Miller family had envisioned. But I think it's been hyped more. It's the younger vibe of what the Millers thought it would be. And it's kind of exciting to see where it's going to go. Now, if the Jazz can rebuild and return to the Stockton and Malone type days as the West ages and they become more youthful, which they're trying to do, it's going to be interesting to see in the next couple of years, the direction of the Jazz and also the hockey club. They're both very young teams, but hopefully on the rise.
Talking to Craig Bolerjack here, television play-by-play for the Jazz. And, I mean, look, I went to the Shark Tank here in San Jose for the first time the 2025 year. Last night, I had an absolute blast, and I could tell we got some listeners even who are thirsting for a little hockey. So glad to hear that Salt Lake City has been open to it with the Utah Hockey Club. But focusing on the Jazz here just for a moment, what do you see as the likelihood of a Lauri Markkanen trade actually going down? Because when this was all a discussion and the Warriors were a big part of that, I never really bought into those talks. And Danny Ainge has a reputation of being, he'll negotiate every ounce out of you. And I just didn't see the Jazz really taking it seriously that they were moving on from Lauri Markkanen. Just because they were willing to listen to offers, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. He signs a big deal. Do you think it's the kind of thing that maybe they wait and see what happens with the lottery, or do you think that he's just here for the long haul at this point?
I'd tell you, at first I thought he would be tradable, and then they waited that extra day, remember, so that he would sign and would be not tradable for a year. So that tells me that he would be the centerpiece of what the Jazz are trying to build. It depends. I think Lauri wants to be here. From Finland, the snow, the ice, the mountains, I think he fits in. And I think that's something that's hard for a lot of players, no matter what city you pick. And sometimes the Utah gets picked on by, well, who wants to play in Salt Lake? Look, it's a growing city. It has hockey now. It has 2 Olympics, one on its way. It's grown. It's grown immensely. There's nightlife. I think it's misconstrued. I'm a transplant myself from the Midwest, and I find it fascinating how much Salt Lake has grown and the whole influx of Californians, Arizonians, is that right? and the way that, how much the city's grown, and also the University of Utah football. That's helped a lot, but this year was a down year, as we know, with injuries to Cam Rising and others. But I still think there's an electricity and excitement there, and Markkanen wants to be a piece of it, which is an oddity. but the Jazz took advantage of that, and I think he's here for the long haul. Now, look, anything can change, as we know, in professional sports, but I think they want him to be the centerpiece to build around. But if the right offer comes, as you mentioned, Danny Ainge is a wheeler dealer. I wouldn't want to play poker with him. Because he will push you to the absolute limits to get what he thinks. And he also waits. Like, does a team need a big man? Like, even Walker Kessler has been in the news. But I think he's become too valuable this year as well to be a part of that piece in his third year as a defensive, rim protector. And he's grown up a lot, guys. We're dealing with 19 and 20-year-olds, and you have to wait to see what they mature into. My partner, Big T, Thurl Bailey, played at North Carolina State, won a championship with Jimmy V in '83, and I always talked to him about, you were ready to be a professional at 22, going on 23. Now you have to wait to see not only mentally are they prepared, but how do you fill out physically? And that's a tough thing for GMs today. They think the younger the better, but you develop them, and then you may lose them, right, to free agency. You may lose them. Like Donovan Mitchell decided that he wanted out and went, the Jazz, traded him to Cleveland. Gobert wanted to stay, but, they were cleaning house and wanted to have a whole new start. But the Jazz have had good pieces along the way. And now can they find the next 2 or 3 pieces that make this franchise back into the playoffs and viable, actually? And they may pick the right time. I think Danny wants this to be a 7 to 8 year window, not a 2 or 3 year window that will give the Jazz fans an opportunity to enjoy postseason play and beyond.
And to your point, and Big T, we remember him well with the Jazz and on the broadcast with you. When Marketing came into the NBA, he was just 20 with Chicago. Yeah. And he was good right away. But that first year when you guys got him, whoa, he jumped up to 25-6 a game. And he is so smooth. The way he catches the ball high and shoots the ball. I mean, what a big-time player. You watch him every night, Craig. His numbers are down. I look at Lauri Markkanen's numbers, and he's under 20 a game. With the amount of shots he gets up, and he's shooting under 43% from the floor and under 35 on 3 balls. How is he playing specifically this season?
That's a great question. I get asked that a lot. Markkanen is a target in the sense of teams defending him. They crowd him, they double him, they blitz him when he catches the ball, and I don't think he's ever felt pressure like this until another scorer emerges that defense's opponents respect. They're going to crowd him, pressure him, and I think that's been his issue all year long. If he turns left, there's somebody there. If he turns right, somebody else comes over and shades and shows a hand. And I think there's been some frustration with that for him. Jordan Clarkson has been in and out of the lineup, who always just tends to draw a lot of attention. Last night he returned after missing 10 games with plantar fasciitis. And, you have to respect, he's a guy, I love him because he's just so unpredictable. We call him the Flame because he can light fast and he can dim quickly. But he helps Lowry when he's on, and Colin Sexton is the same. If those two players give him some space to work with, he has the 25, 30-point nights. But if they're off and the three-point shot isn't falling for the Jazz, and a lot of times it's not, these young guys still haven't, dialed in the three, which is such an important part, as we know, of the NBA today. It really crowds Markkanen defensively, and they become much more physical with him. So that's going to be a question mark tonight for the Jazz. Obviously Kuminga, I got a lot of respect for, and Draymond, if they don't play and they're out, which I guess they are, that may free up some space. It may be smaller lineup, more heavy guard play by Golden State that allows Markkanen to roam a little more free. So that's part of, I think, one thing I'll be looking for tonight for the Jazz against the Warriors.
Few more minutes here with Craig Bolerjack, and just want to ask you if you gotten a chance to watch the Cavs that much. I mean, they're 37-9, but somehow feel like the least flashy dominant team in the modern era. And we're saying this is out in the Bay Area, knowing what dominance looked like for a decade. But have you just gotten to, what do you make of his success in Cleveland and how his game has evolved since his days in Utah?
Well, Donovan, I think, committed himself a little bit more. Not all the way in. His toes are in the water, maybe half a foot about defense. Look, there's a lot of great players who always think about, offense first. Great teams like Boston, Oklahoma City, who we just saw, tenacious on the defensive side of the ball. I think Cleveland has improved there, but Donovan is a playmaker. He's a natural-born scorer. He's a good guy, by the way. The way the things worked out in Salt Lake, it happens on every team, and they're dealing with a Jimmy Butler in Miami, right? Everybody's always got a story about a player who may be disgruntled, they've got to move, or Quinn Snyder had lost his voice, or whatever it may have been. But he seems to have found more happiness than I thought he would in Cleveland, to be honest, because there was so much talk that he had to go back to New York. That's where his mom was. That's where he grew up. That dad, I still believe, works for the Mets in New York. But he's found some peace, I guess, in Cleveland, and also all-star status. He's an incredible athlete. He can drive, score for his size. It still amazes me how he gets loose, but he also has perfected the mid-range and the three-point shot. So I think that Cleveland, Darius Garland is a great compliment to him. Can they continue to play high-level defense, which I think in the end, as you guys know in the playoffs, you got to play some bully ball. And how do you win titles at Golden State? You guys had the pieces, and you're still trying to hang on to those pieces. And, Cleveland's trying to build that. And they're a good team. But how far can they go in the playoffs? We'll have to wait and see. Last year, a little bit of a disappointment. But, hey, they're back and pretty much still the same team they were a year ago with a few additions. But I think Donovan fits really well. And again, he's happy, and that's the biggest key.
Tough back-to-back for you guys. Home game last night. I know you're used to the mountains, but, back-to-back, going from the elevation to sea level. Is Walker Kessler, your shot blocker, going to play tonight, Craig?
I haven't gotten an update yet. I'm guessing he will. I think the Jazz, honestly, are just working lineups on a nightly basis. I'm with you. I wait to kind of get the ding on my phone to say who's in, who's out. John Collins didn't play. He had illness. Walker Kessler last night, left shoulder contusion. I'm not a fan of just the way the league has kind of, I don't even know when I'm on the road, waiting to get the list of actually who's going to be on the floor and who's not. I'm sure guys are the same way, who's available and who's going to actually play. Sometimes I see kids walk around arenas going, gosh, LeBron's not going to play tonight, and he doesn't even make the trip. That's one thing I will say, man, I love about Steph. That guy's played. I mean, that guy has put minutes and heart and soul into his life and his livelihood. I know his dad, Delp, had a short stop with the Jazz, 85, 86, and I see him on the road. And I just respect what Steph's been able to do. And you guys have been lucky to have a guy. We had two of them, Stockton and Malone. Rarely did they not answer the bell to play. And I think, that's rare in the league we live in today. I think 82 was such a high mark and it was such a badge of honor to go 82. I think the new 82 is 72. And maybe one day it'll be 62. But the league at least has put, a number on the fact if you want honors and postseason honors, you've got to play, was it 67? Am I right? Close to that?
7 or 65, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
For the awards,
and I think, again, it's every night the rest. I mean, if you're 22 and you need rest, something's not right. But that's me. I'm old school, and I like to see players go out. They're well paid. And look, I know the playoffs are what it's all about, but I still think fans deserve to see these players who are stars, whether they like it or not, go out and perform and compete at a high level. And I do have a lot of respect for Steph and how he's handled himself as a pro.
Craig, we really appreciate you coming by the program today. Have a fantastic call tonight. We'll do this again for sure sometime down the road, but great to do this, an introductory Greg and Greg live hit, and great to have you on, man. This was awesome.
Hey, no problem. Anytime. I'll be around. I don't go too far from hotel rooms, so let me know.
Thank you, brother. Have a great call tonight.
Thank you.
Awesome. He is Craig Bolerjack, television play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz. The Warriors will play the Jazz tonight in a homestand in a game that they theoretically should have, although they did lose to an, at the time, 8-win Raptors team, so nothing is guaranteed here in the NBA. Keep this conversation moving on the other side. 808 KNBR to chime in with your thoughts. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out. A couple orders of business. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And also, we're going to have a An additional last-minute guest pop-up. Jared Weiss of The Athletic, who's been writing about the NBA trade deadline, is going to pop by at 12:30. Got a good 10-minute window, so we'll make sure we make some time for him. We'll have Mark Spears join us at 1:30. He'll be our coffee closer of a Tuesday. What's with the jersey going on there, huh?
Evgeny Malkin, who you did not see play last night. I have no idea where I got, honestly, I have no clue where I got this Pittsburgh Penguins jersey, but it's here. Evgeny Malkin did not play. They put him on the injured list last night for their trek to San Jose. He does wear number 71, by the way, which is the number of our guy, Macklin Celebrini.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Dennis Schroeder. No, I'm kidding.
No, that's our guy for now. We got a week to go. We got a bunch of 71s in the Bay Area. Trent Williams, obviously, and Evgeny didn't play last night, but Macklin, he's got skill. Evgeny Malkin was always overshadowed by the great Sidney Crosby. And just to watch, you were there last night, and because you were there, and it was an off night in sports, we did watch the game back its entirety, and just good to have Drew Remenda back on the broadcast. He's been back for a while, but it's just he and Randy are so great, and Dan Rusanowski on the radio. And the way the Sharks, what a game you saw last night. There was a penalty shot, which you hardly ever see in the NHL.
Yeah.
That's a new format for overtime, which I don't like at all. The Penguins scored a game-tying goal later that was disallowed. Late, Sharks almost had a couple of empty netters, but it was early third period that Sidney Crosby, and we know him as Sid the Kid. It's hard to believe now he's in his 19th year in the NHL, one of the great players in the history of the sport. But I remember, the spring of 2016, and to hear Craig Bolerjack talk about Salt Lake City, and they got a lot of work to do with a new team there, the hockey team, the Utah Hockey Club, which is weird, and the Jazz are in a full-blown rebuild. But we had, and it was, I wish they would play closer, but they do take the South Bay, and the Warriors are in the East Bay, and now the West Bay, and but to have, the two sports going while the 49ers are done before we wait for Giants, what a time we had in the spring of 2016. How many communities have had this, where you had a NBA Finals going on, and then a Stanley Cup Final on the other night? I mean, there were nights. I went to one a night. The Warriors would play on Thursday, game one of the NBA Finals against LeBron. Friday, go watch the Sharks and their great stars play, against Sid the Kid and the Pittsburgh Penguins. I mean, it seems like yesterday, but it was 9 years ago, and the Sharks got a lot of work to rebuild. But it was a fun game. I mean, Sidney Crosby scored. I don't know how he scored on that play. Just hit it off the goalie's pads and snuck it in. Really inane kind of play, like what's going on? And then Macklin Celebrini got wide open in the slot, and he does live in that slot area. He's very good, obviously. I don't know if he's the skater that Patty Marleau was, but he's pretty good, and he's very skilled with the stick. He had one pass that was just, right to the tape across the entire, surface of the ice. Really impressive. And he scored the go-ahead goal, and they got a penalty later, and there was a penalty shot, and they were able to turn that away. We thought it was a great game last night. It was, you just got to, celebrate the moments when these great players come, and Evgeny Malkin did not play last night for the Penguins, but it was Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. I mean, so here's what we're going to do. And I had this thought about late last week with Walter, and I said, you know what? Not that we need to go crazy heavy Sharks, but look, I mean, okay, the fact that I'm wearing this hat, it does not make me a hockey expert. I do not know every little thing about what Papa just rattled off there, but I can tell from the feedback we have gotten from the text line firing up, when we just reference the Sharks, there's always people saying, you know what, I'm into it, I want it, and not people who are diehards necessarily, but people are always wanting a little bit of Sharks talk. So I think what we're going to do moving forward, every single time the Sharks play, the day after, we're just going to do a tiny little update where Walter's going to be playing that jazz music, and we're going to tell you what happened. So last night, what did happen? Well, Papa said it. They won 2-1. Mikael Granlund scored the first goal of the game. Pittsburgh and Sid, the not-so-37-year-old kid.
A great pass by Will Smith. That guy is a playmaker. Those two young guys, Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini, what a pass he made.
Yeah, I said, keep my wife's puck out your bleeping net when Will Smith dished that one out. Yeah, it was amazing. Granlund goes with the first goal, and then Crosby ties it up early third period. Celebrini from Tyler Toffoli. And because I'm in a fantasy hockey league, or I was formerly, I know that Tyler Toffoli, formerly Calgary Flame, and a nice little free agent signing there. So we got the 71, 72, 73 triple bang with Celebrini, William Eklund, and Tyler Toffoli. Then a goal was scored by the Penguins and challenged. And I learned this one, Papa. A new rule that I figured out was, or that was told by my friend Jack, if you're incorrect on a challenge, it's a penalty, power play. And so there's a lot on the line. This isn't just losing a timeout.
So you got to challenge the goal. That's a big one. Why was that goal actually overturned? Was he in the crease? What happened there?
Goaltender interference, I believe, was the official call. So
goaltender interference. Oh,
they obstructed Askarov.
So it wasn't like catcher's interference where the catcher does it. The offensive player committed goaltender interference.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
it was loud and raucous in there.
He shouldn't be in the crease with the puck not in the crease.
Yeah, so that was exciting. And then a penalty shot was awarded a little bit later. Yaroslav Askarov, so Mike Holler, who follows the Sharks and got a little pool up and running, telling me he had a rough couple of last games, but came back, the youngster, 32 saves, 970 save clip, and saving a penalty shot, which you said is very rare in the sport of hockey. I did not show up thinking I was getting a penalty shot. Yeah, we're not counting overtime.
I don't like the way they settle overtimes in the NHL at all. It's just, and this new, the All-Star game that they got going on in Montreal and Boston is weird. As weird as the NBA's All-Star game. So I would like to be on board with your regular Shark Talk, but I've been in this market a long time. And if you just want to, do we care about the ratings anymore on AM radio? I don't know. But if you want to kill ratings, you talk hockey. There's the Bay Area. There's a hardcore group that goes, Team Teal, that go to watch at the Tank. But overall, even when they were going to, deep into the playoffs, and Doug Wilson's teams were in every single year, winning President's Trophies and President Cup, and they don't have traction. Even when they got to the Stanley Cup final against Sidney Crosby, they were overlooked by the Warriors and Steph Curry going to the finals against LeBron. So it's just not there. But we can dabble in it. You can't judge by a few people sending a text or a tweet or something. The Bay Area, I could show you the ratings.
Don't worry, John Joe Curley is already even dragging me into his office.
What's that?
Said John Joe Curley drags me into his office for that.
And says, don't talk hockey?
No, he shows me the ratings. He's a big data guy.
No, I'm not talking about our ratings. I'm talking about eyeballs on sporting events.
Yeah. I got you.
They don't watch. I'm from Buffalo. And the same owner, the Pagulas, own the Bills and the Sabres. We grew up with hockey, and the Sabres are terrible. They're in a long run. But anyway, it's just not a hockey town. We'd like to talk more. Believe me, I'd love to talk more hockey. And the one thing is last night they did announce the NHL quarter-century team. And the Sharks have been around. I remember going back to the Cow Palace in the early 90s. I'm not sure their entire franchise team would be any different than the team that they announced last night. But you're talking a quarter century from 2000 when the century started to 2025. And every team in the NHL is announcing their team. And this would probably be the team that they would have even in the history of the franchise. But Juicy Couture is one forward with Tomas Hertl. We all love Owen Nolan. And then Dan Boyle was such a great player, came here with a Stanley Cup pedigree. And then Erik Karlsson, who played last night for Pittsburgh. He's a modern-day Bobby Orr, the way he would carry the puck from one end to the other. And in the goal is Martin Jones. So the Sharks did announce this after the end of the first period last night. The all-quarter-century second team that was. You know who's going to be on the first team, obviously. The front line gets about as good as you can get with Patty Marleau, Little Joe Pavelski, and then Jumbo Joe Thornton. What a group that is. And we'll see what the NHL announces for a quarter-century team. They're going to do the entire league. How many? Is Jumbo Joe Thornton going to be on the quarter-century team himself and not just the Sharks, front line? But when you look at those players, and it just struck me that we got to get Jumbo Joe on the air, that Macklin Celebrini, who may be on the next quarter-century team, is living with Jumbo Joe. But is that a front line right there on the All-Sharks first team?
Yeah, like I said, going into this segment, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some hockey guru. You've
watched Joe Thornton play, though, right?
Yeah, of course I've watched Joe Thornton play. Yeah.
You've watched Patty Marleau play, right? Nabokov, Evgeny Nabokov is your goalie. And then Brent Burns, who's on your All-Sharks beard team?
Brent Burns, yeah.
So different he was a badass. When they got him from Minnesota, that guy, very different than Erik Karlsson, obviously. He was more of an end-to-end rush guy. Burns is just a beast. And then Mark-Edward Vlasic is still playing. He's played over 1,300 games in the NHL, and that guy's completely different than Burns and Karlsson. He's a pure stay-at-home defenseman, a pure defensive defenseman. So Dan Boyle on that group is so... But the front line, and Patty Marleau was so just maligned in the Bay Area forever. They always thought he was soft, and I remember him and Jeremy Roenick on the show, and he won't go into the corners and do the dirty work. I mean, Patty Marleau and Joe is special, but, the best Shark player of all time is Patty Marleau in every single category. And the basic line about him was he was on your number one power play and he was on your number one penalty kill. So Macklin is on the power play. I don't see him as much on the penalty kill, but he did take a penalty last night, so he will get in and dirty it up. So I'm glad he got to go. Last year was the first year since I moved here. I did not go one time to a Sharks game, and I normally go to 5 or 10, always when the Sabres come into play. They're going to go away. They're going to shut down the league for 2 solid weeks for this strange all-star format they have. They do have one game before against the Montreal Canadiens, the Habs. I mean, that is the team. They're the Yankees of the NHL and have forever. So maybe I'll go down and check that out when they play Montreal. But that was fun. That was fun last night. I'm glad you got to enjoy it.
Yeah, I had a great time. And look, I get that standings-wise, the Penguins are at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division. The Sharks are very much still rebuilding at the bottom of the Pacific Division. So it's not like this is some grand thing that's going to spark a championship run this year. I'm just excited about the rebuild. I'm excited about Eklund and Celebrini and to see Askarov go with his 32 saves. I had a great time. I'm going to go back. That's all I got to say on it.
So how many Sharks games have you been to in your life?
I'm 1-1. I've been to 2.
You've been to 2 Sharks games your whole life?
Look,
go watch the Barracudas. Go watch hockey, brother, would you?
I will. I love the Barracudas. I almost went the other night, actually, to that one. Almost got free tickets. Anyway, that's all beside the point. We're going to keep this moving on the other side. The Rising Stars have been announced, which I guess is fascinating for whatever that 4th All-Star team ends up being here in the Bay Area. We'll have Jared Weiss join us at 12:30, Mark Spears at 1:30, Sounds of Silver, Silver Linings playlist. That's all coming forward on a Tuesday. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, with the NBA trade deadline upon us next week and Lauri Markkanen coming into town tonight, you beg the question, should the Warriors have done that move? And what can they potentially do going into next week trade deadline? And does it even matter? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the shoulda, coulda, woulda leader.
Let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on a Tuesday, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And Steve, we're getting to that point in the calendar year where you want to tell people what to do with unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
Call us. The time's really flying. It's the last week in January. It's going to be February next week. And there's a lot of people that haven't filed returns for years. Number one reason, they didn't have the money to pay. And then the second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. It doesn't have to be. If that's you, we'll file all the returns that need to be filed, and then we want to make a deal for you. And if you did file all your returns, but you feel like you're just drowning under 1,000 feet of water, this crushing debt that you think you'll never get out of, there's a lot of good solutions. This is what we've been doing for the past 30 years of our lives. We're tax attorneys and CPAs. We go ahead and we have an interview with you. It's a free consultation. We explain all your options. There's a lot of good options there. And all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take this burden off of me. Take care of me. And we do. And then you can have a normal life. All you have to do is call and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Appreciate it, Steve. And you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL to sort out your unfiled and unpaid tax return issues. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for hanging out. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. For another couple of hours, we're going to talk to Jared Weiss coming up in a little bit. He's been on the front lines for The Athletic talking NBA, what to work with the trade deadline coming up on January 6th. The Rising Stars player pool just got announced about 20 minutes ago. No Brandon Pajemski in the sophomore group, but there is a Trace Jackson Davis, and there's also 7 G League selections there. Pat Spencer made it in.
What? So Pat Spencer is going to play in the rookie-sophomore game, the Rising Stars game, I apologize. But they're not going to find a way to get Pajemski in the game? I mean, come on. After what he did last year as a rookie, I know he's been hurt. The game is in the Bay Area. I don't follow that. Is there a minimum of how many G League players they have to have in the Rising Stars game? I mean, basically, this is the Victor games, Wembanyama. We do have the starters that have been announced for the All-Star game last week, and Thursday this week they're going to announce the rest of the roster. Is Victor Wembanyama going to make the All-Star team himself? Does he need to be on both teams? I mean, it's kind of a hint that maybe he didn't make it, but the way he's blocking shots, the way he's scoring, and the way the Spurs are so much more improved, is Wembanyama not going to make the actual All-Star game, and he's just going to be in the Rising Stars Showcase, whatever it's called?
Maybe he was named to the Rising Stars as a formality because they haven't announced all the reserves and everything. I think he's got to be an All-Star.
They know who the reserves are.
But having Wemby not be a reserve doesn't make sense to me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see where it all goes. And then the whole All-Star game this year is just different with the 3 teams. It's, and why don't they take, NBA rosters now are 15 players. They're not 12 anymore. So why don't you actually take 30 All-Stars and not just 24 All-Stars? But the math is easier for the new format where of the All-Stars, you have 3 8-man rosters to play, and then whoever wins now obviously Wembanyama will be on the sophomore team. Well, you got to take the sophomores, don't you? I mean, with Wembanyama and Trace Jackson Davis. And my favorite
sophomores by a mile.
My favorite pick is Grady Dick. Without question, you want him in the game. But in any event, why no Pajemski? Because he's been hurt this year? Is he not worthy? You got guys from the G League. This guy has won the dunk competition the last couple of years. It was a Warrior briefly. How many games has he actually played in the National Basketball Association? Why is he in this over someone like Pajemski, or why is he even allowed to be in the dunk contest? He's not in the NBA.
I mean, just looking at the sophomore roster, I haven't really watched a lot of Scoot Henderson. We just talked to Craig Bolerjack.
Scoot can't shoot, but he's a good player.
He's a good player. Keontae George for Utah, same deal. I haven't watched a ton. Grady Dick just beat the Warriors. Bilal Coulibaly, actually pretty nice sophomore point guard for the Washington Wizards. Derek Lively, Trace Jackson Davis. You're getting into the bigs. Brandon Miller is hurt. Amen Thompson, by the way, one of Oakland zones. Not just what a shot. I think they're 12-3 since moving him into the starting lineup. Houston's not just trending upward. They're like borderline contender right now.
He got to the bottom of the circle, and he shook Jaylen Brown to make the game-winning shot on the parquet in Boston. They went into TD Garden and won. Houston is a problem. Memphis, obviously, is a problem. And the tough part about this back-to-back, you got to play Oklahoma City tomorrow night. So can Steph Curry play in both ends? And then you've got 3 and 4 nights. And I know they're all home, but you got Kevin Durant, Devin Booker. We assume Bradley Beal's still going to be there. The Jimmy Butler trade will probably go in the next week. But, will Steph be able to play in both tonight against the Utah Jazz, then tomorrow against SGA, who is starting? We didn't talk about it, but last week they did announce the starters. And with Luka out to injury, Steph Curry is a starter in the backcourt along with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And then you got the front line. You have Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and the Joker, Nikola Jokic. What a Western squad that is. Luka would be the one guy, but he's been hurt a lot. And then in the East, obviously, Jalen Brunson in the backcourt, along with Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland, and the front line of Giannis and Jason Tatum, and then the Kathmandu. So you got a couple of Knicks and one Celtic there. So we could pick at the starters as far as the East and West. I don't know how this is going to actually work, because you're not going to have an East and a West play each other. They're going to be 3 teams, and I know when they pick the reserves on TNT on Thursday night, they're also going to have one team is Shaq's team, one team is Kenny's team, one team is Charles's team. So the whole thing is kind of weird. But as far as Warrior representation, you got Steph, you got Trace Jackson Davis. I do wonder about Guy Santos. You can't get him in the game? No, probably not. Quentin Post hasn't been here long enough. You got a lot of guys.
Lindy Waters
the third. Lindy Waters the third is too old. He's no longer a rookie or a sophomore, is he? And then why is Pajemski not in the game? And then the ultimate, when are they going to announce that All-Star Saturday night, the headliner is not going to be the dunk competition, and hasn't been for a while. It's a three-point shootout, and it really won't be the NBA players against the NBA players. It's going to be the NBA players, and mainly Steph and Clay coming back to the Bay to go up against the two great shooters from the WNBA, Caitlin and Sabrina. When are they going to announce that? Is that just a wild rumor? I mean, everybody talks about it. No one says, no, they're not going to do it. When are we going to have that announcement that the Splash Brothers are going to take on the WNBA?
They still got a couple of weeks to make it happen. We haven't gotten officially into February yet. Caitlin Clark's doing a nice little off-season tour. She was hanging out with Taylor Swift. I don't want to bring that up, but...
You love her.
I did. Well, you know
we
what?
saw that. She wasn't there for the Buffalo game. She was there for the game the week before against Houston, right?
She was there for both.
She was there for both?
Yeah, they actually just weren't... They weren't doing a bunch of camera shots, but she was on the field afterwards.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but it actually got posted on social media. So
yeah, I don't know if I care about it, but anyway, moving on.
Yeah, moving on from there. Anyway, there are your rising stars. No Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, and one of the 7 G League spots, Pat Spencer, one of the Warriors' few ball handlers of the year. So,
and not just ball handling with a basketball, but he is a great lacrosse player, one of the greatest of all time, Pat Spencer. What an athlete that
was. He from Virginia?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Good for Pat Spencer. Shout out. And Warriors, by the way, made a two-way contract. I'm trying to remember the name. I think it was Jackson. Got to look at Anthony Slater's Twitter here, but they did a little...
Jackson Rowe.
There you go, Jackson Rowe. He had a really good night in Santa Cruz the other night. Kevin Knox and Jackson Rowe, I think, might have each top 30 in what was a high-scoring loss because the G League games are like 141 to 133 final type of scores. It's like every game's a Hawks game.
Why is Pajemski not in the rookie-sophomore game?
Maybe we'll work that out during the break here. Let's get to Jared Weiss next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. We've been talking little hoops. We even squeezed in a future is teal talk. I was out at the Shark Tank last night. Had a great time. 2-1 win over the Pittsburgh Penguins. And we are going to make the connection very shortly with Jared Weiss of The Athletic. Covers the Boston Celtics and the NBA at large. Has been on that beat since 2011. So he's experienced a lot of winning. He knows a thing or two about Danny Ainge, who we also talked about with our buddy Craig Bolerjack, the play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz. But right now, the biggest piece of drama is what is going on with Jimmy Butler. And I don't expect the Warriors to end up with Jimmy Butler. Yes, it's been reported now that they are back in trade talks. Kevin O'Connor saying the Heat's asking price is lowered because they continue to suspend him over and over. But this is a saga that everyone's got an opinion on. The TNT panel went back and forth arguing over for 10, 11 minutes the other day. Charles and Kenny versus Shaq. But he's got to get out of Miami.
There's no doubt. And those guys aren't making the trade. Riles is. So Shams Charania just opened up NBA Today saying the two teams that are going after Jimmy Butler the hardest are the Phoenix Suns, and we thought they would, and Bradley Beal would be involved in some component of the trade as a headliner, whether they have to make it a three-team or not. But the other team is the Warriors. And I just don't see why they would do this, for one, how they would do this. He's an interesting player. Is he that much better than Andrew Wiggins? He's older. He makes a lot of money. How would you exactly satisfy Riles? He's got to get traded. They've suspended him now for a third time, and this one's indefinitely. At least 5 games, which will take them all the way through the deadline. So we'll find out. But how do the Warriors get involved here? Do we want Jimmy Butler? I kind of moved on from thinking about Jimmy Butler as a Warrior.
Well, let's talk about it with our buddy Jared Weiss, who we've made the connection with, and he joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line for a good 10 minutes or so. Jared, appreciate your time. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco, talking a little hoops on a Tuesday. How are you?
What a great day to talk about Jimmy Butler trade rumors. Just when everything's starting to really pick up.
So I guess we'll just start right there. What do you make of the whole situation, and what do you see as the best suitors for a Jimmy Butler? Because this thing has hit a point of no return.
Well, the Warriors have been one of these interesting teams with the trade market for guys like this, where, it's hard to figure out what exactly would dramatically change the Warriors, because they're such a distinct team in the way that they operate. It's hard to kind of just throw in somebody who's a conventional player and think that it's going to click really well. The thing with Jimmy Butler is he's an incredibly flexible and dynamic guy. Maybe not as far as how he perceives his role on the team, but as far as his skill set, he's somebody that can kind of play different styles and fit into whatever you want to do system-wise. He has, honestly, a lot of Draymond Green to his game in the way that he can control a floor and be a playmaker. So it would be a really interesting experiment to put him on that team and just basically tell him, play in all the weird little pockets of space that we create in this offense, and you can really dominate from there. And obviously, the more that you have a great playmaker on the team, the more pressure that takes off of Steph and allows Steph to just run in circles and just do that thing. So I really like the principle of it. It's worth it if you really think that you can catapult this team back into strong contention, which is like a maybe, but it's just hard to imagine it really works.
Well, how do they do it? Do they have to give up Wiggins and or Kuminga, which I don't think they want to do? I mean, who would they have to extract from the roster to satisfy Pat Riley to get Jimmy Butler?
Well, this is the thing that fans of teams always forget is if you want to get a great player, you got to give up great players. So Kuminga is an obvious one. Like if you're a team trading with Golden State, why would I give you an all-star caliber player without getting Kuminga, regardless of how much leverage is screwed up in this deal here with Miami? If I'm Pat Riley and I can't get good value, I can't get something that I can really use to truly turn this franchise around and set a new path forward, I would rather just wait for the offseason. I would rather just wait until the market is kind of more open. There's more teams that are willing to trade because either they have financial flexibility, they're not in the middle of a playoff run in which they think that their team is definitely going to pull it off without making a deal. Like these bigger deals tend to get done in the offseason because that's when the market's really open for business. And Miami can just suspend Jimmy for the rest of the year and send him home. They're not going to lose more leverage at this point. And if he's suspended for the year, I don't think there's any team out there that's going to give him a deal. And so I think he's going to opt into his player option, and then you can trade him at that point. So unless Golden State is willing to throw in draft assets they can cobble together and Kuminga, I just can't imagine there being a deal to get done.
Talking to Jared Weiss here, and I want to move over to Cam Johnson. I know you've written about the Nets a little bit, and that's someone who, with a tanking Brooklyn Nets team, is a nice coveted piece. And the Warriors have already made a trade with the Brooklyn Nets to get Dennis Schroeder. But what are you hearing out there as far as Cam Johnson, the asking price, potential suitors, etc.?
Yeah, this one's interesting because the Warriors, I feel like, are a great fit for somebody like Cam Johnson if they were to move on from Andrew Wiggins. The thing, though, is that, one, if they were going to deal for Cam Johnson, they probably would have gotten it done originally when they were doing a Schroeder deal,
right,
unless they truly weren't willing to answer Brooklyn's asking price. And, the rumor has been that Brooklyn wants 2 draft picks. They want 2 first-round picks, probably unprotected, which is a factor here. First-round picks have very different values depending on where they are and what their protections are. So people throw around 2 firsts like it's anything, but 2 number 30 picks are a lot different than a protected pick that, gets higher and higher as the years go on. So Brooklyn wants real value because they're kind of starting from ground zero with their roster. Like by the time they get to this offseason, it's possible that Nicholas Claxton and Noah Clowney are their only 2 real pieces available on the roster at that point. So I think that because you have OKC lurking out there as a team that is a fit for Cam Johnson and has 1 billion draft picks to throw around, that they have to start moving these because they can't use them all. I feel like OKC is actually going to drive the market that 2 first-round picks is a reasonable price, even though teams say every year we want 2 first-round picks for our guy, and it very rarely ever happens. So I do think 2 firsts is going to be the price. I think the Warriors can find a way to make that happen. So it's certainly possible that they pull it off. And I think he's the best trade asset available at the deadline right now.
Yeah, he's a good player. And there were talks when they made the Schroeder deal that Mike Dunleavy and Sean Marks would get together, but the Warriors didn't. I think Kuminga was involved in that. They didn't want to do it. The other component with Kuminga is you got to sign him to a contract in the offseason. So how expensive is that going to be? The New Orleans Pelicans, what is going on with them? 12-35? Wow. So what does David Griffin do? Zion's not happy there. You got Ingram there, C.J. McCollum. Well, what do they do you think, Jared, between now and the next Thursday?
Yeah, the Pelicans are a team that it feels like it makes sense for them to sell off veterans and go really lean into. It doesn't have to be an extensive rebuild, but a quick rebuild here. They need to capitalize on these next couple drafts. It seems like Zion Williamson's future is just not there. It doesn't seem like there's a connection between him and the locker room anymore that would allow for him to for them to really believe in him at this point. And Zion's he's really the interesting guy in the trade market for the next few months or so between now and the offseason, because with Jimmy Butler, they're 2 kind of similar players in the way that they, the way they operate on the floor and their potential ability to impact and their availability. The big difference is Zion is still very young, right? He still could be a future MVP. You still could build an entire thing around him. I think New Orleans is fatigued with that at this point. New Orleans has some other good young talent. I think they probably want to reshuffle some of their guys around a different star caliber player. So I can't imagine Zion gets moved now, but I could see that happening this offseason for sure. But the main guy I think there is C.J. McCollum. Brandon Ingram, they have not been able to move him. He's hurt. I just can't imagine a team getting him, and why would you give him up for pretty much no value at this point? But C.J. McCollum's been good. You can put him onto a contender, and he'll elevate them right away, and he'll be a good guy to have in the postseason. It seems like at the very least they're probably going to move him.
Jared, I know you got to run soon, so I just got one more quick one for you. I know your focus is mostly out east, but it was just put out there by Shams Charania that the Kings are expected to open up talks to maybe deal De'Aaron Fox before February 6th. So just kind of want to get your thoughts on that whole situation and some possible suitors for De'Aaron Fox if the Kings were to move on.
It's funny. I spent an hour yesterday before the Rockets-Celtics game talking to different scouts about the idea of Fox going to Houston, because it seems like he's a perfect fit for the way that they're trying to play. Fred VanVleet is a great veteran leader, but he's just lost a lot of speed. And you put De'Aaron Fox on a team that wants to defend hard and run. Like, they don't really want to do that much half-court offense. They just want to get rebounds, get turnovers, and sprint as fast as possible. De'Aaron Fox is the perfect guy to drive that. It's kind of the identity that Sacramento had a couple years ago. And so, I mean, the thing is, the Kings have been good enough since they since they let go of Mike Brown that they don't necessarily have to trade De'Aaron Fox unless they really think that they're not going to be able to keep him. And it's certainly possible that's what they're seeing here. Houston has a lot of good young talent. I don't think Amen Thompson is touchable. I don't think Şengün is probably touchable, but all those other guys are potentially available, and they have a lot of guys that can package together. So that seems like the one that makes the most sense. But obviously, Fox is the level of talent that I think a lot of teams are going to try to make a move for him.
Yeah, no doubt. And Fox to Houston would wildly shake up this Western Conference. We spent time in the last segment talking about Amen Thompson, 12-3 since he entered the starting lineup. So, Jared, I know you got to run. Really appreciate your time and stopping by for a quick hit. And we won't make this our last.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk after Jimmy gets traded to the Warriors.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jared.
Thanks, guys.
He is Jared Weiss, and you can read him in The Athletic. Largely does cover the Boston Celtics, but as you can see in a short 10 minutes there, does know a lot about what's going on. And how about that little news that broke a few minutes ago, Papa? Kings now opening up the door to De'Aaron Fox. Doesn't mean he's going to be dealt. This was a discussion that was going around when Mike Brown was still the coach. Doug Christie comes in, the Kings get hot, everything kind of quiets down. We talked to Katie Christensen before the Warriors and Kings faced off, and the Kings had their way in that comeback. If he goes to Houston, though,
yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of probably hard for Vivek Ranadive to trade him to Joe Lacob, but I know the Warriors want to be in all the big deals, at least in the conversation. I wonder how that conversation would go, just a hang up and don't call the 916 again. I would be in play for De'Aaron Fox. He's a difference maker on both ends of the floor. He does monopolize the ball a lot, but it would get stuff off the ball, but the way he guards. But I can't see that happening unless you made a 3-team deal and Vivek didn't know he was coming here and did it later. I mean, the Jimmy Butler component here, and we'll talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears, I kind of moved on in my mind that they would be in play for Jimmy Butler because most people have shot it down, like Anthony Slater and others. Shams Charania, though, is saying, is this coming from Jimmy? Is Pat Riley and his big GM, the big guy Andy, telling anybody where they could? Probably not. So it's coming from Jimmy and his camp. And Jimmy wants to come to Phoenix or he wants to come to the Warriors. I mean, the only way I would trade for Jimmy Butler is if Jonathan Kuminga's agent is putting a number out there that's so ridiculous that you have pause whether or not to re-sign him. But you can match anything. You know, he's controllable to some degree in the offseason. What kind of money are we talking about for him? He's still a young player that has room to grow. But if you feel like you just don't want to invest in him, although I think they do, he's not going to play between now and the deadline. So, you know, what you've seen is what it is. I would not give up Kuminga for him. I would not give up Andrew Wiggins for him. And I like him, obviously. The guy is a dog, and especially come playoff time. The Miami plays so slow that it's hard to really, you know, I think he can adjust and get back into an open floor. The Warriors are playing too damn slow lately. That's why they're losing so much. But Miami's how much zone they play, and they do play slow. They just massage the ball, and you see him walking around a lot, sitting in the baseline of a zone. And you know, but Jimmy can get out and guard. We know who he is. To me, he's an older Wiggins. He's a better player, probably. You know, as far as score, I never thought he would be this kind of a scorer. I just when you know he's acting the way he is for whatever reason, and it's obviously contract related. I would not go near him. I would not touch that guy. And you'd have to give up, you know, what are we talking about? It wouldn't just be Kuminga straight up. It'd be a bunch of draft picks. You have to put salary together to go get him. I would not do that. I would look at Vucevic for a second-round pick. If you can get him for a second-round pick and not a first-round pick, then why wouldn't you do that? You know, Zach LaVine's playing with a little more control, but still, there's just an out-of-control element to his game and his ball. Dominant. I think it could work, but what do you have to give up? I just don't know. I kind of moved on from Jimmy after he went and watched Miami play and just watching and talking to their people. I just thought it's not a match. So why is this coming back around? Jimmy's acting up. He gets suspended all the time, whether it's missing a charter or he begs out a shoot around because you're not going to start him tonight. How much are we paying?
Haywood Highsmith over me?
How much you paying me? Are we paying you? Seriously? Go talk to Mickey. Go talk to the owner here. We'll put you on a Carnival Cruise Line. So Riley don't play. Now, is he going to be forced into a trade because everybody knows you got to trade the guy? I don't have to trade him. I'll suspend him the rest of the year, and he can rot. But I just don't like the behavior, and this is the NBA. But I don't want to. You want to bring a diva into the Warrior locker room? I mean, Draymond's Draymond, but he's not a diva. He's a dog, and so's Jimmy. But why is he acting this way? So is it real that the Warriors are in play for Jimmy Butler, or is that Jimmy's agent trying to draw up business? Otherwise, Phoenix and Ishbia, if I'm the only one, negotiating with Pat Riley, then I'll tell you what I have to give up to get out. We're going to make the trade, and you got to trade him. So we have to create a second team is really in the market for him. Are the Warriors really in play for Jimmy Butler? If there's one guy out there that knows, it's the Hall of Famer Mark Spears.
And we're going to talk to Mark Spears coming up at 1:30. Sam Amick, one more note on De'Aaron Fox, said can confirm the Kings appear open to listening to De'Aaron Fox offers heading into the deadline. A league source says Fox, who has continued to signal a lack of interest in extending, has a destination in mind. So more to come. Kind of stay tuned on whatever that destination is.
Northern California for Swipa?
Yeah, I don't think they can make the salaries work on that one. But that's just me. Coming up next, little Sounds of Silver bouncing around the world of sports on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action again tonight against the 10-win Utah Jazz. Can they right the ship? Can they get back on track? They're going to have to because they got OKC and the Phoenix Suns coming into Chase Center later this week. Let us know your thoughts on the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, let's get a little bit of sound in before we talk to our buddy Mark Spears coming up at 1:30. Let's start it off, and I know we already did a little segment on this, but didn't get a little audio. Got to give it up for Macklin Celebrini, Yaroslav Askarov, and the Sharks en route to a 2-1 win. That's all I got to say. Let's hear it. Randy Hahn on the call.
Here's a turnover. Granlund with the puck for the shot. And Kyle Granlund breaks the ice. It's 1-0 Sharks. Penguins start with a goal. An innocent-looking play at the side of the net, but it pinballs its way in past Yaroslav Askarov, and it's 1-1. And they score! And it's Celebrini! And the Sharks lead it again!
A nice little sandwich there. Good to hear the mellow middle with the equalizer, the excitement from Granlund and Celebrini. And hey, it's a nice way to spend a Monday. That's all I got to say.
And then a goal disallowed, and then a penalty shot turned away. So good, and Randy is so good. Ken Korak, probably the most underrated, but Randy Hahn on hockey, Dan Rusanowski on radio, two of the best that have ever done it. So good to hear my friend's voice. Randy is in perfect voice last night. And Drew Remenda, having him back on the broadcast. We love Jamie Baker, but Drew Remenda is just such Sharks hockey. Great listen last night.
And we may be getting Drew on the show coming up in the near future sometime. So moving past that, Klay Thompson last night was on fire. He only ended with 23 points and 8 made shots, but didn't really need to do anything after the scorching hot first quarter. He had 7 threes in quarter number 1. It was vintage Klay on display. Oh, and we're looking for the sound here. Anyway, Klay Thompson hitting the 7 threes. You got that one, Walter? All right, here we go.
4-3, Thompson. Very nicely done. Klay Thompson again on automatic early in the game. Drives and finds Washington. A shot fake and a drive for him. Back to Thompson. It's a Klay day. Oh, yeah. 4-3 again. Yeah, baby. Don't wake him up. Don't wake him up. With gas. Dribble handoff. Thompson. Oh, yeah. Klay Thompson gives him a shimmy. He drills his 7th three of the first quarter.
You know what? I'm happy to see Klay Thompson doing well somewhere else. I know a lot of people felt, kind of mixed emotions with Klay when he came back and he was celebrating on the court and hitting threes right in front of Joe Lacob. Look, they departed. It was time for the Warriors to move on. It was time for Klay Thompson to move on. Sometimes these things come to an end, and every vintage Klay moment that he gets for a new fan base, I'm cool with it. I'm good with it. It was fun.
And it was Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards, the opponent, and they hugged it out before the game, and then Klay went out, and Mark Followall, the voice of the Mavericks, great call. It was a Klay day, at least a Klay quarter. He did that all in the opening quarter. 7 of 10 on the 3-ball in the first quarter, missed 1-2, had 21 points right away, I mean, we know what he can do. He had a 9.93 quarter, and we had the anniversary of his 37-point third quarter against Sacramento a week or so ago. 7 threes is a big number. It's not 9, which is the all-time record for threes in one quarter when he went for 37. But Dallas is an interesting team, 25-22 after the win last night. When is Luka coming back? He hasn't played since Christmas. They do have Kyrie Irving back, so they needed Clay to kind of go off last night, but he didn't wind up doing a whole lot after the opening quarter, but they outscored Washington 42-16 in the first quarter. Game over, drive home safely.
Yeah, Washington just one win in the month of January, and it came on the day of the New Year. So as they're being called all around, the Washington Lizards, full of L's there. So, you know what? It's tough. But let's move to something that was a little bit of a Monday surprise. So while I was at the Sharks tank, I had my significant other locked in on the Arizona Wildcats playing against number 3 Iowa State. College basketball drama, it's starting to heat up and get to that. And Caleb Love, who couldn't hit anything the entire night. Shooting was like Buddy Hield past the month of October. But he did make one shot, down 3 from beyond half court, forced overtime, and it led to a Wildcat win. Here's the whole package.
Iowa State just cannot give up the three-point line.
Del Orso's
got to go down the court.
3-point game. Here's Love for the tie.
Hey,
Tell me about it.
You just got to give it up to God at that point. Hey, we practice half quarters and shoot around, you know, that's the fun of it. We do that shot at practice, and like I said, you got to give it up to God, and that was all him.
So when the ball's in the air, what are you thinking?
I'm hoping it go in. I'm praying.
And when it went in, what'd you think?
Wow, thank God.
So 2 good basketball programs going at it last night. Iowa State, number 3 in the country, just handed their third loss. Arizona started a little shaky under Tommy Lloyd in season number 4 here now, but they end up going berserk in overtime. That shot there from beyond half court by Caleb Love forced a little OT. So fun little drama going down in Tucson, Arizona at McHale. Got to give some shout out to a little college basketball drama here.
Bear down with Arizona. I know Steve Kerr is happy and Andre Iguodala is happy.
Lauri Markkanen.
Tom Tolbert is happy as well. Probably no one else in the Bay Area cares a whole lot, but I'm with you. Sharks hockey and Arizona basketball. You are killing me, brother.
You know what? Sometimes on a Monday, you don't think it's going to be a whole lot of sports to entertain you, and then things just pop up. So, yeah, that's what happened last night, Papa.
Did they?
Had to do it.
Pop up? Did they?
It popped up.
Okay. What's your fourth sound of silver?
Fourth sound of silver.
We need more silver segments in this show. This should be silver and silver. It's all silver all the time. Silver bells.
How about just Papa and Papa? We'll just go back the other way. Sounds of Papa. I'll have you pick the sounds from the cut sheet.
It's your bit, man. You're out there. What's your fourth one? How about Andre Iguodala having his number retired? If you want to go a Wildcat strike, go Andre.
I am going to go Andre, as a matter of fact. I'm not going to go with the retirement jersey montage or the video that the Warriors put out on their socials, although that was very nicely done by them. This one is going to be a clutch 3 in Game 2 of the 2019 Finals in Toronto to avoid going down 0-2 on the road. We played it as part of the open package. Here it is.
Of everyone on Golden State, open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, you better hit it. I want Iguodala.
Curry throws it. Livingston has it. Back to Iguodala. Iguodala puts it up. It's gone. Andre Iguodala drills it with 5.9 remaining. What a clutch shot from the veteran.
I live for these moments. The pressure's on Steph Curry. He did all the work. You're not going to get a better shot. If you turn that down, then you have a bad free throw shooter getting fouled going to the line. Give me this look any day of the week. Andre Iguodala stepping in rhythm with confidence knocks it down.
So that's going to be one of my favorite Andre plays of all time. I know they did not go on to win the series, but for Sean Livingston to meet the pass from Steph, kick it out to a wide-open Iguodala. Yes, it was wide open, but you got to drill it, and he did, and that Toronto crowd just went silent. They didn't get the last laugh in it, but that's going to be one of my favorite forgotten. Maybe forgotten's a strong word.
I was actually there that night, and I'm having a hard time recall it. Mark Jackson on the call there. There goes that man again. So what was the signature Andre Iguodala play. Shots, I'm searching. He had the shot blocked by LeBron on the breakaway. That was just LeBron playing the trail. He got beat off the dribble a lot, and that was probably the signature moment. When I think of Andre Iguodala, it's not making shots. I'm trying to recall the biggest shot he ever made in the game. Well, the Warriors won that game, but, where they went on to win a title. It was the strips. After Kevin Durant made the shot in Cleveland, Cleveland tried to tie the game with a 3 at the end, right in front of the bench, and I was sitting right there. And if he fouled LeBron James going up on that, and they called it a foul on a 3, it would have been absolutely catastrophic. Andre Iguodala is the best stripper in the NBA's history, and there's been a lot of good strippers. Whenever he reached for a ball, he never got called for a foul. It was amazing. The hands that he would have in coming down to tip the ball away. He did it against LeBron in the finals. I remember him doing it against Damian Lillard of Portland in the Western Finals. And the Warriors were already up 3-0 at that point, as I recall. But again, it was a big situation late in the game. Only Andre, had the balls to do that, to reach in. If you reach in the NBA, you got to get a foul. And with LeBron, I remember right in the baseline in front of the Cavalier bench, he was elevating up, and he got the clean reach. He got the ball back. He stole the ball. It was amazing. And if he just was a split second late on that, they're going to get LeBron elevating up, see if he makes all 3 free throws. But as far as big shots, and I was in Toronto when he made that shot. I don't really recall it, to be honest with you. The Warriors lost the finals that year. If I went back and looked at it, I'd probably jarred my memory. But outside of that, I can't remember Andre making big shots. It was more big defensive stops where he'd reach in and just rake the ball up low before it got up high where it was a threat. He was the best ever to do that.
Well, in 2019, so probably a couple of weeks, maybe not even 2 weeks before the highlight we just played with the shot in Toronto, he had another big strip on Damian Lillard to secure a home win. I think that was part of the open package as well.
That was the Western Finals. That's what I'm talking about when Durant was hurt. The 2 plays where he did it was on LeBron. He may have done it on a second time. What was the game where it opened up wide for him and he went right down the lane and dunked? It was after he made a steal along the baseline.
That was
incredible.
Game 5 of 2017, I believe.
Against Cleveland? No, I think it was later in his career. In any event, it was actually when he came back from an injury, and it looked like offensively he's inept. He just could not make a shot, and for some reason they allowed him to drive. I don't know what they were playing for because he wasn't going to shoot the ball. He was going to pass the ball. But the middle of the lane just opened up wide. He went right in and dunked the ball. And it was moments after he made a big baseline steal. He had 2 plays in a row back-to-back. You were like, wow, I didn't think it was going to be. I think that's when he came back from an injury, and I wasn't even sure. They didn't know he was going to play at all in that game. And he wound up not playing great most of the game. But in typical Andre fashion, he made a big defensive reach steal and then the dunk down the lane. But as far as pure shot making, that's not what I remember Andre Iguodala. When they probably won't put a statue up. Retiring as number 9 is enough. But if he did come up with a statue of Andre Iguodala, it would be a reach in on LeBron James and him ripping the ball out.
Yeah, I would say so. And I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yeah, Andre Iguodala, not necessarily known for his shots. And in fact, our buddy Michael on Digital was being a salty Kings fan this morning, and he's like, he might have the worst numbers of anyone to ever get their jersey retired. And I'm like, dude, that's not what it was about. But I also saw him in Game 1 of 2015 finals against the Cleveland Cavaliers, that home overtime win. He made a 3 in the corner, late third quarter, without a shoe on. So that one's also going to live in my memory.
Shoeless Andre? The thing with Andre was and there were a lot of nights he just would not shoot the ball. He would turn it down. It was hard. But Draymond had long stretches of his career where he admitted that he lost confidence. You could just tell with Andre, he does not feel confident squeezing off a shot. But it was all his legs, what kind of lift he would get on the jumper, and how high he would release it out of his hand. But he was not a shot maker. When he was in Philadelphia, he was more of a scorer. But it was different, the way he would attack the rim. He averaged almost 20 a game as a younger player. But how many times was he up for Defensive Player of the Year, getting votes for that? one of the great defenders in the history of the NBA, but probably the signature moment for Andre is the strips and that one against LeBron James to win the Warriors a championship.
808 KNBR for your signature moments of Andre Iguodala. And while we got a few minutes here, also we'll let everyone know that Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator for the Commanders, has decided to stay in Washington for a second season. So there will be no New Orleans Saints for Cliff Kingsbury after all. Maybe they're waiting on Kellen Moore.
I mean, what job would he get there? The head coach? Did they interview him to be head coach of the New Orleans Saints?
No, there was no report of that. I'm just saying it's now official.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, he would be the offensive coordinator. They haven't hired a coach yet. So what offensive coordinator job, where's he going? He didn't have any options to go anywhere besides stay where he is. I mean, what offensive coordinator job is open right now? Is there one that's open?
Has Detroit made a move yet?
Yeah, they hired Johnny Morton.
That's right.
I don't know if they made it official, but that was the report. And we know Johnny well on both sides of the bay. He was with the Raiders, and then he was with Harbaugh and aided them somehow getting a play call in from upstairs. That was weird. When David Shaw was there, and then Greg Roman, Greg would call the runs, and at first it was David Shaw would call the passes, then later Johnny Morton would call the passes. Johnny's bounced around. He's a good coach, but Detroit is gone. Outside of the entire coaching staff in New Orleans, it all hinges on who their head coach is going to be. Is there an offensive coordinator job that is open right now?
That is a great question. I'm trying to do a little scrub through Google on this one, but off the top of my head, I don't believe so. Bobby Slowick, obviously another big name that we were putting out there.
Well, who was Houston hired to replace him? Have they named an offensive coordinator yet?
Putting me on the spot here with all these Googles, man.
No, I don't know. We're just talking out there. I mean, you don't have to say. I don't know if Houston has named someone to replace Bobby as the offensive coordinator. So
yeah, they have not.
Right, so that job is open. So that would be about it. But it doesn't matter. And Kingsbury had to bounce back. His reputation was so sullied at the end of the Arizona run. That was complete anarchy. I remember going to play them in Mexico City, and it was like the general managers assaulting women. He's drinking too much. I mean, they were going sideways there. It just didn't work out. It's amazing how you take a job like that. I think Kingsbury's on a path to be a head coach again. It wouldn't be right now. I wonder why New Orleans. Maybe Mickey Loomis, and that's why he's saying he's not the only job he would take. You're not going to leave Washington to go get an OC job somewhere. Plus, they can prevent that from happening. But there's only one head coaching job open, so obviously he's not going to be hired in New Orleans. That's the one job open, which leads to who's it going to be? Is Mike McCarthy eventually going to get that job? Are they waiting on Kellen Moore? But beyond that, there's no other job Kingsbury would take.
Yeah, and Cliff Kingsbury, obviously, great rapport with Jaden Daniels there in year one. We'll see what they can do year two. I don't think it's likely that it follows the same kind of path as what the Texans went down with C.J. Stroud with a slight regression and then Bobby Slowick getting let go. But then again, this is the NFL and things change quickly. I mean, Sam Darnold went from a $50 million quarterback or $45 million quarterback in 2 weeks to now it's J.J. McCarthy's time. So it all happens fast.
Well, I mean, the one thing would be injury. And, there was a regression in C.J. Stroud. They still won their division. They still won a home playoff game. They had a good year. I don't know why they fired Bobby Slowick. I haven't heard if it was D'Amico or Caserio who did it, the GM, but Bobby's a good coach. And but as far as Kingsbury and Washington, I mean, things change, obviously, from one year to the other. Look at all the examples of 49ers down, Philadelphia back up. It goes on and on. I mean, the consistent teams are Kansas City and Buffalo. I mean, Cincinnati didn't even make the playoffs this year, so you never know in the NFL. And the thing you worry about with Jaden is injury. He's just so skinny. And the way he runs, and he's an effective runner. But you just wonder. I mean, RG3 was built at a big arm, and they ran all the RPO stuff that they're doing now with Alfred Morris when Kyle was there, and then he hurt his knee in a regular season game against Baltimore, and then he hurt his knee in this playoff game against Seattle, and he probably shouldn't have played in that game. I think if Mike Shanahan had to do that over again, he wouldn't have played him. But they went on to Kirk Cousins anyway, so you never know. I mean, one year you're on top, but you wind up with a quarterback injury or significant injuries, all of a sudden, you're back picking high in the draft, and, you're making changes.
There you go. Let's do a little Silver Linings playlist coming up and then make sure that we got plenty of time to get to Mark Spears, our Hall of Famer, and he will be our closer here on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver. More coming up on the other side. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to discuss the Giants' offseason plans, or I guess plans going into spring training, and he suggests that they are not done making additions, whether it be trade or via free agency. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Andre Iguodala is the best stripper in the NBA's history, and there's been a lot of good strippers.
Well, that was Greg Papa's take when we were talking about Andre Iguodala, who will have his number retired on February 23rd against the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson will be in town. And so I was trying to figure out where to go song-wise today. And Walter did a nice little job with this little background music here. We got Pony by, how do you pronounce it? Is it Ginue, I think?
Genuine, bro. Come on.
Genuine. I want to say Ginue.
Wow.
Not a genuine fan, huh?
Wow.
No.
I like this one.
What's
I like
the
this
song?
one.
What does it have to do with strippers?
Oh, this is a huge stripper song, stripper vibes.
Okay, just the song. Let me hear it. Genuine on the main stage.
I'm sticking with Ginue, by the way.
John doing the main stage here.
So
what? That was not the song you had today, because I just said that line, and that's not the first time I've used that. Andre is a great stripper.
He's an incredible stripper. Did you?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
was it
what
Channing
song were you
Tatum and his
gonna go with?
ex-wife that did a little blind karaoke? They did like a performance on stage, and I think Channing Tatum danced to this song.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And then you go to Channing Tatum with Magic Mike. That's also that song. You like that movie, Pop?
Yes, love Magic Mike. It was genuine.
So anyway, I want to ask you if Andre is one of the best strippers of all time, and we got the vibes going with
Who's
this
the
music.
second best stripper?
Who's the short list of the best strippers of all time? Are we talking Gary Payton, the Glove? Michael Jordan is one of the best guard defenders
John
ever.
Stockton leads the NBA all-time in steals, but I wouldn't call the choir boy from Salt Lake City and the Mormons a great stripper.
That doesn't fit.
No, Andre was so good. We could use the line, he got his hands on more balls than anybody in the NBA, but we went stripper, and we've used that line for decades here. But so they are going to do it the night Klay comes back, which leads to who's next? After Andre's number 9 goes into the rafters to join Wilt and Tom Sherry and Al Addles and Mully and Rick and Nate, it all depends on who plays the longest. I mean, Steph's talking about playing at least 45. Would it be Klay? Would his 11 go up after Andre's 9? And then I don't even know. Draymond's 23. How much longer is Durant going to play? I think you've got to have something with Draymond and Mitch together and retire 23 combined. I mean, Mitch is a Hall of Famer. He wasn't a Warrior nearly long enough. Do you slip in a Hardaway before all of this? So Andre's the next to go up, and that'll be when Klay comes back. But is Klay Thompson the captain? Would he be the next one to get retired, or do you sneak in a Hardaway? What do you do here?
I almost wonder if they do all three at the same time. Do them together. Big three?
Steph, Klay, Andre all together?
Yeah, I could see like a statue of them all together as well. Reveal it all in the same night. You don't think so?
For marketing, Larry Baer says no. We're gonna. You want to do one night and have 3 guys on one night, or we could stretch it out and have 3 different nights.
I'm not talking about marketing. I'm talking about what they would all want to do, going up in the rafters together.
No, you can't do that together. Has anybody ever done that where a whole group goes in together as far as retired numbers? You want to single them all out. It all depends on, the reason Andre's going in first is he retired. The other guys are still playing. And then how do you honor Steve Kerr? Steve has got to be retired. Who are we missing? I mean, Andrew Bogut, I don't think he'll get his number retired. Livingston would be borderline, but probably not. So I think, just my own guess, based on how they're going, I think Klay may be the next guy to have his number retired, and that would be, a couple of years after he retires. You got to have a little bit of a lag there. So I would say 9 for now, and then 11, and then maybe 30. Would be much later. I mean, Steph, how long is he going to play for? But Steph has talked about retirement. So how many number 9s do we have retired in the Bay Area? Just Reggie Jackson for the A's and now Andre on February 23rd for the Warriors?
Yeah, I would say so, because Robbie Gold was wearing 9 for the 49ers not that long ago. So
couldn't be retire his number?
Couldn't be a San Francisco. Hey, never missed a postseason kick. Can't be saying that about the current kicker.
Yeah.
Retire Marquise Grissom for the Giants.
That's a good one. You got to retire his number 9? Yeah, that could be.
Who plays 9 for the Sharks? Let's just keep talking about that. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so maybe Andre Iguodala with our, and by the way, text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, loves the Ginue. I'm sticking with it.
Ginue,
wow. Baby. Sticking with it all day.
I think I had a pint of that at Gibson's
fancy.
Irish Bar in Walnut Creek after Tony's event. I think I had a Ginue.
See, 707 made me laugh out loud, and that's what this is all about. Someone says Jeff Mullins, 23, long overdue, 303 on the text line.
Jeff Mullins is one of the most underrated. Are we going to retire them all? Jeff Mullins, 23, Draymond Green, and Mitch Richmond all together. Think about Jeff Mullins, and he's an underrated player. Because of him, Chris Mullins' name was mispronounced by everybody in the NBA. They kept calling him Chris Mullins. I'm like, you never heard of Chris at St. John's, College Player of the Year? What are you talking about? It's Jeff Mullins, and it's Chris Mullin, and they're not related.
So if Andre Iguodala is the best stripper of all time, if they have a statue out there with bronze and a giant pole down there in the jersey as thin cut as possible, get a little crop top, show a little belly button, who else is joining him?
You're going deep into this. You're going deep into the stripper line. You never heard me say this? I haven't called him the best stripper in the NBA.
I'm trying to have some fun on a Tuesday, Papa.
I got it. It's good. He's the best stripper in the NBA.
Okay, well.
Tiffany, Mandy, Bubbles would all be in line, but Andre's the best.
All right, my question, though, to follow up on that statue, will Andre be rotating around the pole? That's my question.
I don't think he gets a statue. I think the number retired is enough. He's not getting a statue.
All right, well.
That's for Steph, Clay, and Dre. Question would be Durant. Does he get a statue? Andre, you can be the best stripper in the NBA, but it's not good enough to get you a statue.
I'm going to say Kevin Durant probably does not get a statue if I had to make a prediction right now. But, it is true. Like, he was a 2-time Finals MVP. He joined a team. They were an unstoppable force, but he was only there for 3 years. And I do think in the end that has some value. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at. But, but I guess my backup song for today is Mazzy Star's Holla. I know I sent you that one over the weekend because not only was it the return of Holla for Salah, but we also had our buddy John on the YouTube chat saying Holla for Iguodala. And since we're talking about Andre, I'll do something a little bit more wholesome than Ginue, sticking with it. Pony, it's going to be a little Holla for Salah and Iguodala here on a Tuesday. So, yeah.
Ginue, classic.
So, while we got Mark Spears getting ready to come up here, I'm thinking about, we'll ask him, some of the best ball strippers of all time. Looking at some of the names, I think the glove is up there. I'm trying to think of my era. I know Avery Bradley was a random, great on-ball defender. Patrick Beverly, a total pest. Chris Paul would get a lot of steals. Jason Kidd, a lot of steals. John Stockton was a good call by you, but...
Walt Frazier. I mean, Walt would just pick your dribble right off the court, but Andre's different. It's not always stripping. Sometimes you come in with a steal and you tip the ball from behind. Andre would clamp down on the ball. He would literally strip the ball as you were trying to take it upward in the shooting motion. So it's a little bit different there. Andre is by far the best stripper in the history of the NBA.
Well, there you have it right there. That is our Silver Linings playlist today, Pony/Holla. And what we're going to do coming up on the other side is talk about it all with the Hall of Famer Mark Spears joining us every other Tuesday. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, what's happening, everybody? So, Papa, I hate to burst your bubble with the attire you have on the stream, but we're having a last-minute switch-up because Mark Spears is going to be postponed, and the one and only Dusty Baker is calling in to the sports leader right now. So just pretend that Champs hat has orange and black on it and says 2010 or 12 or 14.
He was a great basketball player in Riverside. Dusty can vote all.
There we go. Actually played
Johnny
against...
be good. What's up, Dust? How are you, brother?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Hey, man, but hey, the two basketball players dudes out of Riverside were Jim Barnett and Bobby Rule. I'm telling you, those guys can deal, man.
I remember Jim. You and Jim grew up together. I remember having all those stories. So we've been chasing you for a while. How's it going? Thanks so much for calling. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on Verlander. That's mainly what I was thinking about lately, was because you managed him at the height of his powers there, and I had to think you were involved in Buster signing him. So tell me what the Giants got in Justin Verlander, Dust.
Well, I mean, what they got a horse. And, I don't know how hard you can ride him now, but, if we do it right, and hopefully, he's honest enough to tell you, if he's good or bad, which he usually is, you have a horse. And he takes pressure off the rest of your pitching staff. He'll show them, he'll tell them, and not only tell them, but he'll show them, how to pitch and what to do, and which is important because ball players are the greatest emulators of all time. And I remember Hank Aaron used to tell us things and then would show us how to do it, and it would be a lot easier for him to show us how to do it than for a coach to tell you or somebody else to tell you. So he's going to be a very, very good addition to the Giants, and just want him to stay healthy.
Yeah, Dusty, Greg Silver here. Great to talk to you. First time on the Greg Papa, Greg Silver program here on KNBR officially for you. So glad to have you. And on the note of Justin Verlander, obviously the big narrative is just the mentorship. We talked to Kyle Harrison on the airwaves not that long ago, asked him about not just Verlander, but Robbie Ray. So how do you see this Giants pitching rotation, if this is what it is going into the season, kind of rounding out? And what are your expectations as far as the growth of some of these youngsters?
Well, I don't know. The expectations, I try not to put expectations on them because, some get it quickly, some get it a couple years from now, and hopefully they get it, this year. But the main thing is that, you got a healthy Robbie Ray. Hopefully, you got some veterans there that can show these guys how to pitch. And I like this Giants pitching staff. It boils down to, how good the bullpen is. But a lot of times your bullpen depends on your starting staff, especially if they're not overworked. And so, we'll see. Hopefully they can stay healthy. That is the main thing. I know it's an old, cliche that everybody uses, but as long as they're healthy, and if they're healthy and they're them and they can be themselves, then they got a great chance to win because it starts with pitching.
So we see you hanging around the batting cage a lot. So and obviously, you played all aspects of the game, but you are a hitter. Exactly what are you doing with the Giants now, Dusty? And how has your role changed, if at all, going from Farhan last year to what Buster's doing? And how do you think Buster is doing? That's a major change for Buster this stage of his life.
Yeah, it's quite a change, and it's a lot of responsibility, and there's probably more pressure on Buster now than he was when he was playing. And so, a lot of it remains to be seen, yet we do have to realize that he's a first year. He's starting all over again in a new role, new responsibility, and we got to give him a chance. That's the main thing. Give him a chance to learn, and at the same time hope that we're winning while he's learning. And above all, you got to be when you're in a leadership role, you have to be a better listener than at any other time in your life. So hopefully Buster surround himself with some people that have experience, and people also with new and fresh ideas, as well as old morals and ways of expressing that. So we'll have to see. Everything depends on, starting in spring training. And then from there we go to the first month of the season. And it's a long ways. And you hope that we get better and better as the year transpires.
Talking to Dusty Baker here, and Buster Posey has been very forthright about the type of identity he wants to create for his team, winning games by pitching and defense. When you look at the lineup so far, going out and signing Willy Adames, what do you just kind of see as the big picture, both with what they could be defensively, but also offensively to score enough runs and win some low-scoring games at home?
Well, you asked me some questions that can only be answered once you start playing. You know what I mean? I mean, we can speculate all you want to, but Al Campanis told me years ago that you don't know how good you are until, or if you need more pieces until you play everybody one time to compare what you have and to compare what they have. So I know everybody's excited about spring training, but you have to kind of wait until they get on the field, to see.
Obviously we love you here in the Bay Area, but before, you became affiliated with the Giants, you were a Brave and you were a Dodger later. Just your thoughts on what's going on with the LA Dodgers and after spending.
And don't forget, I was an A. I ended up.
I remember.
With the A's.
We saw Tony and we were going to get there. I remember well at the end of it. And,
okay.
But the way they've spent last year over $1 billion on Shohei and Yamamoto, and then this year they've spent almost $500 million to go get Blake Snell and Scott in the bullpen. I know the game is decided on the field ultimately, but is what the LA Dodgers does, in your opinion, good for baseball to have a team that is that loaded with talent, and how do you compete with that?
Well, I don't know, quite honestly. Baseball has tried to create parity, but it seems like there's always a way, around it. They try to penalize teams with the tax, saying, control spending. But, how do you tell a rich guy to control his spending? I mean, that's really not the American way, really. I mean, I don't know where it's going. I wish we had it, to spend. But since we don't, you have to build from within, and you might have to take a little longer. I mean, they can go out and fill a hole like they have in a couple of weeks or days. But, the answer is I really don't know. But the whole thing is, number one, we have to train to keep your team on the field as much as you can. You have to have a mindset of a winner. And, you have to have a David and Goliath type attitude towards things, because if not, you'll be totally intimidated. And I don't think that Bob Melvin and the players on the Giants are going to be intimidated by anything, because they played them tough. But you have to play everybody equally tough as you do with the Dodgers.
Dusty, first base is a position that a lot of Giants fans have their eyes on here ahead of spring training, and just kind of want to get your sense of doing this platoon with Lamont Wade and Wilmer Flores. I mean, these are two guys that had some great seasons a couple years back, and then for both of them, injuries sort of derailed the last year. What do you kind of make of the platoon system between these two if they can get back to healthy?
Well, it just depends. Lamont's younger. Wilmer's more experienced. Wilmer, to me, is their primary clutch hitter. I mean, this guy can hit tough pitching, and it just depends if Wilmer's healthy. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, you keep asking me these questions, but you don't know until spring training. You got to wait until the end of spring training to see how these guys have improved mentally, physically, spiritually, and if they are ready for a platoon situation. And if they're not, then hopefully somebody will step up and take the job. I mean, we're not in the giveaway business. You got to earn it. And so, both are going to have a chance and, to play. Then we'll see how it goes. And a lot of these questions that you're asking me, they're not my decisions. Okay. All right. So I appreciate the question, but, I'm not the decision maker here.
Yeah. So what are you doing exactly with the Giants? We see you around the batting cage, and you've got years of experience playing and managing and know the game inside and out.
Greg, I'm still trying to figure that out, a little bit.
No,
I'm serious. No, I'm not fooling them. I don't want to fool them. I want to earn my money. And, the thing is, I'm still learning the personnel that are there, whether it's from the trainers to the coaches to, you can't learn everything about anybody or anything in a short few months. You can get fooled. You got to spend some time. You got to, keep your eyes open, and I'm closer probably to Ant Williams and Bob Melvin than I am anybody, because we have history. And so, I'm trying to get similar history, but it'd never be because I have years and years of history with those guys, but I'm trying to be on an accelerated course to learn when to interject, when to say something, when not to, when it'll be accepted, and when the right timing is, because everything's about timing, especially when you're dealing with, with new people.
So the Giants Fan Fest here, as we finish up with Dusty Baker, it's going to be at the home of the Sacramento River Cats and the A's. I guess we'll just call them the A's now. But this Saturday, February 1st, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and Logan Webb going to be one of the people there to attend. So having managed Justin Verlander, when you think about someone like Logan Webb, what do you see as, kind of leadership qualities that Logan Webb, he's kind of like the veteran of this pitching group before Verlander came in. I mean, what can Verlander teach someone like a Logan Webb about leadership?
Well, he can teach him a lot. I think there's probably a decade between them in age and on the field and off the field. And, I'll tell you, Justin Verlander can sort of reinforce what Logan Webb is trying to do, or either say, hey, look, you could have done it a better way, or you're going down the wrong course. And I'm sure he's looking forward to spending time with Verlander. I've been knowing Logan since, we're both from Sacramento since he was a very young man. He's still a young man, but since he was a kid. And so I only hate that I can't go to the Fan Fest at the River Cats or A Stadium, whatever the new name is going to be, because I'm attending Ricky's memorial service, which really hit us all very, very hard, because it lets you know how vulnerable that you are from one minute to the next. Because if anybody you thought was going to live for a long, long period of time, it'd be Ricky, because he didn't smoke, drink. This guy took care of himself, and so that just sort of, woke us all up. And you'll tell about the people that's at his memorial service, what people really, thought of Ricky, because like I said, this one hit us probably harder than, Willie or Cepeda, because Ricky's a lot younger than them. He's younger than a lot of us. So, I went to 2 memorials last week, and I'm hoping that this Saturday will be one of the last ones that I'll have to attend for a long period of time.
Yeah, it's this Saturday, February the 1st from 1 to 3 at the Oakland Coliseum, and we're going to be there. And we were at Tony La Russa's event in Walnut Creek, and it really was a memorial to Ricky. And it was the first time Stu, spoke publicly, and it was a private event, but, Stu grew up with him, and Eck, and even Jose Canseco. And you obviously played with the greatest of the great and Hank Aaron. You managed Barry. But Ricky was just different. I mean, the combination of the power and the speed. And Jose went 40-40, and Mace could have done it. But as far as the ability to take over a game so many different ways, Dust, was there anybody quite like Ricky in your lifetime?
No, I remember talking to Jim Palmer years ago while he was still pitching. And he told me that he thought the best player in the game at that time was Ricky Henderson. And they had some bona fide stars there. And and then also Davey Lopes told me, he says, when Davey got traded to the A's from the Dodgers, he said, hey, man, there's a guy that plays left field better than you. I said, man, are you serious? He says, yeah. He said, Ricky Henderson. So I really started paying attention, to Ricky. And like I said, I mean, that was great that, Stu said some words, because, he and Stu grew up together. he and Shooty grew up together. Him and Michael. I talked to Mike Norris. Michael said he was like the little brother that he didn't have. And, Ricky affected a lot of people in a lot of different ways. And, a lot of people saw Ricky on the field as one way, but, we knew Ricky as Ricky. And, he was always the same. And like I said, it's going to be very, very tough to realize that, Ricky's gone.
Yeah, no doubt. I plan to be out there Saturday for the Celebration of Life. And, Dusty, really appreciate your time stopping by, calling in with us today. And, yeah, great to hear from you.
All right, man. If I didn't do it today, then I wasn't going to have time to do it. And I wanted to, no, I'm serious. I wanted to talk about Rick, more than me or more than the Giants or more than anything. So I'm just glad we had a chance to talk about Ricky and let everybody in the whole world know how much we love Ricky.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you,
All
Dusty.
right.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Later. Bye.
So that is Dusty Baker, and one of a kind, and that's a good reminder to tell everybody that the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest Tour 2025, stop number 3 of 3, presented by Experience Scottsdale, is going to be at Sacramento before the open house at Oracle Park. So admission's free. You can acquire tickets at sfgiants.com/fanfest and see guys like Tyler Fitzgerald, who we're going to have tomorrow, Mark Hulberg, Grant McCrae, Elliot Ramos, and Logan Webb. Can't wait to see everybody down. Not going to make it to the Sacramento, but we'll definitely be at the open house, and it's going to be a blast.
Without a doubt. And we've been chasing Dusty for weeks and weeks and weeks to come on the show. I think he was just driving around the bay and he heard us, so he decided to call in. So anytime anybody out there, like a Dusty Baker career, just give us a call and we'll pop you on the air. But he's a special guy. And, the Ricky, we didn't talk much about, Tony's event the other night. A lot of it was private. Billy Bob was there, but it was mainly Stu and Eck and Jose and Tony talking about Ricky. And those were, and Dennis Eckersley, you're talking Hall of Famer. Stu really should be a Hall of Famer. And then Jose was on a Hall of Fame path, but his career went a different direction with the ability, and he was the first to do 40-40. But all of those guys in the room, even Billy Bob, everybody bows down to Ricky Henderson. I mean, there really is, no one quite like him. And Ichiro went in the Hall recently as a leadoff hitter, but really Ricky's the leadoff hitter on any team that's ever been assembled, whether it's Cooperstown, the A's, the Yankees, wherever. Played for everybody. So I know Dusty wanted to call and just to acknowledge that. And the A's are going to have a moment on Saturday. It's not, Giants are having their fan fest, and the A's are in, they're actually in Dusty's, town where he lives now. He was born in Riverside, but Dusty lives in Sacramento, and has for a while. So we're going to be out there for sure on Saturday. And it was emotional the other night, but even more so to bring the fans in. So many people, their favorite player of all time in Bay Area sports history, all sports. Mays really on one side of the Bay and Ricky on the other.
Well, we mentioned Mark Spears. Dusty Baker called in, so we moved that back, but we will have a short chat with him on the other side to close up shop on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to discuss the Giants' offseason plans, or I guess plans going into spring training, and he suggests that they are not done making additions, whether it be trade or via free agency. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Well, we do it every other Tuesday, and today we're saving it for the very end. Senior NBA writer for ESPN and Anscape, Mark Spears, joins us on the UMA guest line. Mark, appreciate you. Good to talk to you. How are you?
Good, man. Just a lot going on in the NBA right now, a lot of craziness. And with the trade deadline now about 10 days away, I expect it to be one of the more entertaining trade deadlines we've seen.
Yeah, you join us every 2 weeks, so next time we talk will be post-deadline. Let's go through the list.
The
All-Star
All-Star
next 9
week.
minutes. We got an All-Star game after that, but let's talk deadline. Jimmy Butler's back in the news. He's kind of always been in the news. Suspended again by Riles, this time indefinitely. Shams had the report this morning. The Phoenix Suns, who have been talked to about probably more than anybody, but the Warriors are still involved. Do you envision a scenario, Mark, that Jimmy Butler is traded to the Warriors?
Well, the issue is that Jimmy's salary is so high, right? It's like $48 million. So while the price has seemed to have lowered in terms of perhaps what the Heat want, the problem is, like, what do the Warriors trade him for? Like, you're not obviously trading Steph and Draymond, and, you know, are you going to trade Wiggins? Because there's, you know, salaries there, but you still need more. You got to, like, stack contracts to make such a deal happen. And so while it sounds good in general, you know, and I know they want to keep Wiggins, and then you hear the stuff about, well, they want to keep their salary cap space to maybe go after a guy like Giannis. It would seem to me that it's just extremely hard for not only the Warriors to do, but anybody to do when you have a salary that's like $50 million.
Talking to Mark Spears here to close out the show, and De'Aaron Fox making some big splashes in the last hour or so during the duration of our show. I know you're kind of on the front lines of all this NorCal reporting, so why Fox wanting to get out of Sacramento when things have turned around so nicely with Doug Christie? Is this kind of how it was all along? Did something happen? Like, what's the deal with De'Aaron Fox and his desire to be in San Antonio now?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go back real quick just to finish up what Pop asked me. Now, let's say that Jimmy does come. I would say that if you have a locker room with Draymond Green in it, like, it's the first time that since Jimmy became Jimmy Butler, because obviously he had some lean years in the beginning, that I think he'd walk into the locker room and he wouldn't have the biggest voice, right? Steph exudes respect. Kerr's obviously, you know, got a lot of respect, but Jimmy does whatever with coaches. But I do think that Draymond would basically be like, look, you're coming here and this is what it is. Another challenge with Jimmy is I was told that he wants 2 additional years in order to, so the Warriors would have to basically agree to an extension as well. And so I don't know. That just seems like a long shot. In terms of De'Aaron Fox, like, even before Mike Brown was fired, it just seemed like he was changing the wheels to getting out of there. I kind of thought it started when he hired Rich Paul as an agent, and a Sacramento reporter, James Ham, just reported he wanted to go to San Antonio. But the San Antonio possibility, I know De'Aaron's a Texas guy, is kind of curious because in 2019, he was trying to get on USA Basketball's World Cup team, and he didn't really see eye to eye with Coach Popovich, and he withdrew from the team. So I know they expect Coach Popovich to be back. I don't know if they've repaired everything, but hey, playing with Wembanyama is certainly attractive. But to me, this looks like the beginning of the end of De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento, which I wonder what the locker room is like now, because they've done well, and now all of a sudden you want out, right? For sure. So I wonder if it's going to feel not to the same degree as say Jimmy Butler because I don't think De'Aaron Fox would have a fit like that. But that has to be a real big blow to Doug Christie, to the Kings franchise, to the team that even with them winning 10 of their last 12 games or something like that he still wants out. Certainly has to be disappointing to Sacramento.
So what do you see the Warriors doing between now and a week from Thursday at 1 o'clock our time? You mentioned Jimmy's probably a long shot. We've talked about Nick Vucevic, Zach LaVine, New Orleans players. I don't think they'll touch Zion, but you're tight with CJ. Could they get CJ? Would they want him? What about Brandon Ingram?
Yeah.
There are a lot of big names. Cam Johnson. Yeah. Who do you most align the Warriors to if they do make a trade, Mark?
Well, I see Draymond coming back, right before the All-Star break, and he's beat up, Pop. He's really beat up, and I think the Warriors are probably prioritizing getting some size next to him, not only to help the Warriors from a size standpoint, which I think Vucevic would do from his ability to rebound and score. He scored 40 the other day and shoot threes. But Draymond can't guard these fives anymore. And if they want him to be productive for the remainder of his career with the Warriors, they need to give him some size and help. And, Quentin Post, maybe he's a diamond in the rough that could be, a backup in that regard. But I still see them, going after a Vucevic, a Valanciunas is available and very economical. He's only making like $12 million in Washington. You got guys, several bigs across the league. To me, on top of the wish list is Miles Turner. Still relatively young, big guy who, to me, fits all the Warriors' big woes and to fix it. And he doesn't appear to be getting an extension that he would like to get with Indiana. So to me, I would actually probably put him, although it's probably tougher to get him, on top of that list. But if I was a betting man, I would, some of the different bigs, like keep an eye on Kessler, Collins in Utah. Blazers got a couple big guys other than their rookie to kind of look at. I don't think Nurkic and Draymond can play together, but I do fun. See. Yeah, I do see it being a stretch five that could, be something that the Warriors, I don't know that they've ever had a good stretch five.
So, Mark, last one for you, because I know we got to hand it off to Dirty Work here in a second, but when you think about the asking prices for a lot of these guys, like a Collins, a Kessler, a Turner, who's kind of in the realistic pool for Warriors as they look? I mean, I know Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Joe Lacob are the ones making decisions as to what they want to sacrifice. Like, that is the big question. But what's even mildly realistic as we look toward the trade deadline?
Well, I guess I've read that Vucevic would take a first to get him. I think he's worth that. They might think I'm crazy for saying that, but, this is a proven guy that could get you 20 points and 20 rebounds. If you want to be more economical, Valanciunas is probably your guy. $12 million. You wouldn't lose Kuminga. You probably wouldn't lose, Wiggins. Either one of them in the deal, but you still get your big. He's not as diverse offensively as say a Vucevic is or a Miles Turner, but he's like, the poor man's. He fits the build. And from talking to Draymond the other day, I still feel like he still feels like the Warriors could do something this season. And, I just kind of asked him about the standings in the West and how everybody's kind of beating up on each other. Like, they still feel like there's time, once Kuminga's back, once they get healthier, whatever addition they make, that they can make some noise in the Western Conference. So he didn't sound like he was throwing in the towel at all. But I do think that the Warriors have to do something. Like, I think it would be extremely disappointing for them to walk away, especially with the amount of players that are available. This is a tremendous lot that's not normal, to walk away on a week from Thursday with nothing.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And, a lot to chew on as they play Utah tonight and got 3 games in the next 4 nights. So, Mark, appreciate having you on. We'll do this again. We'll make it a little bit longer next time, but nonetheless, great to have you.
Hey, man, Dusty Baker's a legend. I get it. Shoot.
Absolutely.
You're a Hall of Famer,
All right.
brother. Thanks for being adaptable. Thank you.
All right. There's levels. Dusty's a different level.
Yeah. Level up.
Take care, guys.
All right, Mark.
Yeah.
We appreciate the flexibility of Mark Spears. We appreciate Dusty Baker. We appreciate Craig, our buddy, the Utah Jazz play-by-play
Bowler
announcer.
Jack.
Bowler Jack. And we appreciate Jared Weiss for stopping by for 10 minutes today. So, Papa, appreciate you, and we'll do this again tomorrow.
You going to the game tonight? We got a Hello Kitty giveaway tonight. First 10,000 fans. I would venture to guess, Greg, you're a big Hello Kitty fan.
No Hello Kitty for me. I'm going to be watching this one from the couch.
Come on. We love Hello Kitty.
Maybe I'll bring one back to the office or something. Maybe Derek can get one for us, huh? Got a Hello Kitty? All right, that's enough. Have a great one, Walter. Appreciate you. We'll hand it off to Tim, Copes, Depop. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
What about Kitty?
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no? 59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb hanging out with you. T-Dub. And boy, will we have a good show for you today. I got to tell you, I think...
How so?
I think, when you were a kid, do you have a favorite day of the week of school? It's got to be Friday, right?
Well, yeah.
Friday's always the best. Fridays are a gift. Friday, Saturday, Sunday don't really count when you're trying to pick your favorites.
Yeah.
Thursday, when you get to college, becomes one of your more favorite days because usually Thursday becomes a new Friday in college.
You know, yeah.
Or every day becomes the Friday in college, and then college lasts 7 years.
Basically.
Yeah.
They call them doctors.
No, not all. Sometimes they call us radio hosts, too.
Dude, your camera. Every day.
Every day, dude. Every damn day.
I think it's where Greg Silver sits, or where he tilts.
No, I told you. I think I figured out the problem. I think it's more about the profile. Our profile is just angled differently than theirs.
You profile differently.
Yeah, thank you. Don't profile me. At least not in a specific way.
He profiles differently.
Tim wants me to put my headphones on. Hold on, Tim. I'm all tangled here, dude. Is this switch over that happens? You guys give me crap then when I'm...
Did you hear I finally graduated?
Yeah, and just a shade under a decade, too. All right.
You know, a lot of people go to college for 7 years.
I know. They're called doctors.
You hear all the good stuff Tim's playing.
You're missing all the Tommy Boy drops.
Oh, dude, what? I missed them all.
Yeah, we're not playing it again.
All right, well.
Just a shade under a decade.
You know, you strike me as the type of guy that would come in, be the class clown in middle school, and have the same joke over and over and over again sometimes.
I mean, in middle school, I do the same things to all you guys every single day.
Exactly.
I walk in every day and say the same things to all you guys every single day. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that Tuesdays have quickly become one of my favorite days of the show.
Okay.
Because the NBA grab bag shows up, as does Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Not only do we get a fat grab bag, we get a fat tease from Adam Copeland.
Forgot I gotta do that one, dude. Forgot I didn't doodle one up last night.
I go down the street, I see the milkman, I see the mailman, and I say what's up, and they're always carrying a big sack, and I'm like, what's in that sack, man? And it turns out it's the NBA grab bag.
Yeah, it's a big old bag. It's got 2 words. Well, one's an acronym, and then one's a word.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I frequent the same jokes. I'm a routine guy, though.
I know. So as a kid, whenever I would miss a Monday, and I would always do the same joke every time when I would off school, either sick or just
you got a 3-day holiday and then came back to school.
I would come the next day and be like, Derek, where were you the next day? I was like, oh crap, yesterday wasn't Sunday, and everybody would laugh at first, and then I kept doing it over and over again, and all my friends would be like, dude, is your mom stupid too? Like, how's she not gonna look at the calendar?
Right, everybody realized it couldn't have possibly been the scenario.
It's the dumbest joke.
Yeah, clap it up.
Clap it up, people.
Clap it up for Derek's mom.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
That's pretty funny. I'm trying to think of any of the other. For the longest time, I would do when Tom and I were doing the show. Every day the show open would start, and I would say to all you guys, "What, the show starts at 2 today?"
Yeah.
That got a laugh one time, and then I said it every day for a month, and then it came back around at one point. Every once in a while, it would hit somebody else again. Because it's really not funny at all. It's just the dumb consistency of it.
Well, it's really commenting on the show before us being super late.
Does that still happen?
Not as much.
Now they steal our guests too, and they go late. The ball's on those guys.
Well, today was understandable because they had Dusty Baker pop in.
Was that Dusty at the end?
Yeah. Well, no, it was Mark at the end. They had to move.
I was going to say it sounded an awful lot like Mark Spears.
No. The guy before him was Dusty Baker, and then it was Mark Spears. By the way, Dusty claims that he came up with the high five.
Yeah, they credit Dusty with the high five. I'll tell you what.
I got to believe some people were slapping five before Dusty
What
Baker.
I'm saying, dude, is if you go back in time and you watch sports highlights, there's a lot of the double low fives going on.
But not a high five.
Like guys crossing home plate. Tim, you know what I'm talking about? Guys crossing home plate and like slapping down on each other's hands.
I remember it fondly.
It is fun. Yeah, Tim was alive for that. It is funny. 808 KNBR, we're riding with Dusty on the high five, right? I mean, I'm not handing it to anybody else. It's also,
I don't know, man.
It's also a little Romeo and Michelle like where I invented Post-its. Like, you don't necessarily know who it...
Man.
She tries to come up with something that they think nobody would have known that they invented.
That's like her go-to line at the reunion.
I invented Post-its.
And then like someone's like, no, you didn't. I know the person.
It's, Janine Garofalo's character went to business school. She's like, it was so-and-so. We learned about him in business school. Like, she knew about him. She blows up their whole plan or whatever. All works out in the end. She ends up getting with, Michelle gets with Sandy Frank. He's got that new rubber that's in every shoe in North America. It all works out for Romeo and Michelle.
Man, did you watch this yesterday?
A couple of weeks ago. I'm also a Romeo and Michelle guy.
Okay.
It's also a funny movie.
It's been a moment. I remember when did they danced to Time After Time at the dance?
Yes, they do. It doesn't really make any sense at all. Doesn't make any sense at all in the movie.
Okay.
But it works out. It's also a little bit of a weird scene.
I don't care about a dance sequence that makes sense.
It's pretty funny.
You know why I like Clerks 2 more than Clerks?
Because of the dance
sequence. It just ties it all together. It's perfect.
That's pretty good. We do have some good stuff to get into today, though, in terms of some sort of like random, what would you call it, like a potpourri of sports topics?
Sure. That's what the soup used to be called, right?
We are going to catch up with our guy. Yeah, we are going to catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko.
Yes, we are. Matty Mo.
Matty Mo will stop by and we'll talk to him about the official nature of the Robert Salah hiring, Brant Boyer, and how you evaluate special teams.
Yeah, apparently Pat McAfee says he's a badass. He knows him from his days in Indianapolis.
Ooh.
So when I think special teams, I think Pat McAfee.
I think Marquette King.
Oh, man. My guy Marquette.
What happened to him? Was he just a punter who was like he made too much noise for his own good?
Yeah, he was
getting penalized too much. And like,
Marquette was a good dude. He used to come by the studio all the time and say what's up. He was a goofy punter. And I think after a while, people are like, why are we having a punter that's flamboyant
Go ahead,
character?
Say it. Say it. You know
flamboyant character.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
And he called out John Gruden in an NFL Network interview. I remember that. And he got benched in Denver. I remember when he signed with the Broncos. I guess he lived in Alameda. He drove by the Raiders facility and danced on the front of the building and did like a donkey dance.
He just. I tell you what, that's kind of the jackassery of dances. You know what I mean? If you like, you don't want to get. It's funny in like because he did that like on the field.
Yeah, we do that.
He would do like the ride the donkey or ride the pony or whatever when he was on the field.
Let me ride that pony, or donkey.
All right. Well, I mean,
I was thinking of Genuine earlier. By the way, my man Greg Silver knows himself some music. But what did he call Genuine?
Uh-oh.
Tim, do you remember?
Oh no. Was it genuine?
G.
I was going to say was it genuine?
Yeah.
Oh man. Poor dude. I don't want to come down on my guy. But
Hey, listen. We love Greg Silver. He knows his music.
I'll tell you what, I love genuine.
Even I know Genuine.
Even I know genuine.
Is there more room for me in those jeans?
Call me Genuine Kenobi. I don't know, dude. Let's stay away from that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's too easy. Too much low-hanging fruit on that. Anyway, the Warriors have announced, we're going to get into this in just a little bit, retiring Iguodala's jersey.
Yeah.
I want to get into some of that because, I don't know, it's interesting.
It is interesting.
It's an interesting decision.
How are you? Like, we'll get into more later.
Not to Greg Papa. He was like, what are you talking about? Of course. You should have expected this.
Yes.
You should know that they're going to retire.
Where's Barbosa next?
What are they hanging my jersey in the rafters and Levi's?
Blair.
Where's Mo Buckets? I want them all.
Give me the knot on his head and his number. You know any of that knot back there?
No, I remember.
He's out there banging in the paint.
Anya Bielitsa.
We used to debate that. I was like, man, he's got money. Why doesn't he have that removed? And some people, I remember so maybe he just wants that. Maybe he likes having that mole on top of his head.
I don't want to psychoanalyze the knot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's more of a knot than a mole.
Would you say it was more of an, I don't know.
It's not a tag. You know what I mean? Anyway, came here, the dermatology leader. Adam Copeland, Depop. It's T-Dub with you on a Tuesday. We got a fun show for you. Matt Naoko joins us a little bit later. We got a big old fat NBA grab bag, and I'll tell you how we obtained it in just a little bit. Plus, at 4:15,
it's a whole backstory to it.
Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Plus, we're going to get into your guys' wish list for the 49ers later this afternoon. And hopefully a big old fat Pat H. crap section.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit later. Let's get into what's going on with the Warriors. They're back in on Jimmy Butler, and they're hanging Andre Iguodala's number 9. Is that right?
It is, yeah. They're
up
doing
in the rafters. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dirty Work will be live at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow and Friday. Snag yourself a Kolsch, tell Copes his takes suck, and talk beard growth with Derek. Live, 2 to 6. And snag me a to-go crowler. Do it!
What's going on, ladies and germs? Derek Papa here, and look, it's difficult for me to make plans on the weekend when it's during football season. I mean, just tough. Saturday, you got college football. Sunday, you got NFL football, and I just don't have time to make plans with people. But I have no excuses this weekend because what am I going to do, watch the Pro Bowl? So you have no excuses either. So why don't you head down to the largest RV show on the West Coast, the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. What's going to be there? Well, 500,000 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, happening now through this Sunday, February 2nd. Over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. Get a special RV show only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel, toy hauler, or truck camper. So what excuse do you have? You have none. Come on down and check it out. Browse around and find what's going to make you and your family very happy. Many good times ahead. Once again, that's the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, now through this Sunday, February 2nd. Check out details at rvshows.net, and I'll see you at the RV Show.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Let's go, Birds!
Uh-oh. You want to just hit it that second segment, 217 today? You want to hit it, Tim? You want to hit
Let's go, Birds!
No, it happened early today.
Love to inbound. Finds James. James blocked by Iguodala. Ball loose. Touched out of bounds by James, and it's Golden State ball with 10.4 remaining. Hurry throws it. Livingston has it. Back to Iguodala. Iguodala puts it up. It's gone. Andre Iguodala drills it with 5.9 remaining. What a clutch shot from the veteran.
Of everyone on Golden State, open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, you better hit it. I want Iguodala.
Is your response? He crazy.
Yeah, even Andre thought that was insane.
Is that Max Kellerman?
Yep.
You said that?
I remember it well. He was so confident that Andre Iguodala was the more clutch shooter that he told Andre to his face. And even Andre said, "You're crazy."
What scenario would there ever be where aliens had a laser beam pointed at Earth ready to blow it up, and they were like, unless someone can knock down a game winner?
He's crazy.
Well, it happened in Space Jam.
Well, I guess you're right. But that was more they were just going to like capture Michael Jordan and enslave him into their...
Right. And more so the Looney Tunes, not Planet Earth.
Yeah, the Looney Tunes were in jeopardy.
So really the Looney Tunes are selfish bastards when you think about it. Damn bugs.
Yeah, but Michael Jordan, very selfless, as we know after watching Save the... I was going to say Save...
He can stretch out his arm.
I almost said it's real as we watched in Save the Last Dance.
Save the Last Dance.
Save the Last Dance.
Different movie.
It was him and...
Different flick. Julia Stiles.
Julia Stiles,
Yeah.
yes.
Insert Michael Jordan instead
Casey
of...
and JoJo?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know if Greg Silver's familiar with them either.
Oh, come on.
Come
All my
on,
life,
lay
dude.
off.
Sorry.
Come on.
All of my life.
Go on.
Waited for someone like you.
I don't know if
More
that's
of a Casey
correct.
or a JoJo guy.
Was that right?
I don't think so.
No?
I was praying for someone
I
like
don't
you.
think you were right.
Whatever.
And I know that you... You know what I mean? Come on.
Is that being sung tonight?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd go with that. It's a little slow jammy, I think, for karaoke.
Okay.
It has showed up on Trivia Night.
Casey and JoJo? Nice.
Tim's Trivia Night, of course, over at the Bitter End tonight. You get some Tim's takes, Tuesday Takes and Trivia coming up at 4:15. What you heard coming in there after Tim decided he was going to come in with the Go Birds. Go ahead, Tim. Yeah, it happened early. 2:17 today. Maybe one of the earliest times.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Yeah. Then you heard, after the Go Birds, some Andre Iguodala highlights. And the Max Kellerman. I said this was going to be like a potpourri of sports show. I didn't know it was going to be like segment by segment, just the stream of thought.
Yeah,
on
basically.
Every little thread.
There's not a lot going on in sports right now.
Well, the Warriors are going to hang Iguodala's jersey in the
That's
rafters.
true.
808 KNBR, are you a little surprised?
I'm not
shocked,
surprised.
But I'm like,
no, I'm not surprised because anytime like Joe Lacob has a moment to celebrate the old time, he will. Like, yeah, was Andre...
You say Joe Lacob or you say Larry Bear?
Did I? Oh, well.
No, you said Joe Lacob.
Yeah,
I was riffing. Giants will milk every drop out of those World Series teams that they can get.
But
you know what I mean?
but we're
every drop.
No, but we're in that territory right now with the Warriors.
That rag's getting dusty. You know what I mean? No offense, Dusty. I'm just saying that rag is getting like Like we're really squeezing every inch out of that thing, every ounce out of that thing.
Do rags get dusty like that?
I'm just saying, like, it's been laying out in the sun for some time now. I'm looking for some new memories.
I would say it's more crusty than rusty.
I'm just looking for some new memories.
The well is run dry.
Yeah.
I'm just looking to be with my friend again. I was watching Shawshank the other night, by the way, too.
You went back in?
Oh, yeah.
You went back in on Shawshank?
Oh, yeah.
I guess I just
want to see my friend. It's on. You, sir, wasted your money.
I did. No, dude, don't you dare.
No.
I'd have paid double. I'd have paid triple what I paid for it.
But it's also on demand on YouTube TV because you have AMC. You got to watch the TV version, but it's for free. It's
just like that texter
I got to see that sister scene, unedited, baby.
Exactly. It's just like that texter said the other day to us about when we said, are the Sacramento Kings to Steph Curry what the sisters were to
That's what
to
I
Andy
said.
Dufresne. No, I said, that's what we were talking about the other day. You had that great line that cracked me up. And then that texter came in and said, I kind of feel like watching the Warriors right now is like watching Shawshank on TV with commercials.
Yeah.
So what, you just fast forward the commercials?
No, there was no commercials in between.
Oh,
it was on demand. And listen, that's like for Goodfellas, like they bleep it out every other word. With Shawshank, there's some F's every now and then.
Yeah, Goodfellas, you got to have them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Goodfellas, you got to have them. Anyway, we can get off of Shawshank again.
All right.
But are you a little surprised at all that
I'm not surprised at all because, as I said, Joe Lacob's the type of guy to celebrate the past always.
I'm always living in the past, light years ahead in the past.
Yep. And if you look at the date, it's February 23rd against the Dallas Mavericks. So perfect time. Klay Thompson's going to be there. I'm not surprised at all. Like, do I think Andre Iguodala deserves it? Yes. Although there's more pivotal people from the past. Obviously, no one's retired yet amongst Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. Those guys will have their numbered retire. But, Andre, he was Finals MVP the first time around.
It does beg the question, why retire a player's jersey? Like, what is the player's jersey? Like, is it simply for contributions to the organization? Is it longevity? It's why the Giants have done that thing where they've gone with a wall of fame so they can sort of differentiate and separate. Mm-hmm. Like, football has the Ring of Honor, which is great because it's just sort of ambiguous. Yeah. Like, you just sort of throw guys in there for showing up for 3 or 4 or 5 years and being great for that period of time, which is basically what Iguodala did. He was a huge part of the overhaul of what became Warrior basketball globally. That said, his numbers alone would not warrant like a Hall of Fame style jersey retirement. Is he a Hall of Famer?
I would say yes.
It's been a question that people ask. Like, I wonder, to me, he's maybe even borderline for what the NBA is. But the NBA includes so many different guys for many different reasons.
If you play 10 years in the NBA, you get in the Hall of Fame. Seriously. Everybody gets in.
Everybody does get in, it feels like. I mean, like, and even guys who you'd think would not be in are oftentimes in.
Yeah, but no offense, but like when I think of Chris Webber's career, I don't think Hall of Fame, but he's in there.
408 says, I just hope the ceremony for Andre goes okay and they don't blow that too.
Come on, people.
Hey, come on. No, I mean, War's been blowing things left and right.
That was the last jersey retirement.
Come on, people. This is crazy.
Well, is Tim Hardaway in?
He is not.
That's tough.
That's tough.
Well,
one of our texters pointed that out too.
Well, no.
That Hardaway deserves it.
In the Hall of Fame or just beginning his jersey
retired?
No,
he's not getting his jersey retired. And he's in the Hall.
No, I know that.
How are you in the Hall of Fame and teams you played for don't have your jersey retired?
Well, that's the thing. Like, are we just going to retire everybody that was part of that championship run? Like, is Bogut going to have his jersey retired? If you're gonna retire Iguodala's number,
Kevon Looney has to go up.
Looney. I mean,
what do we say? I mean, that's that. I'm not. And here's the thing. I don't really think it should.
Yeah, but when you think of Andre Iguodala's contributions, he was the first. Actually, second. David Lee was the first free agent to sign and get things going in motion. But people, clown on KD for so you got
David Lee a trade? They didn't even sign him. They traded for him.
Sign and trade him, but he agreed to come to the Warriors as part of free agency.
Anthony Randolph, is that what it was?
I believe so. But Andre Iguodala was like the first true big name free agent. Like that was a summer Dwight Howard was a free agent, and there were rumors about the Warriors being interested in him, but instead Andre Iguodala just lost to the Warriors in the first round with the Denver Nuggets and said, "This is an up-and-coming team. I want to join them." And then he was selfless. I mean, it took a couple of years, Mark Jackson, and they got better. But then Steve Kerr, that first year, had to convince him to come off the bench, and it was a whole thing of, I'm not a player of his magnitude should not be coming off the bench, and he bought in, him and David Lee. And then I always remember the finals, his performance against LeBron James and his defense against him.
I mean, it was why they won the NBA Finals.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, he was the MVP.
Well, but also, the big thing was, I love this, was when Steve... It was the move to have Bogut come off the bench, have Andre in the starting lineup, and have Draymond play the 5. And it was the whole thing of Kawakami hearing the rumor of that.
Saying about the death lineup is what you're talking about? But that wasn't a starting situation. That was an end of the game, wasn't it?
It was a starting situation.
I thought they put Iguodala on the bench until later on.
No, he started the game.
That's right.
So, but I'll always remember Tim Kawakami asking Steve Kerr. He learned about it before the game and said, "Is there any truth to Andrew Bogut coming off the bench tonight, and Andre Iguodala starting?" And Steve goes, "Nope, no truth to that whatsoever." It happened, and then Kawakami, of course, in the postgame, they win the game, goes, "Oh, you lied to me, Steve." And Steve's like, "Well, the great thing about being a coach is I don't have to worry about telling the truth. I don't have to worry about morals. At the end of the day, I just win the game." And that's when I knew we had the right coach.
Yeah, that's what I said on Twitter. I lost my gig. You know what I mean? I was like, morals ain't my thing.
Okay. You want to compare it to that?
How's it relate to me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
No, but I'm with you. I mean, but all that has to do
Jerry Jones.
All that has to do more with Steve Kerr's credibility as a head coach than it does to. Yeah, it was a great move.
But
it was a brilliant move, and that's of course what helped lock down LeBron James. I'm just saying, who determines what numbers are retired? It's simply ownership of whatever organization, right?
Well, we're definitely going to have KD's jersey retired too.
It should be.
If you retire more than Andre Iguodala?
I'm saying if you retire Andre, then you have to retire KD.
Well, that's the thing.
And here's the thing: you don't have to do anything. They're teams; they can just do whatever they want.
Exactly.
The Giants decided forever they weren't retiring anybody's jersey until they got into the Hall of Fame, and then they broke that with Barry Bonds. And even then, I thought Barry Bonds might be the exception to the rule because of the situation with him. And then they turned around and said, "Well, we still could use a couple more seat fillers, so we're going to give Will Clark's up there too, and deservedly so." Will Clark, to me, borderline Hall of Famer. Should he be in? I don't know, but when you put in Edgar Martinez, I was like, those are comparable numbers for their career, and at least Will Clark brought a glove to the yard. Edgar was a DH. Now, he probably had a little bit better numbers, but let Will DH for his entire career, and let's see if he never had to worry about fielding what's going on. I just think that Giants, for a long time, the Giants had a precedent. We'll talk more about retired numbers across the Bay Area in just a little bit or a little bit later, but I have no problem with it. I just wonder, like Steph Curry, Draymond, Clay, obviously all automatic.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, definitely.
But if Tim Hardaway's not up there, it's kind of like Stabler not being in the Hall of Fame. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, or Plunkett, yeah.
Excuse me, Plunkett. Yeah. Plunkett, yeah. But like, what are we holding out for?
I don't know. I think it's just because we have older Warriors come back, and when you think of great Warriors, you think of Chris Mullin and Rick Barry, but like they want to start the new era of old Warriors coming back to represent the franchise. So I think that honoring everybody of a part of those championship teams, that's way they're still part of the organization. Like, I don't know, isn't Andre a part of the Players Association?
He is the head of the Players Association. I think it's interim, but he's currently.
So this is him. Like, every time they have a celebration, Andre will come back and his jersey's up in the rafters. And no, I mean, like, I think just Joe wants everybody back from those times to always be connected to the team. I think it's a little above and beyond, though. Like, yes, I'll make the exception for Andre. He was Finals MVP. So he was there for the whole dynastic run. Every championship he was there for. So I get that. But if you start retiring the jerseys of Leandro Barbosa, Mo Spates, and all these other guys that really didn't stand out, like if David Lee gets his jersey retired, I'm like, okay, that's ridiculous. I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. But I have no problem with Andre Iguodala getting his jersey retired. I just think that do I think it's ridiculous that they're going to retire KD's number? A little bit. He was huge and monumental, but he was also here for 3 years. And we'll get to it later. I'm not big on retiring jerseys. I think that it's actually cooler to pass the torch down. If you're Steph Curry and you have 30 and then the next guy comes up and you give him 30, I'm okay with that.
I don't know. Steph's a little different. Steph's generational.
I get that, but I also think it's kind of cool. Like, I'm used to the Raiders doing that, whether it's or the Dallas Cowboys, like the next best wide receiver gets an 88, or if you're a great Raiders quarterback, you get a 12.
And it's funny that you mentioned that. That's how it goes in European soccer. You know what I mean? Or like in England, like strikers oftentimes will wear number 11 or number 9 as a good midfielder number or something like that. And it's kind of like you get the number of the position that you play. And the younger players will wear something in the 30s or a higher number. And then when you get to take over a starting role, then you claim one of the 11. Keepers wear number 1 sometimes, and then you go sort of back line up to the top. It's kind of cool. I kind of like that position by position. Let's go to Jacob. Jacob's from Santa Cruz at 808 KNBR. Is there any weirdness to the Iguodala thing? Somebody, by the way, real quick before we bring Jacob up, 650 says, and I don't like segmented notes a lot of the time, but this one's a pretty good one. Somebody says, 510, guys, there are 11 players in history who have 4 rings and a Finals MVP. Andre is one of them. Yeah. Are all other 10 in the Hall of Fame?
No, I don't know about that.
I want to see what the list is, and if all they're 10. Also, we should point out, it is the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. It's why Vlade Divac and Yao Ming wouldn't be in for achievements in the NBA. He's in for impact on the global game, as is Vlade Divac. It's things like that. That's why Jerry West is in 3 times.
Yeah, but if you want to compare this to the Baseball Hall of Fame, give me the NBA or the Basketball Hall of Fame every single time.
Yes, it's inclusive.
Right, as opposed to a bunch of snot writers being like, well, I'm deciding who's the most important people from an era.
Snooty? Snotty?
It bothers me.
Yo, Abe Froman. Let's go to Jacob in Santa Cruz. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Jacob?
Nothing much. I'm listening to the banter, and I kind of agree with what's been kind of said near the end there. But, bottom line is that, to me, Andre Iguodala is on the same level as Clay and Draymond. Not Steph, but in terms of Warrior lore, you got to remember that I was a fan back then, and I was a fan of the Weber, debacle, and I was a fan during Tim Hardaway. I'm 55, but any real Warrior fan back then was shocked that Iguodala was even coming to the team, and we were certain
I was
that
surprised.
he was not going to stay.
Yep.
Because nobody wanted to play for the Warriors back then. Steph and Clay were still relatively unknown, and what everybody knew from the Warriors' perspective was that Clay and Steph were killing themselves on defense and had nothing left in the fourth quarter every game. And when Iguodala got there, suddenly you had a perimeter defender who could jump out of the building. That guy played with Iverson, and he never really developed a true jump shot, but defensively he was just a menace. And even during the playoffs, he was on record like, "Yo, man, I've been defending LeBron James all my life," and it just showed. He was that's why I put him up there with Clay and Draymond, because he doesn't have that true Hall of Fame blood that Steph has, where he'll be in the Hall of Fame and everywhere. But for the Warriors, he made it all happen.
All right, Jake.
Jacob, let me ask you this. Jake, I'm with you. Let me ask you this though, real quick. Just like from a realistic standpoint, 30,000-foot view. Do you think if the Warriors weren't as bad as they are right now, that they'd be doing it this season?
That they would? Oh, yeah. I don't know, but he's retired. I mean, to me, like, the day he retired became the day that he became eligible for that.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you. Appreciate the call, Jacob. Call anytime, dude. Really do.
I don't think it's like a Giants situation where they have these. I mean, obviously, the timing lines up.
Why wouldn't you schedule it? The guy has a full-time job as the head of the Players Association. Doesn't seem a little odd to anybody. They're like, Warriors stink, and all of a sudden we're like, hey, guess what we're doing?
No, but like this is
we're hanging up Andre's number, dude.
No, but like all those guys are disbanding a little bit. Like Clay's not on the team anymore. Like I hear you, and I thought about that as well. I just think it's good timing.
What's the date? When are they doing it?
February 23rd. It's a day game against the Dallas Mavericks.
So
Klay
Clay
Thompson.
will be here. So they scheduled it when Clay was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, like what are they waiting for either?
Well, you couldn't have done it when Clay's first one. You wouldn't have done it then.
No.
You weren't going to do it, I guess, on the second. This will be the third time he's come, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So you think they're doing it because they need some publicity because the team's not good right now?
I'd say, yeah, the team's terrible. The team's terrible, and there's no resources coming unless all of a sudden, like we are going to talk about in just a minute, they are back in for real on Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
No, you just wrap it up.
Oh,
just real quick.
Thank you.
When you think of Andre Iguodala, what's like the go-to moment you think of in his Warriors career?
Chase down block by LeBron.
Oh, so negative?
I don't know. It's just like the first thing that came to mind. I was like, it's tough. There's no one big moment. Yeah.
For me, it would be
his locking up LeBron throughout the playoffs or throughout the finals. But like, I don't know if I have one big moment.
No, but to me, it wasn't even during that first time he was Finals MVP. Remember when KD had that game-winning shot against Cleveland, Game 3, to win that game? They went up 3-0. Then right after that, Andre Iguodala has a fantastic steal on LeBron. That's what I'll remember. Just his defense. And also, like, to Jacob's point, he was the unsung hero sometimes, or like I guess leader, I should say more.
And what he was bringing up to me, and I really do remember this. It was a great call by Jacob saying, "Look, people didn't want to come here. Nobody would sign here. Nobody would come here." Hell, I was talking to you the other day about Elton Brand, and I was like, "Damn, I was mad that the Sixers matched an offer sheet." That's where my level of fandom was. Where you're like, "This is what I'm having to get pissed about." We're settling for Maggette because Brand got an offer sheet match. Like that was infuriating. Nobody would agree to come here. And to his point, Andre came here. I said it to Willie Adamas on Saturday in front of the fans at Giants Fan Fest, which, by the way, is going on with another event up in Sacramento, and over at March 8th at Oracle Park. But I said, dude, I know Willie, it felt great to have a team want you, but I said, I think as Giants fans, we want somebody to want us too.
No,
it's a real feeling. It does turn the tide. You should have seen how fans reacted to Willie Adamas because it's nice to have a guy want to be here. And so for Andre Iguodala to show up, that's a great point by Jacob in that this is a beloved moment. And so for all that helped do foundation-wise and for image-wise. Like, he was a credible all-star player, and he became a much different player when he got here.
Oh, absolutely.
He was like a dunker, slasher, kind of high flyer when he was in Philadelphia.
And he also became like the whimsical, like smart guy that like would give interviews and be goofy, but also like give like really.
You knew he knew more than he was letting on.
He like I'll never forget Draymond and KD having their beef, and they interviewed Andre that night. And he goes, reminds me like an old pimp said one time. When you go up the hill, sometimes it's smooth and sometimes it could be rocky. And then he's looking around and everybody's like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, my wife knows what I'm talking about. He brings his wife over. Remember what that old pimp said? She goes, yeah, sometimes when you go up the hill.
Oh, we got to find this. We got to dig up this pimp audio from Andre.
I remember well.
Tim's going to dig up the pimp stuff. He knows where to keep it, where we keep it here at the leader. The pimp leader.
We have a pimp folder.
And Kim, go to the pimp folder. Dude.
It's my pimp folder.
Oh, the pimp folder is brimming.
Yeah, dude. Pimp folder.
I gotta let it loose.
I think we stopped filling it because there was too much pimp sound. It was taking up too much space on the hard drive. Anyway, or in the cloud. All the pimp stuff's up in the cloud now, Tim, I think. We come on back.
Like that movie Sex Tape.
Just like that, the Warriors are back in on Jimmy Butler. Oh, how about that? And we're going to retire Andre's number. How about that?
That's good news, too.
Yeah, it's a suppository. Jimmy Butler, who, by the way, was just going to basically be suspended for the end of the season. I think I want him less than I've ever wanted him.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. the sports leader.
There's all types of distractions. You a distraction sometimes. No, it's always distractions. So that's a part of growth, right? You know, like how do you learn how to grow if you don't? What somebody say? It was this old school pimp. He said you would never be able to climb the mountain if it was smooth.
See? I remember my Andre Iguodala post-game pressers.
And see, I knew that Tim, our resident pimp, would know where to find all the pimp sound.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Tim?
Get me and Drew down.
Oh, dude. And the song choice. Yes.
Nice.
Give it up, give it to me.
There you go. You got those lyrics down, don't you? Yeah, you know those.
I know
Casey and JoJo. But anything about a pimp, Derek's all over it. Dirty work on a Tuesday. By the way, everybody catch that football commercial we just played?
Yeah, they're jonesing for football.
He's like,
you're Mahomesing for football.
Are you beaming for football? Are you steaming for football?
Are you Derek popping for football?
Wait, you thought I was gonna add one more?
Yeah, why not?
Are you creaming for football?
There you go.
There we go. You can say that, right?
Yeah, you can say cream.
Cream team, baby. Adam Copeland,
It's in the Grease Lightning song.
That's a weird reference point, but yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm with you. That's the one we'll lean on when they try to come down on us. It's a Grease.
Hey, come on, it's a Grease.
Come on, Travolta's out here doing it. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Grease Lightning.
The Warriors may be back in on Jimmy Butler. This was surprising news. I was pretty surprised to see this. I'm not shocked because I had to believe that the asking price was going to drop considering what he's done to his stock. I also wonder how managing this has hurt his stock by the Miami Heat. Like if they lost anything on this, or was their asking price simply too high to begin with?
Well, I think it all depends. Like, is that trade still on the table where it's Jimmy Butler, Bradley Beal? Because I saw that he's not trading his no-trade clause for the Bulls. But I guess
he won't waive his no-trade for the Bulls.
Yes, but he will.
Well, he was already in Chicago. You don't want to go back there.
Yeah, but he will waive it for, well, not Jimmy, Bradley Beal.
Oh, Bradley Beal won't for the Bulls. He'll do it to go to Miami.
No, he'll do it for
the Bucks, excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, Milwaukee.
So the rumor is that there's going to be a three-way trade between the Suns, Bucks, and Heat, where Jimmy would go to Phoenix, Bradley Beal would go to Milwaukee, and Chris Middleton would go to Miami. I wonder if that's still on the table. But I do wonder about, like, why now would the Warriors be into this? And I wonder if it's actually legitimate. Or maybe this is just, they're throwing their name out there to kind of, conjure up some reports and get more interest in having multiple teams into Jimmy Butler. But I still would think, after Phoenix acquired 3 first-round picks, I still think they would be in the driver's seat for this.
Well, Kevin O'Connor of The Ringer says the Warriors are one of several teams that are back in the mix now for Jimmy Butler. And the Heat now have lowered their asking price. ESPN Shams Charania, NBA insider, he detailed what the Warriors' interest is in Jimmy Butler.
The Heat are engaged with multiple teams on Jimmy Butler, including, from what I'm told, the Phoenix Suns and Golden State Warriors. The Heat are operating in the landscape as a team that's motivated with interested suitors. And as far as a price tag on Jimmy Butler goes, it's been described to me in league circles that the Heat are looking for shorter-term contracts along with draft assets, and they have not yet received an offer that they're moving forward with. But the trade deadline looms on February 6th, and what we've seen play out here is a divorce in real time. These two sides, Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, they've had 5 overly successful seasons together. 2 runs to the NBA Finals, another run to the Eastern Conference Finals where they almost made it to the NBA Finals. But what's transpired over the last month and a half to 2 months is a relationship that is evaporating.
Well, yeah. If they suspended him now indefinitely, you missed a team flight.
Shams, come on.
We know it's evaporated, but really it's more about the interest in what it's going to take to get him. The problem is it probably still, I don't know if it's a problem, it probably still includes a guy like Andrew Wiggins, right? It's probably still Kuminga and Wiggins. And what people saw from Kuminga, even with the injury, I think people are starting to get more excited. I just don't really care about what the potential is while Steph Curry's here.
Yeah,
I want to know, can he help you win right now? And somebody checks in here. I want to find where that text went. 303 says, Jimmy Butler would either be a spark or an epic implosion on a team going nowhere fast.
Yeah, that could be the case, but he also could help you right now. It's just a matter of, do you want to sign him to a long-term deal after this?
What do you have to lose?
Well, you would have 3 35-year-old players in your starting 5.
What do you have to lose? You already have 2.
Yeah.
And you need more help, so what do you have to lose at this point?
Well, obviously,
if you want this season to matter, what do you have to lose?
Steph and Draymond obviously have some trepidation about trading for him.
Well, maybe it's dependent on what the asking price
was.
I
think this is all, I'm not buying it, because I think it's now Pat Riley going back to Mike Dunleavy being like, okay, we'll do it for this. And then Mike Dunleavy was like, okay, we'll entertain that. but I don't know if they're going to be serious about it. I do think at the end of the day, they're mulling all their options. I think he's going to end up in Phoenix. I think they're just going around to every team being like, we've lowered the asking price. Would you be interested in this? To see if they can get a better deal than what Phoenix is offering right now.
Trade picks. I don't care about the picks in the future. I really don't. Steph's here. I don't care about the picks. Because how much are the picks going to help Steph?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. How much do the picks help Steph?
But
unless
also,
they're Landon Cooper flag, what ain't happening.
But also, like,
how much they help him?
Yeah, but like with Sham's report, it says that they would want short-term deals. So I guess Kuminga would be off the table then because you would have to trade him, and then Miami would sign him to what he hopes would be a long-term deal. So I don't know if that's going to be appealing to the Miami Heat right now. They want shorter-term deals. I don't know if anybody on this team right now is worth that. So, like, the only guys have expiring contracts. Like Andrew Wiggins' contract is up in, I guess, 2 years.
Maybe that's what they're looking for.
And that's probably the most appealing, but you would also want to package that with a young guy.
Pajemski, Moody.
Do you think Miami's interested in those guys?
I don't know. Short-term deals, if that's what they're asking for, then what difference does it make?
Moody just signed a 4-year deal.
Yeah, so that long, right?
Yeah.
He's not crazy expensive.
Yeah. I mean, is there a way, like, this is crazy, but also I heard in the past, like, would they be able to acquire Jimmy Butler without training Jonathan Kuminga? But everything I hear is it's a non-starter without Kuminga.
650 says, F them kids, Copes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. The only guys I care about are Steph and Draymond. Yeah. I care about other guys. Come on, Looney, too. But it's like, dude, get some guys here. The season means nothing right now. Again, we've been through this day after day after day. This is the best positive news, I guess, that they're even potentially in on a big-name player.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if it's like good news, what I'm saying. Good news. I don't know if this may be the suppository.
There may be better news.
What's the better news?
De'Aaron Fox. And I know Mark Spears laughed at me for that notion, but if we could live in like a fantasy world real quick, yes, De'Aaron Fox would be the slam dunk trade. I don't know what it would take to get him, but that would be fantastic to have him as Steph Curry's number 2.
They ain't making that trade.
Yeah, exactly.
That ain't happening.
Like,
can you imagine
Warriors and Kings making that trade?
Can you imagine
cats and dogs living together?
They might shut down 80 if that happens. You know what I mean? Everybody from SAC will be marching down here. They'd be pissed.
But why can't we do the reverse?
They'd be storming Chase Center.
Mitch Richmond got traded to the Kings. Why can't we do the reverse? Where
it's different now.
Yeah, it definitely.
It's much different now. We just talked about this. The rivalry that is between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings.
Now you're believing the rivalry, huh?
Yeah, they don't matter to me, but they don't bug me. I hate the Lakers. They don't bother me, though.
That's true.
Kings, I'm like, big deal. What a play-in.
And thank God, it sounds like De'Aaron Fox has no interest in going to the Lakers. He wants to go to San Antonio. For a rising star, Victor Wembanyama.
You were asking me who's going to be the thing.
You might be right.
It's Wemby.
You might be right.
Let's go to JT and Antioch. JT, you want Jimmy Butler? How we feeling, bro?
I do not want Jimmy Butler. He's been a locker room cancer every team he's been on. I don't see why would you want to bring that to an already failing team. I mean, you need 3 Jimmy Butlers to even think about competing for.
That's a lot of cancers.
You're right. The season's there. The season's done. I just don't see what good it's going to do. The guy's a jerk.
Well, how good are you without him?
Well, like you said, the season's over.
May only be a year. What if you get him for half a season?
I don't want him.
All right,
I don't want him.
I get it. Appreciate
it. Bad teammate.
Okay.
Appreciate the call, JT. The other thing is he did take the Miami Heat to the finals.
He did. I mean, I was interested in it before. I wonder why now they're now interested in it again, but I don't really know if they're interested. I think that there's better options out there, hopefully next offseason. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you have to give up to get him. So, like, if they're lowering their asking price, so if it's just straight up Wiggins for...
I don't know what was the asking price. Was it like 3 firsts? Probably not.
Well, why did the Suns acquire all those picks, and now we're getting like, well, they're going to lower the asking price now?
Yeah, I don't know.
So
they obviously they want to go use those picks to get a big time player, and it sounds like they'd probably want to go get Jimmy Butler since he was on there. They were on his list.
Yeah,
of potential teams.
I don't think Andrew Wiggins, and then I don't know. Like Andrew Wiggins is making what, $24 million right now, so that wouldn't add up. You need Wiggins. And you need Kuminga, to make this work, and somebody else.
True Blue says Jimmy Butler fighting Draymond in practice would be sick, would be epic. I don't know. Why does everybody think they're just going to get into a fight when he gets here?
I mean, like we all thought that Draymond and DeMarcus Cousins were going to fight each other. They got along swimmingly.
Now, isn't there a thought to anybody that like, what if a guy leaves and he shows up and he was disgruntled there, but he's thrilled to be here? That the culture here is different. That he's happy to be here, not be under the oppressive thumb of Pat Riley.
See,
we have some Pat Riley audio. I mean, like Pat, the way he talks to his players, it's pretty crazy. Even the way he talks about his wife is a little bit.
I run it back with my wife every week.
That's what I'm saying.
I was hoping you were going to do the winning time.
I was really hoping we were coming with one, too. I mean, we got Pat Riley.
My shaft, Pedro.
That's Jerry West.
R.I.P. Jerry.
Drop f***ing hump for me, dude.
That's Jerry West, too. None of those are Pat Riley. What do you play? Playing like a fried turd.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's talking to Jimmy Butler and
Hey, Kareem. I heard you, everybody wants to know when you're going to retire. It was 2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago. Calls out his game.
Yeah,
dude.
I know.
How bad he looks. You got any of that for us?
I would doubt that Jimmy Butler would be as volatile as he was with the 76ers or Timberwolves or even now with the Miami Heat.
Much different situation.
He's not talking to Draymond and stuff like that.
I also wonder if he has to play for a contract and he shows up somewhere based on what it's looked like now for his
could be a good soldier.
I don't know. I'm just saying there's also the Rasheed Wallace element. Remember when Rasheed got traded to the Pistons and everyone was like, oh no, he's going to blow up this Pistons team. This is what Rasheed does.
To the finals.
Bad guy to get. He was incredible for them and like redid his entire image. And he was an older player. I want to say he was like in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
Could have been closer to his late 30s when he got traded over there, won a championship, and went back to the finals the next year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's going to be what happens, but he's the best player available.
He is.
And I'm still of the mindset that if you can get the best player available to help Steph Curry, and if the best player available is not Vucevic or Cam Johnson, then I'm in.
Well, yeah, now they're saying that Vucevic, the Chicago Bulls, won a first-round pick for him, and I heard Mark Spears talk to the Gregs about that. And he's like, I think that's reasonable. I'm like, I wouldn't do that for Vucevic. I mean, I'd rather have Zach LaVine, but it sounds like Zach LaVine, the interest is coming from the Lakers with him, and I don't know how you can make that deal go without including Wiggins. So at this point, if it's going to be Wiggins and somebody else, you keep Kuminga, you got Jimmy Butler, I would entertain that, but I don't really know if this is actually legitimate. I think this is just the Miami Heat shopping around.
They're shopping, trying to raise value again, potentially for Jimmy. You lower the price, then everybody starts bidding, and then you jack it back up.
I do think we're going to end up getting this Jimmy Butler to Phoenix and Bradley Beal to Milwaukee because the Phoenix Suns just can't stand idly by and not do anything with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker right now.
Is he really a clubhouse cancer or a locker room cancer?
I think it's more so that
he wears out welcomes for sure.
He
but
does.
I don't know that he like.
Not in Miami, because Miami, he was the leader. I think it was just he didn't like Riles calling him out last year, being like, you need to shut the hell up when you're not playing.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
There you go.
That's Pat Riley to Jimmy.
And Riley also doesn't want to give him a contract. Now, with the Timberwolves, he just thought that Karl Anthony Towns was soft. And he thought that, funny enough, Andrew Wiggins was soft. So.
You know what, dude? You know what this conversation just did for me? I'm back in on Jimmy.
Yeah?
I think I'm back in. I'm not back in on the Dubs yet, but get me Jimmy and I'm there.
There you go.
Get me Jimmy and I'm there.
Is in.
808 KNBR.
Strike up the hootie,
808 KNBR would you get back in on the Dubs? Because I know you're all out like me. Would you get back in on the Dubs if Jimmy Butler is acquired? Do you want Jimmy Butler, or do you really think it makes things worse? I'm like, what do we have to lose? You only got Steph for a few more. You only got Draymond for a few more. Who knows what Steve Kerr's future holds? Tom used to tell us, I don't know if Steve's a guy who's a lifer. Yeah. I don't know that he's going to jump around to other teams or go like he may want to stay within the organization, or maybe he'd want to be a president again or something like that, or maybe he'd just be a guy who can give his input and assistant to the
I think he's done.
The organization.
When Steve's contract is done next season, I think he's just going to
guys, this is
be
it.
an advisor.
This is it. This is the
just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back
This is it, dude. This is it. You got a big asking price. And we got our picks all the way up it. That's what we want, dude. We want picks. And we want to see whatever it takes.
I'll make Azaria right now.
Whatever it takes. Get Jimmy Butler here. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I'll get back in if they get me Jimmy Butler. Your thoughts and your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Are the Warriors back in on Jimmy Butler now that the price is lower? According to Yahoo Sports' Kevin O'Connor, yes. If you've ever lowered your asking price for anything, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube page, the only place where Bay Area fans can walk out of practice and demand a trade.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I wanna be with you. Tim, you gonna hang us out to dry like that? You're not getting in?
Hell no.
Come on, Tim.
Hard pass.
You played it.
You're not a Hootie guy? I asked for it.
Did you?
Yeah. Darius Rucker, baby.
Rucker?
Yeah.
510 simply checks in and says, Heat.
Okay.
Outstanding, Copes. I thought it was a little low hanging, but the Heat reference. Where you come down on a Heat? The movie Heat. Like we quoted right before break. Heat.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You know what?
You didn't get it? You mentioned his area.
I get the reference. I just didn't know what you were saying before. I love me some Pacino. I love me some De Niro. They're only in like a couple scenes together. They're talking about like, you don't want to have a life with, backyards, barbecues, baseball. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That movie, Heat, is really not about two bank robbers. It's about like the women that support their cops and robbers.
I got to watch it from the scope of that then. I got to watch it with that lens.
Yeah.
I'm all about watching movies with a different lens. Like watching Forrest Gump with Jenny being the villain.
That's one way to look at it.
All she does is just hose him.
Yeah, that's true.
She kind of is.
She's like, by the way, I got sick.
Now I'm into you.
Assaults him, basically. And then just leaves him.
Now here's my child.
She's like, here's my kid, raise him.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'm going to go live all this life. Good luck.
I'm going up to the big hippie march in the sky.
Yeah, I know. And then she just leaves him. Yeah,
that's what I mean. She just leaves him with the kid.
Well, not even like before that. He's like,
is he like me?
Yeah, she's like, Jenny, I love you. She's like, I'm going to go have sex with these hippies over here. He's like, aw. Come on.
Yeah, dude, she's singing naked with the guitar on stage. He tries to save her and she's pissed. Come on, this is my job, Forrest.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
with the Black Panthers.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, Tim, what was wrong with that? Was there a problem with that, Tim? You have an issue there?
Nothing, but the dude that beats her, that guy sucks.
You're right about that one. You're right about that one.
I ruined your Black Panther party.
We're all sorry, dude, we got to get that drop. I'm going to need that. Sorry, I ruined your Black Panther party. It's an incredible
Forrest Gump, the ultimate friend zone.
Still got it in, though, didn't he? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
To make Haley Joe Osment.
Yeah, do you want Jimmy Butler? Hell of a segue there.
That was a long way around.
Long way to go. Let's go to James in Crescent City. James, what's up, dude? You're on the sports leader.
100%. We need Jimmy Butler. He's the best player available right now. I feel like we're kind of a sinking ship at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just kind of like, I'm down to, everyone's worried about what you're going to give up. I'm like, everything that's here is not doing any good. In the future, what does it matter without Steph, bro?
No, okay. So, James, what are you willing to give up to get Jimmy Butler?
I'm willing to give up Wiggins, Moody, Pods, and Peyton as well, if need be.
Not Kuminga, though.
No, hell no.
Okay.
See, that's kind of.
And I know that's what they want, but at the same time, I can't give up Kuminga. But Wiggins giving you 17.5 a game, Moody's giving you 8 a game, and they're inconsistent. Where Butler can come in and give you that 24, 25 a game, take pressure off Steph.
Okay. Okay, but what if Pat Riley is just being a tough son of a bitch and is just like, you know what, I can't give up. Kuminga needs to be part of this deal. It's either Kuminga or nothing. Are you moving him?
Because I want to win now.
There you go.
Steph and Draymond, we owe Steph and Dre everything. They built everything. Clay's gone, so the original captains are leaving as we speak. I know what Kuminga's been and what he's gonna be, and he's a champion with us. But I want to win now with Steph. I don't give a flying bleep about anybody else.
I'm with you. Hell yeah, I'm with you. I appreciate the call, James. Thanks so much. I don't know. Like some people are saying, I don't know how that would work out. The math isn't mathing. How you can give up Andrew Wiggins, get Jimmy Butler, and be better. Well, Jimmy Butler's better than Andrew Wiggins. He's a number one guy who can put a team on his shoulders and carry them and will them.
Yeah,
like he's a tough SOB is Jimmy Butler.
If you could find a way,
and if he doesn't have to be the guy, who knows what this could be.
So if Wiggins is gone and you have a starting lineup of Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Trace Jackson Davis.
Whoa.
What?
Where's my guy, the Great White Hope? What's his name? I already forgot his name.
Post?
QP. Yeah. I already forgot his name. Come on, hey, whoa.
Yeah,
where's my guy who I can't remember?
Come on. Yeah. Where's Ethan Hawke in the whole scenario?
Yeah.
Or Johnny Drama. Some people tell me Johnny Drama.
That's pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Victory! Yeah, we're going. That's pretty good with Drama.
He's not in the starting lineup. I mean, who plays the 2 in that situation?
It's probably Jimmy, right?
Oh, man.
So it's Steph at the 1, Jimmy at the 2.
And then Kuminga at the 3 and Draymond at 4.
I mean, really, Kuminga's a 4. That's the whole thing. Kuminga can't play the 3, they say.
Okay, well, Kuminga, yeah.
So you got Jimmy at the 3, Kuminga at the 4. I mean, Draymond's at the 2. He's just a ball handler for you. I mean, I don't know. That sort of thing, the roster construction after that.
There's not a lot of three-point shooting on that team.
What's Jimmy's three-point shooting like? It's not the best.
Not amazing.
It's not the best.
He's a scorer for sure when he wants to be, but he's more of a defender. He's
also great.
He's basically like a better Andre Iguodala, honestly.
On the year, he's averaging 17, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. 5.2 rebounds, 4.8 assists. He's shooting 54% from the field, only 36 from 3.
Okay, so what is the ceiling right now, today, if you trade Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins?
That was my next question, is how much do we believe at all they're capable of a deep playoff run?
I would say they're a play-in team. I don't know. They could probably win that first play-in game. I don't know about a deep playoff run. It's like first year, you're acquiring the guy. It's so late in the season.
That's the thing is Steph needs a Lieutenant Dan to come in and help him. But what he's ending up with potentially is a Jenny. You know what I mean? Just coming in and bombing it all.
I thought you were going to go...
coming in and blowing up his life. Bubba.
Poor Bubba.
Bubba was kind of like Bob Myers. He just kind of left us here with all this to see, can you guys build anything with whatever's left?
Well,
I got some good ideas
Bob
for
Myers
you.
has ever been compared to Bubba for Forrest Gump.
I got some Steph shrimp. I got some Draymond shrimp. I got some Kaminga shrimp. I got some Moody shrimp.
I had a fight in the middle of your Black Panther party.
So, man, Jimmy Butler, he might be more like Jenny. He might come in and touch your life for a minute. It might be special for a second. Then he's just out the door before we even know what happened. You got nothing to show for it except maybe a kid.
I mean, it would be sexy. It would be totally cool to get Jimmy Butler. I just don't know if I'm buying it. I think that Phoenix is in on him, and I think that this is just Pat Riley going around the league saying, well, this team's interested now, and this team's interested now, just to get more, names in the mix. But I think at the end of the day, I don't really I'm with you. I don't care about the future either that much. I think that when it comes down to, like, saving draft picks and capital and everything for the future beyond Steph Curry, I kind of roll my eyes at that.
Well, go ahead.
But just like for the immediate now, like, Jimmy could help. I just don't know if he's going to elevate you to beating OKC and all those teams. Like, could you hold off and see what happens this offseason and get a bigger move? I just don't know what that is, though. That's why this is so frustrating.
201 on the text line has a good point. He says, this is the Jimmy Butler that you want. Cheap, mad, and motivated. Trade for him and put a picture of Pat Riley in his locker.
There we go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is I think a player with something to prove. This is, by the way, it's a place that he said he would be willing to come to.
Yes.
So if he's tabbing the organization.
He also said that he's willing to go to anywhere except for Memphis, which I wonder why he's not down with that.
The one thing that we do know about Jimmy Butler, more than anything, is that when he is motivated, he's incredible. Now, it sucks that it takes, getting an 8 seed or, blowing up multiple stops along the way. But when he's motivated, he's the guy.
Well, that's where I'm at, too. Dog. That's where I'm at, is I'm like, unless you're going to make an earth-shattering move, some, like, tectonic plate-style move this offseason, where you're getting something massive, like a Giannis or a Kevin Durant or something like that, unless you really believe that's happening.
What would be the best scenario, Giannis?
Yeah, of course. But what more do you have to play for this year? Like, how much better can you possibly get is your question. If they're, like, what are they without Jimmy? I don't think they're a play-in team. I think they will finish outside of the play-in if they don't make a move.
Yeah, I agree.
That's where I'm at. I don't think that they will make the play-in.
And you know what?
With Jimmy, you're okay with that.
I'm okay with them not being I'm okay with them just not doing anything this year and then figuring everything out for the offseason. But if Jimmy Butler is on the table and Steph and Draymond are okay with it, yeah, I would entertain that.
Could you get to 7?
Without Jimmy or with
Jimmy?
Absolutely you can.
So if you can get to 7 with Jimmy, could you get to 6? If you can get to 7, you could probably get to 6.
If you get to 6, can you get to 5?
If you give a mouse a cookie. I'm just saying, if you can get to 7, I don't love it. You only have to win one playing game.
Well, Jimmy's used to playing in playing games, so.
You only have to win one playing game, and if you got in and they went on a hot run after the trade deadline, it's not like it's the true 7 or 8 seed, because then you're basing it off of what their roster was when you acquired.
For me, it's not even about this season. It would be to trade for Jimmy Butler to make it attractive for free agents this offseason. If you're getting Jimmy Butler, I think you need to do more moves than that.
Oh, dude. We might have the text of the day here, Tim. I need you to hear this one, dude.
Text of the day?
Text of the day, dude. 503 checks in, says, dude, Pat Riley is going to eat Dunleavy alive in these negotiations. We best bring in Forrest's mom to seal the deal. Quote, your mother really loves you, son. Oh, dude, that's a deep
who would be
pull.
Who would be that in the Warriors scenario?
503 that's a deep pull. Which what? The mom?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm willing to do anything to get the job done.
Oh man, come on. He's a smart boy. It's just a few points. That's all they're asking for.
Oh, your mother.
Oh, dude, that's a tough deal. Dude, so
your mama sure does care about your school and son. You don't say much, do you?
Tim just had that ready to go.
Tim, that was so close, Tim. Tim's got that in his, go ahead, Tim. What do you got?
Yeah, the Forrest Gump file is really big, too. It's just like the pimpin' folder.
There's the pimp file, and then there's the Forrest Gump file.
707 checks in and says, it is undeniable that Jenny is just a terrible person. Yeah, it's undeniable. Yeah. Dude, last night...
She's not the best.
I was looking for something to eat last night, and I was on Uber Eats, dude. I was scrolling down, and then I got to this. It was a section I'd never seen before, just a local eats.
Yeah.
But one of the things, you know how you can get like Uber Eats stop at a grocery store for you and grab some grocery stuff? Yeah. Did you know they can also stop at like Western Union or the mailbox or anything like that?
I've heard that lately.
Yeah, on Uber Eats, I was able to order the pickup for the segment we'll do next It's a big old sack. It's like a potato sack looking thing, and it's got a stencil on it, and on it it's got 2 words. It's really an acronym and a word, and that acronym is NBA. And I can't remember. It gets 3 words, an acronym and then 2 other words. NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Did you end up
Just got delivered.
Did you end up ordering just like a burger or something instead?
No, I just got the grab bag. And we'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
God. Sorry I had a fight in the middle of your Black Panther party.
The Golden State Warriors attempt to hose off a bad Lakers loss tonight against the 10-win Utah Jazz. John Dickinson will take all your calls immediately following the games on Dubs OT right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, hanging with my good friend Steve Moskowitz, who's on the line. Great guy to talk to, especially as we get into tax season. Steve, people have these concerns. They keep them up at night. If they've got unfiled or unpaid tax returns, can they still handle them with you this year? What do they do?
Absolutely. Call us. We have so much help we want to give you. Now, a lot of people owe some money and they just can't pay it. So they make a mistake. They don't file the tax return. Then when you don't file the tax return for year 1, people say, well, how can they file the year 2 and they still don't have the money? It becomes a mess, a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. You don't want that to be your case. If it is, it's okay. We'll file all the old back returns you need, and then we'll go ahead and make a deal for you. And that's true if you filed all the returns and you feel frustrated and you feel like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water and you just can't pay them and you think there's no way out. We've been doing this for the past 30 years. We're a firm of both tax attorneys and CPAs. We have a lot of help for you. There's all kinds of things you probably don't know about. So we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call at 1-88-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Are you Greg popping for football?
I always am.
Adam Copeland de-popped Tim Webb.
You Marty Luring for football.
I'm Martying for some ball. Marty Lurie coming right around the corner, by the way.
It's Marty season?
He's in the pen getting greased.
It's a mosaic.
I caught some Lasky on Saturday, dude.
In studio?
Yeah, Lasky in studio doing extra innings preseason talk, dude. How about that? He was breaking down Giants rotation. He was getting into some bullpen talk.
I love it.
I like hearing some Lasky.
Some Tree.
On a Saturday. I love hearing Tree back on your KNBR airwaves. And the days are starting to get a little longer, which means it's almost springtime. We got Puxatawny Phil getting ready to pop out next week.
Oh, it's Groundhog's Day coming up?
It's coming up, isn't it, Tim, next week or so?
Sure.
You're a Groundhog man, aren't you?
Well, really, the movie, Bill Murray, other than that.
It's like there's nobody else got any.
Ned Ryerson? That was the guy in the movie.
I know. I thought Tim was going to pick you up.
Okay. I guess not.
Listen, we're all fans of Stephen Tobolowsky.
You're missing me.
So, this big old sack, huh?
Big old sack. Every week it gets delivered to the KNBR mail room. I walk in, I pick it up. It's full of mail from the people out there who want us to know.
Now, the mailman's still here, or I thought he was going to be at the new building?
Look, it's very complicated, the travel routes of how the NBA grab bag gets delivered to us. There's a castaway feel to it. Like, some of the stuff may be old, some of it may be new. It only shows up like once a week, which is odd. It's more of a subscription than anything.
Another movie I watched recently.
Castaway?
Dude, by far my favorite Tom Hanks movie.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
More than Catch Me If You Can.
Catch Me If You Can's great, but I don't see it as like a Tom Hanks movie.
It's more of a Leo movie where Hanks is the second bill, yeah.
No, Castaway, man.
I thought you were a Da Vinci Code guy.
No.
That's your big Angels and Demons head, no?
No. All those movies were not good.
Lady Killers.
That's your real big on the
Lady Killers.
But you love The Terminal.
I'm a big Burbs guy. Remember that?
I do know The Burbs. I don't love it, but The Burbs is good. It's an 80s movie, right?
Yeah, it's solid. Thinks the neighbors are killing people?
Big. Well, I mean, we're just talking Hanks and Forrest Gump. I'd probably go Gump as my number one.
Really? Okay.
I do love Forrest Gump. Also, dude, how about Hanks going back-to-back Best Actors?
Oh, Philadelphia and then Forrest Gump?
Philadelphia, barrels of laughs, by the way.
Yeah.
Jesus. The movie ain't funny.
Yeah, Denzel's like, I don't want to touch your hand.
Yeah,
He doesn't really learn anything by the end of the movie.
Yeah, Denzel doesn't really change. Yeah, a movie where the characters don't really evolve by the end. I'm just saying. Denzel, he's like, yeah, I won the case, but that's all I was trying to do.
Yeah, exactly.
What I mean? That's all I'm working on here. Anyway, Castaway, solid film. Solid movie.
Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
Oh,
You
yeah.
go Castaway, too? Tim seems like a Captain Sully guy.
Well, he went Captain Phillips there.
Yeah, that was Captain Phillips.
Yeah, I know. Was the movie called Sully? Was that it?
Yeah, Sully.
Is that the one where Denzel flips the plane upside down?
Well, that's something else.
Flight.
It's a different film, huh?
What about anybody, That Thing You Do?
Great movie.
Yes.
Love that movie.
But not really a Hanks movie. He directed it, and he's kind of like the
directorial debut.
Yes, but he's like the slimy, record exec in that movie.
How about a Splash?
Nah.
Big?
Big's good.
Yeah. Tim?
I offered you Big about 2 minutes ago.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear Big.
You also offered us an NBA grab bag.
I did offer you NBA grab big. Here's a big old NBA grab bag right here.
Watch out for that first step. It's a doozy.
Grab bag.
NBA grab
What you got, Derek?
All right, in the NBA grab bag, well, we're going to start on the hardwood, of course. Trace Jackson Davis, TJD, was named to the NBA Rising Stars Challenge, along with other sophomores, Victor Wembanyama, Scooter Henderson, and, of course, Grady Dick, to name a few of the sophomores. You really into this Rising Stars Challenge thing?
It's really, they've really just done what they used to do. Which, now they're doing the Rising Stars, because it's going to be the mini tournament that they're doing for All-Star Weekend, right?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is coming up Valentine's Weekend, which I think is also, I may have to check my dates on this. I think it's going to be a pretty packed weekend in the city.
Is it
we
really?
got NBA All-Star Weekend. I think it's Valentine's Day on the Friday night.
Yes, it is.
Which means city will be packed. And then, of course, you've got the Chinese New Year parade. I think that's that weekend, too.
Is it really?
I'll have to double-check exactly what the day is, but it's going to be a big weekend in San Francisco on the weekend of the 14th.
You head into the NBA All-Star game? Chase?
I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm thinking about what I would get over there for or want to go see.
Yeah.
Like, the game itself, it would be cool to see, I guess. I've never seen an All-Star game in any sport. Have you?
I went to the NBA or the MLB All-Star game.
I'm wrong. I went to the All-Star game in 2012, MLB All-Star game. But I didn't go to the 07 one when it was here.
2012? Oh, wait. It was
Kansas City. I went out there.
Gotcha.
But no, I did not go to the 07 one. I went to the Futures game in 07.
Oh, nice.
Who won the MVP?
I don't recall.
That's right. Who won it? Shin Lung Hu was the guy's name. HU. Moving on here. Anyway, what they used to do was it used to always be the rookie-sophomore challenge. Now they call it the Rising Stars. Then they used to do like international against American. They do that whole thing.
But now the Rising Stars are like the fourth team in this new confangled fakakta mess of a NBA All-Star team roster thing.
Yeah, you got it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So TJD's going to be
weird.
on it. Yeah.
Yep, he'll be on it. And that's all I got to say about that. TJD and the Rising Stars competition.
By the way, 408 checks in and says, dude, Captain Phillips and Captain Sully, it's like Hotel for Dogs and Hotel Rwanda.
That's true.
That's exactly it.
Hardcore listener.
Good knowledge,
there.
408.
All right, moving on to the NBA grab back here.
NBA grab back.
Cliff Kingsbury has denied an interview with the New Orleans Saints. He's going to stick with the old Manders. So the New Orleans Saints are the only NFL team right now without a head coach. They interviewed Kellen Moore last night for several hours. They actually had the Saint Brass fly down to Philly to meet with Kellen Moore.
Manders.
And they're going to meet with Mike McCarthy later this week. And rumors have it that the first meeting with McCarthy did not go well. So I don't know who's going to be head coach of the New Orleans Saints. If I had to guess right now, I would assume it's going to be Mike McCarthy because their whole cap situation is horrible.
It'd be really funny if it happened now after they said it didn't go well and then they hire him. That'd be a riot.
Yeah, it's like, come on, just say something we can, like, just one thing that make us feel like you're good to take this job.
Yeah.
But when you have Joe Brady and Cliff Kingsbury turning down the job, I would assume that Kellen Moore is kind of iffy on it too. And like I said yesterday, I don't know how long teams want to wait for coaches to be available because, we got two more weeks. The Super Bowl isn't played until February, 9th?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that Mike McCarthy ends up begrudgingly being their choice as head coach of the Saints.
Fine, I'll do it.
No, for them. Just being like, all right,
we'll run with them.
Fine. Trying to make it work with Derek Carr.
I mean, this brings me back to the question I was asking you about Robert Saleh when he was being interviewed by multiple organizations. And I thought, would there come a chance where somebody offers him a job and he turns it down, which is far more rare than just turning down the interview? Probably the right move for Cliff Kingsbury, because if he interviewed and they offer it, and then he says no, then other teams are like, whoa, you're turning down head coaching jobs, and they make a gun shy about interviewing you in the future, making you an offer in the future, because it looks bad on the team for somebody to say no.
But also, have you noticed that it's a bunch of offensive guys turning down jobs?
It's all offensive guys turning down jobs, and it's guys waiting for the right opportunity where they can build things in the wide open nature in which we saw Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay do it.
Yep.
It's really what's happened here is that teams, and especially offensive-minded guys, is what you're talking about with the cap situation as it relates to McCarthy is he's not a guy who would be managing the personnel per se. He just came off of a situation where he wasn't. It's all Jerry Jones.
Well, something that we're talking about with the Jaguars is like, they're having Trent Baalke remain there. Mickey Loomis has been the Saints GM since 2002. Think about that. And there is no...
Since 2002. And they've been salary cap hell forever.
Exactly. They signed back Alvin Kamara, which I was like, at some point, I think he would want to move on. And then there's a whole thing about if they're going to cut Derek Carr, so you don't know if he's going to have a good QB situation. So
is that a good QB situation?
I mean, with him, he's the best option between Spencer Rattler and our guy, Jake Haener.
I'm saying, would they go out and pay somebody else?
I don't know.
Would they go out and try to sign a guy like Sam Darnold?
Depends on the head coach.
Is that a market improvement over Carr? I mean...
I think so.
Really?
Based on what we've seen, recency bias would tell you yes.
It feels like that's at the entire tier. You know
recency
what I mean?
bias would tell me yes.
That I would
and
say...
there's upside there. He's not as old.
Yeah, but I would say the Saints offense was good, and I'm surprised they didn't retain this guy. Clint Kubiak, when he was OC and Derek Carr was healthy, they were humming a little bit. They did put up 49 points against the Cowboys.
They were the highest scoring team in football for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know. And then it went all downhill.
They put up 40, I think, in each of the first 2 weeks, and then nothing.
40 for the rest of the season.
A lot of the guys got injured, so I would say that's probably the cap situation and the GM situation. I can see why some guys don't want to take that job. So Mike McCarthy, he decided not to go back to the Cowboys because he thought he would get a better job. At this point, he should just take any job that's available for him.
Saints put up 47, then 44 in their first 2 weeks against the Panthers and the Cowboys.
And then
they put up 12, 24, 13, 27, 10, 8. I mean, they lost 8 in a row. 22, then 20, 35. They got a little bit back at the end of the year, but nowhere near. Then they got shut out 34-0.
I would just tell Niner fans, though, be aware. Like Clint Kubiak just got picked up by the Seahawks, their OC. That's going to be interesting. Because he's an innovative. I mean, he's the brother to Clay and son to Gary, so he's a very innovative play caller in this league.
His mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag here.
NBA grab bag.
Topps is coming out with a new baseball card, Copes, that's going to feature Barry Bonds and Shohei Ohtani appearing together on a dual autograph card for the first time ever. Your thoughts?
That's an expensive card.
Yeah. Are you a big baseball card guy?
I am, but I've not. I mean, like, I've collected baseball cards like my whole life. I'm big on getting like the Topps set every year. I've got a really good collection of thousands and thousands of cards. That said, since card collecting, like over COVID, became like an elitist hobby.
Oh, really?
Dude, it's insane to try to get your hands on like a box of baseball cards. Like, they've priced everybody out, like because now they do this. Like Topps and all these other brands are putting out these insane cards that everybody's searching for. I mean, you see there was like a fight at a Costco over some Pokemon cards last week. Like they're doing that thing. Like these cards, you can pull a card now that's worth thousands and thousands of dollars immediately. Versus it used to be like you got some cards and your investment was in the player. You kind of like wait for the player to take off. Like I've got some popular cards or some, like I've got a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, like 10 out of 10 graded rookie that's pretty cool that I'm like, dude, he continues to take off. It's going to be worth some money. I've got a good Tyler Hero one that's like that. I've got like a big Jose Fernandez one from when he was a rookie who's since passed. Like stuff like that can age really well. But I bought this one box one time over COVID. It was like $300 and you got like 4 chrome black baseball cards in them. And one of them was a, you're like rolling the bones and hoping you get a big time player that's your autograph card in there. You get a couple of good ones and then you get an autograph card. I hit gold on one. I got a big retired signee player. I got a Sandy Koufax autograph card.
Oh, nice.
Pretty sick, dude. I sort of feel like in the... You remember in Entourage? You're an Entourage guy, yeah?
Yeah.
Remember in Entourage when their buddy comes to them going, I got a proposition. I think it's their buddy Dom.
Yeah.
Comes to me,
Big
dude,
Dom.
I got a proposition, dude. I know a guy who has some information on Sandy Koufax. We need to buy this like replica, this actual game-worn jersey of his at auction. Because Sandy's not doing so well, and he may pass, and this thing's going to rocket up in price. So he gets Vince to bid on a bunch of it. And anyway, Sandy's fine.
This was like...
I'm kind of holding on to this Koufax card, you know what I'm saying? Just for...
Yeah.
Sort of feel like that.
Big Dom was the bald dude. Like
I don't know if he was Big Dom, but he was Dom.
Yeah. But like he was Dom. He was
They picked him up from prison. Yeah.
He was Herc in The Wire.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's him.
I remember him.
Yeah. Anyway, cards have just become kind of ridiculous. We talked about that one the other day. The Paul Skeens 1-of-1 card that's already worth thousands and thousands of dollars.
I totally understand why that kid turned him down for.
So the Pirates were offering anybody who pulls this card, we'll give you 30 years of season tickets too, right behind home plate. You got like a big stadium thing. There's like a bunch of things that went with it, autograph stuff from Skeens and whatnot. And the kid was like, no, I'm good.
But the kid lives in California.
That's what I thought too. I was like, unless you're in Philadelphia, or not Philly, if you're in Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh, why would you do this? Why would you take 30 years of season tickets?
Hang on to the card. I totally understand.
He's going to lose money every year on taxes trying to sell those tickets off for the Pirates. You know what I mean? So he's holding on to the card anyway. The Shohei and Bonds card, it's pretty cool.
Okay. All right.
Moving on. Sick card to have, right?
Moving on the NBA grab bag here.
Got to catch them all.
LASIK's Twitter account.
I do an NBA grab bag, Tim. Can you hit me one?
NBA grab bag.
Both work. You're a LASIK guy, right?
I've had the LASIK procedure. I didn't know that LASIK was an actual brand.
Yes, they're a brand, they're a company, whatever. They have a Twitter account as well.
I'm a Dr. Michael Furlong
that's right.
guy, as you all know.
I forgot. Not to confuse with Craig Bindi for my pops.
No, I'm a Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose.
Okay. Craig Bindi. But LASIK also has a Twitter account, and during the AFC Championship game, when the Bills did not pick up the 4th down, LASIK tweeted this out. Better vision, better calls. Still literally offering all NFL refs free LASIK.
Are they really doing that? They're offering free LASIK to every NFL ref?
I have no idea if they are, but that's hilarious that they tweeted that out during the game.
I'm telling you, if it's in the cards for you to get LASIK, do it. Loved it.
You think so?
Life changing for me.
I mean, I just went to the optometrist today to get. I'm actually going to be tomorrow. You'll see me with not glasses on. I get my contacts back for the first time.
I see you without glasses. I've seen you without glasses many times.
I know.
He's been on probation though. He's not been able to wear contacts for what, 3 months now?
Oh, dude, it's been since the start of football season. I had a terrible eye infection where I guess I didn't properly change out my solution, and it stung my eyes. And the lady was like, "You have definitely done some damage to your eyeballs. You need to not wear contacts for quite some time."
Oh, really?
And this was the first time today. She was like, "They finally have healed. You're good."
Wow, your eyes were like really torn up.
Yeah, they were bad.
Oh man, did you get pink eye?
Well, no one was farting in my face. But
let me see. How bad's your vision? Let me see your glasses. Are you blind?
It's pretty blurry.
Oh, you're pretty blind.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I can't read anything.
Yeah.
No, I got nothing. I can't. I
got pink eye. Are you giving each other butterfly kisses or something?
Oh, very funny. Yeah. That's not how you get pink eye. You get it from poop particles making their way into your ocular cavities.
Shout out, what is that, Knocked Up?
Yeah, Knocked Up.
That's pretty funny, dude. That's basically all the guys from Freaks and Geeks.
Yeah, basically.
Good deal. All right, moving on here.
All right, last one, the NBA grab bag here.
NBA grab bag.
We got 2 more, don't we?
This is it.
All right, go
what sounds like a better movie idea, Copes? All right, so coming out this April, Michael B. Jordan stars in 2 roles as twin brothers in Oakland's own Ryan Coogler's next movie, Sinners, about vampires in the 1920s.
Wait, it takes place in Oakland, or just in Oakland's own Ryan Coogler?
Ryan Coogler, who's from Oakland.
I thought he was Richmond. Is he Oakland?
He's from Oakland.
Hey, thanks to the Chevron plan. Anyway, go ahead.
Either way, Michael B. Jordan is going to play 2 different characters. 2 different characters. They're twin brothers. And I have to believe that, who was the guy opposite him in Creed 3 that got into trouble? The guy that was in the Marvel movies?
Wait, Creed 3 was in the Marvel movies and got in trouble?
No. He was in Creed 3. He was going to be like a Marvel villain. He was an actor.
Oh, you're talking about, I'm blanking out his name. Jonathan Majors.
Yes, I would assume that he was going to be in this movie, but because of his...
Do you assume that?
Well, because he was getting in with like the Ryan Coogler and that crew.
You think Coogler was going to cast them to be twin brothers?
Maybe not twin brothers. I don't know.
Maybe this was always the plan, to have Michael B. Jordan.
Well, that seems kind of crazy.
This is the 3rd time, I guess, that Coogler and Michael B. Jordan have done stuff together, right? I mean, I'm going to roll with this one because they did Fruitvale Station together. One Sundance didn't get nominated for Best Picture, which is outrageous.
Great movie.
And they did Black Panther.
Yep. This is the 3rd flick they've done together. Okay, so then there's this one, and then there's a movie coming out called Alto Kings, coming out in March, where Robert De Niro stars as 2 different gangsters in a Barry Levinson film called Alto Kings about 1940s gangsters. It's not even like they're twin brothers. It's Robert De Niro. It's dueling De Niros playing 2 different characters. He looks exactly the same.
Are you sure he looks exactly the same?
Yes. If you've seen this trailer, it's ridiculous. It's just him going, "You talking to me?"
It's Alto Knights. It's called Alto Knights, right?
Or Alto Knights, my bad. Or no, Alto Kings, I think it is.
No, Alto Knights.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Kings, Knights, whatever.
It's way different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Knights don't sit the throne. Come on, bro.
Sorry. I don't know my
I don't have
royalty.
King's blood.
Okay, Alto Kings, starring dueling De Niros as 2 different characters that are not brothers. I think it's ridiculous. It's a worse premise than Irishman, where he was de-aged. This is just a ridiculous thing where he's talking to himself in a mirror.
You blew it! I mean, I don't know. Like, I trust De Niro. If you were telling me it was Pacino doing something like this, I do. I trust De Niro. I don't think The Irishman was that good of a movie, personally.
It was fine. It was just a little ridiculous.
Could have used an edit. 510, by the way, just confirmed Coogler from Richmond. That's what I thought.
Okay.
It says he's my homie. Played football with him.
Oh.
Nice. Let's get him on. 510. Would love to get him on. Let us know how we do that. My dad interviewed him years ago on KGO.
Dude,
and he was it was before. My dad sniped it, too. He called it right after Creed. The first one came out, and he's like, I think Stallone's going to get an Oscar nod for this. Sure enough, he did. Coogler was stoked about it, but he's awesome. It seemed like he was a great interview.
Oh, I know. This would be the 4th movie, I guess.
Great dude.
Fruitvale Station, Creed, and then Black Panther.
So I forgot Creed. Yeah, Coogler wrote Creed,
yep.
Which is incredible. My dad and I bonded over Rocky when I was a kid. So.
I've been trying to get a hold of Coogler since he did Creed.
510, let's get him. Come on, help us out, bro. Let's get Coogler on. We'll get you in if you get him on.
Send us them digits.
You get him on, you can come in too, all right, 510?
There you go.
Is that going to do it for the NBA grab bag?
That's your big fat sack of an NBA grab bag.
Yeah, now delivered by Uber Eats. How about that? Adam Copeland, D-Pop, and Tim
We're just saying sponsors that actually don't exist.
I don't know. We talked Furlong this segment too, and Bindi. It's a Tuesday afternoon.
Dr. Dan Beers.
We are going to catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoka, who will join us at 4:50 today. Plus, stay tuned at 4:15 coming your way. He begged for it, so we gave it to him. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes.
Not true.
And trivia. When we come on back, though, the Warriors are going to retire Andre Iguodala's number. We talked about the precedent the team set. The NFL is a little bit different now. The Niners have, of course, retired some numbers, but now fewer and fewer, I think, get retired because we're going to run out of them at some point. When we come on back, let's get into the thoughts on retiring numbers. We'll give you some on the Niners, some on the Giants, and who the Warriors have done, who should be up there next. Only here on the Sports League.
Jesus, Martin got it bad. Would someone take a dump right in your eye?
Boys. It sound right, boys.
sound white, boy. Sound it sound white, boy.
Sound white, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko a little bit later in the show, coming up at 4:50. Still to come also a Pat H. Crap section, a sound soiree, and some Tuesday Tim's takes and trivia. By the way, tomorrow and Friday, Derek and I will be out at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center.
Yeah.
So come on out, grab some beers, grab some food. I'm getting a quesadilla, I think, tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, you got to, they pick a lot on those quesadillas.
All right. I'm in. I like the food over there.
It's a big, hefty quesadilla.
Nice. So come on over, say what's up. We'll be out there doing the show 2 to 6. Leading you up to the Warriors and the OKC Thunder. You going to hang for the game tomorrow?
Well, it depends if we have to return all the equipment back.
We can still leave it there. JD will be there. He'll watch it. JD will protect it. So you're not going to stay if we got to bring the equipment back?
Are you going to stay?
If we get Jimmy Butler.
You rarely stay for the Warriors.
If they land Jimmy Butler, I'll stay.
They ain't landing Jimmy Butler
Give
by
me Jimmy Butler by tomorrow, and I'll stay.
That's the only way you'll stay for the game.
No, I want to see Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, so I'm going to go.
Yeah,
it's a great timeout.
It's a great timeout.
That's kind of why I want to go. I was like, dude, I want to see Shea. And Thunder are sick.
Yeah.
I might go Friday, too.
Phoenix?
Yeah, I might catch some Phoenix on Friday. That's why we're going out there. They're good games. So
yeah, they are.
They're good opposing teams is what I mean.
Right.
Because the Warriors aren't good.
That's where we are right now with the Warriors is who's coming to town.
I'm just looking to get more sound bites off that'll be in Steph's next propaganda documentary that they don't credit me in. Yeah, he's like dribbling he's walking into the arena, and you can hear me just ripping. The Dubs are done. They can't do it. They'll never do it without
Jimmy Butler. Like this clown.
Yeah, dude. Then they land like Vucevic and win it all or something. You know what I mean? That'd just be the Steph Curry way to go.
Yeah, I would be surprised if you're all in that new Olympic documentary that's got Steph, LeBron, and KD in there for Netflix.
Would you be surprised?
I would be surprised.
I don't know.
That's a quick turnaround.
I popped up in a couple of things. I popped up in that receivers video.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Documentary, the one on Debo.
Well, that's easy because you're on the post-game show. It's easy to clip that.
Sure, popped up in that. No credit there either. And then popped up in that.
Netflix, Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. I think there was another one, too, that I flared up in.
Oh, you flared up?
Like a bad cold sore, yeah. Anyway.
When I think cold sores, I think Adam Copeland.
Somebody asked my buddy that one time, like, you ever had a cold sore? Or you get bad cold sores? He's like, I don't think so. And they're like, you don't think so? Wouldn't you know?
You should know
like,
that.
You have them or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A canker sore is different than a cold sore.
We all got the gene. You know what I mean? That's what they say.
Yeah.
Anyway, Warriors are retiring Andre Iguodala's number 9.
And happy birthday to Andre Iguodala. He's 40. Today? He's 41 today.
How about that? They didn't make this announcement, Tim, and just like you, and on his birthday.
It's also erroneous.
And on his birthday.
A lot of falsehoods being spewed today on the old leader.
No, everything we say here is true on the number 1 ranked radio show in America. All right, so the 49ers have number 1 ranked in America. That's what I've been told. 49ers have retired the following numbers in their franchise history. And I totally get that football has stopped doing as many because at some point you'll just run out of numbers.
Yeah.
Like the Yankees have run out, I think, of all. Are they out of single-digit numbers now after Jeter? I think Jeter was the final single-digit number.
I don't know about that one. I know that in the NFL they changed that rule where they could go to single digits for position players and not quarterbacks or punters.
I don't like it.
You don't like what?
I don't like that players in the NFL can wear whatever they want. I'm still waiting for a quarterback to pull a Mike Winchell like for Friday Night Lights and Rock League number 20. You know what I mean? That's like a high school thing or like a Pop Warner thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a high school thing. And
I think that generation's coming. I think that generation of kid is coming.
Yeah, that just looks bad.
I know, but we're not going to, like, they don't know. If you're like an 11-year-old right now and you just see players, Debo rocking 1, like receivers used to rock, like Keyshawn Johnson was like 19 at one point.
He had to like right into the league and everything to get that approved.
Right, and then it became a thing where it was like, okay, now receivers can wear like the teens or they can wear the 80s.
Yeah, when Randy Moss switched from 84 to a silver and black 18, that was sweet.
Like, no, you're never going to see a receiver rocking like 73.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, who would do that? But I want to see a quarterback do it. I want to see a quarterback be like, I'm 22.
Well, they gave, when Mac Jones was a rookie in training camp.
They gave him number 50.
Yes.
But that's something I think the Patriots do to all rookies.
They do.
It's like a routine thing or a tradition thing that they do.
Right.
Anyway, the 49ers have retired the following. Steve Young, number 8. John Brody, number 12. Montana, 16. Joe Perry, 38.
Steve Perry?
And I should have been gone. Said no more Journey psychouts. Jimmy Johnson, 37. Hugh McElhinney, 39. Ronnie Lott, 42. Charlie Kruger, 70. Leo Nominelli is 73. Bob St. Clair, 79. Jerry Rice, 80. And Dwight Clark, 87.
Yeah. I think all reasonable to have their jersey retired.
But then guys like Patrick Willis, I don't believe, but aren't they in the Ring of Honor?
I don't know about the Ring of Honor, but yeah, what really, do you have to win a Super Bowl with a team or you win a championship or to have your jersey retired to be immortalized?
I think there's some teams that don't retire jerseys at all.
Yeah, the Raiders don't retire jerseys.
They just do Ring of Honor.
Yes.
Right? We call it the Ring of Fire.
I don't even know if they do a ring. They always honor the old guys, but that's what I was talking about. It's cool to go from, Ken Stabler having number 12 to Rich Gannon having number 12.
It is cool. I mean, it's sort of like we talk about with the Giants, Brandon Crawford being number 35. There was a bunch of Giants stores, not a bunch, but a handful that had him, right? Richie had it, Crawford had it, Johnny LeMaster had it. I think there's other guys, and I want to say that Mike Murphy, Giants clubhouse attendant forever, had said that he would do things like that, give certain guys at certain positions, he would hold numbers for certain dudes, or he knew certain numbers meant more.
Okay.
They thought Christian Arroyo was going to be somebody, so they gave him 22.
So if the Giants announce that they're retiring number 35 of Brandon Crawford, would you think that's kind of ridiculous? Or would you no, I understand that. He's won World Series championships here.
I would understand it. He's the greatest player at that position in history. He's one of the most beloved. And I think that's the thing is teams decide what it means to have a jersey retired. The Giants didn't do it, and it was a rule until you got into the Hall of Fame. The numbers the Giants have retired are Bill Terry, Mel Ott, Carl Hubble, Monty Irvin, Will Clark, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Juan Marichal, Linda Cepeda, Gaylord Perry, Willie McAfee, and then, of course, Jackie Robinson across baseball.
Yeah.
Right? But they didn't ever – the only player who was up here, the first one to go up there without being in the Hall of Fame was Barry Bonds, and I always just thought that was an outlier. Okay, there's a special circumstance for this because everybody knows he should be. And then they decided they'll do Will Clark, and I'm like, okay, so now we've changed the precedent. Now it's not just Hall of Fame. It's all-time franchise great, plus got to be beloved fan, got to be here for a certain amount of time. I'm sure there are a lot of factors, and I don't think everybody's case has to be the same. If they want – now, it does beg the question. If you retire Brandon Crawford, who does it open it up for?
Oh, everybody from the championship days.
I mean, not everybody. You're not going to retire Sergio Romo's number.
No, you're not.
You're going to retire Javi Lopez's number, but would you retire Tim Lincecum?
Absolutely.
Will anybody? Nobody's worn it since anyway. I believe it's the only number.
And that's my thing.
It's the only number in the organization that has not been reissued since Tim Lincecum wore 55. Sean Estes is over here I rocked it first. You know what I mean? But, Timmy Lincecum, everybody's okay with 55 going up there, right? It's about, is the fan base going to love that this is happening?
Well, that's my thing, too, is if it's not retired, then it's fair game. So if Verlander comes out with 35, I know fans could be like, well, that's Crawford's number. But what are you waiting for? Crawford's not coming back. You should retire it at some point and then prevent anybody else from having to wear that. Posey, I'm sure will get his jersey retired. Why has it taken them so long to retire some of the guys from the 2010, 2012, and 2014 championship days? Are they just
retire numbers?
Yeah.
Well, they literally. It wasn't until 2019 or when did they do Bonds?
Yeah, they did 2019. Yeah.
Okay, so it was until 2019 that they decided.
Then you can't. Okay, but now I tell fans you can't also be like, well, that's Crawford's number. If it's not retired, it's fair game. It gets passed on to each generation.
Agreed. If it's not retired, and that's up to the team to decide, do they want it retired or do they want it reissued? Or maybe, again, Verlander's not going to be here for long.
Yes.
But it did leave a bad taste in my mouth when, Connor Joe rocked number 18, Matt Cain's body wasn't even cold yet. You know what I mean? And they're handing his number over to
that's a little.
Connor Joe.
You definitely have to pick and choose, is that guy really worth it? But Verlander, absolutely.
But the way the Giants operated, they took that value away. The way the roster churned over the last few years kind of took that value of that number away.
No, I totally get that. So, but now would you expect some of those guys from those championship days to get those jersey retired?
I don't know. Buster will.
Yeah, Buster, of course.
28 will hang up there. I wouldn't be shocked if 55 did. I wonder about Matt Cain. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'm okay if it's not that many. It's got to be special. Now, it's funny as Tim Lincecum's best years were statistically before the World Series years. He was fantastic. How do you not hang 40 up there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Brian Wilson doesn't go up. None of the closers or relievers go up. You don't put Brandon Belt up there.
Why not Alfeld or any of those guys?
I don't know.
It's the same kind of thing with Andre Iguodala. It's he like Pablo. Like, he was World Series MVP. So, like, where do you draw the line?
He's got 2 rings, right?
Yeah.
I never had a problem with the Giants' capacity to say, we just want guys who are in the Hall of Fame. And I can see why they did Barry's thing, because they were saying, okay, Hall of Fame, you've made a stand to say that our guy is not in. But we know that this is one of the greatest players of all time, so this is why we're doing it. You change it a little bit when you do Will Clark, but Will Clark has meant a ton to this organization for, going on 4 decades at this point?
Well, here's the thing. You may not retire to me, and you just may not reissue it.
Yeah.
You may just retire Buster from that generation. And the other one is 15's going up there. Bochy's going up.
It's a hell of a thing to look up in that corner and see each one of those numbers and be able to tell people that's what that player was. That was what position he played. That's why they're there.
You know everything about him. It's a big deal.
I think it means more to honor a name in the Ring of Honor as opposed to retire a number.
Now, you can make the case that the only reason the Niners have not retired any numbers is none of the guys who have been retired don't have championships. And by the way, I think Pablo has 3 rings as a 650. He's here for all those.
Okay. No, but to me,
he also wasn't he also didn't play in 2010.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was Mike Fontenot.
No, but he had an all-time moment with the 3 home runs.
In 12, right. I'm just saying he didn't play, I don't believe, in 2010. Or barely at all in that World Series.
I'm not big on retiring numbers. I think that you can always honor an individual without having to say, that player or another player will never wear his jersey again. I think it's okay to say, now we're passing the torch. The Detroit Lions went from, who was it, Billy Sims to Barry Sanders wearing number 20 in Detroit. It's just a good, this guy's passing the torch. It's this guy's going to now honor that player by wearing that number. I think that numbers are supposed to be worn, and you run out of them. That's why the NFL changed that rules to single digits. I think there's a way to honor Andre Iguodala without having to, when I think of Andre Iguodala, with basketball numbers, I don't think with NFL, I think about numbers. In baseball and basketball, I don't as much. So when you retire number 9, that isn't ooh, number 9.
See, the Giants have their separate thing. What I'm saying is you can separate the two. You're why not retire all those guys in the World Series roster? Because they put them on the Wall of Fame.
Yeah.
They have a Wall of Fame. They have a Ring of Honor. They have a precedent for it. So they did it. That's how those guys will get honored. It's why I don't think many of those guys are going to have jerseys retired. I think Bumgarner will. Yeah. I think it's got to be somebody who's a Hall of Fame Giant or a borderline Hall of Famer.
But 650 says the number of numbers that you retired lessens the achievement. Do you agree?
No.
Say it again.
It says the number of numbers that you retire lessens the value of the achievement.
That's like saying putting more people in the Hall of Fame makes the Hall of Fame weak.
Well, I understand. But the idea here is in the Hall of Fame, you're celebrating the game as an entirety. These are specific organizations doing specific things for their specific players. I'm sort of the belief of, if you're got your number retired, you are, to Adam's point, to the Giants' point, which is borderline Hall of Fame or Hall of Fame.
Right.
The more guys that you just throw up in that number, it kind of does lessen it a little, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and you shouldn't, but we're also saying, maybe you shouldn't retire numbers of just the fan favorites. We all know that Brandon Crawford's not going to make the Hall of Fame, but fans are going to be upset when Justin Verlander comes out and his first impression as a Giant is him wearing that number. But I also tell Giants fans, if Brandon Crawford's okay with it, and he got the blessing and Justin Verlander got the blessing from Brandon Crawford, I think it should be okay for you guys as well. That jersey is not retired.
Yeah.
It's fair game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go to Dick in Fremont. Dick in Fremont's got some thoughts. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Dick in Fremont, how are we feeling about retired numbers?
Retired numbers, man. You know what? It's true. I'm a Raider fan, so the retired numbers thing, it always kind of missed me, but I'm all for it. I think we should honor these guys, man. I mean, they do things that nobody on this planet has ever done before in these sports. So I think to recognize them for that is it's very important to the game, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Are there guys I guess the question is Ring of Honor versus retiring a number. Does it mean something different? Patrick Willis didn't win a ring. He's in the Ring of Honor, not in the Hall of Fame. Frank Gore didn't win a ring. In the Ring of Honor, not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Sure. I guess there is sort of a separation there. I don't think there should be. I mean, I'm a 49ers hater, to be honest with you, but Patrick Willis was out of this world with talent. I mean, that guy, he was probably the best linebacker I've ever seen play in my day. That man was in on every single play. No matter where the ball ended up, Willis was there, man. So I think he deserves to get recognized without a doubt. The Ring of Honor, I mean, I guess it is different from the Hall of Fame in the retired number, but still, it's still recognition. So, I mean.
All right, Dick, we appreciate the call, man.
Well, hold on. Dick wanted to bring up Tom Hanks, though, right?
Go ahead, Ray.
Right, Dick?
Oh man, yeah. So you guys were touching on the Hanks movies. I said A League of Their Own.
It's a good call, dude. It's a good call. I forgot about A League of Their Own. Yeah,
man, that dude, he was money in that movie, man. He was hilarious.
I appreciate the call, Dick. I want to say he's like supposed to be playing. It's like Jimmy Fox or somebody, and he's like sort of imitating because remember he's supposed to be a retired big league slugger.
I'm going to be honest.
Jimmy Dugan, is that his name in the movie?
I haven't seen A League of Their Own.
What?
Yeah.
That's a little shocking.
I know.
You hear that, Tim? He hasn't seen A League of Their Own.
I'm sorry.
A little bit of a misstep, my friend.
I apologize.
It'd be great if you said, I've actually only seen the Amazon show. Which nobody saw.
No, I haven't made the time to see A League of Their Own. Yeah.
Emilio,
he's very good in that movie.
I've heard it. I know he has the famous story. There's no crying in baseball.
You don't get to quote it. Don't quote it to us. You haven't seen it. You don't even know the context.
No, that's fair.
You don't even know the context. How dare you?
Well, she's crying. Madonna's crying, right?
Yeah, but you don't. No, it's not even Madonna. It's not even Madonna.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Madonna. Is it Madonna?
You're hurting me here, Derek.
This is bad.
It's not Madonna?
She's in the movie. That's not. You don't know what's going on. Dude.
Who's crying?
Watch the damn movie.
Is it Rosie?
No, watch the movie.
All right.
Those are the last two women on that team that were going to cry, by the way, besides, what's her name behind the plate? Forget her name. Main actress.
Gina Davis.
Gina Davis, thank you. Let's go out to Emilio in Walnut Creek.
Emilio!
What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
League of Their Own is an awesome movie. Deep Up, you got to see it, man.
Yeah. I'm missing out, Emilio. I'm missing out.
Copes, if you remember me, I called you a few months ago. I hate Kansas City as much as my relatives. Remember me?
Yeah, I vaguely do remember this take, dude. I hate Kansas City as much as I hate my relatives being in my house. Well, how you feeling about that now, dude?
Don't get me started on my blood pressure. I just want to pay you guys a compliment for yesterday. Your knowledge of Greek mythology. When you were talking about Icarus, I was trying to call you yesterday, but the lines were busy. I'm serious. Because, by the way, that's where I'm from, the island of Icaria.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Where Icarus is where Icarus dived in. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, I guess, because
not at all.
The guy doesn't listen to his dad and dives in, and that's my island that they name after that. That's great.
Good
but
deal, man.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, man.
No, dude, that's all Tim for bringing up Icarus. But, Emilio, do you ever go out to the Oakland Greek Festival?
Yes, I do.
I'll see you there this May.
Yes. Back in the old days, I used to go. I used to be.
It's a great time.
Dancing. Yeah, it's
Opa.
good people. Opa is awesome.
Hey, Emilio, do you ever call Walnut Greek?
Do I what?
Never mind.
Right.
Sorry, it was a bad joke. See
that's not on you, Emilio. That's on Copes.
No, you got to wear that one with me, bro. You got to wear that one with me. I'm not taking it myself.
You have to wear that one.
Have a wonderful evening.
Hey, you too, Emilio. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Have some Uzo with Emilio, okay? That's our guy.
Emilio the Greek?
Emilio the Greek.
I like him, dude. I like him. Yeah, let's go to Scarecrow. Another one of our popular callers. Scarecrow, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, this whole thing about numbers sort of started with Verlander.
Yeah.
And maybe what they ought to do is just have Crawford hand him the jersey. And that way...
On opening day?
Okay. On opening day. Here you go. Here's the jersey. Wear it in good health.
It would look... Scarecrow, wouldn't it look bad when we flip him in July, though? It's not going to look as good.
Pardon me?
It's not going to look as good for Verlander when we trade him in July and we did this whole ceremony.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the nature of baseball, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't hand down the jersey. I mean, he wasn't even here, Crawford. He was gone for a year. Like, I don't think anybody's going to do that. And I think once we're told by Buster or Verlander, like, yeah, Crawford said it was fine, it's fine. Also, he's not here. He's not on the team.
Yeah.
So unless the team decides we're not reissuing this number, it's actually not up to Brandon Crawford. Buster did that out of respect.
Well, that's all well and good, but I believe the issue was honoring Brandon Crawford. Do you retire his number or pass the number on? I'm just saying, if you want to make a deal out of it, then just let Brandon Crawford give him the jersey and say, here's the number.
Well, here's a better question. If he does wear it, do you think that means they won't retire it?
I think after Verlander's done, I think it's up to the Giants.
Yeah, because they reserve the right. I mean, that's the thing is they I appreciate the call, Scarecrow. I mean, like Christian Arroyo wore 22, right? I want to say like Jose Cruz might have worn 20. Maybe it was 21. Anyway, they went through a bunch of guys wearing some. Connor Joe wearing 18. There's a handful of other dudes who have worn the numbers since some of the big time players did, because you got to reissue numbers. It's kind of what it comes down to.
And also, you can always change things when you have a Hall of Famer coming into your organization and he's an established player. I mean, yeah, there's there's certain guys like Aaron Rodgers who won't wear number 12 out of respect to Joe Namath. But like sometimes, like Jerry Rice, they retired Steve Largen's number, and he was number 80 with the Seahawks. Sometimes you just make exceptions.
Yeah, Jerry Rice the GOAT, though. The greatest of all time. A little bit different. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. The most awkward Bay Area sports press conference calls or press conferences of all time. I got number one for you. We'll put it up on a PowerPoint. We'll talk about him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
The Warriors announced they will retire Andre Iguodala's number 9 jersey on February 23rd when they host the Dallas Mavericks, the 7th jersey number they have retired and the first of the 4 championship dynasty core. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Rafters leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa.
It's a good era. It's a good era, CeeLo.
You like this?
I miss CeeLo.
I enjoy a little more Goody Mob CeeLo.
I just miss him in general.
Yeah, he has been around in a while.
He's been around. I need more CeeLo Green.
I haven't heard him since he sang the national anthem for Sarcastaball.
Yeah, dude, we never see him anymore.
Sarcastaball's my favorite sport.
Sarcastaball.
Matt Mayo will join us later at 4:50. I want to bring this up because yesterday I think we had two of the most awkward press conferences when introducing a head coach in the NFL. You had Brian Schottenheimer. Nothing he did, but Jerry Jones.
Did he even talk at that press conference?
He did, but it was all about Jerry. He's like, I don't want to talk about myself
about me
here. But if I could pay a head coach, well, I'd be a head coach myself with the amount of money they're making these days. And, of course, Liam Cohen. Do we have it, Tim?
Liam Cohen.
Just makes you shiver. So I was thinking about what are the most awkward press conferences in Bay Area sports history. And the ones that come to mind are, of course, Jim Tom Sula being introduced. And, God, we'll have some snippets of that. I mean, like, the best, too, was, like, Jim Cozumore. After the press conference, asking him, so, Jim, what's going to be philosophy on offense? A little running, a little throwing. A little running, a little throwing.
A little running and
Don't tip your hand there, Jim. Great line by Coz. Great line.
A little throwing.
Okay, so Jim Tom Sula was awkward. I think about Gabe Kapler being introduced as Giants manager because at the time he was coming off of all the things that went down with the Dodgers, and people were not happy with the hire, and he was getting grilled.
He was getting grilled for stuff he did as like was he the head of player development or something for the Dodgers?
Yes.
There was like an assault allegation that went on with some minor leaguers, and he had overseen. I think Farhan was even there when that went down.
It did not go over well, and I was expecting to lighten the mood, someone be like, so let's talk about coconut oil, Gabe.
Yeah, no, nothing. They just Gabe Kapler got here, media just grilled his ass, and then soundly won a Manager of the Year award a couple of seasons later, and then went on his way. That was it.
And then the third one that comes to mind is, of course, Al Davis bringing out the projector and saying, I fired Lane for cause. And, of course, Lane asked me if I'm paying him, and I said, exactly, I'm not paying you, no.
Wait, tell me, what do you know about that press conference with the projector? Like, what went into that whole thing? I mean, he was just an old man. He's just old.
He was old. He had the Band-Aid on his face, and he was
too old. He's looking like Nelly up there.
He looked like he was falling apart.
He wishes he looked like Nelly. He looked like the Tales of the Crypt guy.
The Band-Aid might have been holding them together.
Yeah. That was bad.
The last piece keeping them together.
I mean, there are two Al Davis press conferences that I remember. It was that one where he brought out the projector and went through all the reasons of why he fired Lane Kiffin, and the kicker at the end, of course, was Lane saying, does that mean I'm not getting paid? And Al goes, that's exactly what it means. Like, he had cause. He had, all these legal documents of why I'm not going to pay you. It's because you're not a good enough coach.
Did he?
He probably didn't end up paying. Like, the same thing with Mike Shanahan. He did end up paying Al Davis. There's another press conference that I reminded, when Hugh Jackson was introduced as head coach of the Raiders, that one, people forget about that one. He literally told the media, hey, I'm not done, I'm still talking here. You know, the fact that you guys put John Elway in the Hall of Fame and Jim Plunkett's not even in is ridiculous.
He was bitching out local media?
He was just ripping the media.
Get dudes up there from the Tribune, in Oakland, he's pissed.
He was just going through, this is what I hate about this is what I hate about that. And then after a while, Hugh was just sitting there being like, is this about me anymore? So that one comes to mind. I think by far, though,
Real quick, just on the Al Davis tip, says, no, Al Davis did not pay Lane Kiffin after firing him in 2008. An arbiter ruled in Davis's favor, denying Kiffin's claim for unpaid salary. Davis, here's what happened. Davis fired Lane Kiffin on September 30th, 2008, after the Raiders' fourth game of the season.
Yeah.
That's kind of when Al would do it. Davis claimed that Kiffin made comments against the organization, which he considered in violation of the contract. Kiffin filed a grievance to the NFL Coaches Association, seeking about $2.6 million. The arbiter ruled in favor of Al Davis and the Raiders, finding that Kiffin was fired for cause. The arbiter reduced the amount of the dispute to $330,000, accounting for salary offsets from Kiffin's previous job.
Wow.
So Kiffin got less than a big leaguer, about what a big leaguer was getting at that time for
So basically,
salary.
Kiffin was bad-mouthing Al to everybody else in the organization and got back to Al, and then he was able to basically save his money.
Damn right I kept my money.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you remember the Jim Tom Sula presser pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good.
Okay, do we have a little clip from that we can play, Tim?
This is Tom Sula.
This is just all-time hilarious.
My X's and O's philosophy are quite simply you build a team to a scheme. You go into the draft, you go into the free agency, and you're in the talent acquiring business to a scheme. Okay, and then I feel like the most important thing is when that's over. Now you have to do a 180. And now, see, I look at it from a personnel to fit a scheme. So I'm looking at that scheme, and I'm trying to fit the pieces. Okay, we don't live in a perfect world. It's not a perfect science. Okay, things happen. Okay, people, aren't available. So once we have that talent, and we have those players, now we have to flip that. And now we look at it. We want to take that scheme and fit it to the players. So to me, when you talk philosophical, that's the way in building your schematics, in building your approach to teaching and your building blocks. That's where you have to have the latitude built in there to be able. It's a structure. Okay, we stay within our structure, but you have to have that latitude to be able to adapt and adjust your schematics to fit the players. So I hope that answers your question.
Matt, I think somewhere in there he said we're going to run the football.
The bulky. I think he said we're going to run the ball. Like, yeah, Frank Gore's here. You know what I mean?
Dude, it was a simple question. What kind of scheme are you going to run? You say, I swear, like, Matt Barrows follows up by saying, what defense are you going to run? 4-3, 3-4? Just simple stuff. That whole press conference.
That guy, by the way, has lost one football game in the last 2 years, including back-to-back championships in the European League football.
He wasn't a talker. He wasn't a great communicator. He was way in over his head as head coach. He didn't have the worst season ever when he went 5-11.
It was not good, yeah.
It wasn't good, but also, that press conference, that might go down. We make fun of Liam Cohen yesterday, and it was just that one Duval thing with the meme. But that entire Jim Tomsula press conference, there's just all-time moments in there. I can't find the clip. Me and Sean Cully were watching it today. There's multiple moments where you see him just going on and on about nonsense, and then Trent's in the background just being like, oh, my God, what is going on here? Just, try not to laugh. There's literally one point where he's like, we got to do the little things around here. You know what I mean? The players got to do, they can't act like children. When we told them to put the shoes on, you got to put your shoes on. Be an adult, put your shoes on.
It just speaks to where the culture of the organization was at the time.
Yeah. Now, in Tom Sula's defense, he did give us this.
Everybody play naked. Butt-ass naked. Everybody play butt-ass naked.
But that was after he was a 49ers coach. I want to say he was with the commies then.
Yeah, I think he was. But he said more in that 2 seconds than he did in that 2-minute clip that we played right before.
The players understand him a little better, maybe. I would think. So,
Jimmy Tom Sula.
707 just says, dude, those were some tough times with Jimmy Tom Sula. Somebody else checks in and says, 209 goes, dude, Ted Lasso's opening presser was pretty brutal. It is true.
I don't remember it.
Remember that? He accidentally sips the sparkling water. He has him spitting it out everywhere. He's like gets an anxiety attack while it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to Bay Area press conferences, can you think of anything else that tops those three?
Did we talk Singletary?
We did, but I don't like that. That's just like an angry tirade.
That was a tirade.
It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
I mean, that's like an all-time great moment. That's like with Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. Or Denny Green. You crown their ass. Those ones were just awkward.
Those were pissed off, the playoffs, all that sort of stuff. 310 checks in says, dude, Tom Sula, and that cut sounded like Bobby Boucher from The Waterboy discussing his tackling philosophy and when he's talking to the kids.
Don't do drugs.
And that takes me to my next point, kids. Don't do crack. 415 says other good ones around the league. Adam Gase. The eyes, of course.
Of course.
That was.
But do you remember a Giants one or anything that was awkward where the whole the media room was like, oh my God, this is going terrible.
Remember Adam Gase's weird eyeball thing?
Yeah.
There was that. I mean, the only Giant ones I can think of was when I remember listening to KNBR during Gabe Kapler's press conference. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable.
Everyone hates this.
I didn't love it.
Yeah.
I didn't love what came after, really, either. So there you go. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday. Dirty Work rolls on. We'll talk to Matt Mayoka coming up at 4:50. The Pat H. Crab section's coming at 5:30 plus. You get your sound soiree at 5:15. But before we do all that, he begged us. He begged us for months. For months and months and months. Tom was let go, and we thought, you know what? Now's as good a time as any to give Tim Webb his very own segment. And that's why on Tuesdays, reluctantly, mercifully, we do Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
That's right, it sucks.
And it's coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work will be live at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow and Friday. Snag yourself a Kolsch, tell Copes his takes suck, and talk beard growth with Derek. Live 2 to 6. And snag me a to-go crowler. Do it!
Oh, hello, me again, Derek Papa. Maybe you didn't hear me the first time about the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. So in case you didn't, here are the details. It's 500,000 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Tell me more, Derek.
Well, I sure will, Mr. KNBR. It's happening now through this Sunday, February 2nd. Over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. Get a special RV show-only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel.
I've heard of 4 wheels, but 5 wheels?
Toy hauler, or truck camper. So come on down and check it out. Browse around and find what's going to make you and your family very happy.
I slept in an RV last night.
Once again, that's the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, now through Sunday, February 2nd. Check all the details out at rvshow.net. And I'll see you and Mr. KNBR at the RV show.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on, the number one radio show in America. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, and Tim Webb with you.
You should let people know what we're talking about here. This is an idea that we have to advertise the show, and we're going to advertise it as
the number. I kind of view it like when you roll past a spot in San Francisco, and it's like the number one pizza in the city. The person who first ever pointed that out to me was Medium Impact Brian. Was infuriated by this little pizza spot. I don't want to like bury him or anything. It's a pizza spot I've never been to. Doesn't look that great. I've walked by it many times. And me and Medium Impact Brian were walking by it one time years ago, and he goes, "How do they get off by doing that? How is that allowed? How can you call yourself number one?" I was like, "Why are you so upset about it? Just don't shop there."
And MIB sound like Scott Farrell?
He did, yeah. Am I right? Am I right?
Oh, the of all of the impressions that he does, his Obama's very good, but his Meg's really good.
He has like a little bit of like a Steve-O in him. Like he's,
Steve-O, yeah.
What's going on, boys? Wow. Iranian dude, like it's just the most bizarre cartoon you'll ever meet. He's got yellow eyes and everything. It's crazy. Anyway, he thought that was the most outrageous thing. The places would call themselves number one without who's grading this? Who dubbed them number one? They didn't all compete. And I was like,
they all compete.
It's okay. So we're going to run with that.
So the idea is it would say, the greatest radio show to program that has ever existed, and then attribute the quote to Adam. It's
a little bit like The Rock being the most electrifying man in sports entertainment. Like, if you're a wrestler, you can just label yourself.
Yeah, of course you can.
The most electrifying man in sports entertainment. Like, it's the best sports show. It's the best radio show going in the country, as far as I'm concerned. It's Dirty Work.
Can't deny you on that one,
except
folks.
for this segment right here. So, Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. Tim begged for months to get his own segment. And we figure, all right, Tim, if we're going to do this, we got to make it something that you're good at. Like, we got to hone in on something that you excel in. And for those who don't know, Tim he's a host of trivia every Tuesday night out at the Bitter End here in the city. Great trivia, one of the best trivias you can go to. It's a blast. We've been out as a show a couple of times. We've been out as a station a few times. I just like to go and heckle Tim. You guys go and do whatever you see fit. But
oh God, that first time.
Thank you for the kind words, but the heckling is absolutely
Tim's
real.
a heck.
Just somewhere in the background, you suck.
Tim sucks. That's what led us to this brand new segment, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes leader.
Complete with your
So
incredibly
stupid.
happy, stupid music, yes.
That's so dumb. What do you got? So the way Tim does this is he's going to give us a sports take, maybe a sports question for us. He'll give us a pop culture or a slice of life take, and then he'll give us a trivia question, which will be heard tonight at Trivia at the Bitter End. So if you come or go to the trivia tonight, you'll have at least one answer in the book. Tim, what do you got?
Let's go, Tim.
Okay, well, this one's a scorcher, and before it gets any hate, and it will get hate, I know I'm going to get hate, just know when you write that text or you send that message on YouTube, you're not even the 10th person today to say that we are the worst scum of the universe. So don't worry, we can take it. We've got this.
Plus, you sent it yesterday, so keep coming back. Appreciate it.
I'm never going to come back the next day.
Bring all the hates. The number one show in America. Well, dude, it's like 707 checks in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It says, it's like Jack in the Box has a commercial lately where they're claiming to have the number one fast food burger.
Tim.
I handled it just like Medium Impact Brian.
There you go. Take on Tim.
Yeah, what you got, Tim? Take on Tim.
Scorcher. I think that the 49ers should pay Brock Purdy whatever they want, and I think that fans should just give it up and don't care about it.
Give it up, baby.
I don't care if they pay Brock Purdy $65 million.
Whoa!
I don't care if they make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And the reason is we don't understand how the salary cap works, and we don't know the minutia of it. The number goes up every single year. So fans get all up in arms. Oh, you can't pay him this much money. It's $65 million. Who cares? If they say it's $65 million and then they make it a $40 million signing bonus and a $20 million contract, are you up in arms about it? Do you care if they say, well, you've got a roster bonus and you got a salary bonus and you've got a showing up for camp bonus? Does it make a difference? No. There are people like Parag Murate who are infinitely smarter than the three of us that are sitting there going, okay, I know how to make this contract work. If he can figure it out and the team can figure it out, who cares what the number is? It doesn't make a difference. Do you know how much money the salary cap's going to go up next year? Absolutely not. None of us do. So let them do their tricky math, let them figure it out, and just enjoy it. You've got a guy that's going to provide stability for your team, so just calm down. We're going to be okay. Pay them as much money as they need. Doesn't matter.
All right. Here's what I would say. We filmed a bit earlier today we're working on for a project for KNBR.com with Jack Loader. And
solid take, Tim, by the way.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tim. And what they want us to do is like watch Beavis and Butthead style, watch like a bad moment in sports history, and then just kind of comment on it or like watch the game. If anybody doesn't think they should pay Brock Purdy, go back and watch the throws Jimmy made in the Super Bowl in 2019, early 2020. The second half of that game is brutal watching Jimmy Garoppolo. If anything gets Brock Purdy paid or changes your mind about it, it should be watching that game, and you'll know why they threw it 8 times in the NFC Championship, and you'll know why Kyle Shanahan didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo. There are throws that Brock Purdy makes that you're like, I didn't know that was such a given. You know what I mean? I didn't know how nice that was going to be to have somebody make that throw. Jimmy he looks awful. He looks atrocious. They had the lead, sure, and you want to blame Kyle and all that, and defense gave it up. Jimmy looked awful. And by the way, got rung around a little bit. Probably should have gotten a couple more calls, maybe a roughing call even on the last little lame duck. Dude, the final throw he makes that little two-handed throw before they basically shut him down, and then he ends up throwing a pick to end the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You don't think Brock Purdy should get paid? Go back and watch the second half of the Super Bowl, or don't. It was painful.
It's
but you watch some of those throws.
Idea that the difference between 50 and 65, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because, again, if they say, okay, his contract is $65 million, but really it's $15 million because we figured out how to make it in salary bonuses or cash bonuses or roster bonuses or deferred or whatever. What are you going to do with all that anger you had? Like, oh, I'm so mad. Until the next guy gets paid. And the guy after that, and the guy after that. It doesn't matter.
It's all just AAV at the end of the day, too. It really doesn't matter. And I'm going to give you what I think Brock Purdy should get paid in the next segment. But, Tim, I'm with you 100%. It really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they got a guy. And, yes, for those that are saying, like, oh, he's not going to beat Mahomes. Josh Allen can't beat Mahomes. So you're not going to pay him?
The only guy in the NFL who's beaten Mahomes in the playoffs who's still playing is Joe Burrow.
Exactly. And he makes the most money annually. So.
Yeah, I sat through enough of the C.J. Beathard, crap years. And we just, we're listening to that Tom Sula take that we just had there.
Yeah.
We're not going back. We're not doing that, okay? That's over. Stay with the guys. Trust your coach who says, this is my guy.
Yeah.
And trust the stability.
That's Purdy. I'm with you, Tim.
Okay. Here's your little slice of life after that sunshine.
All right, this is where things get dicey for Tim. So far, his sports takes, we've coming down pretty good.
I would assume some people are upset with that one.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I would assume some. I would assume some are, but this is really where Tim divides the audience. Is his slice of life take. Tim, what do you got?
Give us that cake.
So the first one was people who post their Spotify end-of-year raps are narcissistic jerks.
I agree with that one.
The second one is that fun-sized candy bars. It's for losers and it shouldn't exist.
It's a little hollow, yeah.
I think people that are bad tippers are the scum of the universe. If you're a bad tipper, what's the point of even being alive? Like, really? The whole idea that it would cost you an extra couple of dollars that might make somebody who's probably not making as much money than you, a little bit easier. I get it. People have this idea that tipping culture is out of control. Oh, I got to tip on everything. I had to tip today when I got something to go. The guy said 3 words to me. Still tipped him. If you are a crappy tipper, then what's the point? What are you, Scottie Pippen? The whole idea is you're just trying to, help somebody.
Yeah, tipping Pippen, yeah.
You know what I mean? Help your fellow person. And anybody that has spent time in any position of like maybe food industry or something like that knows that just that little bit goes a long way. Take care of your bartenders. Take care of your servers. Just do it. You feel good about yourself and move on to your next thing.
All right.
Don't be stingy.
All right.
Sucks.
Now, Tim, couple of questions. What's a good tipper? What's a bad tipper in your mind?
We don't need to get into the
you want to call out the bad tippers. You better have
15%, 20%.
I think anything less than 20%, you're just being stingy.
Okay, so personal, but 15 on, like, if you had given the guy today who said 3 words to you, you got a to-go order, he rang you up, giving him 15%?
I gave him 20.
Yeah, but I'm saying, would it be, you think that's a bad tipper?
I think that the person who doesn't tip on that out of principle is literally mouth breathing.
I'm going bottom line 15. I'm a 20 and up guy.
Yeah.
I think 15, but like it also sort of depends on what it is. Like,
it becomes a philosophical thing for me. Just if you're going to do it, do it. If you don't,
if I get a cup of coffee, I'm throwing $1 in the thing. That's just kind of what you know what I mean?
All right.
I was a barista. I worked in restaurants. Like, yeah, for sure. Tips are a major deal. But I'm also like, I usually don't sit down and like, yeah, if I get a big coffee order, then yeah, okay, you're going to do that. If I just go by and get a cup of coffee or whatever, I'm just dropping in $1 or whatever's going on.
You're just helping out. Just help somebody else. It's not that big a deal.
707 says
it's just the tip.
Tim, what about if it's bad service, says the 707? Should I tip?
I mean, of course, if you got, a gripe, if you got food, hair in your food.
Oh, it's only a question of bad tipper. I think it's only a question of bad tipper would ask.
But the question to me is, are you mad about the service? Are you mad about something? And if it's about the service, it was probably warranted, for the most part, that whatever terrible service thing had happened, you're not going to tip them. We're not trying to change the world here. Just saying, don't be a cheap jackass. It's not that big a deal.
Fair enough, Tim. Fair enough. I'm with you.
Okay, one more, Tim, here on the Brock Purdy tip. Or front. Would your take about paying Brock Purdy whatever it takes change if you found out he was a bad tipper?
Ooh, probably.
I can't imagine.
I can't get behind $65 million.
Brock Purdy's was a server at Applebee's. He knows the struggle.
Yeah, my guy gave away cars to his linemen, including Ben Barch.
Come on.
He didn't buy those cars. Come on.
No, as Shanahan said, he got a great deal.
Hey, that commercial told me so it must have happened.
Bad tippers are the Tom Sula of press conferences.
So you don't like the opening of Reservoir Dogs when Steve Buscemi's like, I don't believe in tipping. Nah, not for me.
I understand why Quentin Tarantino wrote that, and yeah, he's a jackass. I think everybody would get behind that. Mr. Pink's kind of a jackass.
No, you're right.
Yeah, Mr. Pink's mad. Mr. Pink doesn't like that.
He's the only one that ends up with the diamonds in the end.
Yeah, well.
All I'm saying is
jokes on all of you.
And this is just from personal experience, but I know the two of you will get behind me. If you tip your bartender well, especially somebody that you see on a frequent basis,
oh, dude, you're not paying for it.
It'll come around.
Oh, dude.
It always comes around. So just be that guy. You'll be welcome back. You'll be in good company, and you can talk about the show.
Exactly. That's why I love the old ship at Grumpy's.
I was at a bar recently. I had a handful of drinks. Yeah, like 5. But then I ordered some food, and the bartender goes, "I guess I should start you a tab." I was like, "See, this is what happens when you tip well and you get to know your bar staff.
There you go.
Treat them well, and then when you tip them, you're like, just keep the cash for yourself. I was going to pay the bill anyway. It's yours. It's good. Let them deal with the institution that they're working at, the establishment."
Exactly. All right, guys. And how about your trivia question?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to give you multiple choice. This will show up tonight.
Okay.
How many laps are the iconic race, the Indianapolis 500? Is it 100 laps? Is it 200 laps? Or is it 500 laps?
Can I phone a friend?
No.
I think I
was going to ask Mike Kohler.
I'm going B, 200 laps.
What would you like to say?
All right, sorry. It was 100 laps, 200 laps, or 500 laps?
The Indianapolis 500 is how many laps?
I don't know if it's 500
or 500.
I don't know if 500 is distance or if it's laps. I think I'm 200.
Okay, hold on. 100, 200, and 500 with the multiple choice? I'll go 500.
There are 500 miles.
Thank you.
Which means 200 laps.
That's kind of what I thought.
Nice job, Adam. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That was a premature...
Well, dude, as you know, Tim, like when we played trivia as a team, they needed me.
Well, they did need you.
They were bad.
You just didn't deliver.
No, I delivered. I delivered a whole bunch.
Nobody was bad.
Oh, you guys were terrible when I showed up.
Not terrible.
You had named...
You also cheated.
You had Mariska... No, I didn't. When we played most recently, I did not.
Okay, the first time you did.
Yeah, of course, because we were losing our ass.
Yeah, you should
You ain't trying, baby.
Oh, the old Raider mentality.
You guys
cheating, a little heckling. It's just a party all around.
Mariska Hargitay down as Olivia Benson. They were just going to roll with that as the name, knowing it was wrong. I was like, come on, boys.
I didn't know the actress's name from Law & Order.
Dun, dun.
Anyway.
All right, so there you go.
What do we think? I'm kind of a lukewarm on a Tim's Tuesday trivia.
No, you know what? He came in hot with the Purdy. I like the take as well. The trivia, I preferred the Oscar one, but that one was pretty good.
I want to know who else is down there hanging with the scum of the earth, because I don't usually go bad tippers. I feel bad. I may say something. I don't feel that bad. I may put one out here to people who are listeners. I usually go meter maids. That's where I'm going lowest rung. I'm like, you picked a job where you're just ruining days? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's fair.
What are we doing?
It's like you saying meter maids are bad tippers.
I know you're out there trying to make a living, but I mean, people aren't tipping because they're paying these exorbitant.
Calling out meter maids now?
All right, we'll take it to the
Lovely
audience.
Rita.
You can tell us on the YouTube chat or the text line if Tim's takes were crap or good.
Anyway, KNBR, did you like Tim's takes today?
Tim.
Take on Tim. Tim's Tuesday takes
one is mayonnaise and 10 is fire. Somewhere in between.
One is mayonnaise.
You can get more of Tim's trivia. I don't know about his takes. We'll get more trivia tonight at the bitter end. Starting, what is it, 8 o'clock tonight, Tim?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Get there early if you want to get a table. We're going to be joined in about 15 minutes by our guy, Matt Mayoko. But get your Christina Aguilera genie in a bottle out and ready to make some wishes. What does your 49er wish list look like? Yeah, Tim, come in with that next. What does your 49er wish list look like? We're getting specific. Is it trading Debo? Is it signing Purdy? Is it signing DJ Jones? Where do you want the 49ers to go? Your wish list for the 49ers this offseason next. Noted Niner fan Derek Papa on the #1 show in America.
Stop lying.
It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
What?
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if this was like my awakening.
Well, like Robin Williams, De Niro?
I think it moved. I don't know if this was my awakening, probably a little before this, but right around this era. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All the bubblegum pop music stars?
Probably go Britney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the awakening.
We're ranking them here?
Could have been American Pie going to Shannon Elizabeth. That might have been the true awakening.
Well, we'll just say we ate the pie.
We'll just say that we ate it all. I got to go back in on Pie, dude.
First one's good.
Pie's good. Pie 2 isn't bad.
Dude, what do you give me for Jack Loader a couple weeks ago telling me and Tim at the bar at Old Ship? He's like, yeah, nothing like when you were in high school. Get your buddies around. You pop on some American Pie Presents Band Camp. I was like, no one was down watching that.
Straight to
no one was watching
DVD.
Straight to DVD, Naked Mile, all those movies.
Come on,
I was not watching any of those.
Stifler the only one showing up on those. It's only the only gig.
It's a guest appearance by Sean William Scott.
It's Stifler's half brother. Cares.
Seriously.
Effers. The first one, his little brother jumping on the bed. Oh, man, yeah, Pie was good. Anyway, Genie in a Bottle. It's got to be close to my awakening, yeah.
Okay. I'm with you on that one.
You down with me on the awakening?
I mean, you and I are relatively the same age, so yeah.
Where was your awakening?
Around that. Around that, probably.
Tim, how about you?
Spice Girls, all of them.
Oh, B. Arthur from the Golden Girls. She really lit my fire.
Oh, man.
More of an Estelle Getty guy.
The facts of life, dude.
Estelle Getty.
Yeah. Tim had to be like a maybe a Married with Children Applegate, huh?
So I'm a little older than you. So by this point, I've already been playing music in bands, and I'm hating bubblegum pop. And it's like, you're ruining music. You're the worst. Blah. Meanwhile, just sitting there playing Weezer in a garage with my friends.
I'm sorry, grunge was your awakening? Is that what he's getting at?
No, he was down with like some Courtney Love.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Yama Hama. We did get the tail end of like quintessential Baywatch. So, you know.
Ooh, yeah,
Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
It was a peak of Tim's powers back then. Genie in a Bottle. Got to rub me the right way. If you want to get what you want for the 49ers this offseason, you've got some wishes for the Niners this offseason.
I do. Well, now that the 49ers have got their defensive coordinator and special teams coordinator. What else do fans want to see at this moment? What are some specific things that they want to see this season? So I made a list of things that I want to see. And I'm going to start off with what Tim was talking about before, paying Brock Purdy. It needs to be done. And the timeline I would say is you need to do it by, I guess, that first week of free agency. I want to see Brock Purdy paid, and you're moving on to signing free agents and making room for the cap and everything. So I would say pay Brock Purdy a 5-year, $300 million deal. That's $600 AAV, $220 guaranteed. We're all good, no harm, no foul. He'll be along the same lines as Dak Prescott. That's what happens when you need to pay a quarterback who's next in line. You make them the highest paid quarterback. He ties Dak Prescott. We're all good. We move on. Everyone will complain about it that day because he got that amount. But as long as it doesn't kill your team going forward, then no harm, no foul. You pay the guy that you finally found. Okay, I would also trade Deebo Samuel. I think it's time. I think this last season you saw him kind of diminish, and he's not the same guy with, he's good with the ball in his hands, but he's not a pure wide receiver, and the running back thing's getting old. I think that when I watched the LA Chargers, that's a team that could use him pretty well. They run the ball quite a bit, and they could probably use him in the same capacity. So I would trade Deebo Samuel to the LA Chargers for a 5th-round pick. And people are going to be like, oh, my God, a 5th-round pick, that's too low? The Niners don't have a 5th-round pick this year. They lost it. You know how? Remember last year at this time? They got a little accounting snafu and lost.
Oh, that's right, dude. They lost a draft pick due to an accounting snafu.
Yes.
I'm going to find the details for it.
So I would say yes. Is a 5th-round pick that much? No, but you do want every pick you do want to pick in every round. So if you get Deebo for a 5th-round pick, I would say that's not the end of the world.
Here's what happened. This is back in March of 2024.
So
coming up on
2
a year
months
ago.
off, yeah.
The 49ers will forfeit their original 5th-round draft selection of the 2025 draft and will have their 2024 4th-round selection moved 4 spots down. So that was the last draft behind the compensatory picks due to, quote, an administrative payroll accounting error.
Yep.
This is per Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network.
Clerical
error.
Okay, do you think a 5th-round pick's too low, or you think that's actually reasonable for Deebo Samuel right now?
I mean, I have to believe you're selling low on him. We'll ask Matt Mayoko about this when he joins us in about 10 minutes, but I'm bad, I think, when it comes to valuing what I think the league values a player as. Because I was thinking 4th was kind of the low end of Deebo.
Well, think about it. I think Stephon Diggs got traded for a 4th-round pick last year from the Bills to the Texans.
And he'd been much better.
Yes.
Now, he was an expiring contract.
Yeah, but we're also on Deebo on 1 year left. And so that's an expiring contract as well.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? No, Stephon Diggs had years left. He just made a deal with the Texans to get rid of his extra years.
They bought out those years, figured out those years.
He kind of got screwed when he got hit with the torn ACL.
He's also older, Stephon Diggs.
He is. But I would say right now, you can move off of Deebo Samuel, and I think you'll be fine with Brandon Ayuk once he's healthy.
Deebo, this will be his age 29 season. He just turned 2 weeks ago 29 years old.
Yeah.
And Stephon Diggs is now, this was his age 31 season, so 2 years older also.
And I think that Deebo's having a hard time getting off of man coverage. I think that you found out that Juwan Jennings could be a number 1 or number 2. Maybe a number 2, Brandon Ayuk's your number 1 when he's healthy. But yeah, the receiving core when everyone's healthy is going to be Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall with George Kittle, hopefully for another couple of seasons. But yeah, I would say you can move off of Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. Then I would sign back DJ Jones to have a defensive tackle presence in the middle there. You need veteran help there. But I would also address that need in the draft. I don't know. I can't say specifically which player I want at number 11. There's a lot of time for combine and draft and all that crap. So for right now, I would prioritize the offensive line in free agency. And it's kind of slim pickings on that one, but whoever you can find at guard or center or whatever. But I think that priority in the draft at number 11 needs to be either getting a defensive end or defensive tackle, obviously someone on the line to help out Nick Bosa. So just to recap, you pay Brock Purdy 5 years, $60 million each year. You trade Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. You sign DJ Jones to get some veteran presence on the defensive line.
And a guy who maybe he's intrigued by coming back to play for a guy like Robert Saleh.
He tweeted out or put on Instagram, was like, well, Robert Saleh's back. Nice.
And what about B.J. Hill? What about him as a D-tackle option? He's sort of similar to DJ Jones in that ilk. He's coming out of a 3-4, a 4-3.
Oh, B.J. Hill with the Cincinnati Bengals.
He's an unrestricted free agent.
He's not bad either.
He'll be entering his age 30 season. Excuse me.
Actually, kind of like that a little bit better.
I kind of like that better than I liked D.J. Jones. And B.J. Hill, I think, is a better player. He's the exact same age. He's coming off a year where he had one more sack than D.J. Jones. D.J. Jones had one sack on the season.
Yeah, but with D tackles, it doesn't
not
matter
as big of a
with
deal. I'm
sacks.
looking more for pass deflections and force pressures and stuff like that.
Well, just runs. I'm like Jalen Carter's not like the biggest sack artist, but he just stuffs up the middle and he's a presence and a force. So yeah, I would say B.J. Hill's a good option. I would say, look, that actually could be very likely, Copes, because
6'3", 311. We can talk to Kruger about it too.
Yeah.
DJ Jones, he's a little bit smaller even than B.J. Hill, 6'3", 305, and I think they're projected to go around.
If you
the
had
same
both of those
amount.
guys, let's say you have DJ Jones who's cheap and B.J. Hill you might give a bigger contract to, then that would be a pretty good defensive line, and then whoever you get, like Leonard Floyd would probably be your third down pass rusher, but you bring in a young guy to be opposite Nick Bosa. But yeah, the Cincinnati Bengals is going to be interesting to see what they do because they got to pay Jamar Chase. They're going to lose T. Higgins. I don't see them paying both guys. Trey Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks this year with 17.5, he's going to be a free agent next offseason, but he wants to make a deal or wants to be paid as one of the top paid pass rushers in football. So I don't know how long they can hold on to him. So he could be available in a trade. They also have Sam Hubbard, who is probably not going to get paid either. He's a good pass rusher. So, yeah, the Bengals, they're going to lose some players because they have to prioritize Jamar Chase, and it feels like they're going to lose some great defensive players along the way.
Text line checks in at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. 831 says, I like Depop's wish list, and it feels realistic and helpful. I mean, I can't imagine.
Thank you.
I was kind of looking at cap room stuff today. How valuable of a free agent could they get? And this is something we'll have to ask Matt Mayoko about. How big game hunting can they go? Signing Javon Hargrave was a surprise to me a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, it surprised everybody.
Is there some move like that? Can they restructure, move things around? Even with Brock Purdy's deal, is there any likelihood that they could go big game hunting or add two pieces like DJ Jones and BJ Hill? Or a couple of veterans in the middle at D-tackle? Really, that's my big intrigue is there's other sexy things you could go do. The Debo one is one where I wouldn't really hate if they traded him. I wouldn't love it if they traded him. But I want to see what the return would be.
Yeah.
Right? That one doesn't bother me all that much. It's not on my wish list, but I could see it happening.
Yeah.
Whereas my wish list involves really revamping the offensive line, and I'm not good enough with specifics to know O-linemen.
No, I get that.
D-tackles are a little bit easier to follow, and there's numbers that you can look at and systems in which they play in where you know they may succeed. So looking at both those guys, they're both attractive. I would like them both. That's why I'm yeah, it'd be great if the Warriors get Jimmy Butler, but you don't want to give up all your wings. That's what would be frustrating.
Right.
Can you add a piece, but add not just somebody to replace Hargrave, kind of rebuild this D-line entirely?
Well, they could bring back Javon Hargrave, but I don't know, at this point with the torn ACL, how long his recovery is going to be. So maybe he's, at this point, if you do sign him back, he's going to be a cheaper option, but you don't know how healthy he's going to be. B.J. Hill, as far as free agents at the defensive tackle position, that's probably the biggest name. So, yeah, that would be huge to get B.J. Hill. I don't think anybody else stands out. I think there's Sebastian Joseph Day and guys like that. As far as a big splash move, if you want to, you could see what the Bengals are willing to give up for Trey Hendrickson. You have him for a 1-year rental. But I don't see that's any different than the Bengals just hanging on to him.
Yeah.
So I would say
other guys out there, Javon Kinlaw, who we mentioned, he'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
B.J. Hill's the number 1 D-tackle on the market.
Yeah.
DJ Jones.
I think that's reasonable.
Jones is listed as the number 2 guy.
How old is B.J. Hill?
They're both going to be entered. DJ Jones is 30.
Yeah.
And B.J. Hill's 29 and about to be 30.
Yeah.
They'll both be in their age 30 season.
I think you get him for a reasonable deal.
DJ just turned 30.
Yeah. I think you have a B.J. and DJ in the middle, and that would be a good defensive tackle 1-2 punch.
Yeah. DJ Jones just turned 30 10 days ago or something like that. 8 days ago. Some other guys who are out there in terms of other big name free agents that they could go after. Is there a receiver if they got rid of Debo that you'd want to see them add? Maybe not a big name, but
a veteran, a guy that can help you out.
Here's a better question or way of asking this. What's the type of receiver they would need to add? Because you're not getting Ayuk back at the very start of the year. And the hope, my wish list, and somebody said it on the text line at 916, said I want him to be back at 100%. That's the hope. 100% would be what we saw
this season.
What we saw from him in 2023.
Yeah. No, you're not going to see Brandon Ayuk at 100% this season.
But Stephon Diggs, he's out for basically the entirety of the year.
Yeah.
T. Higgins is probably going to get franchised.
You don't want to sign one player that's coming off an ACL to wait for another player that's coming off an ACL. So I would say Stephon Diggs is out.
Who else is out there? Who else would be intriguing to you?
Who else is got veterans like DeAndre Hopkins.
Mike Williams.
Mike Williams could be fine. The whole thing is you're not signing a long-term answer to replace Brandon Ayuk, you're signing a guy to fill in for a couple of games. So Chris Godwin's out there. He's coming off, a dislocated leg or whatever it was.
Dislocated ankle.
Yeah. But he actually
probably
might...
too expensive.
Yeah, probably is. I would say
$20 million this year.
I mean, I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is a bad option just for a couple of games, whatever it is, like 5 games going to start the season.
4-5 on the text line says BJ Hill sounds like the name of a high school hookup spot.
Going down to old BJ Hill.
Nicely done.
That was the pimp that Andre Iguodala was referring to.
Exactly.
When you go up BJ Hill, sometimes it's not
hard to scale a mountain when it's smooth. You know what I mean? So it's like philosophical and all that. Robert Woods is out there. He knows the offense.
Ooh, Robert Woods wouldn't be bad. But you know what? He doesn't even play for the Texans right now.
No.
Cooper Kupp?
Yeah. I mean, they're probably have to trade for Cooper Kupp, but I don't see them doing an in-division trade like that.
No, they'd have to trade for him.
Yeah. Anybody else that's on the list right now, Coach?
Tyler Boyd.
Ooh, Tyler Boyd's not bad.
Played for Tennessee this year. He was only making $2.5 million this year.
Yeah, you know what? Tyler Boyd's not bad at all.
Totally flew under the radar because they had no quarterback, and he had experience with Joe Burrow. Looked good as that third receiver.
He's 30. He could reset his market a little bit. Mac Hollins is out there.
And
Elijah Moore intrigues me a bit. He's young.
You really want Mac Hollins?
No, I don't really want him. I'm just saying.
Mac Hollins is a good receiver. He's not a great receiver, but people know him because he's a weirdo.
He's a weirdo.
Yes.
The other
no
one that
shoes, no utensils. Doesn't like any of that
I'd
stuff.
like the upside of Elijah Moore for some time, and he played in that same system, both in New York and
Elijah
in
Moore's
Cleveland.
not bad.
Elijah Moore's only 24 years old, so he'll be 25 when the season starts.
There are definitely options. Like
just flying offers Adam Thielen as well as Amari Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like those guys are like really good receivers. We're talking about someone that can replace Ayuk for 6 weeks to be on PUP. So I would say think lower level for a little while. Just because I don't like if you sign an Adam Thielen or Amari Cooper, they're going to be part of your receiving core. You got to think about guys that you can trade at the trade deadline once Ayuk is available.
I just don't want to see them trade Debo and then it's like, well, Trent Sherfield's back. You know what I mean? Like that's not what I need.
Well, what about Kendrick Bourne or somebody like that?
Ken Bourne's out there. KJ Osborne.
Yeah. Yeah, those are fine.
Like that. Those are fine names. That's, sort of like a middling receiver. A guy
you can definitely replace Debo.
A guy who I wouldn't feel great about starting in fantasy, but if I did, it'd be like at a flex.
Who?
No, I just mean that's the level of receiver we're looking at. If he's a guy you're starting every week, it's probably not where we're looking initially.
Right.
You know what I mean? But hey, you weren't starting Debo every week this year anyway. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. #1 show in America. We'll talk to our guy, Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us from NBC Sports Bay Area, our 49ers insider. We'll get his wish list, and if it's possible, the Niners can get a BJ, a DJ, or a Woods, Robert Woods. We'll see if he can show up.
Not bad.
As well. Dirty Work is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit him today at goldenstatelumber.com. Matt Mayoko is next on the Sports Leader.
The Golden State Warriors attempt to hose off a bad Lakers loss tonight against the 10-win Utah Jazz. John Dickinson will take all your calls immediately following the games on Dubs OT right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. And we're joined by our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. Make sure you're reading him and listening to the 49ers Talk podcast. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty well. We're in the stage of the offseason for the Niners already where Derek's rubbing his genie lamp and putting together his wish list.
Yeah, I heard you had my head spinning there with all those names you're throwing out there.
Well, sorry to make you spin, Matt, but what you think of the wish list? Do you think anything is like as far as like Brock Purdy and the dollar amount? We need to go there, but like, do you think the rest is feasible with trading Deebo Samuel and signing DJ Jones and all those guys?
I think that they're probably going to be a lot more active in the second wave of free agency. You know, that the Javon Hargrave signing kind of came out of nowhere, and that was something where I think John and Kyle even had to go to ownership with, they were up among the top teams in the league as far as spending for several years in a row. And so they kind of had to get that approved as far as this is the piece that puts, the team over the top, or at least that's what the thinking was. And I guess they did go to the Super Bowl with Javon Hargrave, but couldn't quite close that deal. I don't know that they're just like one piece away. I think that they're really going to have to hit on the draft. And I do think that, there are opportunities to get guys in free agency, but, maybe not the notable names. I don't know what DJ Jones's market is going to be like this year. I think that's someone that they would definitely look at, but, just think about it 2 years ago or 3 years ago, they let him go because he signed a contract that was too rich for their blood. And so, I think they're even tighter on the salary cap now. So I think that, they do have 7 picks in the first 4 rounds. That does give them a lot of opportunities to get, they could easily get 2 offensive linemen, 2 defensive linemen, and then 3 other players. And that, if they hit on some of those guys, that does fill some needs. But of course, free agency starts, 6 weeks ahead of the draft.
Yeah.
So they'll have to make some sort of stand there. I heard you talking about the wide receivers. I don't know how definitive you felt like John Lynch was, but, I did ask him flat out, do you expect Deebo Samuel to be on the team this year? And he said yes. I don't think that there's a whole lot to gain salary cap-wise for getting rid of him this offseason, nor do I think that there's a whole lot to gain as far as draft pick compensation. Because the way I would look at it, I heard you say 5th round, and I'm with you. I don't know exactly how teams figure out. It seems like at the trading deadline, guys with big names that you think would fetch more.
Yeah, they go lower picks, right? Picks for later rounds, right?
And you always wonder, like, geez, that team could have given up that. That doesn't seem like too big of a deal. And I think I think it worked for the Lions. Who they get? Za'Darius Smith, right? I mean, that was, that in retrospect, like, I could have named, 10 teams that should have made that trade, including the 49ers. But I just don't know if a team will look at Deebo Samuel and say, well, geez, if the 49ers are willing to give up this for him, and they're basically the organization that invented, that kind of player, that multi-dimensional wide receiver, then why would we give up that? Why let's bump it down another round if they're willing to give him up. So I don't know. I kind of think that as far as the wide receiver position, they'll go into the season with Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall, and then hope that Brandon Ayuk is back. There's 4 guys right there, and then maybe they can get something out of Jacob Cowling and maybe use one of those first 4. Pick up a wide receiver as well.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. So would your thought be then, Let me ask you this. Is it more likely that Deebo Samuel is restructured and gets again this offseason and is maybe here beyond next year, or that he's moved?
Ooh, that's a good one. Well, they don't have to do anything restructure-wise to help them on the cap this year, but like a contract extension that pushes them out. I would think that they would be reluctant there. I don't think that it was – I think it was obvious to everybody that he just, for a long portion of the season, he didn't look like the Deebo Samuel that was a game changer. For his first, X number of years in the league, he was somebody that nobody brought down. The first tackler never brought him down. And then last year until, there were a couple games late in the season, I think Miami had a really good game. But there was like a stretch of games where only the first person brought him down. So I don't think that I'm sure the 49ers recognize that and are, alarmed as far as locking him into more years beyond this one. So I wouldn't think that they would extend him. I think that just the way he plays and, that hard-charging style that he plays with, it's certainly he's lost too much for the team to want to invest more years in him.
So now that the Niners have announced Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator and Brant Boyer as special teams coordinator, actually, by the way, Matt, are we going to have, I don't know if they usually do this for defensive coordinators, is there going to be any formal media presser for Robert Saleh?
That's a very good question, and I intended to ask that question today, but I got sidetracked with other stuff. But I would think so. I mean, that's a pretty big hire, Robert Saleh with the history and everything. I would hope that they wouldn't wait until, the off-season program begins before they tried him out in front of the media. I mean, I saw where Jeff Ulbrich did his press conference with the Falcons.
Yeah, I did see that too.
That's kind of a similar situation, right? Returning to a team where he was previously defensive coordinator and had a high-profile job last season. So, yeah, I would hope that once Saleh is in the building and starts to get to work on the free agent class and the draft that the Niners would have something for him.
So would you anticipate the next big thing, next big step this offseason would be the Brock Purdy contract situation? And, I mean, they're still have to go to the Combine, and, they're at the Senior Bowl, I believe, this week. Would you anticipate the timeline being that they want to get that done, I guess, before the Combine or after the Combine, right when free agency starts?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think that we saw how last season just got sideways on them. And when you're dealing with the quarterback, that's a whole new beast. That's not a wide receiver. That's not a left tackle. When you look at how, I guess you could say the season has already started off good for the 49ers because Kyle Shanahan got his number one choice at defensive coordinator, and it was somebody that, I know they had to sweat that thing out because their second, third, and fourth choices had already signed with other teams. So there were some sweaty palms there waiting for Robert Saleh's situation to get figured out. So they got him, and then they get a guy who's universally regarded as a very good special teams coach. So, this offseason has already started off a lot better than last offseason did for the 49ers. And now I would think that they would want to come to an agreement definitely sooner than later. I know Shanahan this was a couple of weeks ago, tossed out there the idea of 14 weeks until the offseason program begins. So I would think that would probably be what you're looking at as far as the deadline, or not the deadline, but certainly the goal of getting him signed by that. But, I kind of like your idea better, just get that kind of wrapped up before free agency starts.
Yeah, hopefully.
So that you just have that part of it kind of pushed to the side, and then you can really get involved in free agency and then obviously preparing for the draft.
How much of a focus do you anticipate the linebacker position being?
Well, I think the number one guy on that list is Dre Greenlaw, but then the thing you have to wonder with the 49ers is, how much can you rely on Dre Greenlaw to be healthy from, 1 to 17 and then, potentially beyond. So I don't see them going out and getting somebody. I think that, they have some young guys that they hope will take another step forward with D. Winters and Tatum Bethune got a lot of action in that last game of the season and looked pretty good. But, as long as if you can bring back Fred Warner, who is obviously under contract for a couple more years, and then you get Greenlaw and he's able to stay healthy, that's a pretty good starting point right there. And then, again, with those draft picks that they have, scheduled 10 picks, you can pick up a linebacker somewhere around or somewhere else. I do think that when it comes to free agency, that they should be able to get a backup linebacker, but somebody who's a core special teams player, because now that they have the special teams coordinator, they got to put their money where their mouth is. They got to go get some guys who are veteran guys who can help on special teams. And you might not even know their names, but guys who, special teams coaches know. So that's probably part of the assignment for Brant Boyer is to figure out which guys, because those guys aren't going to cost a lot of money, but they're guys that you can get out there who can immediately upgrade special teams.
Is it safe to assume that Robert Saleh's presence helped solidify Brant Boyer being the special teams coordinator? And also with, Salah getting that job, did it kind of make it awkward in a sense for Nick Sorensen to be retained on staff in any capacity along with Brandon Staley?
Yeah, from what I understand, Sorensen's fate was kind of decided before that Kyle Shanahan did express interest in keeping Nick Sorensen around as a special teams coordinator. And the more they talked about it and the more that Nick, kind of looked into it and thought about it, I think it was probably ended up being more of a mutual thing. Yeah. The word I heard was it was going to be just too awkward, to be remaining in the building when you'd been demoted and now given another job. So it's just easier to just get out of the building altogether and start anew. And then as far as Salah and Boyer goes, Boyer's this guy that you rarely see this in the NFL, where a coordinator like him gets hired by one guy, Todd Bowles, gets retained by another guy, Adam Gase, and then gets retained by a third coach, Robert Saleh. So that kind of tells you right there what different coaches thought of him. But I would say that there's little doubt that once it became clear that Saleh's options were kind of drying up, I believe it was that Thursday where Liam Cohen went from out of Jacksonville to the guy in Jacksonville, and that kind of seemed to be the only realistic option that Saleh had to become a head coach. Once he was out and all signs were pointing to Saleh, that's also the day that Kyle Shanahan interviewed Brant Boyer. And so that kind of fell into place, I think, with bringing in a special teams coordinator that Shanahan might not have been familiar with, but, a trusted guy in Robert Saleh spoke highly of.
Matt Milka, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, our NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. The stuff like contract stuff for coaches isn't widely reported. Any idea what the structure or years of a Robert Saleh contract here may be? Obviously, if he gets offered a head coaching job next offseason, he can take it and leave. I just wonder, do you hand him a multi-year deal? Is this something that the 49ers, if all goes well, he's here beyond this season? Just what's the thought for him and his future? Any idea?
Yeah, I would think that it's multi-year. Most coaches sign deals that have them under the team's control for the coming year and the year after. Okay. So it's typical for assistant coaches to always be on 2-year contracts, but I don't know the specifics of Robert Saleh. I guess the next question would be, if he were to leave after 1 year, are the 49ers back where they started as far as leaving for a head coaching job? And in a lot of ways they are. I think the one thing that they have to do, and I think this is Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, have to identify kind of the chain of command, or I should say the line of succession. And that's something that they identified, I think, pretty early with D'Amico Ryans. And so I don't know exactly how that would look for the 49ers, but, it would be, I would assume it'd be Daniel Bullocks, the defensive backs coach. One guy to keep an eye on that I really think is a rising star on their staff is KJ Wright. So he was kind of a lower level, entry level quality control coach, but I could definitely see him being someone who rises up very quickly and becomes a coordinator sooner than later. And then the other part of it is, remember when Robert Saleh left, the 49ers got the 2 third-round compensatory picks. Right. Well, he would have to be on the job for the 49ers for 2 full seasons before that would kick in again. So if he were to leave for a head coaching job next year, the 49ers would not receive any compensation for that. But if he were to stick around for at least 2 years and then get the head coaching job, they would.
Is it always the 2-year rule, or is it just because he's returning?
No, it's always
It's always just rule. They have to be on there for 2 years. Okay, gotcha.
Correct. Yes. Yep.
Matt, I don't know how much you saw of the Liam Cohen press conference yesterday, or Brian, or Brian Schottenheimer. Just very awkward press conferences.
Was it Tom Sula F?
Yeah, a little bit.
So that's why I bring that up. So me and Coach talked about the most awkward Bay Area press conferences of all time. This reminds me 10 years ago when you used to come on with Haberman and Middlecoff when Jim Tom Sula was the head coach, and it was awkward every week. What do you remember about that press conference, how weird it was, and is that by far the most awkward press conference you've been to in your time covering the 49ers?
Oh, 100% it was. Yeah, that was not good. In fact, I remember I'm heading to Matt Barrow's book launch party right now, and the thing I remember most, and it reduced me to tears laughing, was when we were walking out of that long corridor that you turn out of the press conference room to go to the press room. And so we kind of turned out of that room together, and we weren't out of that room for more than 10 steps. And Barrows looked at me and he said, "Well, I guess we'll be back here next year, huh?"
And he was right, and that's why you should check out Matty Barrow's new book. Is it what's the book title, Matt? Can we get out the phone?
Well, it is not. It's not sports related. It's a novel that he wrote with his sister.
Oh, nice.
Jessica Barrows Beebe. It's called Muddy the Water, and so it is available now. Man, I'm giving him a plug. He owes me tonight.
Yeah, he does. Big time. Try to get you some drinks.
Muddy the Water.
Yeah, Muddy the water. All right.
Not Muddy Waters, Muddy the Water.
Correct.
A little bit different. Good stuff. Matt Mayoko, make sure you check him out. We'll have the podcast up here, but make sure you check out the 49ers Talk podcast and check out what he's writing on NBCSportsBayArea.com. Thanks so much, Matt. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal there. Matt Barrows. Look at us give him a plug. I think he owes us a hit, too.
He does. Yeah,
he dropped off that time, then we never reconnected. Phone died.
We'll give it time. Matt's busy, putting out Muddy the Waters.
Muddy the Waters, the new Matt Barrows novel.
Is that like a children's book?
No, he said wrote it with his sister. It's a novel.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to check it out. We'll go to break here. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Do you think this is true, Tim? We were talking about how we, and I want our 925 texter from Concord to check back in here on the text line, because we've been calling ourselves today the number one show in America. And I sort of feel like if we just keep it as like show in America, it's just real vague and ambiguous, and it's just kind of out there.
What if we're the number one show in a different country?
We had somebody check in. 925 says, as your unofficial lawyer, which I love this. I love that we've got. I love
as
you,
Lionel Hutz, your unofficial lawyer.
Yeah, whatever I got to do to retain you. Our unofficial lawyer, he says, you can't call the show number one show in America without substantiation, Copes. Didn't Cumulus Legal tell you this? No, they didn't.
You just have to properly attribute it to somebody, I believe is the rule.
It's self-proclaimed.
As long as you're quoted as saying it, it's fine.
What if I don't
Adam Copeland says it's the number one radio show in America?
What if I just say it's the best show in America? Then it's all opinion, right? Best is arbitrary.
Well,
it's like the pizza place. It's no real ranking.
808 KNBR, we need some legal help here. 808 KNBR, what can I say? We'll talk about it next.
Steve Moskowitz on line
and
one.
We'll do the sounds for it. You call us.
808 KNBR ERC.
It's definitely the number one rated show on this station for me.
808 KNBR, what can I say? Can I say we're the best show in America? Because we're looking for some branding is what we want. Right? We already know we're the best show on the leader. Like, that's hands down. It's not even close. You heard the other ones? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. The best show in America continues with the Sounds Soiree next on the Sports Leader.
Are the Warriors back in on Jimmy Butler now that the price is lower? According to Yahoo Sports' Kevin O'Connor, yes. If you've ever lowered your asking price for anything, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube page, the only place where Bay Area fans can walk out of practice and demand a trade.
Hey, what's going on? It's me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog Fantasy. Cali sports fans. California sports fans. I've got good news for you. Good news! Underdog is available to play here in California. It's the best app for your big game party, and it's actually all on your phone. The app, of course, Underdog app. You can
Good news!
Thank you. Don't cut it off there. Underdog's the best place to cash in on all your takes during the big game. Which players are going off? Which ones are ice cold? You can make your entries in just a few taps. Does Patrick Mahomes have a higher number of passing yards than a guy like Jalen Hurts? That's somewhere I would go, but I would also go maybe that Saquon has a higher number of rushing yards than maybe everybody on the Kansas City Chiefs. They've got all your favorite leagues and teams to choose from. Plus, Underdog is the only pick and platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. You can either keep riding with your entry or you tap the win now button and cash out whatever you want. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still turn them into a W. Underdog is the best place to play that pick'em game. So download the app now and use promo code KNBR when you sign up, and Underdog will match your deposit up to $1,000 instantly. Again, that promo code, like you're listening to, is KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Oh, Mrs. Officer, huh, Tim?
It's in the rotator.
Yeah, it's in the rotation. Tim wasn't picking Mrs. Officer.
This is in the rotator.
You don't want a little Tunchi? No?
Hey, I gave you Drew down earlier. Shut up.
See, you know what happened is we saw that we got a little bounce in listenership during Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Now he's puffing his chest out.
People are tuning
Not
in.
even a little
Dude,
bit.
it's really fun. It's really funny.
Tim comes down the bullpen. This effer moved.
He's like, look at it.
At 4:15.
He's like, look at the screen. It bounced up.
I'm so used to this is the downward trajectory.
Next week, we know Tim's asking for a second segment.
Hey, this is the best show in America, okay?
You know what? You can't deny it, though. Our ratings go up when Tim has his own segment.
What did somebody text in earlier about Tim's puke drop, Derek? There's a funny text earlier today.
I forget.
Somebody texted in about how they hated Tim's puke drops. The best show in America continues, by the way.
This won't get old.
Well, we're asking, like, what are we allowed to say? Are we allowed to attribute it just to ourselves since we said it? Does it have to be
Adam
voted on?
Copeland says it's the best show in America, the best radio show in America.
Yeah, and we were saying it'd be funny to have another one that says a quote that says, "You can't turn it off," but it's from Tim Webb. He can't turn it off. He's got to sit there and listen for the entirety of the show.
I have to listen to this.
I have to. I don't have a choice. But our 925 texter in Concord, who's our unofficial lawyer, says that we can't call it the number one show in America without substantiation. We should have been told that by legal. To which I said, dude, getting a cease and desist on this would be...
we don't have a legal department here.
Yeah, we don't want to
sort of like HR.
You want to bet? Yeah.
Well, actually, never mind. Copes is well-versed in the legal department.
Yeah, I've heard about him. Never seen him, never spoken to him, but I've had interactions, signed documents, don't you know? 559, gotta love a listener, listens all the time. 559 checks in and says, the best show you'll ever need. All the sports talk you'll ever need. More on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 says, I've awarded you guys the best show in America, so you can just continue on calling it that.
That's true.
510 says, with the current administration, you can just make any outrageous claim you want. Frankly, the number one show in America.
Well, what if we're not the number one
talk you'll ever need?
I think we can just say best. I think we're good with that.
Well, maybe we're not the number one show in America, but one texter says that we're the number one show in Indonesia.
In Indonesia. He says,
which was my homeland for a little while.
Derek's family. I forgot
Derek's family.
Just incredible knowledge. It's incredible knowledge.
I'll find out the whole story there. I'm like, Mom, what were you doing in Indonesia?
Also, shout out my guy Grumpy. Grumpy says that the morning show is the number one show on the station, to which I said, we're going to work hard for your vote. I'm a big Sassoon City guy where he's from. So shout out Sassoon City. Shout out Grumpy.
Shout out Grumpy.
Morning show's
shout out
got
Grumpies.
They can, the morning show can have the best show on KNBR, but we're the best in America. That's kind of where I'm at.
And Indonesia.
The number one, the most electrifying man in sports entertainment.
Big in Indonesia.
We're huge in Indonesia. Huge.
707 just says, for legal purposes, all you need to do is get 5 of your buddies together and have them vote for your show to be the best in the country.
I don't know if 5 of my buddies would vote for this.
Then you can say, hey, we were voted best show in the country.
831. Just go with the number one afternoon show on KNBR.
That checks.
The number one afternoon show on KNBR continues, and it continues with some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. It's Dirty Works Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, the Sound Soiree for Tuesday, January 28th, 2025.
America.
That's not the lyrics, dude. Now the soiree elevator music has lyrics.
Yeah.
It's the Sound Soiree show in America. All right, let's go. ESPN, Iowa State against Arizona. Tom Tolbert's
did you see this?
Arizona Wildcats.
This is hell of a heave.
They go to overtime.
Well, this is before OT.
I know they go to overtime on a half-court heave made by Caleb Love.
Yes.
And there is a hell of a call on it. Is that why we're getting this?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
they end up going to overtime on this half-court heave, and then Arizona goes and wins the game 86-75 in OT against Iowa State. Here's Tom Tolbert's Arizona Wildcats and Caleb Love.
3-point game. Too far. Here's Love for the tie.
The call, not incredible, but the reaction, the sound, and a good ode to Tom.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good ode to Tom. By the way, there's a new Lute Olson book coming out.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, Luke Walton did it's like Lessons from Lute or something. I was thinking about picking it up.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Luke Walton wrote the foreword for it.
Can I enhance this a little bit?
Sure.
Please.
3-point game. Too far. Here's Love for the tie.
Time, boys.
Tim was getting hyped. Tim was like, Copes, we got a huge tilt on tonight. Kentucky against who?
Kentucky, Tennessee, top 15, both of them.
We got it on here in the studio.
And I'm making the transition hard pivot into college basketball. The best weekend of the year, which is the first couple of days of the March Madness tournament. Let's go.
Yeah, so now that Tom's gone, are you the biggest college hoops head on the show right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Copes is pretty good. Copes likes it.
But I usually get in around this time. I'm with you. Like when football fades, then I kind of dive into. It's just a lot of games. I mean, they've all played like 20 games already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, it's funny because so much of the non-conference slate in college is pretty weak. Historically, it's been pretty weak. Lately, they've kind of come to the idea that it's okay to play better competition. You don't have to just play weak teams to inflate your record. But because the field is so big. But I've already made the move, man. I'm ready. And that gambling weekend, it's coming.
There you go. Our buddy David checks in, former KNBR employee. He texted me and said, dude, you guys calling it the best show in America. It's just like in the movie Elf when they're calling it the best cup of coffee in the world.
There you go.
It's exactly. Somebody texted that in earlier on the text line as well, which, by the way, came strong again. We were talking earlier a lot of Forrest Gump. We got off on some funny Gump riffs earlier. Talking Jenny as a supervillain.
Yeah.
Like one of the best supervillains going. 831 was the one who checked in. They rehashed their text, and I appreciate 831 for listening. At 3:10 when we were talking Gump and at 5:26 to follow up, they said it was earlier when we were talking Forrest Gump. They said Jenny's worse than Tim's new vomit sound.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Are people with me on, though, Castaway being the best Hanks movie?
No. I said no.
Am I alone on that one?
I think you're alone on that one.
I don't think it's a bad take. It's not my favorite.
I think it's incredible. It's him on the island. It's hard to act. No, seriously. Like, think about that. He's in isolation.
To a ball. Yeah,
he's talking to Wilson for 4 years. Like, it's the same lines of like James Franco in that movie where The Rock he has his hand in the rock.
You mean 127 hours?
Yes. It's just
27 dresses or whatever.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. It's just hard to be on screen for that long. And then what? Like the hard part of the movie is when he comes home and realizes the girl that he was in love with just moved on. You're like, damn, she hooked up with my dentist. Life sucks.
Yeah, it's tough.
But
deal.
I have to move on.
Yeah, tough deal. She thought it was gone. What's he gonna do?
I know.
Still delivers that damn package, though.
Yeah, I know.
And you gotta find a new dentist.
Yeah.
You gotta find a new dentist.
But then it kind of insinuates he gets with that girl at the end. Like he like follows her. I don't know if that, like I'm like kind of like reading into that a little bit too much. But
more of a Joe versus the volcano. Also, a lot of people chimed in on the Money Pit. Also worth a watch.
Never seen the Money Pit.
Money Pit's solid. 775 says Big is hands down the best.
Okay.
See? This is it. This
Definitely
is exactly the argument about best show in America. We can say whatever the hell we want.
That's true.
831 says, I got to go Green Mile.
Green Mile is really good.
They said don't sleep on a Road to Perdition over Castaway, too.
Road to Perdition it's okay. It's just, that's the most kick-ass Tom Hanks is in a movie. But it's not my favorite.
You don't like the mustache.
Green Mile's tough. It's I think the same director as Shawshank.
Same Frank Darabont?
Yeah. I want like same kind of feel, but also I hate that they kill John Coffey.
Well, it's a true story, I thought. They didn't kill him. That he dies at the end.
Yeah.
It is Frank Darabont.
Yeah.
But of course I think Frank Darabont wrote Shawshank.
Well,
this is obviously a Stephen King.
Well,
Shawshank a Stephen King book too? Really?
Yeah.
Didn't even know that.
Rita Hayworth and the story of the Shawshank Redemption.
Wow, had no idea. Rita Hayworth and the story of the Shawshank Redemption.
You know what we whiffed on? Saving Private Ryan. That's so good.
Saving dude. How do we whiff on that? But see, Hanks is. We were talking Bulletproof being. Who was our guy Keaton?
I brought up Hanks. Well, to your point though, there are some people that don't like Hanks for whatever reason.
Some people. Paulie Mack used to turn on Hanks.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, I don't have time for him. Which is a funny take to be like, I don't like Hanks. This is not one Hanks thing you like.
What?
I always thought it was
Bay
a hilarious
guy.
Thing. Hate him. Don't want anything to do with him. Bosom buddies don't buy it.
I mean, he had a stretch there. I mean, A League of Their Own, Sleepless in Seattle, Philadelphia, Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, Toy Story.
That's 13's good, man.
Saving Private Ryan. It just goes and goes and goes. Like, he had a good run.
He was going hit after hit after hit. Those are like Barry Bonds like seasons.
Saving Private Ryan's number one. Yeah. Definitely.
As far how do we whiff on that?
As far as like a movie, like that's a fantastic movie.
Not even my favorite Barry Pepper flick, though.
Green Mile?
No, Saving Private Ryan. I got to go 61 on Barry Pepper.
61?
He plays Roger Maris.
Yeah, and that's about it for me. I can't remember everything else.
He's the sniper in Saving Private Ryan, but that's all I got.
Was he in, I think I'm the same guy. Was he in Gone in 60 Seconds? I'm probably thinking somebody different.
I don't think he's in that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Cage, pretty good, too. You give me a run of Cage movies. You find some good ones in there.
Well, of course.
Moving on to the Sound Soiree, I guess. Here's Jim Callis. He's a senior writer for MLB Pipeline. And he's talking Bryce Eldridge, the Giants' top hitting prospect. And check out the prediction that he has for Bryce Eldridge in the Giants minor league system. Here's Jim Callis.
Bryce Eldridge, Jim, he's making the minor leagues look easy at the age of 20 right now.
Yeah, he was 19 all last year, got to AAA in his first full pro season, led all minor league teenagers with 23 homers. And the thing that's funny about him, Greg, is in high school, he was a two-way guy, two-way star for Team USA, 6'7" lefty, 92, 96, low 80 slider. Giants are like, no, we're not going to mess around. We're making him a full-time hitter, which is what the Royals should do with Caglione, but I digress. And they made the right choice. I mean, this guy's got massive power, the bat speed, the leverage. He hits the ball so hard. You know, you could see the graphic earlier. We put 70 power on him. This is a future 40 home run guy who got to AAA at age 19. His power is crazy.
Do you agree?
I mean, when we talked to at FanFest on Saturday, I talked to Pat Burrell, and we interviewed him on stage, and I asked him because he said he had just been down in Scottsdale, and Bryce Eldridge had been down there playing for I think it was the Scorpions, playing in the Arizona Fall League and whatnot. Went through 4 levels of the minor leagues. What Pat Burrell said to me off stage, I was like, you weren't being hyperbolic about how incredible his control is at the plate, right? Like when you see him in the cage and what he's able to do. Off stage, Pat Burrell said to me, I don't think I'm breaking any trust here, saying anything I shouldn't. I just asked him, so Bryce Eldridge, like, tell me, like, how legit was he? And Pat Burrell went, dude, I have not seen a 19-year-old with this much poise and control in the batter's box. I don't know, in the time that I've been coaching or scouting. Like, maybe for other teams, we'd seen guys like, Juan Soto and whatnot control. But that was the incredible thing about him was control of the strike zone, his ability to know the strike zone that well at such a young age. Eldridge, he's saying the raw power, the ability to go the other way, to hit for power to all fields, like that's kind of the most impressive element is that guys with that kind of power generally don't hit to all fields, and he has power everywhere. And he's a big, like, towering home run guy. I kind of feel like he might be a 40 home run guy, but I'm looking because of his height, and maybe that's why I'm doing this. Richie Sexson. Tim, would you take a Rich Sexson on the Giants?
You know, when he was being dangled by, Milwaukee, kind of earlier in his career.
He went to Milwaukee, Arizona. He was back and forth between those two teams.
You knew that he was going to strike out a ton, but just that presence. It just feels like it's been a long time since they've had like a really dominant presence at first base. And the real thing, we've been hitting this really hard. They could put somebody at DH. So you got 2 premium, offensive positions. And yet, not a lot there right now.
Richie Sexson, an 851 career OPS, and he hit over 30 homers in a season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and also hit over 20 a few more times, like up near 29. He would strike out like 100 and 120 times a year, 150 times a year. That's kind of where Eldridge is now, but he also played damn near every day, and he hit for a lot of power. Hit a lot of doubles, too. 260 doubles, 306 career homers. He had a good career. I'd like longer than 12 years for Eldridge, but that's a hell of a career. And if he's hitting... I'll take 30-plus homers at this point, right? Is nobody down with that?
Yeah.
I think everybody's down with that. By the way, 415 says Pepper was in Lost Boys.
You know what we forgot for Hanks?
Pepper. What else, dude?
Toy Story.
Yeah.
Mentioned it. Good voice, Yeah, we did.
What about
You're a child plaything.
Turner and Hooch.
Turner and Hooch was mentioned a lot, but I'd never seen that, so I didn't.
It's him and a dog.
Bachelor Party might be a little.
Bachelor Party. A lot of people say that's his best. A lot of people really like that one.
That's his most raunchy.
For sure. A lot of people checking in on Green Mile. A lot of people like Perdition, too, dude. Are you coming back on Castaway? Are you pulling back? Because, again, and I'm with you.
Castaway's number 2 in my heart.
My favorite movie that he's in is still for me. And, again, it may not be a Hanks movie per se, but I like Catch Me If You Can is one of my all-time favorites.
That might be, people are going to, roll their eyes at me when I say that, but that may be my favorite Spielberg movie.
Oh, like what would be one that tops it?
Well, of course, like the big ones, like E.T. or Jurassic Park. Sorry, I'm not dying to watch, Schindler's List. It's not a good time.
I'm down with Park.
Down with what, Jurassic Park?
Yeah. I'm down with, what was the first one you said?
E.T.
E.T., yeah, I'm down with the terrestrial, too.
Close Encounters of the...
third kind.
Yeah, the third kind.
Yeah. Those are classics.
But classics. Along the same lines of Shawshank Redemption, it's just an easy flick to watch. Maybe that's because it's on TV all the time. But yeah, Catch Me If You Can is such a good flick.
Bro, Jaws?
Well, yeah.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Dude, you're tough. See, now I'm looking at it, I'm like, dude, you're tough. You're going Jones? You're taking Jones down?
That's tough.
By the way, you know what he directed? Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
So you're right back in on Ryan.
Spielberg and Hanks. Yeah.
You're right back in on Ryan. Spielberg and Hanks work together a lot. All right, moving on.
Band of Brothers.
In the Sound Soiree. Do you want to do the Mad Dog Russo one or the L. Duncan
Let's do both of those because those are funny.
Okay, so first, I don't know the L. Duncan setup. You want to get to that one first?
Yeah, so, help me out a little bit, Cope. So last night there was a amazing home run trot.
Yeah, what game was that in? Was that in the Caribbean series or something, Tim? Do you know?
Maybe Dominican.
It was in Dominican. Okay, so it's Dominican series. They're playing Game 7 of their World Series in their Winter League. And dude comes up at the top of the 9th inning, and hits a mammoth home run to center field.
And it's a hell of a home run trot.
It takes the game is tied. Dude, he milks it so much so that, like, before he gets to first base, the entire dugout comes out. He turns to the dugout. His helmet comes off. They have to, like, re-hand him back his helmet so he can round first base. But he's dancing. He's celebrating. How long did the trot last?
Quite a bit of time. I don't know how long. Probably like maybe a minute.
Bring it to Major League Baseball, dude. It was so fun. It was one of the most fun home run trots you could ever see.
No, it was fun. So today, Kevin Negandhi and L. Duncan are talking about it, and he's talking about how excited the player was to hit the home run. L. Duncan gets a little loose on SportsCenter this afternoon.
About winter ball in the Dominican, right? Just feel it.
It's a party.
Do it, whatever you want. You saw that emotion, Game 7, and they would win off that home run 6-5.
Okay. I really thought you were setting this up for, like, this is premature ejaculation.
No. But I was making sure everybody understood that he did it with a 6-5 lead. They still had to get 3 outs.
Yeah.
It wasn't a walk-off. It was
okay.
Balls for effect. Coming up.
Yeah, 58 seconds is what it took. Premature ejaculation.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
L getting loose.
L has some fun, and the
L
whole
is funny. Yeah.
And the whole time Kevin Negandhi's trying to, like, get through that. She's, like, looking at the side of the producer, being like, yeah, I said that.
Yeah, I said it. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do about it, huh?
408 Jackson says, yeah, dude, Philadelphia pretty good, but pretty depressing. And I said, yeah, I know.
Yes.
Barrels of laughs in that movie.
Yeah.
Captain Phillips, 925 says we touched on that one earlier. 650 says, don't forget Tom Hanks played 6 different roles in the Polar Express. Well, how many did Eddie Murphy play in Coming to America and in...
well, nothing will top De Niro in this new movie of dueling De Niros.
Oh, come on. Except maybe Michael B. Jordan playing dueling vampire brothers.
Yeah.
In his new Ryan Coogler film.
Tom Hanks was in that movie. What was it, Cloud Atlas?
Ooh, that one's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one because he makes a lot of choices in that one.
I haven't seen that one. What kind of choices? Do you not want to talk Cloud Atlas?
It's like a weird sci-fi movie, but
bunch of timelines.
Maybe some racial stuff in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not real. He didn't really do it.
No,
that's a 252 movie. I don't know if I'm going in on Atlas.
It is long.
Yeah, and it got horrible reviews.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. You've seen it?
I have.
Yeah.
I sat through it. Yeah. Weed helped.
They take on multiple roles.
Speaking of sitting through things, Tim.
In an epic that spans 5 centuries.
Any update on when we're doing this 28-hour thing?
Oh, yeah, Tim. When are you going to sit in the studio for 28 hours?
This has been well established and plowed ground. I said we'll do it. Let's do it after the Super Bowl when we have plenty of time.
Talking plowed ground here.
To get some content because we're going to need it.
All right, fair enough. Like Tim Webb.
All right, fair enough. Okay, last one. Chris Mad Dog Russo.
This is great. I found this one over the weekend. I mentioned it to you guys yesterday. Mad Dog Russo is talking about the situation in Tampa Bay and Jacksonville with Liam Cohen, the new Jags head coach. And, of course, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Shad, S-H-A-D, Khan.
Yeah.
Shad Khan. Just listen up to Mad Dog Russo botching Jacksonville Jaguars owner, Shad Khan.
He thought this was another example of Khan being an idiot, and he's a terrible owner. We all know that. He got upset at the way Shaka Khan handled it more than Cohen.
Shaka Khan, everybody Shaka Khan.
Dude, I tell you, if the guys who just used to drive me nuts, Mad Dog Russo, Stephen A., like I've come around on.
Oh, on Russo,
I now enjoy
definitely.
them, dude. I'll tell you what.
No, Stephen A., it depends on the mood I'm in. Like sometimes he can just be joking around and he's just doing it for effect. Chris Mad Dog Russo, we met him at Media Row last year. Awesome dude. It's just an act. Like he's having fun.
He's such a nice guy.
He knows he's saying Shaka Khan.
Yeah, he
knows
so?
He's saying that.
I don't know. You think so?
100% he knows he's saying Shaka Khan.
The main reason I wanted to play it was because then one of my all-time favorites and one of your guys' favorite movies, The Wedding Singer, when what's his name? Ricky Hart? No.
I wouldn't know.
Maybe I think
it's something like that. Ronnie Hart. We'll figure it out. Anyway, Adam Sandler's character falls on hard times after Vicky leaves him at the altar, right? So he stops being a wedding singer because he has the meltdown. Cindy and Scott are newlyweds. Whoop-a-doo. Sings Love Stinks and all that. And then he...
a great moment. Love stinks.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Getting all the ugly people to talk. And
freaks at table 4.
It's like Bruce Valanche is like sitting over there.
Bruce Valanche.
Anyway.
He's Jimmy Moore. Jimmy Moore in The Wedding Singer.
Jimmy Hart, though, I think is his stage name.
Okay.
Anyway, bottom line is they're auditioning acts for Julia Gulia's wedding. It's coming up, right? And they audition John Lovitz, who's like a second-tier wedding singer. And he drops this gem.
He thought this was another example of Khan being an idiot, and he's a terrible owner. We all know that.
Linda.
He got upset at the way Shaka Khan handled it more than Cohen.
Yes, it's ladies' night all night. Chaka Khan.
By the way, I said Vicky. It's Vicky is the water boy. It's Linda.
Yeah.
Hey, Linda, you a bee. It's Robbie Hart. Robbie Hart is the character's name.
Robbie Hart, which is also the
losing his mind. And I'm reaping all the benefits.
Basically the inspiration for
Yeah, that voice is like the inspiration of my Greg Papa impression.
He's losing his mind. Touchdown Niners.
That's not a...
Losing his mind.
Dude, somebody with a great recall 510 says, don't forget that John Levitt says, and tip your wait staff, whatever, and then he goes, and that's not, this is whatever his character's name is, reminding you, that's not a sock, that's my crotch. That's one of his lines at the end of his performance.
That's ridiculous.
Is that going to do it for our Sound Soiree? That wraps us up on a Sound Soiree for Tuesday, January 28th, 2025.
On the number one show in Indonesia.
The best show in America rolls on. You got Larry Kruger coming up with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. And we got the Pat H. Crap section coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Well, you've just inspired me to hire a DJ.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday. Larry Kruger coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. And many people checking in still saying League of Their Own for Hanks. You got to see a League of Their Own, dude.
Yeah, I'm
What do we got to do? What
one.
do we have to do to get you?
Well, I think it's on Amazon Prime with the show.
It's in that one, too.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
I'll check out League of Their Own.
Oh, he is in that, dude. I didn't even think about that. Check out a League of Their Own.
Okay, I will.
Good baseball movie.
Real quick. Later tonight, John Dickinson will have Dubs OT. But Steph Curry not going to play tonight. His knees are bothering him.
Oh, good.
Says Steve Kerr. So we'll see if he plays tomorrow against the Thunder. But your starting lineup tonight is Dennis Schroeder, Buddy Hield, Andrew Wiggins, Moses Moody, and Trace Jackson Davis.
How about that?
So, yeah.
Trace Jackson Davis, who made the Rising Stars Challenge game. He'll be playing that here in San Francisco on February. I guess that'll be the 14th, right? That's the Friday game.
I believe so. Yes.
Friday night is the Rising Stars.
Yeah.
Is he just on a team, or do they still do the Rising Stars game?
I believe they still do that.
I think they do the game, and the winning team gets the sophomores and the rookies get that last seed for the All-Star Game tournament going down on Sunday.
What a weird deal.
The 16th. All right. Each and every day when we have time, we've named it now after one of our great texters on the YouTube, KNBR YouTube channel, our guy Pat H., who says he may come out and see us tomorrow. Derek and I will be out at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase tomorrow, where hopefully Steph Curry will be playing against the Oklahoma City Thunder and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. So come on out. We'll be out there 2 to 6 tomorrow out at Harmonic Brewing. And we'll be out there Friday as well. So if you can't make it tomorrow, come by, say what's up to the number one show somewhere.
America, Indonesia, wherever you want.
Wherever you get your shows, it's number one. Let's open up the Pat H. crap section.
They should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
All right, Tim, what kind of crap you got for us today?
Yeah, we got a little bit of crap.
All right.
I mean, we typically do, but there's some good crap today. Either of you guys been on cruises? You ever do a cruise? Cruise?
So many.
No.
I've been to so many.
Really?
Yeah.
Ever been on like a Carnival cruise?
Oh, yeah. Too many of those. Way too many of those.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to get drugs on a cruise?
Yeah?
Yes. I mean, if we're going marijuana, yeah. Yes. In fact, I have. In Ensenada, which is like going to Hayward. My cousin picks him up from a dude at a restaurant down there. He came back and he's like, just order a beer. Comes back with like a can of beer and it was under his hand and he like put it on there. We had to like sneak it back in, hollowed out a cigarette. Got our chief on, dude, Titanic style. It was sick.
Yeah, there you go.
Copes in Ensenada. That's a hell of a
That's
story.
pretty good, right? Ensenada Copes.
Okay, well, we're going to Florida, as we always do. There was a Florida deputy, a police officer, was arrested, accused of trying to smuggle narcotic pills by hiding them in bags of Skittles on a cruise ship.
Marshawn Lynch style.
He was a Miami-Dade sheriff's deputy. He's now being suspected as a narcotics dealer. He used to try to take a whole bunch of drugs in the Skittles bags. Skittles.
Interesting.
I'm not a big Skittles guy.
It's a good way to get caught, though. You're like trying to get back onto the cruise ship. And like, what are you doing with all these Skittles?
Yeah,
from where were they?
That's a hell of a lot of Skittles.
Where were they, Tim?
They were in Florida.
Shout out to our texter earlier who said Dirty Work, the number one show in the Gulf of America.
Probably. Taste the rainbow.
It's pretty good. Yeah, probably a bad move. Probably a bad move. You know, my uncle one time, because, they'll gouge you for drinks and everything. My uncle, because we used to go on like big family cruises with aunts and uncles and cousins and whatnot.
How long are they?
We did the one to Ensenada, like that's a short one. You go to like Catalina Island, you go to like Ensenada, and you come on back. It's like a 3-day one. You can do like you can do 5, 7. They do 10-day cruises. I think they do months-long cruises. Depends on your line and what it is that you're doing. But my uncle one time, we were going on, I think like a week long, like a 5-day cruise, 4-day cruise, something like that. And my uncle decided he was going to bring a case of water. They were going to allow him to bring the case of water.
What?
But dude decided... What up, Uncle Staff? Dude decided he was going to empty out one of the water bottles and fill it with vodka and try to like get it onto the
Classy
thing.
move.
They found it. The one. They're like, you can take the other 23 bottles on, just not this one.
Wow.
Pretty intense, right?
That can't be the first time they've seen that move, right?
It's a good move. I mean, this was years ago, too. Like, I was probably in college. I thought it was like an original idea. I was like, damn, good move.
So would you recommend a Shaquille O'Neal Carnival cruise?
No, I wouldn't recommend a Carnival cruise. They're not a sponsor, are they?
I don't think so.
I hope not. Should probably get off this. I'm just not a cruise man. I don't like being locked on a boat with my family for a week. It's kind of where I'm at.
All right. You Tom Cruise guy?
It's kind of like, okay, sort of.
Penelope Cruz?
Yeah, oh yeah.
AJ Cruz?
We talked about the awakening. Saw AJ Cruz at the Fan Fest on Saturday.
Nice.
What's up, AJ?
Let's go.
Mexican-American Nightmare.
Terry Crews?
Terry Crews. Okay, he's wearing himself out a little bit. Wearing me out a little bit.
Yeah.
Somebody checked in earlier, said better career, 415, Hanks or Cruz? Hanks. Far and away.
Yeah. 2 Oscars And Tom Cruise, I mean, I love the Mission Impossible movies. Kind of a weirdo. Act your age. All right? You're in your 60s. Stop doing all these stunts.
And
Act your age.
Act your age, Cruise.
Adam Copeland, not a Top Gun guy, so you lose the points right there.
I don't. His number one calling card is a movie I don't like. Mission Impossible I can get down with.
Oh, dude. Mission Impossible Fallout, not even just a great action movie, just a great movie altogether.
But I do got to give Cruise for Tropic Thunder. We've talked about that.
Yeah. Good comedic chops in that film.
Collateral, solid movie. Jamie Foxx.
Dude, Collateral's often slept on.
Collateral's a great movie. Few Good Men.
Yeah.
Right with Born on the 4th of July.
Magnolia.
Yeah, right with some of these movies. You know what I mean?
Cocktail.
Yeah, dude. Cocktail, dude. Hell yeah.
Risky Business.
Can I give you all the right moves? Can I take you one of that?
Right
Never seen that, actually.
Just check that out.
That's a good one.
How about Rain Man and Taps?
Yeah, Rain Man.
Yeah. Anyway.
You good men?
I can ride with Cruise.
Days of Thunder.
I guess I ride with Cruise more than I thought.
Oh, Born on the 4th of July.
I said that one. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Interview with a Vampire, Tim. I know you're into that.
Thank you.
All right, any more crap?
Yeah, you want to go out to Iowa City? Another police
Not
story.
really, but all right.
Iowa City police arrest a suspect twice in 6 hours. 57-year-old Charles Taylor was taken into custody after he was stopped in his Pontiac while in a crosswalk. He allegedly showed signs of intoxication, admitted to drinking beer before the stop, and he had a revoked license.
They let him go?
Police say he refused a breath test, and he was arrested while operating intoxicated. He was arrested and then released just before 7 the same night. The same officer pulls over Taylor as he was driving a 2004 Pontiac Grand Am after recognizing him from the previous arrest. Taylor was arrested again and was charged with driving while license revoked.
That's pretty good.
Not only getting arrested in the same day in 6 hours, by the same cop.
I blame the cops.
What are the odds?
Kind of blame the cops.
Yeah, I do too.
Imagine the look on that cop's face when he pulls him over again. He's like, "Are you?
I just saw you.
Are you blanking me?
Yeah.
How'd you already get processed here, dude? Pretty good."
And then there was another story I was going to try to squeeze in about a woman whose name was Tequila, and she doesn't drink. Her mom named her Tequila because her favorite drink was Tequila Sunrise. She goes, "I'm named after my mom's favorite drink, but I don't drink myself."
That's kind of unfortunate.
Didn't we have a story like that
It's
recently
kinda
where
sad,
somebody was
actually.
named after like a beverage or a drug or something, and they were like, "Well, I don't do it." Like, I can't.
Yeah, that was one a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while back. That's a bad. What are we doing? What are we doing naming kids Tequila?
I wouldn't be naming my kid Tequila, but that's
Jim
just
Beam is right there. You know what I mean?
There you go.
There's like alcohols with names in them.
Tito's.
There you go. Beautiful.
tough for a girl name.
Yeah.
Tito or Jim.
Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just tequila?
There's a bunch of them out there.
Rumpelmans.
Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Jack Daniels.
You trying to do an ode to who's the chick from MTV? Tila Tequila?
Tila Tequila. Shot at Love.
Yeah.
Shout out Sean Merriman. We should probably get off that story too. That's going to do it for your crap section. Yeah, no, maybe not a good story to get into. Did not end well. All right. That's going to do it for the crab section Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. Larry Kruger at the top of the hour. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors announced they will retire Andre Iguodala's number 9 jersey on February 23rd when they host the Dallas Mavericks, the 7th jersey number they have retired and the first of the 4 championship dynasty core. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Rafters leader.